And Wonderful's got Roland done for, but now here comes this commitment because numbers are thinking it's strong for Na'Vi, and still they will follow through with the 2 kills already. And Spinks does a good job of keeping himself into the cover. Wonderful's gonna catch the kill. Sershin comes out from Library, and the pit cross out of MongolZ delayed. Force buys keep on coming, and they're set up here in underpass. Torzy gonna come back in, and what do you know? There's 3 of them. Somebody sure. Nobody. Oh, Torzy on for the ace, and he's almost there. 24. The headshots from Torzy. Monacy's Berettas find a desperate pirouetting in the air is just gonna fall. Oh, it's Monacy to get the kill. Nico still able to make up for it. Ooh, not wrong about that one, Nico. Crosshair was dead on, but Kyosuke here for the farm.
Drops on down, gets spray, just about gets it done. He's getting run out, blocks him in the smoke. Oh my goodness, the USB finds forward. Longseed to the front at him on the door. No! Slashes him up. They are accelerating. Here's him coming, but the flash is perfect. Still, Queserato gets it. Okay, of course he does. That's just classic Counter-Strike, isn't it? He wants to run a Queserato. He wants to get this one done. We're on the site. He's found the angle. Oh, stunning! Beautiful! Asleep at the wheel! Apex shreds! All those nades, he's hearing them running away. Oh no, you think you're saving? You think you're saving? Zywoo, quick jump scare, gets onto the bomb. They need to stop him. 5-second countdown starts. Mazinho's running over. No! Zywoo pulls it off! One hell of a way to close!
First. Oh, and there's the follow-up. Oh, Mattis with the hat-trick. That is a beautiful sequence. You really wanted just to hold the line here, right? If you feel like you can remove B from the playbook, have it not work, that would be so valuable. Gets hit behind him, and this is why you've been having gone throughout this game. He makes that look so easy.
Against 2 players who jump through the smoke, doesn't even get out. It's too late. Zelo's killed them all. 4 kills. The flash never even makes an entrance. The comeback was here, but it might be stripped all away. There's still a chance. 3-on-1. Jame in the back of the site. He does it on his own. Captain closes the map.
You've pushed A main, you've got that information. However, Aurora has oh, they're coming right back.
FURIA, a chance for a double kill. That would be huge if he's able to get it, and he will. FURIA. They still got to go back to get that ball, so FURIA has a chance, and FURIA is looking incredible today. The time is limited, his teammates are swarming around the back, and FURIA with the last headshot as well collects himself the ace. Gonna flash up into the sky. Wakati gonna back up, but his teammate's gone, so all the pressure on Wakati. The double up's gonna will it deliver? It absolutely will. Wakati getting exactly what he had hoped for. And he's just got another one in him. Wakati plays this one perfectly. At 5v3, and there's no real potential for Bane to get that bomb down to his side. They've got to fight their way forward, and that is a good shot from FURIA.
Yeah. For the bomb on the ground, so now must be recovered. 3-on-2 in the favor of Aurora.
Now BSN slowing down, picking the bomb up. Here comes the push out through the decon smoke, but that's going to be FURIA getting that kill. BSX committed again. Denied. No time for the bomb plant. But a 5v3 falls to a 1v1 in terms of players surviving. Pain do a good job. Aurora getting it going now, and ain't gonna get past Chrissy, who really is he was in requirement for a round like that. Yeah. And he actually gets it. So 4 kills coming in towards him.
Coming to you bright and early from Cluj-Napoca. Good morning. This is PGL Cluj, and we are moving into day number 3 today. Something that I realized late last night is that everyone and their mom now has a podcast. And what that means for someone like me as host is that I can now rest easy. I don't have to do a lot of work. If I want to be focusing on talking counter, I can just repurpose a lot of the stuff we've seen on the podcasts. So Dust and Pimp are with us this morning, and I think just to make this really easy for me, Dust, what was your good, bad, and ugly from the last 2 days of PGL Cluj?
Did you pay the licensing fee for that?
Is there a licensing fee?
You'd have to ask Duncan on that one, I think. I'm not really sure, but we'll go with it.
My friend.
We'll
he'll let this slide.
Where do you want to start? Do you want to start spicy with ugly, or do you want to start with the good?
I mean, you can do whatever you want. I've asked the question.
All right, so the ugly would have to be Canadian curling at the Winter Olympics. That's been a pretty tough one out there. We've been seeing everyone with the finger on there a little too long. No, all seriousness, the ugly for me is actually heroic. And the reason why I say ugly and not bad is because they're in a tough spot, right? You know, you've had a situation where you benched Youngster, you know, you've made some other moves to bring in a new in-game leader. You clearly want to move on from the past, but they are stuck in it now because all Karen's unavailable. They're having to use Youngster, you know, as an op stand-in, pulling him off the bench immediately after, you know, sending him off. So that can't be good. And obviously they're just not able to really put up any results because of that. And so that's been, unfortunately, kind of an ugly thing to watch transpire. As far as bad goes, I'm going to go with 3D Max. You know, 3D Max is a team that, you know, usually is able to get some wins, make a playoff occasionally, but let's be honest, they've basically been stuck in the same spot for a year. For, you know, I mean, like 9th to 14th place is kind of where they always finish, but they haven't won a single map so far this tournament. 0-4, there's a chance they get eliminated in dead last, and now all of a sudden, instead of just kind of plateauing at that 9th to 12th kind of range I'm talking about, they could sink even further than that. And then my positive, my good, would be FUT. FUT's putting on a hell of a show so far this tournament. It's really cool to see a young team with a, you know, Romanian player, you know, fighting on home soil, be able to already get one win on the board, so put themselves in the 1-1 pool. And they fought well against FURIA yesterday, in my opinion. You know, win all 3 maps. The overpass was a crazy game. Good stuff.
We'll talk more about that matchup in a little bit, but first, Pimp, you have a hot take for us?
A hot take for you?
Oh, man.
Oh, a hot take for you would be, I think, is that even a hot take? G2 is going to come back and they're going to make the playoff despite being 0-2. I don't know if that's a hot take. I also think a hot take could be that there's going to be no hot takes at the rest of this Swiss stage. I think most of the favorites are doing well. I think most of the favorites will be showing up, and I think most of the favorites will make sure that we get a stacked playoff. Most of the time, we have a lot of upsets coming in, especially in a format like this, but I feel like the way it's been going so far is that the good teams are slowly but surely coming alive into the season. You know, there's been a couple of tournaments now with obviously Krakow and then obviously the Blast tournament to kick off the season where the rust have sort of been played off. So I feel like we're getting a scene now and teams that are stabilizing. So yeah, a hot take could be G2 making it back from an 0-2 position, having most of the favorites in the playoff, and then obviously FaZe eventually will find a way not to make the playoffs. But we'll talk about that later.
We'll talk about that a little later. Dust brought up the FUT FURIA game yesterday. You were on that game. I mean, what were your takeaways from that?
That FUT probably could have won that game 2-0. It was a hyper-competitive game, to be completely honest. I think we saw FUT play exceptionally well in a lot of these scenarios. Overpass in particular was a great map, went into triple overtime. FUT even were up in the first overtime 14-12, and I thought to myself, okay, they're going to nail this one. But FURIA, we know them to be very resilient. We know them to be a team that can always fight back, and they did. Caserado coming in with a massive quad kill when it was needed the most, and then we went into another overtime. So in terms of labeling them as something good, Dust, I very much agree. I think FUT has been the revelation of the season so far.
I love watching them. You know, it's always nice to see a new team come around that has a lot of prospects and a lot of potential, and to see it actually come to fruition in tournament results and not just in the practice rooms or in smaller online competition. I think the Demon Jugs rifling combination is a brilliant one. I think Lonks really stepped up yesterday in particular. And so they really have a lot going for them. I think, unfortunately, it's just they've hit a
speed bump that you're going to hit when you're a young team, where it's kind of like, if your initial game plan's not working, how are you able to make adjustments? How are you able to mid-round? And that's just something that you have to kind of work through those progressions as a team as you encounter those situations more.
So I have a lot of respect for Na'Vi for selling this roster, because it was their Na'Vi Academy roster. Yeah. And I think by selling it, they gave these players an opportunity, because had they have stayed with Na'Vi, they wouldn't have been able to compete in a lot of the tournaments they are. So I want to preface my next question by saying I completely understand why Na'Vi did what they did, and I actually respect them for it, because they've given these players an opportunity. But there must be a little bit in that Na'Vi management, like a little bit of frustration going, wow, we had like some really good young players that we could have picked up and possibly put into our main roster if we were looking for more consistent firepower. And now we don't have them anymore.
I see what you're saying, but there's a lot of nuance to that. Obviously, Na'Vi sold them also to make money. I'm pretty sure FUT paid quite a lot of money to get that entire roster, as it was evident that it was going to be a decent team. I'm also hoping that Na'Vi would have played it, smartly, either required more money or have some sort of buyback clause or first right of refusal on some of these players. Because you look at Demon, you look at Jukes, there's definitely players in there that you could use in your main roster maybe in the future. So I think if anything, they put themselves in a good position. And I also do think there's ties to Na'Vi still, even though you're part of the FUT team. If Na'Vi comes knocking someday and they want Demon, then you've been under the Na'Vi junior system before, you've been under the organizations before, so you have a little bit of loyalty perhaps to that. So depending on how they structured the sale and how much money they got out of it, I think Na'Vi is quite happy that they also gave them a platform where they can develop, and then who knows if in 6 months or 12 months they'll rein some of them back.
Let's focus in on G2. Obviously, your hot take is that they're going to come back. They've had a bit of a rough run, though, at the first 2 days here in Cluj.
They really have, and it's really sad because I've seen so many bright things out of them. I feel like, they had a good run of things when they put this roster together. Obviously, Blast Open London's going to be the highlight from last year, but even coming into this year, I thought you saw some good things, and, I think Hunter's doing a really good job as, developing, his leadership and being a guy who can still put up numbers on the board while in that leadership role. I think we're seeing, Mattis continue to be, a good pickup for this squad and really show you his value. I do think there are a couple people on the hot seat, though, right, where you kind of want to see a little bit more, because we know what MOUZ is capable of whenever, he's in the right situations and he's got, the right mindset, but, sometimes he's letting it slip a little bit, not having the same impact you're used to seeing out of him. And, I also think that Sun Pius on the AWP is one where you see the flashes of brilliance, you see the potential there, but again, it's a little bit streaky. So I think there's still some tidying up to do on that team.
Yeah, they've been a little hard done by, with the draw as well. You face off Vitality in the first game, and then you get PARIVISION in the second as well. And to be honest, you're facing the best team in the world, and you're facing a team that is on an uprise right now, who's currently ranked number, is it 4 in VRS? So if you're G2, yes, it's disappointing to go 0-2. They did make the game against Vitality very competitive. I think they played a good game of Counter-Strike. I want to hone in on your point about MOUZ, because I highlighted that, saying that we need to see more from him. And then he had a fantastic showing versus Vitality, a little bit more absent yesterday versus PVision, and that's what happens with MOUZ at the moment. He's just way too inconsistent. If he finds consistency within the system of G2, then that's a team I'll bank more on. But now they're under pressure and have to win the remaining 3 games they're part of.
That's the thing. They're up for elimination today. Let's take a look at the schedule on the B stream, because some of these teams are going to be going home. That is the format that we have, which I love, and that is the reality that G2 has to live with now. There is no more excuses. There's no space for mistakes.
No, and I guess the good thing is they're facing a Pain who's in a crisis right now. The roster changes they've made coming into the new season, on paper, didn't make a lot of sense. On the server, makes even less sense. The way they play as well, you see them play good on one map, all of a sudden everything is clicking, and then they fall apart the next 2. So if you're G2, at least you have I guess an opponent right now where you can feel somewhat comfortable that you're getting the job done.
Yeah, you're 100% spot on. Pain went from what was already a very painful 2025 into a situation where they haven't really been able to alleviate any of it. I think had they been able to go out there and make a bigger blockbuster signing like an Insani from Made in Brazil, like a Lotto from Legacy, really bring in someone who could have brought them additional firepower, because I still think BTarena has value as a leader and a fragger in that slot. I think NQZ is the best opera from that country right now. So you have some things to work with, but unfortunately for them, Snow has never developed into the star they hoped that he would be. And at this point, you've put him everywhere on the server. He kind of came in, took more of a back seat, more of a lurker, supportive type element. When things weren't going on at Davideus, they kind of put him back into some star roles to try to highlight him more. And in neither case did it really pan out. Maybe it's too soon to call on the other 2 additions. I'm not going to be totally out on them yet, but yeah, it's definitely been a rough ride over there in that camp for sure.
Brazilian fans, I'm really sorry. That might be the last time we speak about Pain because they could be going home a little bit later. We'll have to find out. Let's focus in on what you get to watch here on the A stream today. We'll be figuring out who will be making playoffs. That's a big one that's going to be coming in. And then, of course, the two games that we're starting with today, the MongolZ up against Bates and Na'Vi versus Aurora, which is a matchup that should go in the way of Na'Vi. If I'm going to be honest, that's how I feel. I think if you're looking at Aurora right now, there is no way there is a world where Majors are playing Alexi B on the server.
No, but that's the litmus test for Na'Vi, because we heard Blade saying that part of the reason why they didn't make roster changes is that they felt they could win trophies and contend for trophies for this season. And so far, it's been a little bit shaky for Na'Vi. You know, we saw them at the major do a really, really good job, you know, being contention for the trophy, go far into the playoff, but it hasn't been a great start to 26. And for Aurora, like, they're very, very hard to figure out right now. You know, I personally feel like it's a team that I'm losing faith in, and I have been losing faith in for quite some time. Then in Krakow, they make the playoff. They go into the quarterfinal by beating Falcons, beating some good teams, and then they have one of the worst playoff performances I've ever seen from a team of that caliber. So how do you make up this game? You know, how do you rate the two teams against each other? I feel Aurora struggling in their own way, and I feel Na'Vi is struggling in their own way. So it's like a team of strugglesomes, I guess, periods right now going up against each other, where in reality, you know, in the mid of 2025, you probably put them equal, you know, two teams who are on the similar level.
Yeah, I mean, look, Aurora's a tough one. I know that the fans have kind of come my way, but it comes from a place of I want to see them do better. I want to see them be a playoff contender. The more contenders we have in the scene, the more fun we have with having so many competitive matchups. And this is a squad that, you know, the first half of last year, they were fighting for a top 5 spot in the world against MongolZ for pretty much the entire first season, right? You know, you had Vitality, MOUZ, Spirit. They were the fixtures of the top 5. Falcons kind of came in and out, but they really were on the precipice of doing it themselves. They had such a hot start to the year. But you look at the second season and all the playoffs they missed, you know, all the disappointing results, and then they finally won a small tournament. You're like, all right, here we go. Then they go out in stage 2. Not even make it to the main stage of the major at Budapest. But Krakow was a nice sign with you know, the new addition to hopefully that they're going to get back on the right track. And a win over Na'Vi today, I think, would do wonders for them.
Can they beat Na'Vi, though?
They can.
Is this a team? Is it a team that we think is going to be in contention? I know that you've said that, but I'm just not seeing it. And I didn't see it last year either, to be fair. The drop-off has been consistent.
Yeah, but the thing is, both teams are inconsistent. You know, we saw Na'Vi yesterday disappoint by not making a fight versus MOUZ. I think that was disappointing, the way they lost. Again, losing to MOUZ in a best of 3 in a group stage. You know, a lot of teams are doing that quite consistently, but it was more so the fashion Na'Vi ended up losing yesterday that disappointed me. So, yeah, Aurora definitely have a chance of beating Na'Vi. I'd agree with the sentiment that Na'Vi are the favorites on paper, but we just saw, what is it, a week and a half ago, that Aurora took down the Falcons. They took down another top team. Yep. So in that sense, they've shown MOUZ, yeah. In that sense, they've shown they can beat some of the top echelon teams. Now, the issue for Aurora, and that's, you know, part of the context of this matchup, is that they played a couple of times last year, and Na'Vi seems to get the grasp of it. You know, they beat them twice. They beat them in you know, games where it mattered. And I think Aurora have shown that this, you know, structured style of Na'Vi, the blade preparation, that's something Major can't overcome in the middle of the games, and that's going to be an issue today as well.
But you see, Jacob, this is where I'm going to woo you a little bit.
Okay.
There was one thing that was missing from those 2 previous matchups. Do you want to know what it is? Mm-hmm. Anubis, baby. Yeah. It's back. Anubis is back, baby. Woo! That's what Aurora is going to be fired off on today. I think that is usually a guaranteed win. A little bit of a shaky overtime game earlier in this group stage of FURIA, so it hasn't always been comfy, but they have that in their back pocket. And I will say they have been competitive on Dust 2 and Nuke Lake Lee, in my opinion, as well. Those are some maps where they could maybe fight. My issue is, you know, and kind of going along with what he said, is there's limitations, right? Outside of the 3 maps I named, the other 4 maps in the pool are a struggle for this team. T-sides are a struggle for this team. Leadership is a struggle for this team. Consistent firepower outside of Xantares is a struggle for this team. So there is a lot of things that have to be patched up. Can you do it all, you know, in a hurry to try to deal with a Na'Vi team who, yeah, let's be honest, they didn't have the best Krakow, but they had such a strong finish to last year. And you see hints of what could be. And I think this is the perfect time for these 2 teams to meet, in my opinion, because they're kind of 2 ships passing in the night. And it's now question which direction is which for each team. And this is the one good positive I could say about Aurora, is that you still got this guy. He's probably the 2nd best entry fragger in the world after Dog.
Yeah, hard to disagree. I think Santaris is a fantastic talent, a fantastic prospect, and he has been for quite some time. It's not that people underestimate him, it's just that people don't realize how good he actually is in an environment that he's playing in with Aurora, a player that has also, you know, I guess dedicated his life and his career to stay within Turkish Counter-Strike, was in big for quite some time, went back to Turkish Counter-Strike and sort of like build up Aurora to a point where they are an international top team. So in terms of that, he has my full respect. Personally, you know, being as, I guess, egotistical as I am, I would love to see Santaris on international teams. And I would still love to see that because I think he has an awful lot to offer.
I was going to say, I feel like, I mean, I think he's a bit wasted on this lineup, to be fair. I would love to see him under a stronger RGL.
I do too. I mean, the one thing I will say is he does have some supporting cast on this team. You know, I think Wakadia is a guy who, the one that I see today is a far better player than the one that I saw in 2024. I feel like he has developed as a player, a secondary entry guy, a guy who plays kind of some of the other star rotator roles in the CT side, and a guy who can usually put up a decent performance. And I think that, you know, Woxic, that's the one that's tough for me because he's the one that is a little streaky. You can see the hotness, you can see the coldness, but when you look at this right here, this is kind of going back to what I said about Wakadia. I mean, he provides a lot of value as a secondary entry and just generally putting up, you know, solid numbers to be a supporting cast of his team, whereas Ema has been very impressive for me lately. You know, he's kind of the one guy alongside Wonderful's major performance that gives you a little bit of hope that there's firepower there for Na'Vi to make things happen.
And I think that's my issue, you know, when we compare players again. You said Voxic, I feel like that's the player who stagnated. You said Arcadia is getting better. Voxic has stagnated a little bit. It's not that he's a bad player, but he's just not putting up as much impact as you would like to see as of recently. And that has been an issue, especially in a world where it's very tough to find capable op players. Like we talk about pretty much every single team right now, whether that's Brokey and FaZe, whether that's on Payers in G2, I'd even say Voxic in Aurora. Like, how do we replace op players when there's no market for the op players out there? So those who can sort of like race above and still find impact, those are incredible valuable for the teams at the moment.
I know Das mentioned some of the struggles that Aurora's been facing. I'm curious, from your side, what do you think the struggles are that Na'Vi's been facing?
I think it goes down to the team chemistry and how they conduct themselves as a team. I spoke a lot about it in 2025. I observed that a lot whenever I'm at a tournament, whenever I'm at a LAN. I like to stay close to the team and watch them play, you know, for a half. And I feel like there's a lot of frustrations building up within that team so quickly. I was observing them at certain tournaments where they're leading, you know, they could be up 8-3 in a half and then they'd lose one stupid round and the entire team would just full tilt. And I don't know what that is, if that's certain players or certain dynamics within the team, but it has been an issue, I feel like, in terms of their mental resilience. Whether that's, you know, them having to accept that it's not 2024 anymore where you're winning trophies, you're going into finals or what that may be. If you're Alexi B, Wonderful, Emma and Bit, I don't know. But in terms of that mental resilience, I almost feel like that's the biggest downfall this team have, because in terms of individual quality, you look at your Bits, you look at your Wonderfuls, there's a lot to offer in the Na'Vi camp. Blade as a coach, I think we all agree that he's one of the best at preparing his teams and maybe even change the course of a game in the middle of the timeouts as well. But I feel like mentally they've just been weak compared to what I would expect from a team of this caliber.
It's a fair point to make. You know, I do think that obviously the core of this roster has been together for a very long time, and obviously when you have that happen and you've been through so much, it creates a lot of baggage, and sometimes it puts you in positions where, you know, maybe you feel like you're stuck and you feel like you've been doing circles around the same problem over and over and over again and not being able to find a solution to get them going. But it's just so tough to give up on them because you can kind of see the core pieces that they have that you feel like should propel them to new heights. I mean, you have a great in-game leader in Lexi B with a good reputation. You have Blade, who is considered one of the best coaches of all time. You know, you have a guy like Bit, who has at times been considered one of the best anchors in the world. But I think for me is he's not the same player he was, you know, last year or even the year before, where he was up there in contention to be the best in that particular role. I think that they do lack a true star entry fragger, in my opinion. Like, yeah, Ema's a decent secondary guy, and yeah, they brought in MongolZ. They need to give him a little bit more time to see how he develops. But so far, it ain't been what they needed, in my opinion. So I think there's some discrepancies in some of the firepower on this team. And I think also the other big thing for Na'Vi is they tried to do this whole 7-map pool thing for a while, and that didn't really work out. And then they lost Train, which meant they were trying to invest a lot into, and now I feel like they're without a home. Like, I think they have Ancient is pretty good. There's a couple other that they're okay on, but they don't really have a home map in my opinion, and I think that they're a little bit limited where else they can go, once they get past some of their strengths.
Yeah, that is a bit of an issue when you're playing the top teams. I don't think it's going to be too big of an issue against Aurora. If there's a player I would love to put a bit of focus on, it is Alexi B. I think it goes under the radar that, obviously, as you said, he's been on the team for a long time. I think he's a great prospect as an in-game leader as well, and I'm starting to feel that if he doesn't figure this out now with Na'Vi, if him and Blake can't solve this issue, roster changes will have to be made, or I could even see Alexi B maybe moving on to another project. He's been in Na'Vi for a long time. His individual level has taken a massive hit. He's sort of like following the same route as Kerrigan to some degree in terms of how he's conducting himself on the server, and that's okay to a certain degree if you are then the player or the in-game leader that is bringing up your team and bringing up the players around you. And I think he's kind of hit a point now in his career where there's only so much he can do within this current Na'Vi roster. So either bring some fresh blood to the team that he can work with, that he can maybe hone in, and that he can, make better. I love the rumor about Frozen perhaps joining Na'Vi back in the day. Sensu, was potentially an option for Na'Vi as well. We heard the rumors about that. But if the lineup stays the same, I'm afraid that Alexi B is also losing interest in this project, being like, okay, maybe I need to go to another team, another organization, and try to rebuild, because we've seen that he has these capabilities.
Well, this is the thing, right? So obviously that Blade interview, which we spoke about yesterday, Pimp, you brought it up earlier, him saying, well, we didn't make any changes because we believe that this lineup is strong enough to contend for trophies. But we've now since heard they were sniffing around some players, Senzu included. And so I'm curious as to whether or not that change happens in the next few months if we don't see more consistency from Na'Vi. But obviously the veto coming through now, let's see how this plays out.
Exactly how we thought so far. I think now Na'Vi picking Mirage could be a nice punish. I think that's a map that Aurora's really been struggling on, so not surprised there. I wonder what Aurora might pick. Oh, Anubis. Shocker.
Yeah, back in the map pool, back as being their home. You described it saying Na'Vi doesn't really have a home. I'd agree with that, since Aurora have, and that is Anubis, and they're trying to reinforce that, so to speak. Mirage coming in from Na'Vi, that is usually the go-to pick for them as well. It's a map that Alexi B loves to call on. It's a map that is very, very, very potent for a team like Na'Vi, but so it is for Aurora. No Dust 2, no Nuke, no big surprise, and then Inferno, the classic third map decider, which I think in this case is very likely to be, relevant. I don't think neither of the two teams have shown a shape or shown a form right now where I feel comfortable saying that they can win 2-0 either of them.
This is no surprise. So let's move on from the veto. I want to go back to that Blade comment, and I'm curious, Pimp, I did actually pose this question to Maui yesterday, but I'll pose it to you. Do you think that this Na'Vi lineup is a trophy contender this season?
Absolutely not. Not the big trophies, not the trophies they want to win. There's certain tournaments where they can come in maybe and have higher aspirations, but I don't see the current roster being a team that I have any confidence, beating a FURIA in a grand final, or beating a Vitality for that matter, even beating a MOUZ team. I think they're below that right now. So there's a lot of teams that they will struggle beating, even Falcons for that matter as well. So I don't see it, but it's also a question of what's the right player available at the right time, and it's this classic thing, Dust, that we see so often. We saw it with FaZe at the major, we saw it with Na'Vi at the major. If you go out on a high, if the last tournament before a little bit of a break is on a high, you kind of build up the story and build up the belief that oh look what we did at the major,
the fairy
the
tale,
semifinal,
right? Yeah.
Let's give it another shot. It's like the thing when you have a girlfriend and in reality 80% of the time it's a mess, you're arguing all the time, but sometimes you're having a good moment together, sometimes you're having a good tournament, so you're like, oh, let's try one more time and one more. At the end of the day, it often turns out not to work out. Life advice right there for you guys out there, but I think it's a question of time. I think they've given themselves the first 6 months of 26 to figure it out, and if not, then Na'Vi will be a team that will be sniffing around for more players for sure.
I think that every desk segment we've done at the start of PGL Cluj, so day 1, day 2, day 3, at the start there's been some sort of relationship example that we've used. I'm starting to think we should start a podcast about relationship advice for Counter-Strike fans. I mean, for you, Dust, let's have a little bit of fun, and I know that we should be focusing in on Anubis, but I kind of want to pose this question to you. If Alexi B did have to leave Na'Vi,
sure,
where would you put him
MOUZ
right
Sports.
now? Oh, right there. Didn't
Yeah,
even-
absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, I think that that's a team that has a lot of widely distributed talent. Right now, they're dealing with a situation where they have an inexperienced in-game leader. They're struggling with their T sides. Alexi B is definitely a guy who I think could help correct some of that, help bring a little bit more structure or add to their playbook a little bit. So that would be probably, that's like the #1 target, I would say. You know, it would make sense, I think, for Alexi B if he is indeed going to leave Navi. I'm not saying that he should or that that's the right move, but if it were to happen, if it were to be something that does go on, I think that would be, you know, the landing spot where I think that would align pretty well.
T2 is an option as well, you know, a bit of a reunion with that free up Hunter potentially from the in-game leading duties if they figure out that doesn't work out. I even suggested, you know, why don't you go instead of Karrigan, you know, change it up a little bit in FaZe Clan and then Karrigan find a new project as well, because that's kind of sold, you know, or coach for that matter as well. But I think Karrigan could go to MOUZ as well. I think Karrigan could go to a new project. So I think in terms of in-game leading of his quality, you know, LXCB is not going to have any issues if he were to decide to leave Na'Vi, but he's also an attraction power. He's also a player that people want to play with. So if you're Na'Vi, maybe you want to keep him so you make sure that you can acquire the talent needed in order to give this Na'Vi a new fresh look.
How do you think he's going to call on Anubis? What can we expect from Na'Vi?
Well, they've only played one game. It was an overtime loss to PARIVISION, so I think a lot is still, you know, being figured out. I think I enjoy what they've kind of set up. I think that the positions make sense. The roles make sense. They're always a team that's going to come in with, you know, well-practiced, well-drilled, executes, things of that nature. But this is just the home map of Aurora. This is one of the few maps where they don't lack, you know, on the T sides. They're very good at throwing consistent pressure all across the map, leave their options open. They have great mid control. They have great like set pieces with high utility, and they have guys who can bang and trade and gather and go, and that's what this map's about. It's gathering and going.
Focus on Alexi B and Makasi towards that B bomb side. If I'm Aurora, I'm gonna pound on that bomb side over and over and over again. I would argue those are the two weakest players in terms of their individual output. I've seen Makasi as well. It's a small sample size, but he's very easy to rattle out with utility. You know, it's a young player, inexperienced player. How do you maneuver when there's a lot of utility flying in? Anubis is one of the most cramped maps as well, where you really are playing like a fish in a barrel almost all the time. So I think Alexi B and Makasi will essentially focus on them, but even more so on Wonderful. I think he has to come in, you know, and be a lot of backup with the AWP in order to shut down the pressure that's going to be from Aurora on that A-bomb side.
You know what? We have our casters ready, and we actually get a little opportunity to chat to them now. Launders and Scrawny.
Hello.
We just wanted to ruin your morning.
Jacob.
Yeah, Connor.
My favorite guy in any room.
What up, Connor?
What's up, Jacob? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
It's such a treat to talk to you today.
Yeah.
This is the most awkward conversation
Sam.
I've had to sit here.
There's some kind of
and deal
tension.
with.
I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, there might be some of that going on.
It's love, you know?
Yeah.
Well, that's we haven't. Yeah, you can call it that.
Danes and Canadians, they love each other.
I'm going to save everyone from this weird, cringy interaction. The game is live. Why don't we go and do that?
I mean, my heart was full. I wasn't cringing, Launders. I was genuine, and that's the problem with Pimp, is he can't genuinely express his love for me, but he'll get there. I'll break him down day by day. Ready for this one, Mohan? Na'Vi versus Aurora kicks off on Anubis. You said it in the green room before we got on the mics. Na'Vi kind of need to win this.
Yeah, I feel like they need to, because nothing's guaranteed in their next match, and this is like Aurora are in a place where they can lose for sure. I think the mood will be weighed down for Na'Vi if they can't pull this one together. Aurora are kind of on a downtrend at the moment, and for themselves, obviously, they're hoping they get it together.
Full-blown execute out of Aurora into the bomb site, and sure enough, Wicadia finds an opening kill with it. So see you later, Bit. Xantera is taking over storage, rotate deep from CT. You've already lost MongolZ. He was ahead of the pack in that moment, and now Xantera's has friends. Soulfly, Wicadia, they're both going to swing into it. They're going to come out with the frags. Inez attempt to... Ooh, okay, hold on. Halfway there. Beautiful couple of USP shots. But the problem is it's a deep push if you're going to go get Wicadia. So he's forced to instead play towards site, trying to figure out where that second one's at. Bomb plant's going to scramble him. Yeah, tough stuff here for Ima. Beautiful couple of shots. We'll give that credit where it's due. But it's an Aurora T-side pistol for the kickoff.
And Aurora are always in an interesting spot because they're a team that in the last few years been criticized heavily for their calling, and yet they could be remembered as like the best Anubis team ever. And so they enter a series, and it just sometimes feels like, based on their reputation, they get a free win. Everyone's expecting them to be able to pick up Anubis no matter what. And then they constantly deliver on that. Like, they are actually so good at specializing and finding some consistency. Terra team that really try to hit bait a lot when a map comes out, that's for sure. I think their problem is almost too much set stuff.
Right.
But they actually try to create a lot of set plays. Whereas I think a lot of people try to default and work and then pick sites after. Magic got that idea at the beginning of the round.
Well, the idea was B since the get-go. Santares is going to find a challenge coming his way. 3 players aggressive into E-Box. That's an AK upgrade for E-Man. Lovely for him to be able to peel that gun back into the bomb site. His MP9's been left on the ground, but that's fine. We've got Desert Eagles on the remaining 3. E-Man's caught another frag. And all of a sudden, these outer B bomb site players kind of feeling held at bay. Another flashbang that finds its mark. And Wonderful is going to lock into jail here, trying to couple with that Desert Eagle still back on the platform. Bit's going to go for the long work back towards middle. Well-placed nade, but still he gets away with the headshot.
That's incredible. Falling back, headshot with the Deagle. And now how do you win this? You've got one on the flank. You have Alexi waiting for you to come in. Even if you know that he's here.
Yeah, they've paused for so long.
Soulfly and
oh,
he
just missed
got
it.
Spotted, yeah.
But they're still kind of working slowly. Oh! Alexi B nails his headshot as well. These Desert Eagles have found plenty of victims, and Bit is quickly now moving in onto the flank. He'll try to jump on Woxic, and Navi's forced by Pans out. It's Ema to kick it off inside of the E-Box, but that's a real team effort. Desert Eagle headshots across the board.
Yeah, and it's, I think, that wonderful kill. And I almost laughed because it just seemed ridiculous that he got that shot in. But, you know, Madger mollies him out of jail. It's a perfect play to make it.
Mollies him, holds the molly.
You know, if you have the strafe left and right, that's one thing. But he had to run backwards and then go left. And he just thinks he's going to die. He doesn't think he's going to get a kill in that spot. So I definitely feel bad for Aurora right there. But that's that little bit of X factor that Navi have always got in their back pocket.
I'm sitting here today hoping to see the version of Navi that kicked off Cluj-Napoca. Day 1 Navi was impressive, had us thinking they may be favorites versus MOUZ. That game obviously got wrapped up, and so will this round 3. No challenge crosses that bridge successfully for Aurora. And Wicadia back into the T-spawn of which he came. Obviously, Navi playing for a lot with Ema on the roster. It's the low-hanging fruit, the elephant in the room. You need to get the Romanian in front of the Romanian crowd, especially because they didn't get to compete at the event last year. That's the absolute minimum. Maybe he'll be the driving force in doing that. Qualification still elusive. We sit here in a 1-1 game this morning.
Yeah, I mean, Emma's not the 5th best player on the team. He definitely has been putting in a lot of effort, win or lose in Navi matches. He's getting a lot of credit for being like a secondary or, you know, even the most active caller in a lot of situations. As important as it is to have a clear idea of who the leader of the team is, it also needs to be understood that it really isn't just a one-man job.
Right.
You know, even if you have a coach behind you, a second guy for ideas, especially in those games where you're losing a lot of rounds, a lot of egos. You need that pistol. Like, having a second guy you know can come up with a plan for the team that you can use just helps you do your job even more. So
yeah, I'd say sometimes I see this narrative where it's like if an in-game leader has somebody like that, a second voice in a team, the way Ema is to Alexi, for some people that kind of undermines the in-game leader's authority in certain ways. You know, it's like, well, isn't he the leader? Shouldn't he be able to do all that? But the reality is, I think if you ask most in-game leaders, they're dying to have a second voice, right? Somebody that can support them. Why wouldn't you want to have that set of helping hands?
yeah, I've always felt like the best makeup for teammates is to have 3 guys who talk a lot and 2 guys who are very quiet. And that, you know, your anchors are kind of quiet guys. Your like rotation players or star players in your IGL are like way more active in comms. But if you have all 5 talking, it doesn't work. If you have too few people talking, it doesn't work.
Right. Here comes the pistol push at 35 seconds. We'll see if any kills can come through. Ooh, a little jumbled up back here on the platform. It's a couple of kills. and a gun grab. That distraction for Soulfly puts his paws back on another rifle. And this is far too costly for Navi's liking.
I wonder if they can get this bomb plant off safely. It seems like it.
And we've got 2 guns.
I'm not worried about the E-box flank. I don't know if they have info on both guys right now, but they're watching it.
Very awkward jumbling of the CTs in the back of the platform there costs them their lives, and within that distraction goes down number 3. Oh, Wicadia's caught in the 4th, and they've got it. That is Glocks, baby.
No way.
In through the B bomb site, they burn a minute talking in spawn, and Soulfly rips through 3 with a Glock.
The site defense, the messy sprays that we just saw right there, thought it was going to be fine. Even when Imma threw himself at the problem, said, I'm just going to pick this up, pick up 2 frags, and ended up getting traded there, leaving another gun. At every single moment, I think Navi thought, well, it's not too late. We're going to save the day, and they didn't.
Yikes. Navi immediately under pressure with that one. You've got Woxic on his op. You've got an M4 in Madger's hands, AKs, and extra cash in their back pockets. Aurora, that is a huge round to get right back to where they started. Now they're going to try to test Wonderful's limits inside of this site. He's burning momentarily.
He has so little support, but he gets out of this.
Ooh.
Okay, never mind. Good
They
double
keep
nade.
him there. And so now Bit trying to catch them on the crossover to the fountain is it's a 4 versus 4, and Wicadia sits inside of that fountain smoke. We get this mid play coming through from Madger slowly. He's trying to creep down into camera, which will compromise Alexi B. Woxic getting a kill in the meantime, but then he kind of rushes. And as he sprints in, Alexi's able to react to that, but still so many Aurora players that all is good. EMS 7-3 denied anything further, and it's majority alive Aurora as they test that A site and follow through with conviction.
Well, that might be full tilt now for Navi. It's another chance. And again, we look at Wonderful in that spot. He's having to dodge flashes, throw a lot of nades. Once he takes a shot into baskets, you would assume that a teammate on Navi has a flash ready so he could fall back, re-peek after theirs, or go for a second kill. Nothing. He just has to hide. He has to smoke himself out of the molly. He has to sit there, get double naded. No one threw a counter grenade for him at all. And it seems weird to set up an Opera in that spot. So both good for Aurora to be able to punish a situation like that, but really questionable for Navi to like put such a high value gun in a position like that and expect it to do everything by itself.
Right, quite literally just one layer to it. And he's successful, right? First shot lands, gets his kill, but there's just nothing beyond that. Okay, Wonderful's Desert Eagle from the background.
Yeah, exactly. They even chased him down and got the kill.
Trying to control the hardware here. Corpse sits in front of Soulfly. He's got 2 pistols to come at him, and all's good. Another multi-frag here for Soulfly as he'll sit on 1 HP, and Woxic reads the Alexi push. From the A-site flashbangs to the B long rush, Alexi not getting much going. It is another for Aurora.
And the question is for Soulfly. You know, how many games does it take to get to the guy that they probably see in scrims, the guy that they, you know, felt this would be a good replacement for someone as quality as Jota was, and also the question of if that's even possible because Jota left. It's not like he was necessarily cut because of his performances. So, but again, like actually, like Aurora, in terms of their second layer of talent in Turkey, they have a lot of it, and their academy team has done a good job of kind of growing these players, right? One of the best systems of any academy team to main team in any country that we've seen so far in a very kind of in a smaller region in terms of the amount of pro players that they produce. So I wouldn't expect the next guy after Jota to really be just totally random.
Right.
You know, I would expect them to have something pretty special ready.
That Aurora needed.
Yeah.
Right.
But we saw it first with Soulfly. It's like, okay, well, you know, first few games, he's nervous.
Understandably. Now here he sits, 10-3, 6 rounds into this game versus Navi. And a big factor as to why Aurora were able to get into this lead again. on the attack. That B site triple kill still has me scratching my head. Cadia trying to soften up the potential repeat positioning from Wonderful. Not the case. But even just showing a little bit of presence out towards A has this majority Na'Vi setup inside of the A bomb site. And that's going to mean Alexi B leans back in middle on his own for the moment as this Aurora pack starts to work his way. Smoking off the camera right now from middle is Aurora. And now not only have you drawn so many Na'Vi players into the A bomb site, but you've kind of boxed them in with this camera smoke as well. They're stuck there for the time being. It sets up the Aurora B hit quite nicely. They're still walking over towards it. They're not rushing the process. And that has afforded Wonderful the ability to kind of go back all the way around through CT spawn. And they'll clear out middle here before the commitment comes through. And with that clear, we see the scramble here for Na'Vi to try to get into the B bomb site in the end. So Aurora, they've created this situation where the B is a numbers advantage, but it is still Na'Vi figuring it out in time. And now with the incendiaries ahead of this, the defense is rock solid, holding them back. Xantares is going to go clear out that flank. And as you have Soulfly's hands busy to the plant, Wonderful's caught a kill, but it's cost him a lot of damage. And then in the open, Soulfly from the bomb plant to the frag that's going to win this round. It's a slow squeeze from both teams, but it really did feel created by Aurora here in the 7th.
Yeah, I think they were in control of the tempo. Like, as soon as Na'Vi figured out what was going on, Aurora were halfway through executing their game plan. And, Emma gets a pick off on E-Box. They get a little scared about it. But because Na'Vi clued in just a touch too late, they got there just in time to throw a molly down towards E-Box, to throw a smoke down towards main, but not play active positions within the site to try to defend. They didn't get that mag dump clip out to main from the back of the site. They didn't get near early frag, and it felt like they were just reacting the entire time. So Aurora just showing off again on T side how comfortable they are.
That comfort's not going to end now. You can see the money here for Na'Vi. Certainly not in a strong position to stop what is now this slugfest out of Aurora. 5-2 T-side lead. I think what's nice about this one too is, like, we've had jokes in the past about Madger calling on this map, you know, hit A site 11 rounds in a row and then switch at the end.
Yeah.
But this has been a nice varied game plan.
Yeah, definitely.
They've worked both sides of the map. They've kind of forced Na'Vi into some awkward positions. It's just nice to see Aurora back on Anubis, like Dust said, right? This could be the difference maker for a team that had lost this part of their map pool for a little while. This time numbers strong into an A site that is clearly understaffed. The entirety of Na'Vi, of course, ill-equipped. And this P250 hits the ground with nothing. So Aurora once more just showing us that they can go back and forth and come through with an execute, making sure they go down with the grenades as well to make sure nobody has to die unnecessarily. That'll free Madger up to go hunting, but 6-2 guaranteed Aurora on their map pick.
I think FaZe Wicadia is coming, man.
FaZe Wicadia, yeah, it's true. We talked about that once.
Just feel it.
I'd forgotten about your wild ideas.
It's so unlikely, but we've seen, like, I mean, Simple's on a Portuguese team. Like, anything can happen.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Simple's on a Portuguese team. Fit and Flame are no longer on Virtus Pro, and James back in the top 3. What the hell?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm exaggerating. Why was that so costly in the end?
Huh. Oh. Free op shot. No death. No problem.
You think you can make light of a situation? Aurora end up losing way too many bodies on the exit.
It's kind of okay for them. It's more of just nice for Na'Vi that they pick up a couple guns here, because Aurora's still rich. They're still painfully rich right now. Ever since winning on that Glock round, they've been saving and investing.
Right.
Compounding.
Mm-hmm. Wiping their tears with the Franklins.
Yeah.
Go for a boost through window. Yeah, that boost catches Emet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Like, you couldn't see Xantares' face on the Kool-Aid Man.
No.
Going through that hole in the wall. Oh, yeah.
The Kool-Aid Man smiles. So it'd have to be somebody else.
Yeah. Maybe if he wins a LAN, we'd get a smile.
Nope. We watched him win a LAN.
We did do that, yeah.
Remember the Bucharest Major?
A nice big LAN like Cluj, surely.
Oh, we'll see.
Okay.
Are they in contention? That's a question for you.
In contention. Soulfly says yes right now. Soulfly says yes because he'd be the difference, I think.
Fair.
The rest of the team would be in contention. It really comes down to Soulfly's going to be like, he's ready now, you know, to show us what he can do.
Boost another player up, and then you join up with the 2 players bridge. This round could still end in either direction. And what you've got is, because of the E-Box presence, a Na'Vi that thinks they're going to stack up inside of the B site. It's going to boil down to some individual moments here, and Bit is operating on his own. He got his kill, but just the one, and multiple bodies come over top of that bridge. Bomb's going to go plant on A. Another moment here where Aurora have done a great job of getting an open route.
I'm loving it. I think they're doing excellently with just like... And yeah, it's not too inflexible the way they're playing. They're kind of reading the map well.
Feels like they're the ones positioning Na'Vi, and Na'Vi just keep having to try to figure these moments out. And this frag grenade, if well-timed, could be costly. Wicadia chucks it out. There's half of Wonderful gone. Woxic's got util as well here for Wicadia. Flashbang could make a difference. He throws it now, and Wicadia's never even given a chance to fight off of it. MongolZ goes over top of the fountain. Bomb is being defused, but he maybe doesn't know. Oh, just in time. He'll catch the kill. All 3 frags.
Wait, did he win there?
Oh, nope, he didn't. The defuse happened.
Oh, the defuse happened?
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, no, it's just like on the same frame.
Yeah. New HUD.
I wasn't sure either. That was just super close. But just barely locked that in.
Well, statement stands true. He gets all the kills.
He does, yeah.
But he doesn't get the round win, huh?
No, but he's within like milliseconds, right?
Watch that defuse bar. Oh, wait. It's still a little blue.
Am I crazy?
It was still a little blue. I'm calling the referee on that one.
I don't know what happened there.
Somebody touched the curling rock twice.
It was past the hog line.
The hog line, that's what they call me. Santera is walking it down. Ooh, nice reaction. See you later, Ime.
Oh, he's so mad about that. He got the dink instantly.
Catch you later, boss.
Yeah.
Then it is Madger to find MongolZ trying to get around that side of the smoke. So everybody ready to just go back into this A-bomb site. I would not want to be bit in this moment. Who just landed a perfect flashbang to slow down the camera side.
He looked right into it.
Oof, and that gives him a chance at a kill. Wonderful comes out down with the Soulfly frag. Woxit gets the answer, but
it's totally
and
missed.
He comes right
That's
back.
Unbelievable.
Santeris
That
is
is just unbelievable.
Now Bit will still extend into the fountain. He's got a chance to just dogpile Woxit. I mean, Bit is the reason this round is still doable here for Na'Vi, and he doesn't waste a moment. But he reconsiders the flank, and as he goes back, Santeris, the health disadvantage, gets cleared. Bit goes big inside of the site. That flash on camera bought him time to win this round damn near on his own.
That's very true. Did he really dip into that smoke and come out knowing exactly when a CT would walk through? Surely not.
But it's because Santeris went into the smoke and came back so quickly.
Yeah.
That was so instant.
Yeah. Why'd he go in if he was going to just smoke blind himself? Well, everything goes right there for Aurora for a second until Bit pulls off this 1-on-3.
Check this out. What's he up to? Goes in.
He just changed his mind, right?
Yeah, he changes his mind.
Yeah, it's because the kill. It's because the Woxit kill.
Okay. And a great push here by
I was
Bit.
thinking, man, no one's that smart. You know, like that's just too hard of a. That'd be unreal. Hear a lot. Can't see that hop though. Aurora have been using window a lot, getting a lot out of it, and we love to see it. I think it's made the map way more dynamic. I'm not sure what it feels like to play against it at this level with what it can do, but it's definitely made a ton more options.
I'm down with the angles that can be taken, you know, on the other side of Canal here, when you can just get an angle into middle at least, like these.
Wasn't that much damage exchanged. Could have been worse for sure.
I like that Emat pushes off of that, right? It wasn't him that got found out in that fight. He was just extended forward. We get this pullback from the E-box.
His flank just gets more powerful with the bomb as well.
Good decision by Emat to make that move, but he tries to go for second servings. That'll cost him as Wakadia trades back. Wakadia, though, still has to deal with Alexi. Drop a nade on him to soften him up to 80. MongolZ is going to see this as a chance to just try to hang on to the bomb possession. Wakadia inside of the smoke now.
Pretty ridiculous. He's waiting to get flanked, just making sure.
Teammate's flash comes over from bridge. Difficult, though, to flash this position for MongolZ. And so CT's decide to just reel back into the bomb site itself. Don't die trying to play possession this badly. We go down to 12 seconds. Madger's going to just creep out through the E-box. And now with 3 players inside of the site, it looks like a chance for Na'Vi to hold strong. Zantares versus 2. They're both here, but MongolZ is going to shut it down. And so Aurora slow squeeze into that B bomb site where Na'Vi had so many bodies and early bomb possession because Emat decides he's going to make a move that could damn near win the round on its own.
They created this real puzzle outside of main that just drew so much time off the clock. Ema's flank, them pushing behind it, and then trapping Wakadia, who's like, he's messing with them, but they also know we're going to win on time at this point. It doesn't really matter how much more time you stay alive. So we get to the last round of the half. I mean, there's been a few sort of moments here for Na'Vi that would just be like, you could be on full tilt. They could be embarrassed. They lost to a Glock attack. But they've still come out with 5 rounds so far here on CT.
Snake just ahead of the pack, so that'll surprise you that there's 4 players ready to go. Soulfly again.
Got the op in the back.
I mean, this guy is dragging Aurora, kicking and screaming towards the 7-5 lead. This Glock impact over towards that B site has been felt all half long, and now Zantares, with 2 players in front of him, is going to line them up. Nice headshots. Yeah, all too easy. You know that Bit's going to be inside of this A bomb site, and so it's easy to just run that bomb over with confidence. Soulfly to be uncontested, and a difficult move here for Bit in a 1 versus 3. Looking like the Aurora 7-5 half is secured off of a Soulfly double Tech 9 bridge entry. Bit starts stomping, caught by the door. Wakadia is going to get traded out instantly, and all is good for Aurora, considering that this half could have been worse off if not for that Glock round. Ooh, back-to-back 2 bullets.
He's lucky. He really made it a good adjustment there. Crazy sequence from both of them.
Soulfly absolutely brings something to the table for Aurora, and early in 2026, we continue to see it. A 15-7 half. Did start to feel like as that half went on, Na'Vi were able to kind of figure things out a little bit more. I think back to the first few rounds where they were just constantly reacting to what Aurora were up to and kind of falling for it, right? A lot of tricks at the start of that T side for Aurora, and they worked wonderfully. By the end, Na'Vi started to, I think, kind of make their own impact on the game. That flank around from the bridge, for example, from Ema, right? Decisions that take control of the rounds is what we started to get out of Na'Vi after they were sick of kind of being fooled.
Yeah, they were put in a position all half to play reactive, so the fact that they were losing rounds and still made it a point to make the initiative themselves does speak volumes about their confidence here.
Confident move,
wow.
Damn.
Nice shot, Soulfly.
They felt so certain that Alexi was on that side of the bridge, and that's a ton of utility down as well with Alexi's death. I mean, that flashbang designed to kill Alexi B, and they get exactly what they want.
Yeah.
So
there's still one back.
It's good counterplay in the first round of this CT side.
Imagine has missed a couple of bodies passing by him. Oh, yeah, that's a third as well. You won't even know about the first two and how quickly they're going to move up to E-Box.
Aurora's still a couple of bodies in the site at least, but they start to press outwards, and as they do so, they're going to get caught off guard. Woxic and Soulfly can still hit headshots, though. That much we know. Soulfly looking for another 3K, but it's elusive. Wicadia 1v2, Bit in another clutch. Starts to walk back, and he will catch Wicadia trying to chase Na'Vi to take their T-side pistol, too.
Answered back on Xanteris to kick off, and then, again, because Madger's info, it felt so recent. It felt like the guy that killed him was probably the first guy that got to water, but there were already two by E-Box. Woxic was lucky to get a kill, jumping backwards into the site. Yes, they had two players here, but mentally they weren't prepared for a full-on attack to happen at that moment. And Bit does pull off the clutch, so this is pretty big for Na'Vi. If they get the T side in a 7-7 scoreline, like for a bit, it feels like, you know, this is a game where Aurora have full control, but you know, suddenly they're not even really in the lead at all.
It's 3 1vX wins for Na'Vi throughout this game, 2 of them by way of Bit.
Yeah, and he had a 1v3 in that first half. Maybe Bit thinks he's Romanian. They love me. They really love me.
This is my event. No, Bit has no main character energy.
No.
It's one of the things I like about him.
No, he's doing this for EMA for sure.
I'm only watching still because Soulfly was able to get Glock kills in a round like this in the first half, but his USP gets flanked fully, and Na'Vi doing a great job of just dodging any losses in this one. Very evasive in this round as Aurora just don't get their hands on any of the mid control. Chance for Alexi B to make a bit more money, and he will do exactly that. So instantly off of the second pistol. We are all tied up at 7 rounds apiece. Alexi doesn't want to lose this Kevlar. Let Wonderful take this final fight.
They're very spammable like wafers, these walls.
That's 5 up for Na'Vi in their conversion. They went with the heavy rifle play in this one too, right? 2 AKs, 2 Galils.
Sandstone like that in real life, would the bullets go through?
I don't think so.
No, right?
No.
Not even close.
I mean, it depends on what kind of bullet, but not 5.56 NATO rounds.
Okay.
Not 7.62s either, I don't think.
So you need like an op.
Yeah, you'd need a 50 caliber bullet, perhaps.
Okay.
Maybe a 708.
708, what's that?
Usually fired by high caliber bolt action rifles. I don't know. I think the Scout's a 5.56 as well, Wanders.
Really?
Well, it's because it's
Why
got 5.5.
does it do so much damage?
It's got. Oh, does it though?
More than an M.
That's fair. Maybe a different firing mechanism.
Okay.
You know?
I think after all these years, I'd know a little bit more about weapons.
Well, I'm glad that you don't, because it means that this game isn't turning you into one of those.
People are like, ooh, guns. This game is just not realistic at all. We've been firing from the hip for 25 years.
Yeah, we learned how to look down a scope for about a year, maybe. Short-lived AUG Creed meta. Walk out through the bridge and an eye towards middle versus Xanteris.
They're creating that tension that means that if one death for Aurora and then suddenly the whole round is lost. That's what Na'Vi are trying to do here. Xanteris looks ready to fight. Looks very ready to fight, and he won't get his kill.
He was ready, but
now the split's coming in. Rotations are a little slow. They're trying to go quickly.
Flash doesn't find any CTs though. Doesn't really actually bounce in fully. Great damage out of Wicadia. But at that same time, it's the long A split that manages through.
Camera gets smoked, main gets smoked, bomb gets planted. It's still worthwhile to go for this retake, maybe.
That
but
was,
I mean,
honestly,
no,
that was almost a
far.
Wicadia 3K mowdown, and that was made possible because the Na'Vi flashbang that came through Camro, that was such a weak little flashbang attempt.
I didn't see it.
It
Wait,
didn't even.
he just what? Right?
It didn't even come out camera, right? So player playing the bricks jump up, full vision, ready to go. Wicadia on the stairs. We saw him almost just nail that
He almost
follow up
did
on
get
Wonderful.
3 kills with that spray very quickly.
And that's the player that they're kind of trying to make awkward, trying to flash off his hold. So Na'Vi end up getting through.
Yeah, they find the right spot to exit from as well. Does Wonderful die?
Terrorists win.
I feel like Na'Vi know that that one was on a very narrow difference between Wicadia finishing off that third kill or not. Oh my God, Launders.
Whoa.
Is that FaZe Clan?
Oh, the FaZe actually have 13. They've won the they've 13-2. I didn't expect that today at all.
Not after that ancient game last night, am I right? But FaZe Clan, baby. It's day by day. Map by map.
Just have no idea what they're going to do next.
Good for them. I feel like they needed that.
What's happened to PARIVISION? Well, I guess honestly, PARIVISION, we watched them play their second match, it wasn't that convincing. They're getting a bit repetitive and have their own issues.
Repetition in terms of bringing it back to the A site, but we get this heavy long emphasis, a slow burn solo mid play. Pistol to serve up a distraction and try to set up Wicadia's rifle once more. But unfortunately, it's nothing here for Aurora. Nothing other than a window of opportunity for Xanteres to lock in behind Nubox. And MongolZ's got him, so flawless moment here for Na'Vi. The pistols that played in front of the rifle, unable to serve up a distraction big enough for Aurora to thrive. Hell, not even thrive, to get anything. Barely damage dealt beyond bit, and that is Na'Vi making quick work of this T side so far.
I hope Aurora don't suddenly implode. But also, just it feels like Na'Vi are aging like wine in this game. They're slow, like they weren't respecting the fact that Aurora came in so confident. They kind of ignored the fact that they lost to those Glocks. They still kept playing aggro for information. They start off the second half very well. They win all these clutches to get here.
Right.
And now they're playing some of their best CS that we've seen so far. It's real crushing map control into a lot of conviction on their execute, and they're making Aurora look very small right now. Maybe the Soulfly heavy carry is not going to be enough.
It's wild as there was a time in this game where it was like Soulfly didn't feel alone because he had Woxic and Xanteres right there with him. But for Xanteres,
he'd mostly Woxic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think unfortunately, you know, Xanteres, his T-side impact is going to dry up in the second half as he now has to play the defense. And sure enough, his scoreline now negative since this second half has started. Keep the guns coming. That's the silver lining for the moment. In Aurora's case, full round loss bonus. So we go 4-0 straight so far from Na'Vi's attack. Na'Vi keep taking looks at this bridge, but we really haven't had Aurora kind of defend it all too well. And I think Na'Vi are getting confident about this gap. Testing the water sooner.
Awkward smoke.
Another missed one.
It still does the job, but it's real poofy. I mean,
yeah, but now Xanteres, like, what's he think of this? You know,
he's like, let's peek.
Yeah, what is this? Yeah. Should I shoot it?
Terminator
Why not?
Online.
Yeah, just in case. You know, processing variables, formula unknown. Now he's just tucked into the temple and allowing Na'Vi to take over more space when they choose to. We hit 50 seconds, and we've still got nobody kind of playing the extremities, and it's for that reason I think Wicadia starts to take a sniff over towards Long A. It's why this E-box peek comes through. Aurora want to know, where the hell are Na'Vi? Were they in that mid-smoke? No. They still sit back behind the mid-doors, and basically everybody.
Still all here. Yeah. I think this would be the most unlikely thing. You know, maybe you think there's a lurker. It's a full crawl. Zenteris. Is he getting cleared?
It's right there.
Yeah.
They're ready for him, and now they're just going to put the real squeeze into this B bomb site. Plat and E-box, all that Aurora will have. Soulfly trying to divide these players one by one, and it's great coverage coming out of Bit as MongolZ, Ima, and Bit all take heads off shoulders.
Spacing wasn't great on the second frag. Soulfly could have definitely had another kill there, but also Zenteris' spot, not that good.
He was still trying to
feel like
figure out that
Zenteris
smoke grenade, you know?
Feels like Zenteris should have been taking a line that he can shoot and fall back a bit. Not a full commitment. They will clear this because they're going here type of position.
Yeah, it's the kind of angle that all of a sudden Tees can just, I mean, you see it. The two players go that wide into the swing.
You will get traded 100%. Yeah.
Whereas if you are playing, let's say,
just
the CT side of the temple, you get that angle down into middle, you get that warning sign. If you feel like there's too much for you to handle fully, okay, die. Woxic just tearing it up the whole time.
He's probably got the most op headshots ever, right?
It's a style point worth street credit.
Yeah.
But no, Zantera is being stuck up on top of the temple stairs. We see how that one goes. And
when they built the map, I don't really think they had... I think they had people defending the other way in mind. For pushes into temple while you're about to retake or something like that. You know, but you'd be standing up on the steps. But anyways...
I always thought that position was honestly made for, like, Tees, actually. For anybody that gets away with, like, a mid-lurk.
Sure.
You know, to box in B-side players. It's always felt to me like that's an option for a terrorist. Because then as you're a CT who's running to the other bomb site, sometimes you don't clear that. It's a terrorist's reward to be able to stand there. Because as a counter-terrorist, I've not seen the value.
Makes sense to me. So, no marks on the record here for Na'Vi in the second half. It's just been 5 straight, and it's been 8 of the last 9 rounds for them in this game. You look at the buy here for Aurora, man. They've got 3 smokes and a flashbang. That's it.
Done for. Soulfly sitting on the angle.
Almost killed him.
Yep.
Impressively.
Santera is burning with an MP9, is going to be found out, and it is another one where Na'Vi are just slicing apart Aurora's setups.
Yeah, it's
piece by piece, kill by kill, 0 trade potential on any of these frags. Even this desperate temple move from Woxic. And it's, you know what's crazy is it's not even the most flawless stuff from Na'Vi either, right? I feel like they've kind of jumbled up a little bit. I mean, maybe I'm super picky with details, but
I think they have left openings a little bit.
Yeah. But they're getting away with it. And even when they come down into like clearing E-box, you get 2 guys on top of each other. If that temple push comes through, those are those kinds of moments where maybe it could cost you. But unfortunately for Aurora, they're just not, they're not fighting in those moments.
They're not catching those, and that's where it comes down to Zenteris is fragging, Badger being 3 and 15, Wicadia's scoreline falling off like that. These are where you catch those moments.
Yeah, he is 3 and 15, duly noted.
Far, far worse than Alexi's 6 and 15.
1 for the road.
Yeah.
And that is going to be an 11th for Na'Vi. We're just kind of waiting for Aurora to figure something out on the CT side, or else this game that we thought with 5 rounds of a CT half, you know, could still be a Na'Vi challenge, is all of a sudden just wrapped up. This game is on the brink of being over, and I mean, I had high hopes for Aurora on Anubis. 0 CT rounds. What gives?
Yeah, what gives, I think. I mean, Na'Vi are leaving some gaps, but still overall, they're
it's strong.
Yeah, very strong. Yeah. I like their default 2 rounds ago.
I don't want to try to take anything away from Na'Vi, but like we can see the holes, right?
Feign for mid control and then going back into it with 4 guys like at 40 seconds, plenty of time to do it. No response from Aurora. I think it was hard to get ready for. And it was a little different, which is fun. mean, this is an active look. It's just too few players, really. The Temple, okay, we've got Walks coming in from Temple. Now suddenly it's actually looking pretty solid with the CTs in this spot. They've got E-Box info. They're getting a little jumbled up.
There we go. Soulfly gets active with a nice double kill. And Bit's gonna find himself with a duo as well. Alexi is able to unravel that, and now it is just Woxic in the back of the site. 3 versus 5 to a 3 versus 0. Even when Na'Vi are pushed, they shove back stronger.
I don't know what says it better than that this game will not be won on Soulfly's carry alone. Amazing first 2 kills. So good on that hold, freed people up, and no one else delivered. Not an op shot in from Woxic on the back of the site. Nothing in from Madger, who was watching his back. And that's a damn shame. Because he was probably pretty proud of this game up until this point.
Yep. I mean, even the A flank rushing like that, being caught by Bit.
Got another kill.
That was a 5v3 that they decided to rush out long A and give 2 kills back over to Bit. So Aurora fighting for a singular CT round win. They open up again with a man advantage, but it's pretty quickly traded back, this time at the hands of MongolZ. We get Aurora walking around in middle. Soulfly is 21-12.
It's a lot of visible impact in this game, too.
He's going to try his hand again, and he gets popped. We at least get the trade back this time from Xantares. He'll find the M4 upgrade, but he's operating on his own on 30 HP, and what's left of Na'Vi, all 3 players ready to take over this B site. Long scramble for Aurora to try to send any support Xantares' way, and they're still stalling out. Worried about a lurk, worried about something. Maybe because last round they died, 2 players going for a fast flank. Now he's locked into the platform, utility pressure continuous, and they know he's back here. He'll try to fight his way out, but it's not gonna happen. Wide swing through from Temple. There's Woxic's impact. In for the 3rd kill. It is right in front of him. Alexi from the bottom of the board of Na'Vi's scoreboard, and he's down. A little life left in Aurora as they'll find their first CT round win.
It's a very nice play there from Woxic. Soulfly gets the opener here. They defend the site after a lot of time going back and forth on duels. Doesn't really put a dent in the economy just yet, so Aurora are going to have to do this the hard way. But it is only a 4-round game. The only thing that's staggering is just that this is the first round they've won in this half. And it had to be off of a clutch.
Soulfly start again, finding impact. Doesn't feel like you win a round without Soulfly giving you something first.
Then also, though, when he goes out for the second push, I'm like, did Xantares just say, go peek this? Because he's like 10 feet back with an MP9. What was the setup they were going to go into? And couldn't have Xantares been the bait for him to get the trade?
Maybe a matter of timing, but Xantares, flustered by the nades, dives back, and well done between him and Woxic. It's going to be a 5v3. Wicadia gets aggressive on long A, and Aurora got a little bit of fire in them now. Find your first round, and suddenly you press the issue up against Na'Vi all across the map. Total control of round 21.
Damn, they look loose now. That's
where was this for the last 7 rounds?
Yeah. Guess they finally stared death in the face. And for some, that's when they begin living.
Damn. 5 up. Aurora closed that gap. Like you said, it was only a 4-round lead. Now cut down to 3. Leave it to Aurora to wait until...
The only other issue is Na'Vi have made so much money, they're going to buy again. Would have been an amazing feeling to get an eco off a round like this. But not quite yet. If Aurora win this round, this might go 24, so just want to stay laser focused. However the heck they just did that.
confident opening moves to a more passive hold back. Aurora, we hit the minute mark and there's no control of the doors, nobody taking a look through window. Just this passive Xantares mid-angle. Soulfly feels need to get something going, but it feels like a bit of a trap. Na'Vi, yeah, waiting and allowing them to step into wonderful scope. Wide swing out from Ema, because you know it's probably not just one player going for a peek like that. And lo and behold, a little patience from Na'Vi nets them a 5 versus 3.
Oh, he wants to push so bad.
Fire prevents it for the time being. Xantares looking to go huge, looking to be the hero of this round. But unfortunately for him, he takes a ton of damage in the process. You've already got this deep push from Alexi, and that's going to blindside Woxic. So this one feels wrapped up. Aurora catching Na'Vi off in the one round prior with that all-out aggression across the entire map, slam themselves against Na'Vi's approach and win the round. This time, passive angles betray them, and it is Na'Vi right back to winning ways. Only 2 rounds on this CT side of Aurora's map pick is what seems like they're going to get. Na'Vi would have to make a mistake to lose this one to Acadia. They're just going to keep the pressure on thick. Na'Vi's second half out of nowhere. And unfortunately here for Aurora, a masterful map from Soulfly, simply not enough.
This was obviously Aurora's map pick, and I wonder if this is a good example of why Major gets so much backlash online. This is meant to be where they shine. It's where they're meant to be strong. And yet this team just really struggled to have any answers to what Na'Vi was throwing at them.
Yeah, it's hard to, in isolation based on this map alone, say that's Major's fault or that's, anyone's fault, to be completely honest, within Aurora. But I think it's a symptom of what we've seen from Aurora over the scope of the last 3 months. I know what they did in Krakow gave a lot of people hope, that maybe, gave them a bit of a leeway, and gave them reinforcement, thinking that, hey, we can still play good Counter-Strike. But when you look back at the last 3, 4, 5 months, it's been very, I would almost go as far as saying miserable for Aurora compared to where they came from. They were a stable top 5, 6, 7 team, always making the playoff. Yeah, then we had the conversation about them, not really doing much in the playoffs, but they would get there. Now I see them as a team that really has to fight Nathan to just stay within top 10, and I think this map is a great showcase of that. It's your own map, it's Anubis, you get off to a decent start as well, and then you just slowly but surely, as the game progresses, you lose control. No mid-round adaptations, no timeouts that change the tide of the game, no new look at all. It's just more of the same old Aurora, which I'm not a big fan of at the moment.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the same old Aurora is a team that's now become a squad that rarely makes playoffs anymore, right? Rarely has big results. The majors, Cologne last year, so horrible this year. Like you said, Krakow, was a spark that you hope they could douse some gas on. But look, when you come into a game like this against Na'Vi, where you're in the 1-1 game and you're potentially going to get thrown in the 1-2 pool if you don't come out on top, you cannot afford to lose your map pick of Anubis. This is your home map. This is the one map you can always count on whenever it's not banned to be able to give you a foothold into a series and play off of. And with their limitations across the rest of the map pool, that makes it even doubly more important that you secure Anubis. But totally fell flat, really on both sides of the map. Did not see the same Aurora that I usually see. And yeah, this is a very disappointing loss for them. But also, this is huge for Na'Vi because now they've shown, hey, we got Anubis in our map pool now. You got to worry about that going forward.
Does it show that they've got Anubis? I feel like I don't think there was anything magical coming from
I like what
Na'Vi.
I saw. I liked what I saw personally.
Yeah, I agree. I think Na'Vi played well. It's not like a groundbreaking performance, but it was a stable performance and a performance where you could clearly see that it's a map they've been putting a lot of work to. They've been paying attention to how to, especially on the CT side, try to make it tough for Aurora and try to make it tough for the T side, not giving them too much space, not giving them, too much free space, so to speak, without contesting for it as well. Bit in particular had a great game on that CT side, keeping Na'Vi alive in a lot of rounds, winning a lot of, crucial duels, crucial moments, pushing on this B bomb side, where he was a turret this round in particular. The scoreline is 6-3. He's then getting I think it's a quad kill in this round. At that point, Aurora was slowly but surely running away with the first half. So in that regard, I saw good moments from Na'Vi. Yes, one thing is doing it against Aurora. I want to see them do it against some of the best teams in the world. But to get there in the first place, you got to beat the Auroras of the world. And so far, so good for Na'Vi.
Let's talk about that first half. Das, what could Aurora have done differently to stop Na'Vi from getting those rounds on the board?
I think that they were not ready for the disruptive nature in which Na'Vi played their CT side. You know, we know that this, changes to the map that came into when Anubis got reintroduced, gave CTs a little bit more opportunities to be a little bit more aggressive on the map. That's what Anubis always lacked. It was so hard to get aggressive as CT because if you try to get aggressive B main, there's so many angles you have to worry about. If you try to push out A, it's the same old story. Trying to take canals, the timings just weren't there. Getting aggressive middle also seemed risky because it's a really long walk. But now, there are some little tweaks that do give CTs little chances depending on T counter utility, if it's there or not, to be able to make little plays, and they were able to make multiple of those. They also, obviously, it's a big thing that they won the second round of the half, right? Aurora wins their pistol on T side, you take that away from them, immediately reset their economy. That gives you a little bit of spark to work with as well. So I think it was just being crafty enough to get enough CT rounds to be competitive. Then on T side, it was surgical, right? They showed you a good mix of mid control, execs, even when things didn't look pretty, they were still able to trade their way with just brute force firepower. So you kind of got a little bit of everything, I feel like, from Na'Vi in that game.
Let's focus still in on that first half because I know that you have a round you want to break down. I think Pimp actually brought it up during the bid highlights as well. So let's take a look at round 11. What are we looking at with Na'Vi?
What you're looking at with Na'Vi is just, again, CT aggression. You're going to see Ema find the timing here to be able to walk down middle as they're kind of understanding that Aurora like to just kind of gather up usually and gather and go one side of the map. And then even after they get the trade back on Ema, you see Na'Vi immediately respond by putting a smoke down and controlling B main. And they know that they basically have Aurora kind of trapped here. And from that point forward, they're able to put up a good B defense.
Yeah, and you see it, it's tough. It's very tough to be aggressive on the CT side. You have to do it a little bit delicate in some sense. You have to do it with a finesse feeling, and I think Na'Vi did that a lot throughout this game. They found a good balance of being aggressive but without being too over aggressively, and overall, this point in the game, we had the bid round in round 10, I believe that is, and then the follow-up is round 11 right here. And if you get 6 rounds on the CT side on a map like Anubis, you put yourself in a prime position to win the map quite easily and quite comfortably, which is it's for me the biggest takeaway here on Anubis. Yeah, we can discuss Aurora, struggling, their own map pick. They need Anubis to be a safeguard for them, but Na'Vi winning a map without breaking too much of a sweat coming into this matchup, that's the biggest takeaway for me, because that's a Na'Vi that is competitive longer in the tournament. Again, I look at the scope of Na'Vi being a team I expect to be contending for a semi-final spot, going deep into the playoff, and it's performances like these that gives me hope that that's still the case.
I just want to jump to the other side really quick, and I'll position this question to you, Pimp, similar to what I did to Dust earlier, but now in that second half. What could Aurora have done differently on that CT to try and get more rounds on the board?
I think one of the biggest win conditions for Aurora has always been Santaris and how he's playing the CT side in the mid portion of the map so aggressive, how he's constantly taking away space, constantly taking duels that he's more often than not winning. Unfortunately for Aurora this time around, Santaris didn't find much impact, didn't have a great game. Even with Soulfly, having a fantastic game on that CT side, doing an awful lot of work. I think he finished the first half with, dare I say, 17 kills or something like that, doing a good job, trying his absolute best to keep Aurora competitive on the T side. So overall, it's hard to pinpoint it to one player, but if I were to point out a player that has the most impact out of all of them within Aurora with the position he's having on the CT side, then I would say Santaris. He's always good for a couple of fights in middle, always good to take away some space, always good to find the timing where he's pushing middle, flanking, etc. We saw nothing of that from Santaris in this game.
Yeah, that's very true. I think if you're going to pull one positive out of this, if you're an Aurora fan, you're looking for something to sink your teeth into, Soulfly is putting up some good performances. I thought he had a good crack cow. This game, we just kind of saw a highlight package from him. He was trying to drag his team across the line, kicking and streaming. He was putting up good kills. He was trying to get aggressive at B and find picks here and there. And he was certainly putting up some good defenses at times. So, that's kind of the one positive you can pull from this. At least your rookie is at least coming out and doing something to show that you have a little bit more firepower in the tank going forward.
Let's focus in on Mirage now. This is a Na'Vi pick. I kind of feel like Na'Vi might be able to lock this in 2-0 if they continue to play with what we've just seen.
They should be, and they're definitely the firm favorites to win the series. We know Na'Vi to be a team, that likes to play Mirage an awful lot. Alexi B in particular, if you focus on him, the way he takes mid control, the way he calls out a spawn, with a lot of different variations of the mid control. Sometimes it's just him by himself faking that you're 2 or 3 guys out middle and you're running a default, and then an A pop will hit you straight away. So I feel like Alexi B not in the fracking department, but in how he's setting up, you know, the team and how he's constantly the guy that is taking attention, allows for the rest of the players to do well. So if anyone, I'd focus on Alexi B, and I'm curious to the pace as well on the T side. I've seen Navi, you know, approach the game in a lot of different ways. Sometimes it's a very pacey, very fast T side called by Alexi B, and I'd expect it to be here against Aurora and the boys.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Pimp said as far as, you know, the strength that they have in their mid control and the different, you know, variations and timings they can use to keep people guessing with it. But I think the other big thing for them is that they're just so deep tactically when it comes to, hey, if we have to pivot to executes, we've got a ton of them in the locker to be able to pull out. I think they also have the advantage of, you know, MongolZ being a great driving force, but Ema, again, as a secondary entry, has been so good. Like, he's winning over half his fights on the T side, which is really, really impressive. And Bit is usually a good guy that can find timings at A, even if he is more of a passive force, he can sometimes pick and choose battles. And they also have a really good defense. They have a 60% win rate on the CT side in the last 6 months. That's pretty damn high. Meanwhile, you look over at the other side, this is a team that's 1-4 since they picked up Soulfly on this map. Their T side is 35% win rate in the last 3 months. That is horrendous. Like that, I mean, that you can't win games when your T side is that bad. And even their CT side has also gone down in the last 3 months as well. Like, you're just not seeing them look comfortable. They look so disjointed. For all the strengths that we talked about that Navi have in this map, Aurora have none of them. When you watch them play, they look so uninspired, one note, disjointed, spacing is off. Like, they just lack the polish you need to be able to compete against top level teams on this map.
I think that's something for the viewer to pay attention to. When we describe the picture of Aurora being a strugglesome picture at the moment, I think it's all referenced in their Mirage performances. You know, a struggles on T side, lack of adaptations, a weak CT side as well. Everything that is wrong with Aurora at the moment is being showcased in full force on Mirage. So there's two ways of looking at it. You know, I'm sure they realize that as well. So maybe they put in a bit of extra work on Mirage and can come out with a different look here. But there's not a lot of stuff that is suggesting that to be the case.
Quickly off topic, boys. I think I know the answer to this, but have either of you been to Singapore?
Yeah, I have, and it's a beautiful place. A beautiful place.
Have you been to Singapore, Des?
I have not, but I would love to. And I think there's an added reason why you'd like to go to Singapore nowadays.
Why?
Well, I mean, I wasn't going to bring up the major. I was just going to say, if you want to go to Singapore, the opportunity may be there that while you're in Singapore, you can watch some cool Counter-Strike.
Or just travel to Singapore for the Counter-Strike.
For the Counter-Strike. You can do that as well. There was a QR code. Tickets are not yet available, but you can register for pre-sale, which will mean that you get a heads up when those tickets become available. They're going to sell out quick fast. So you'll be one of the first. You'll get an email and you'll be able to buy. Dust and I are going to be buying because we've never been to Singapore. Pimp doesn't have to worry. He's just going to cycle there. That's how fast he goes now. So we'll be fine.
This is so fast he can cross bodies of water. Apparently.
Have you not seen him? He's like super speedy. He's got this covered. We are going to take a quick break. And when we return, Navi's map pick is coming up.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
At PGL Cluj-Napoca, we are taking a look at some of the Anubis changes and getting the thoughts from some of our pro players. When you first saw these changes to the new version, what was your initial thoughts?
It's great to have that Anubis back, but personally, for example, I was like really love the train.
Yeah.
It was kind of crazy to that happen like this, because we were about to practice train the very next day, and suddenly like Anubis comes in. So we're like, we got train removed because we are getting better on train. But in the end, Anubis was like quite a identity map for us for quite a long time. So I was feeling pretty happy.
At first I was a bit skeptical because I played B and there was not much changing towards that site. I was like, please, I just wanted some new positions, some more cover or something.
You needed more cover?
Yeah, I needed more. I still need more cover, that's for sure.
I think a change was needed. Not completely sure it was everything we needed, but I think as we go, maybe we can give more feedbacks and then more changes can come. But I think it was a good start.
I don't know, when I first saw it, I no emotions, you know? Because I was a bit confused with this new window in middle, and I'm playing middle. I was already thinking, what can I do there? And yeah.
When they removed train, we was kind of happy, I would say, because in Anubis before we were a strong team, and when Anubis came back, we insta start to see, to start to play, to do the stuff what we do it before.
Now, when I play Anubis, I see, okay, meta is changed a bit, not enough in my opinion, but meta is changed at least, so people need to make a new plan. They need to think about, okay, guys, we can't play Anubis like it was.
I just like to have the new things come out, new maps or something, new nades. When I just want to check Twitter, I just want to see there's a new opportunities about this nade or something, so we can create a plan behind on it. So let's bring someone to the server and check it together.
I mean, always excited when there's new changes. I think, especially to a map that when they brought it back, you're like, there's no changes, weren't expected, and then they brought them out, so I think it's good.
After we start to play, to be honest, we wasn't playing that good. We start, and first game we play, we pick it against FURIA. We kind of surprised them maybe, but I don't know, it's not the best map for us, I will say.
As a team on Anubis, you normally wanted to, at some point in the round, try to do something, because otherwise you know that you already losing a round, basically. You have to do something, and I think the new changes gives you a little bit more possibilities into that, so I think it's a good change.
I would like to see that kind of things in every map, because when there is new map coming, people already know every smoke is same, meta is the same, so when I see that kind of small change, I like it, because people need to adapt. So if you are good on Anubis, maybe you are not good enough now, because some stuff changed.
New changes are always welcome. I think it's been good so far.
Let's play some Anubis. Aurora, let's do it.
PGL Cluj-Napoca Day 3, baby. Locked and loaded between Navi and Aurora, and what felt like a competitive game in the first half of Anubis. Mohan went up in smoke. Navi looking to streamline their way into the BTarena, already with one loss on their record, but 3-1 doesn't sound so bad. And here would be their second victory in this group if they can close on their map pick of Mirage, and that we know Navi get nasty on Mirage, Mohan.
Yeah, they know how to play. They already have shown us a really good map on Anubis where they would have had an excuse. Losing to Aurora on Anubis, you heard Fallen say, Aurora, let's play Anubis. They have such a reputation on it, and it would have been okay for Navi. I think they could have been like, yeah, we can have that map. We'll still try to win this series in 3. But instead, now it feels like the 2-0 is looming. Soulfly, I do feel bad because he actually performed exceptionally well. The huge impact round on Glocks, he gets 3 kills. The opening kills that he got, the 2K, the multi-frags, he kind of just did it all. The only thing missing was a little Xantares, a little Woxic in the second half, any Madger at all. And even Wakadia didn't have a good game. So it's like, He unfortunately was one on an island, and it's hard to explain why.
Right. Well, I mean,
explain why.
You know, Sam asking the analysts kind of what could they have done better on the CT side, and I think I coincide with Pimp's answer in that, like, you know, Xantera's getting aggressive in the forward stance of middle. We saw it the one round that they did get super in Navi's face. Looked wonderful. You know, it's like sometimes when I see a half that's going so poorly like that, I do always kind of wonder, like, just get crazy. You know what I mean? Get a little crazy. And the round that they do, well, it worked. So I wonder if Aurora just kind of feel like their hands were tied behind their back and they just kind of took that beating. But I feel like on a second map, if you're starting to watch the match itself get away from you, I hope to see a little more crazy from Aurora, Mohan.
I think it's hard when you play against Navi because it constantly feels like you should go aggressive and then they punish.
Right.
You know, and then you're like, oh, damn, that's what they wanted the whole time, you know?
Yep, true. I mean, we see it in the final round of the play.
Place when you play against them, yeah.
They sit back, nothing happens. They decide, okay, we got to make a move, and you walk into Wonderful's op.
Yeah.
Perfectly positioned and ready to go. That's true. Maybe sometimes it's like...
So they put all the bear traps in the forest.
Right. God.
I mean, would you use bear traps on humans?
I'm pretty sure it's illegal.
Yeah.
But, you know...
Okay.
It's always kind of weird to me that there's rules in war anyways.
Landmines.
Yeah, much more humane.
Yeah. So it's a strategy that works. They really know how to confuse you. And I think when you watch a Navi game with X-Ray on, you don't really get the full movie.
That's fair.
Like you don't really understand exactly how much subversive pressure they're putting on your mentality where you feel like you're not doing anything, but in reality, they're waiting for you to do your next move. On Mirage, it's got to be Navi starting T side, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be... We have seen them leaning towards A. It's been a lot more, I'd say, mid and A before in the last few months. It was a lot of heavy ramp takes, a lot of defaults that were quite lurky, and we'll still have those, but their T side these days feels a lot more even-handed when it comes to taking over mid-control first, throwing in a couple of B rounds, not just using A ramp and flexing how good they are at taking A in every single T round.
I think this graphic is a great just point to bring up prior to us getting into it, because if there is going to be that, you know, maybe expected Navi affinity for the A site, who do you got to get through? It's Soulfly. And he looked phenomenal back in map 1. In fact, Soulfly, Xanteras, and Woxic were the driving force of it. So if those three players are lingering over towards an A site, maybe Navi could find themselves with their hands full in the first half. Or you just go slam yourself up against Major towards B, who, coming off of that first map, finished with, what, 4 frags in the entirety of Anubis?
Well, if you look at these positions, right, it's Xanteras who needs to play well and Soulfly to do okay.
Right.
Xanteras did not play well last map. He's going to be in Connector. It's one of his most famous spots. He needs to have an outstanding game here to control both A ramp and top mid. And I mean, Major obviously, you know, can't have 3 kills on a map. That's a given. But this is a game where your core, your Arcadia off cat, your Xanteras in Connector, your Woxic in Fill, these are guys who are going to carry, you know. And if Soulfly has another top fragging performance here, it's just completely inexcusable for his teammates because he has less options to take fights. You can't multi-kill that often when you play Ticket. I mean, maybe if you have an op or something, but basically every grenade on the exec is designed to make sure you can't fight. You watch old Xanteras, like FFA DM clips or just his overall highlights on Mirage. It's him on stairs going back and forth between Connector and Palace and A ramp.
Yeah, right.
Like where you're not supposed to peek any of those 3 things, but the crosshair placement is so perfect no matter how many times he changes that he always gets all the frags. And as the game's evolved, he doesn't do that anymore because you're not supposed to go to the top of the stairs unless you really know, you know, Palace is mollied and you can peek the ramp safely or whatever. But he's still one of the best when it comes to playing the spot. But I do feel like he's losing steam in his career right now a little bit. I mean, he's got the reputation where you go, it's Xanteras. He's the second best entry. He's so underrated, all this stuff. But you know, even last year and even some of the big games I watch, I see Arcadia has just got way more utility. He's got he's way more versatile. His aim is nearly as good. I mean, even watch this match last map from Soulfly, and the consistency isn't always there.
I mean, I think sometimes Antares is a bit stubborn as a player, too.
Yeah.
I think sometimes when he's having a bad game, the amount of times, I remember very particularly like a Dust 2 round where his teammate had pushed into lower tunnels and was falling back. It was Wicadia. Wicadia had the perfect assessment of a threat, knew that upper tunnels was a little scary, and was walking away with a 5v4. And what does Antares do from the bottom of the scoreboard in that game? Runs past a retreating Wicadia, who had all the info he needed, runs up into tunnels, and sure enough, dies to the 2 players that were coming. And it's like, if Wicadia had told you it was time to fall back, who are you to kind of rush by, right? And I think that's, you know, sometimes it's like live by the sword, die by the sword when it comes to Xantares.
I remember that round, and I was saying, oh, he's trying to get hot.
Yeah.
You know, we've all had that feeling, but like, maybe don't do it in a match.
That's like the stubborn side of it, right? Where it's like, no, I need these kills to get my game going. This is a weird tech issue, Mohan. I'm going to pull back the curtain. It's the first time I've ever heard of this being an issue, but we're currently delayed because Woxic's table is too wobbly for his liking.
If that's true, fair.
Sometimes it's the computers,
if
you
I
know,
had a wobbly
and maybe
table,
that
would
one's
be
on
tough.
us. But we got a wobbly desk here, folks. We got a wobbly desk.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the fix. You get a couple napkins, you put it out, you figure out, you know, fold a couple napkins, put it under one of the legs.
It's only ever
Let's
one
get
leg
this pistol
that's the
round
issue.
going. And what is that? Why does that happen, huh?
Oh,
okay.
It's they have apparently they have vibrators in the studio that are shaking the table.
Well, it's the vibrations from the refrigerators nearby were bothering Woxic. That's what was shaking his table.
It's like he's getting electrocuted for the whole game.
So believe it or not, we have fixed the tech pause by unplugging refrigerators.
We've unplugged Woxic.
That's live events, baby. Sometimes that's what it takes. Your drinks are warm, but your table's not shaking, Woxic. Good luck, buddy. Into the action of map 2 we shall go, folks. That by a frag grenade. That could have been worse. Madger into the arch side. They're going to try to take this test into the B site. Navi just flying through the apartments, and you're going to get massacred. At least that's what it seemed like, but we've got an answer back. Bit, great second headshot. Now it's wonderful into the clutch versus 2. He's got the bomb when it's time to plant. Ooh, but he doesn't even get the chance. Woxic in the backdrop of Market there to slay, and we had everybody ready to go inside of that B bomb site. Aurora take CT pistol to kick off their defense.
It's lovely shooting here from Aurora on the defense. Pretty much everything good, I would want to say. And the fact that Soulfly is just continuing. It was a refrigerator the whole time.
I can't believe I'm still in shock.
He just looked around and said, is anybody else vibrating right now?
It's one of those moments where, you know, we always make that joke when it comes to tech support, like have you unplugged it and plugged it back in?
Yeah.
But in this case, it was just unplug it.
Yeah.
That's the solution.
Totally unplug it.
We called in the
This is
IT guys
Woxic
to fix an
unplugged.
issue. Just unplug the fridge, guys.
Is there a special name for a fridge repairman?
I don't think so.
No.
I would say an appliance repairman.
They just do them all, really.
I would assume
Stoves,
so.
fridges, microwaves.
I would assume so.
Air fryers.
Yeah, I feel like
toasters, grills,
dishwashers,
sinks. Is that an appliance?
No, that's a plumber.
Right.
That one's different. General handyman.
That guy that Carmelo almost cheated on Tony with, I bet he could fix a fridge.
Careful, Mohon. Spoilers.
It's 25 years.
Be careful, Launders. What did Frodo do with the ring?
Close it is. Darth Vader, you are the father.
Baby's just a Wookiee. Glock with nothing, huh? That's what they say. They say these Glocks are worth nothing, and yet the Glocks keep on getting kills today. I say kills plural, but it's the one here for this round. Not everybody's soul fly, seemingly. Top mid D goes down, and it's just that one death. Could have been Wicadia to die as well, but not the case. 2-0 conversion with 4 players alive. Aurora like that.
Wicadia is plugged in. Xantares, of course, plugged in. Fully wired.
So weird.
No, I don't trust. I don't trust.
Guys. Soulfly feeling frisky, supported by the Woxic op, but no actual positioning inside of the ramp. Just play back. You know, Bit had such a phenomenal game back on Anubis, but obviously a constant Palace player for what's felt like eternity. That it may have to keep Soulfly on his toes as this game goes on, if Bit's going to be able to tap back into that first map potential. It's the scary thing with Bit and Palace. You just never know when he's going to strike.
Some great grenades here.
Artillery on Emes softens him up, and then that Woxic op headshot for the overkill.
It's one of the worst. He's got hit by everything this round.
5v4 from that one. 45 seconds up through connector goes the bomb. We've got Wicadia with a kill as he gets active off of Catwalk. And the two A defenders still keeping their positions unknown to Na'Vi.
Yeah, Woxic's spot is just perfect. He can't be seen at all.
Smoke on Khan. Nice lineup through that to drop Alexi's health bar low, and Bit will eventually come through and strike. But he's only got that one frag, and Alexi's not able to get the trade onto Soulfly, who dives into the cover, buys a bit of time, and returns the favor for a frag. So Aurora felt the squeeze, I think, at one point, but were also happy with their positionings. They never panicked, they never rushed it, and everybody hit their shots as needed. Aurora go up to the 3-0 start.
I absolutely love that from Woxic, because if he's on the wrong angle slightly, his scope is sticking out, he will get spammed to death sitting on triple, but he knew exactly how much of his body was exposed. He got his kill here, and like you said, when he repositioned, he had no doubts about exactly what he was holding. Had vision, stayed out of vision, it was perfect. No, they're not playing 2 and B on this NG. I mean, they've got one off of cap, but they just got to be careful. Reload comes in, but some good damage from Wicadia.
Waiting for this Wicadia move, but he keeps it clean as need be. Surgical with the headshot bottom middle. And the tidbits that Na'Vi still have to work with will just tiptoe their way over towards A. We'll see if these smoke grenades can maybe cause a bit of a problem for Aurora, but with the comfort that we've seen from this defense so far. Funny to see Soulfly playing over towards connector instead of Xantares this round, but I wonder how interchangeable they are as the game goes on. And we had that discussion about positions
definitely
at the start of the match, but
it would be awesome to see if he's playing.
Oof, good dink, and the drive-by comes through. Soulfly gonna show us what he's made of, but he also gets overwhelmed, and even hits the deagle.
Wait, now it's a round that could be lost entirely. They've got window control.
Bomb is planted on the short side of triple. Alexi has to give up this deep angle. And the pre-fire from Madger, I don't think so, buddy. Down he goes to the AWP. This is Pistols breaking through.
The fact that I think it was Bit got that final Deagle shot, it would have all just been for funsies kills until Bit got that one Deagle shot, and then suddenly there's no window control.
That's Ema, baby. Top of the stairs, I'm pretty sure, into jungle. Bit gets the drive-by out through through Palace. That kind of like frazzled it off the start, and I thought Soulfly is able to sit here and be good to go, but...
Oh, is Arcadia going to even find anything?
Yeesh, looks like they'll get around. No, they pause. That's going to cost them both bodies, but I think Na'Vi happy to just have a round to begin with.
Not the up. Okay, got it.
Yeah, Ime getting the Woxic kill when he tried to peek into jungle, right? That one just... That opens all of the push to grab those guns, to get that deep control, to frazzle Madger inside of the murder hole. Drive by here. Boom! Ime top stairs. Yep. Got a tilter early. That's the kind of round that'll test your mental. Soulfly into the anchor spot, lets them out ramp. Missed opportunity to cut down this push. MongolZ gonna try to lock in on him, and sure enough, they're gonna go down into an A-bomb site with no success from Aurora so far on this defense round 5. Arcadia pops it open, you'll get no vision. Na'Vi have just kind of pumped the brakes here momentarily. They pause, they allow that utility to come through, and then they follow forward with the bomb plant while MongolZ hangs on to the ticket control versus what's soon to be 2. But there is a gap on that smoke, which could have been a problem, and maybe still could be. Madger's trade back into tickets key. Man advantage here for Na'Vi, sure, but it doesn't look like Aurora even want this smoke.
There's no point. It's 4v3. They've already used a lot of their utility to try to even approach. Time's gone. Got good guns to save. You see this moment from Soulfly, and it looks so small, but like that's the entire job if you're going to anchor. You have one chance like that to get like 6 or 7 bullets into a spray on a guy crossing out a ramp. You have to get the headshot. Then you can fall back into grenades. Then your team has time to help you flash in and swing around the other side of default or whatever. But that's all the time you get in Tier 1. And you see, we're just so used to seeing players who are so good at capitalizing on that one chance. They always deliver the first kill. You know, you'll see like Chimfat and B get B on Dust. You yesterday gets blinded, flashed, you know, has to spin around, still somehow pulls out his first kill. That's what it is to be an anchor. And even though we saw and are seeing Soulfly play a well again, in this position, playing dedicated inside of A and going down means for Na'Vi, they've already won the round. It's so key that you just keep delivering, essentially.
Arcadia was hoping to open up with something, but instead just gets blown apart.
Wow, it's a perfect grenade. I mean, lands on the shelf.
Still 3 rifles in hand for Aurora at least. Santera is picking one up. Covers a bit of hardware as we get this Na'Vi posturing down to the A site, but again, you come through with a clean kill on Soulfly. Again, remember, still guns in hand. Everybody's got one here for Aurora. They try to test the waters around the side of Ticket, and this is going to queue up Madger to go for this massive T-spawn flank.
They don't even need to peek this, really. They can plant open to their connector side and be fine.
He's going to flank it to Palace.
Yeah.
This could compromise Bit. We'll see if he ends up considering the flank. For now, he plays in front of it, so it's going to take this full commitment from Madger. Yeah, Bit thinks about it for a second.
But you see how Bit's kind of out there when he's turned around? Yeah. That's actually so aware of it.
Out, dude. Bit's an animal in all the best ways. Tapping back into the aim that left him at the top of the scoreboard after map 1. He is there again, topping the charts for Na'Vi early days map 2, as Na'Vi are going to find 3 consecutive round wins, tie this game up nice and early, and do it by going into those A-site exploitations. You know, we talked about how maybe they would vary up their attack, how in recent time they have been kind of getting away from just all-inning A-site over and over.
They're just so good at it.
It works wonderfully, and that is in the face of a Soulfly, Xanteres, and Woxic combo that's supposed to be able to hold back the likes of Na'Vi.
And you know what? Not many people can. Not even on the very best teams. I think they just have the right combination of players who are so good on these angles that it's just like, I really don't think they're doing anything in particular special. It looks like it's very individual with the micro, how they peak, when they peak, coming out of A, that they're so good at covering each other. They can go down 2 fights and then bring 3 back instantly. We saw that on the Eco. They just consistently can do that. All these awkward fights, they're just so comfortable.
Ema finding a quick timing here as he
he's
walks
right
down mid.
underneath this, actually. If you look on the mini-map, Woxic's out here with an op. It's really key that he catches the timing.
Nice nade. That could not have been better. Ooh, Acadia falling back through fire though, so he ends up taking more utility damage than he dishes out by dropping that nade on Ema. And now MongolZ is going to try to fluster the B site. All in, jump down. There goes Acadia. MongolZ barely having touched the ground. Madger will find a chance to strike one in the backdrop, gets himself a second. Soulfly's on the scene. Madger is doing good work as Bit comes through. The last man standing, already held here. He will evade that op. But the backbench player missing shots gives Bit a chance back into this. Bomb has to be picked up, and it sits inside of the apartments. That's what makes all of this awkward.
You can see the awareness.
Oh
my goodness, he's got this lined up.
And you didn't trade him! Soulfly gets back at it, but by God, Bit almost pulls that off.
He was moving like a shark right there on the site when he backed up. Didn't even think about peeking that second window into the op. Like, he kept that in his mind, exactly where Woxic would play from, save that fight for the perfect opportunity, and luckily, again, Soulfly's been playing this well. He saves the round for Madger. This 3K is fantastic. It's as good as you could possibly do as an anchor on the site. A lot of high-level moments.
What I love about that shot on Woxic is it's not even a wallbang. It's just through that little 1-inch gap over the wood. Bit with absolute precision in that clutch attempt. Soulfly posts a clutch and gives himself more to be proud of. 10-4 currently as Aurora get back into this lead. It's only by 1 round. But it is Soulfly going back-to-back top frag performances here for Aurora.
Yeah, it's amazing. Really is. I mean, now that round gets expensive because of Bit, but Aurora will take the round win any day of the week.
Santeras wants into the action, but they'll dismantle that boost and get away still all 5 alive. Always got to be careful as to when Aurora do decide to crank that dial and get in your grills early. This is one of those rounds, but it doesn't net them a man advantage, just a little bit of damage. Well, I say a little bit, but Alexi on 40 health, that's not negligible. If you do decide to test the waters at B site once more, we'll see if Madger can do it again. Right? You said that was about as good of a 3K as you could ask from anybody on that bomb site. That was 3 of his 4 kills this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's as many kills as he had on Anubis already.
Smoke fades in front of them. Madger does have the early angle from inside of the site. Yeah, nicely done. Insta headshots onto MongolZ. Player down beneath as well. May catch Ema off guard. Sure enough, Madger able to get another triple.
Just beautiful.
Working this site excellently. Acadia freed up. Madger on for the ace. It is right there for the taking. If Alexi pops up, it's done for. Rock solid stuff from Madger yet again.
It's unreal hankering out of Madger here on B. 2 rounds back-to-back versus Navi on Mirage. I mean, that's special. Again, he was like 3-15 back on Anubis, so already worth his weight here on Mirage. And that's why Na'Vi go A so much. But lately, they've been sharing the love. They really have been.
You'd think after that struggle for Major back on Anubis that you'd be able to get away with the B plays, but he's giving them something to think about still. Plenty of rounds to go for Na'Vi. Try to get back to that tied game. Happy to take this one on the chin, sitting on 2 rounds of loss bonus.
When you see a performance like Soulfly on Anubis, oh my goodness,
Hello?
he was just looking at his radar. He had no idea that was even happening.
Oh, it's happening. Bits coming through from Palace off the Glock.
Not again.
Desert Eagle for Wonderful still alive and kicking. Even just securing the bomb plant here, that's a small victory for Na'Vi.
Careful, Acadia.
Into the A site. And then Alexi B clipped out by the ticket. So fast retake from Aurora. All's good from that point on. But still, sure enough, deep shot from Wonderful and the Bit Glock drive-by.
I was going to say, normally you see like an outstanding carry. I never bet on that twice unless it's someone like Dunk, you know, happening back-to-back maps. But it is, obviously. Soulfly still playing really well. When it comes to bad performances, though, I always assume if you have a really, really bad map, that's probably going to happen again. Especially if you're like, you know, you're an anchor, you're playing B, you're an IGL, you're going to buy drop a lot of people, buy a lot of nades, call a lot of strats and everything like that. But Major, compared to what we saw back on Anubis, which is a map he loves, it's just been, it's been a night and day difference here. Coming up 9-4. This is a team that Soulfly have been looking for. They're just wondering why it didn't happen on their favorite map. His overall right now is like 35 and 15 or something, right? It's overall KD.
About that, yep.
All right, let's go.
Not a bad day in the office. Another round where Aurora tried to take a look at something earlier, right? We saw Xanterras going to top mid last round. Now it's going to be for the ramp control once more. Soulfly, tip of the spear. But they like to come clear it, and they don't always commit to within it, right? Stylistic difference between some. Xanterras wants to take a swing at Bit, but you got to be careful when it comes to Bit. He does not like anybody else inside this palace. And if you let him swing out wide, he can seemingly always get the entry. So you think maybe you can take the fight to him, but he sits inside that thing like a bear in its hibernation cave and finds the headshot onto Xanterras near instantly. Bit comes through then with the frag onto Major, and it's Woxic's ticket hold that could still give Aurora a chance to defend. Oh. Another comes out from Woxic. And that's the bomb currently dropped on the front side of the ramp. 32nd 2v2.
They can go and plant it. I don't know if they want to really think about challenging into ticket, especially with him here. MongolZ will take one in the head, but through the wall.
Woxic taking a wider angle. In that meantime, MongolZ is going to be afforded a plant on the side, and he's not going to take the shot into the wall bank, so Wicadia chucks the frag out. That doesn't connect. Woxic waits for the fallback, collects his 3rd kill of this round, and now Emag giving way with that utility. They know that he's locked into triple. Beautiful stuff here from Woxic with the quad kill.
What a monster, man. 4 kills in that spot. Every opportunity locked down. Palace peak, shoulder spot. The bomb trying to get ferried up onto the site.
Doesn't rush it, doesn't force with the wallbang, doesn't give, you know, you go for the wallbang, sometimes it frees up the second player to swing at you and try to catch you while the op's on cycle. But he's patient about it. Collects on the fallback, closes with the 4th one onto Emag.
Did not miss. And I thought this round was going to be about Xanterras really struggling. Going into Palace one-on-one versus Bit, just getting pieced up.
How refreshing is it to watch an op sequence and then not have to say the op shot missed? Not once.
Oh no, yeah, didn't miss.
Wakadia is going to be looking to swing with the big green as well. Woxic gets damaged as he finds the first frag, so Alexi's going to finish off what started, and Wonderful comes through with the Glock kill. Bomb is going to be planted. That part uncontested. Madger instead, attention turned here towards this jungle play, and now it's freed up Wonderful, hands on an AK to extend towards Ticket. Bit decides to keep his head tucked down on default. Bomb planted short side of triple, and they're going to flush Bit out with this utility. He decides to take the fight, kills Wakadia, and now a 37 health Wonderful versus 2. But they spot him as they try to close that gap, covered by the smoke. Xantares makes sure that Aurora will not waste this moment. Your pistols may puncture, but they don't hold on. A nice clear of the jungle and a retake comes through for the 8-3 Aurora lead.
Did a great job jumping up on Cat to make sure to put enough pressure inside a window to get that retake started. You know, they didn't want to go around through CT, and I think that would maybe have been the scarier way to do it. We've seen Madger walk through that murder hill before and just get killed, so they found a safe way to do so. Na'Vi have tried not to be a pushover this half, and Aurora has still dominated them. A lot has changed for them over the course of the break.
3 consecutive bomb plants in these last few rounds for Na'Vi, so clearly still bringing fight to the table. But there's also some real individual struggle here between Wonderful and Ime. Clearly Bit not enough on his own. Collecting themselves outside of the A site once more. Soulfly looking to continue to secure this position at the top of the scoreboard. And as they step into his fire, he'll drop one. Does get... Oh,
come on
okay.
Now.
Sure. All right. Why not?
What?
That is after Soulfly gets caught on the bricks. You know he wanted to fall back. Wonderful with the Hail Mary shot has actually opened up the possibility of Na'Vi winning this round.
Wall bang, no scope.
Bullshit.
Through a smoke.
I mean, it is just total luck that Wonderful lands that.
Yeah, Mike.
I'm not giving you credit.
Oh.
I refuse to.
Yeah.
That is his 4th frag of the map.
And it's a game changer.
Smoke in front of them. They'll try to climb up over Ticket. Both the CTs coming in from the same side. And this is indeed a 4th one for Na'Vi.
You can say that he was doing it on purpose. I mean, he was looking for a guy who was there. He was right. It was right after his teammate got killed in the Mole.
Yeah.
Wonderful the general direction.
I mean,
he was exactly correct.
What a beat. If Soulfly doesn't get caught on the bricks on the fallback, that is, it's not anywhere even close. That wasn't even like, I mean.
The bullet would have found him anyway.
Wonderful sympathizers be like.
You're sounding peanut butter and jealous right now about this talent that we're watching.
What a shot, dude.
Yeah, it's always the 4th kill, right?
Yeah, you're 3 and 9. You're like, why not? What have I got to lose?
That works.
Sure thing, buddy.
Let's see if it makes a difference this game.
Nice shot, pal.
It's better to be lucky than good.
It's true. I am one of those guys that thinks luck is a skill, so he did materialize that kill.
You increase probability. That's what he did.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And he took it all right. So props to Wonderful. And props to Na'Vi for robbing away one final round in the half. Their map pick trailing 4 rounds to 8. Now, this map feels even more alive than Anubis as far as Aurora are concerned, and switching sides cost them back then. So this is surely, you'd think, a pistol victory, right? 2 fast frags,
maybe
but
not.
A second peek into Alexi B, and you're going to lose your top fragger. Soulfly's been blasted out of the round, but at least you did get Na'Vi all the way over to the other side of the map with those first 2 kills.
Yeah, they're so convinced about it for a second because obviously, well, you had 2 players appear in jungle. And Wonderful's They just don't want to make any more mistakes, though, because they're still fine. They can get the bomb plant down. Oh, they're really concerned about Empty Pillar. They can't clear it. Yeah, they think he's here.
Nice shot. That'll do it. Santeras with the quick headshot, hanging on to the bench play. He'll be smoked off. Oh, Alexi's come through with a third. This man has hit 3 killer USP headshots.
Is good.
It blinds Madger, gets him to spam, confirms that he is on the front of the site. Alexi's going wide with a quad kill now.
Has he missed?
All USP headshots for Alexi so far. In a 3 versus 5, he will be put down. Woxic now just dancing versus Bit. The Berettas go wide, and the pistol accuracy at an all-time high.
Ooh, gotta feel bad for Alexi right there for that one to get stolen away. That was unbelievable that he even got his first 2 kills in jungle. All headshots in that 4K, only to get countered by a 1v2 from Woxic. I feel like that is a capstone round to this game where we've seen this sort of happen over and over again. Someone gets an amazing clip, countered by Clutch, countered by one small good moment from Aurora. Again, they're fighting back against Na'Vi, who it feels like if this was just a map ago, would have just decimated this game.
That's a classy pistol round as well. All 9 kills by way of headshot.
Yeah, wow.
No, bogus body spams. Just secret agent accuracy with the sidearms. Oh, Bit, the timing. You'd think usually he'd get spotted in a position like that, but this one M4 that Na'Vi decide to bring into the round nets him a 5v4.
It's a fake, but it's awkward because the fake hadn't started yet.
They're still coming back at it, and Bits, M4 is going to have a shadow advantage if he hangs onto this. Ooh, but he peels all the way back.
Interestingly, completely abandoning this play right when Aurora are coming into it. There's no way that Na'Vi are going to be ready for this. They've just left.
Yeah, they're still making moves, but now it's going to be back turned to Xanteras in a moment. Oh, because he crouches, he only catches the tail end of it. But will they know about the second? I thought he caught a shoulder there of the second player too. And remember, this is all still just a part of the fake. Bomb over towards that B side as Xanteras collects another one, and the pistols should go down. Nice shooting. Xanteras quad kill inspired by that of Madger.
Can someone get an ace?
Alexi B was 1 kill short a round ago, and Xanteras is coming back at it. Ace is right there for the taking, but it's Madger's Mac 10 from Catwalk instead as Aurora go up 10 rounds to 4.
Madger 4K, Xanteras 4K, the Alexi 4K. There have been a lot of highlight 4Ks in this map.
Darkbit had this, but the re-aggression here from Xanteras. Clean shots.
Oh. That's that robotic aim that we want to see out of Xanteras. It's good to see that Aurora can play CS like at this level again.
I'd just like to see it every day. That's the weird thing with Aurora still, is like when it's good, it's really good. But sometimes it just seemingly disappears, right? That was what Anubis was. Just disappeared in the second half. CT side, nothing to truly be proud about. Maybe that'll just end up being the one bad half of the series for them, because right now you can start to feel that they are fully confident, steamrolling their way to a victory now on Navi's map pick. I mean, Na'Vi nowhere to be found. An 11-4 scoreline and a gun round back in hand here for Na'Vi as they'll come through with their final timeout too.
This game's closer than it looks. It's just a little bit too late now for Na'Vi, but they just lost all the important clutches, brought a lot of rounds close. They didn't actually convert in the end, so their chances have just left them. That's still what makes it impressive for Aurora. They've had to go up against some pretty strong individual moments. PARIVISION up 12-11 on map 2 of their series after getting raffle stomped by FaZe in the first game. Didn't expect that to happen. Got 3 maps in that series, sounds about right.
Yeah, FaZe and PARIVISION, of course.
Yeah, could that ever be a 2-0?
No.
Not for anybody.
Put them in the same group as Pain. Always 3 mappers. This one looking likely as well. Aurora would truly have to blow this. Na'Vi feeling the squeeze, try to get active on the ramp again, and, well, you can lock MongolZ into the corner. But it's Aurora's round to play. Soulfly does not want to get caught off by this duel a second time, so he'll stay alert. Pulling out the nade, invites some kind of a move, but MongolZ is just going to play committed in case the flashes come through.
Weird time to throw these nades, I feel like.
35 seconds to the clock, Soulfly still perched, drops down, and it's MongolZ to trade it out, but he's locked in with Woxic now, and that op seemingly does not miss on Mirage. A late attack into the players towards Market. It's Alexi B to turn back around, give himself a smoke to work with, and it's wonderful off of the catwalk that stops that Apartments play in its tracks. Not the first time we see Aurora try to go into this 2-2 split with the A fake, but the problem is this time they don't find that perfect timing, and they give a bit of a gift over for Wonderful in terms of the shooting gallery through that window.
Yeah, I think both times their fakes have been a little bit off, and also I think Na'Vi are a bit more active on the ramp than they are expecting in both of these situations. Right here with the deep ramp smoke and Bit there watching and hearing them throw the nades over, it's clearly a fake because they haven't already taken ramp control. So that's why Wonderful doesn't have to turn around. He can sit there, just take the fights. They actually already know at that point, because Aurora haven't cleared everything out they need to exact, that they're good on the other side of the map, not to get too scared.
Nice timing by Na'Vi to pop it open. Wicadia falls to that. And so Navi's CT side has found another 5v4. Emerges through the smoke, and the test is on for the A play, but Emes steps up to that test, and Bit damn near lines up too. But it's Woxic's op again.
Only the kill. I mean, how are they going to do this? Woxic. Okay, never mind.
They're not going to. That's how.
They'll give it a shot.
Yeah, I mean, you know it's a bit desperate once you're down into the 2v4. You know damn well Na'Vi are inside of that A site ready to hit you. So yeah, try to get crazy with it. And you see how it happens.
The
Aurora
money's already gone. So
down to the 5-round lead.
Na'Vi can still actually make this a close game. I mean, they actually can recover. We have seen the ability for Na'Vi to fight back in each and every. It just felt like the gap was too big, and Aurora were playing well enough that they couldn't lose it. But it's very possible once again.
There was also an 8 out of 9 round streak going on for Aurora between the end of CT side and the beginning of the T half, so that kind of did take the wind out of Na'Vi's sails, but they're back at it with guns, and it's going to be the pistols to tear through. Aurora were victims of this, so they try to pull it off themselves, but a fast cat support to try to cover doesn't stop the cross, and so Emet quickly testing the waters over from the ticket booth. He'll clear stairs and then some! It is headshots galore. The Romanian delivers 4 easy frags.
Got 7 rounds now, and Na'Vi were the ones who were real threats when you had pistols, but definitely Aurora made it scary there for a moment.
I love that Emet doesn't waste the second. I love that he is confident to come wide with the ticket play. There's this big emphasis from Aurora to get positioning towards connector, and Emet just unravels all of it.
Now they'll go immediately back into the spy in round 19. Woxic's got an op. He won't have any utility, just to show that they're buying down to 0. Half armor for him. It's not a really big deal. But if Aurora lose this round, then suddenly this is just anyone's game. Soulfly has had a couple of stat lines. Don't pick on him as a rookie on this team, but where he's had a good first half and completely vanished on the second. Could be a little nervy, could be a lack of focus, could be a million reasons, but just don't want it to happen again.
Bit up on balcony, the front line of this Na'Vi defense, but supported by Wonderful. Oof, nice angle. He gets blasted out of the round.
You got bit down. That's half the problem.
Wonderful at least is able to get the answer back, so at least Woxic's out of this. If you were banking on the op to the post plant towards ramp, now it's going to have to just be riflers. See about this flank coming through from bottom middle, though. This flank bottom mid's about to find timing on connector. Yes, sir. Wicadia executes it to a T. Madger then decides to push the smoke, and MongolZ falls victim to that distraction. That's out huge. Through middle. Very nicely pieced together by Aurora, and on top of that, it secures a post plant that doesn't need the ramp. You go for connector side instead, and you push Wonderful and Alexi into a very difficult position. Aurora's 12th round feeling queued up as Na'Vi walk this one away.
That's such a lovely attack. The layers, the lurks, the pace of each player coming into that and taking out Bit as the first guy. It's just so important. He's 16 and 16, but he's basically done most of the heavy lifting, all the hardest kills and the multis here for Na'Vi. So very well earned here for Aurora to grab 12. An A attack that goes their way, which is, it's kind of defaulty, it's kind of lurky, but just the right amount.
Terrorists win.
Still all the guns in the world is needed by Na'Vi, but if Bit's going to be blasted off of the palace like that, somebody else going to have to step it up. I think it's a bit awkward that Wonderful over towards Ticket wasn't able to kind of confirm anybody pushing in through the stairs smoke because he was just taking more passive angles. He got his kill on a Woxic, but he did allow the rest of Aurora to kind of flood through, and you see MongolZ fall victim to it. 5 map points here for Aurora to steal their opponent's pick and to push our series to a third. Inferno waits in the wings. Take this test to the B bomb site once again. Alexi B gonna have to do his best Madger impression. We haven't seen his anchoring, tested all too much, and so Wicadia ahead of the Molotov. MongolZ on the recovery. He's gonna have to go big, but he's standing too far forward. Lucky to have not been punished there. He was blind. It's not fully his fault, but then look what happens when given the chance. He still steps up.
Yeah, he just had he didn't know where he was standing.
He was standing in the open.
He was
just
totally blind, yeah.
If anybody peers out that window, he is done.
But the thing is, they didn't have market window smoked, so they can't clear everything. And he threw his own smoke for himself for the amount of time left. Also a key frag from Wonderful to get the top mid player to make sure on Cat they don't get flanked at all. That attack on 2 fronts.
Kind of round that puts Alexi on notice, though. Clearly Aurora thinking they could come and just overwhelm the bomb site, and him dropping to nothing because of Wikadia's timing.
Normally, I think Alexi's actually one of the best IGLs at holding B. It's going to be hard to hold the candle to Magic's performance in the first half, but he's quite good with his protocols. I think that round he got very lucky that, you know, MongolZ just has this outstanding hold where if they don't, then the whole map is over.
Utility up and over, but again, it's going to be this bomb lurk towards the B site instead. We do get this push up from Alexi B inside of the B site. This is a test towards A. We'll see how much of a commitment comes through from Aurora. Leg shot landed. Woxic low with that MAC-10. It's a bloodbath at A, and also one is found trying to get slippery towards these B apartments. Alexi B ready for the smoke to fade to catch Madger with the bomb. You know that once you find one player trying to get tricky,
Madger's got to go die, though. He's got a Tech 9.
Easy willingness to just sit here and hold for the next one. Madger to come back at it with the 10 seconds remaining. Rock solid defense over towards A. Even if that was an actual commitment on the A site, it would have been totally stuffed.
He's got his gun.
Bomb never found its chance to get into B. Alexi playing forward instead of a rotate away. And I think that's kind of a comparison we could draw back to Anubis too. The start of the T side from Aurora had Na'Vi playing reactive. And there was earlier rounds on the CT side from Na'Vi where they maybe were falling for those fakes, where they would peel away, get into marketplace, and just give a little space over to an Aurora. Whereas now, Na'Vi not having that willingness to rotate, instead sticking around, confirmed that B needs to be locked down, and not falling victim to Aurora's setups. Now you've got them on the back foot with the double AK. Missed window smoke as well on a round where
don't peek into
you
that.
already have so little. Wonderful. Oh, gets popped by Madger! Double headshot into the window from top mid.
Just tell me it was on
two
purpose.
AKs.
Just tell me it was on purpose.
Slaughtered inside of the windowsill. 5v3 made possible off of Madger.
Are Na'Vi going to stack or not?
From a horrendous first map to now being on the brink of surpassing Woxic as the top fragger.
Now, the one thing is they don't get to pick these guns up because they're both in window. So they still only have 2 AKs to make this happen, but they're grouping up quick for this move.
Smoke into connector, Bit doubles back. You've got pistols in front of you, but he eats the flashbang, and a lot of close proximity coming out through these T's now. And it's Bit to try to take a look into jungle. He'll find the freebie onto Woxic. The low health dealt with. Nade at his feet. Madger's got a third, and he will be cleared out.
Alexi's got 2.
You've got 45 now with the bomb recovery needed. Aurora off of the Madger openings towards middle. A 5 versus 3 advantage that's going to have to be finished off by Wicadia. Na'Vi have taken the chance to double up towards Ticket, stomping forward. Wicadia knows it, and as he quietly creeps around, quick headshot in. Alexi's there, second victim. An opportunity not wasted as Aurora's recovery within Mirage pushes us to Inferno.
I just want to remind you that we started today with a rather uninspiring Anubis from Aurora. We came into Na'Vi's map pick quite confident that they would easily close this up 2-0. And then, what the hell happened?
This is everything we kind of discussed in the pre-show that is wrong with both of these lineups. You know, they're both inconsistent. They're both not hitting the marks right now. They're both not a known quantity. There's very few teams out there that I would label as a known quantity. I think Falcons is a known quantity whenever they get into a grand final. I think MOUZ is a known quantity whenever they get into deep playoff runs. I think Vitality is a known quantity. But I don't think neither Na'Vi or Aurora right now are known quantities. You never really know what you get from them. They obviously have glimpses where they play good Counter-Strike, and this is a great example. Aurora, I think their performance in isolation on Mirage was a good performance. They looked well. They looked well drilled. Looked like maybe had a good idea of how to, spear the comeback on the CT side. T side, maybe a little bit rough, but they got the job done. at the end of the day, that was a good performance from Aurora, but I cannot say here and sit here and say that's going to happen on the next map, or that's going to happen again tomorrow, or that's going to happen in a week from now. And that's the problem with Na'Vi as well. We're looking at two teams, as we described coming into this matchup, that both find themselves struggling with consistency.
Yeah, I mean, I will say one thing though. Aurora are consistently usually pretty bad at this map. So the fact that they were able to put on such a great display defensively, I think was just a huge step in the right direction. Like the fact that Soulfly, the rookie, continuing to put out big individual performances is a great sign for Aurora fans and for the team itself to, you know, kind of realize that, hey, maybe this move is actually something that's going to help us out a little bit. I think a lot of people, including myself, were skeptical if that was the right roster move, if that was really the thing that would actually fix Aurora or patch up the problems that they truly had. But at the very least, whether that's true or not, he's at least performing in his role very effectively. And again, defensively, they turned it around. I mean, this is a map that they have really struggled on both sides of the map the last few months. Yet here, on the CT side, everyone showed up in their positions. I mean, Na'Vi could barely find any openings throughout the course of that half. And yeah, there was a couple iffy moments there in the second half to close, but they did get the job done before it got too scary.
And speaking of showing up, you know, we saw Matcha in the very last round getting a sick multi-kill in towards the window. But overall in this game, as you also saw from the highlight package, he found an awful lot of impact, you know, from start to finish in the game. A man that on Anubis had 4 kills, was nowhere to be found whatsoever, had an abysmal performance coming in here and maybe having, you know, the most impactful performance out of any player of his team. So that's what I speak about when it comes to Aurora and when it comes to inconsistency. We know what they can when they're all hitting their mark, when they're all hitting their stride, when they all contribute. You know, a bit of a surprise that happens on Mirage, as you described, Dust, a map that they have notoriously been struggling on, but that's the inconsistency issue that is with Aurora. They can play Counter-Strike at an incredible high level, as we saw in Krakow, but they can also look like a bunch of noobs from time to time, and I never know what Aurora I'm gonna get.
It also, I find it a struggle with both of these teams where, so for example, with MOUZ, they're consistently good in the group stages. Playoffs is where we question their consistency, right? Falcons, similar situation. What I struggle with these teams is it's in the series where the consistency is up and down. Aurora, first map looks not so great. Some conversation happens between the maps and then suddenly you see them playing at the level they should. And I worry about the mental game that's going on here. If you're dropping that much, Na'Vi as well, dropping that much in between maps.
That's where they find themselves, right? Because that's why you can't lose hope in neither Aurora or Na'Vi, because they constantly remind us that, hey, they can play Counter-Strike at a high level. And I think what Na'Vi did on Anubis was a good performance, solid performance. I think what Aurora did on Mirage was a great performance. So they constantly remind themselves in the middle of the matchups that, hey guys, we can play Counter-Strike at a high level, right? So in order for us to lose faith, you had to be looking at an Aurora or at a Na'Vi that consistently would underperform in pretty much every single matchup over the course of maybe 2 or 3 tournaments. But that's never the case. You know, we saw with Aurora in Krakow. You beat MOUZ, you beat Falcons 2-0, by the way, in both of those games. And then in the quarterfinal, you show up and do absolutely nothing, get completely blown out. So it's hard to lose faith in a team that is constantly reminding you that they can play Counter-Strike at a high level, but it's also hard to buy into a team that is constantly doing that. They're kind of like toying with our feelings in a way.
That's the stock you hold. You buy it low and you hold on to it and you hope for the best. But, you know, you don't go too heavy-handed into it. It's kind of what I'm getting at. And look, you know, it's tough because when this team does play their best, they could be a top 5 team in the world. We saw it for the entire first season of last year.
So could Na'Vi, right?
Yeah, 100%. I'm with you. And the thing is like they do have some things they can usually rely upon. You can usually rely upon Xantares being one of the best entries in the world. You can usually rely upon Wacadia doing pretty well for his roles, right? I think the big wild card factors for this team that kind of limits them, but also makes them look really flashy when it works, is Wasik as an opper. Like when you saw in that highlight reel, when the guy's on, the guy's on. He could be one of the best oppers in the world. You know, very flashy, very fast firing speed. He's exciting. You know, when he's on his mark, he's able to really be that third star of the team next to Wacadia and Xantares, but then he'll have some games where he goes completely missing, right? And then we always challenge the leadership of this team, the T-sides of this team, yet they've looked pretty good on it throughout the course of the series so far. So yeah, when it's there for the taking, they're able to do it, but it's just like he said, it's the inconsistency that makes it hard for us as analysts and hard for fans to really not lose your mind trying to follow this team and bank on them, you know, consistently being able to put out these performances. But hey, today, so far so good.
The conversation around Wasik is an almost mirror of the conversation we had about Wonderful yesterday as well, where we're like, when this player comes online, it's the difference maker for the team.
Yeah, two players, you know, that are similar. I'd say Wonderful is playing normally at a higher level. I think he has a higher peak than Roxic as well. You see by the stats the last 3 months as well. That's kind of evident, especially Wonderful's performance at the major is the one that pushes his rating, you know, and pushes his stats up, and I guess his stock value as well raised quite a lot. Roxic has been around for a long time, brings a lot of experience, but it's not often we see him go off anymore. Like I feel like Voxic back in the day, he would have, you know, a couple of games every single tournament where I'm like, wow, okay, that's some flashy play, that's some explosivity on the server. It's becoming less and less and less. He's maybe a bit more stable, a bit more mature as a player, which can work well, you know, in a team, but that, you know, goes to the structure of Aurora, then you lack something else. Like you have Santaris, you have a Voxic who's very stable, you know, but not flashy anymore. You need a bit more spice, you know, from some of the players. So it's hard to pinpoint what exactly is it within Aurora. You know, a lot of people are pointing towards Major right now, saying that his calling and the T side is struggling, which is the case, you know, but how much is that Major not really getting it done as an in-game leader, and how much is it the tools that he used to have in a Voxic, in a Santaris, etc., not really performing as well as they used to. So it's always a little bit delicate, and I guess there's more nuance to it.
Voxic also has a great resolution. Let's talk about what's going to happen now on the Decider map, because that is where we go. And we both sort of, I think coming into this, both of you said when we looked at that veto, oh, well, we don't really know how this map is going to play out. And now we're sitting there. How does it play out? You're going to have to put your money where your mouth is
well,
now.
I did say that we were going to need Inferno, because again, like I have no faith in neither Na'Vi or Aurora right now being consistent enough to beat each other 2-0. You know, that's basically the closing statement. Now, you want to put me my money where my mouth is? I'm going to say the same thing right here. I cannot give you a clear answer as to who I think is going to come in and play well. Normally, I'd side towards Na'Vi. I think the Inferno is somewhat decent, somewhat stable. I love the way Bit is playing A together with Emma. I think Bit is a fantastic player in that position. So stable, such a sharp aim, you know. So if I'm Aurora, I'll probably avoid going towards Bit too much and test more so Alexi B and Mikasi, who saw them play well on the CT side of Anubis together. But overall, I'd say the weakness within Na'Vi is that pair, Mikasi and Alexi B. Sometimes it works out, but more often than not, I feel like they're struggling a little bit in terms of firepower.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think both teams have their pros and cons. When you look over at Aurora, the things that are in the positive column for them is that they've won both the games they've played this year with this 5. They are a team that, Xantaris in particular, has been a guy who delivers for you as an entry. He's very good at controlling Banana. I think he's going to bully Makaze when he's on that side of the map. That's going to be a real problem for Na'Vi, a real threat to deal with. They also moved him recently defensively. He's now more of an A rotator, so they're able to kind of distribute his talent all across the map and not just focusing on Banana every single time. But the con is that they're a little bit one note. You know, they're a little bit struggling to mid-round effectively or make adjustments when, you know, the going gets tough. I mean, I think that's the real big hurdle for them they're going to have to cross. Now, for Na'Vi, I think my big issue with them is that they've lost like their last 8 out of 10 games. Like they haven't shown the same form on Inferno that classically they have been able to do. But the pros for them is that I feel like their mid-rounding is better. I feel like generally speaking, they have good protocols and have good approaches to the map. It's just more about, are they going to get the performances out of the players that they need to be able to thrive? And again, I think it comes down a lot to Makaze as an entry work and Ima as that second kind of star rifler for them that I feel like can have substantial impact when he's on form.
TLDR, we have no cooking clue how this is going to play out, because these two teams consistently surprise and disappoint us. One of them will surprise us and the other will disappoint us.
Somebody has to win. Yeah?
Somebody has to win. I hate that we're ending this like that, but there you go. We're going to break now.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We are talking all things Anubis with a team that I know is so happy that it's back in the map pool. It's Aurora, it's Voxic, and okay, let me ask you this, because I'm sure you're happy, but obviously Train went out, which you guys also played pretty well.
Yeah.
So is it just like a win and a lose at the same time? How do you make it the map pool right now?
It's great to have that Anubis back, but personally, for example, I was like really love the Train.
Yeah.
So it's gonna at the same time you're like, why did that not run? You know. But otherwise, Anubis came back, bro. You know, it's like in the middle.
And do you feel like Aurora is a team where you are like trendsetters on this map of how to play it, how you do things?
Yeah, I mean, overall, that from the start until now, yeah, there is like changes about the window, but our like play styles like didn't get affected too much. The way we play, I think if everyone even knows, they cannot still kind of beat us.
Yeah.
Like they are like if you watch 5-6 demo of our Anubis, you will see similar rounds to each other. One we're doing it in like a third round, and one we're doing it in the after 3 games in 6th round. But it's kind of still same things.
Yeah.
We are playing really successful kind of defaults there. I think that's why the map is overall is feeling comfortable for us, because everyone in their position knows what to do on the T side and or which nades they need to throw.
Yeah.
And or great timings we are catching it. So I think because of the default of the play style that we're making great on that map, I think that makes us play good and kind of like scary to play against.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the mid changes? You know, the door change, obviously the window. Like, when you saw that? What was your first thought?
It was in midnight at home, and I was about to go to sleep as far as I remember, and I just saw the news on Twitter, and I just went back to the computer again.
Nice.
And I checked like what they brought, and I saw the window. Okay, what else? And I just saw there's a big box, they put it there, and so I said, okay, the T is gonna sneak now from now on or something. I was thinking it, but I haven't seen yet because if you are not close to pillar, you don't see who is coming from camera.
Creep in,
Yes, if you are like inside the A main or A pillar, someone can sneak to the left towards left side position because of that big box. So I said this can be game changer. It's like a good thing to add or switch. So overall, I like it because I like always like some changes inside the game. The same for when smoke was exploding with 1 nade, people like half of people was like disagree with that, like bring back the previous one or something. But I like it, you know, it's something new, something more making exciting. For Anubis, I think it's great. I can do like more early peaks, for example, from that window, and I can have the control, either they're taking from like stairs or they're taking from carpet side to aces. So if I see that nobody holding them, drop guys can push or something, and we can do flash pick in mid with timing because I'm holding down and I'm really close to pick mid. So this gives me kind of like some moves around the map, because in Anubis there was no such moves for the AWP. Early round, either you picking drop, either you picking mid, either you are just deep pushing A and getting 1 flash or molly to stairs and taking the control. But otherwise, there was like no, always you were on the back.
Yeah.
So, but with these changes, our upper can be like in front of everyone if you have like a round to start with it. But now there is antis for it, molos, smokes, nades. So sometimes you are just wasting your health while you're making a move. But overall is great. Like when the teams are starting to adaptate something, is getting much better. So it will be in the future, if the teams are playing like a lot, we'll see like more different type of things.
But overall, are you happy with the changes? Do you want to see more?
Yeah. I'm happy. There can be some changes, but probably not on Anubis. Okay. It's okay now to let's see how things go. And if it's so not balanced for anything, I think they need to add something as well. But for now, I think we can try this a little more.
Well, thank you very much for all your thoughts, Voxic, man. Appreciate you, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you so much.
Time for map 3 between a Na'Vi and an Aurora that were both incapable of winning their own map picks, Mohan. And it's just nice to see some individual prowess come out of Magic because he had a rough go of it back on Anubis. And I thought, oh boy, it's going to be one of those days. And lo and behold, here we are, going into map 3 in a map where, sure, maybe Na'Vi had chances, but once we look back at the score, it's a rock-solid stuff from Aurora on Mirage.
I mean, you know, if Wicadia doesn't actually pull off the 1-on-2, I could have totally seen that game getting, you know, even if it's Aurora still winning 13-11 or even in overtime because Na'Vi were playing just that well. But it was a bit of a taste of their own medicine. Both maps so far, we've seen the lesser team of that map play their best CS.
Right.
You know, and that's what it took for Na'Vi to win Anubis. That's what it took for Aurora to beat them on Mirage. I think we are in store for an excellent final game here. I don't think it's been super messy in a negative way for the opponents. There's just been a lot of good high-level individual moments. I mean, even within rounds on Mirage, it was somebody getting a 4K and then countered by a 1v2. I think 3 times that happened. So it's a salt-inducing game, I think, if you're on the receiving end, for sure. But now it's one where I think both teams come into it and they go, we know we can win this map now. We've both seen ourselves do this.
We're a couple hours into this match as well. You know, you've shaken off kind of the morning blues, and I feel like everybody's had a chance to at least get some impact in this series. So time to put it all together on the
matches.
3rd. Yeah, I know, right?
I would want to play the later games as a player as well. Absolutely.
I would want to play the
like
second match of the day.
Yeah, not the last game.
Like Vitality having to wait around. You know, Vitality MongolZ having to wait around last night. You know, you see those overtime doozies, and you're thinking, when do I get to play?
Is the one.
Second, it's the perfect one. You still can catch breakfast. You can watch another team play. You know, good for the brain, and you know you're up next. You don't want to be the appetizer, but you also don't want to be dessert. But I suppose this map, in a way, is dessert. Final map of play between Na'Vi and Aurora. Someone moving on to the 2-1 pool off of this. And so it is banana control already for Xantares, taking an angle towards the CT cross. USP shot whizzes by. We saw Alexi B's USP ability back on Mirage, and it was lights out. Damn near ace for the guy. Still lost the pistol. Glocks charge through the smoke. They don't give a damn, and they will catch Alexi within it. Now MongolZ, in some sort of desperation, has to fight back, and he will bring one down short. Imez's interruptive piece of utility doesn't actually expose any of the Aurora members, and so they'll sit comfortably in the 4v3 post plant, bomb ticking, and a double up here for Na'Vi through the church to work their way around and play off Imez's flashbang. That's got to serve as the trigger for the retake, but instead Wonderful eats the team flash. Imez comes through with the headshot
quad,
first.
actually.
He goes ahead and executes the pit player, and now all that they've got left up is Banana, but there's no defuse kit on the round. And so you're going to have to stick this the entire time. You're going to have to hope the cover's good, and it says, oh my god, but still the time.
I don't know, they might actually have it. Oh, what a retake!
Okay.
No way they pulled that off. And by they, I mean Imma.
Salt-inducing, I believe you said.
Oh.
Down to the absolute milliseconds.
That just looked beyond impossible. I mean, the fact that Imma got the first kill at quad after he threw the flash for them to scale, that brought it from like 99% in favor of Aurora to maybe a 70% in favor of Aurora. Like,
and that first headshot kill from Bit into the player on the left corner, that's the one that really makes the difference, because the second guy never even had a shot on Wonderful's stick.
And they just had one body blacking, Bit doing the rest. That's a maddening moment if you're Aurora. And honestly, Xantares, like, just don't be quad, man.
Yeah,
like you're literally in the best spot ever.
I used the word before. Stubborn. Still, though, there's no guarantees in this series with the force buy threats looming. There's only one SMG in the mix here for Navi, so it could end up being very costly if players even die. That SMG is here on this B site where Aurora comes stomping forward. They're not going to respect the utility. MongolZ from the back of the bomb site with the FAMAS, a beautiful sequence from him. Triple FAMAS headshot is exactly what you're looking for if you're Navi, considering Alexi went down empty-handed with that SMG. And so cue it up again. Another retake needed out of Navi early days. This is already a very cost-effective round for Aurora. Sure, they come through with the force.
There's actually no smoke here.
Deep position from Xantera as he hears the rumblings of the retake. Cuts down Ema and gets bit.
Oh.
Yep, they charge right through. Disrespect into that B site. To hell with MongolZ's triple kill. Wonderful versus Xanteres, and it's Xanteres with a multi-frag of his own. Big one there with the quad kill. He goes beyond MongolZ and maybe makes up for the quad peak in the pistol.
He totally has. Not the way you want to have to do it, but he completely does. Like, especially the emotional aspect of Navi getting their hopes up after a pistol round like that, and then him just stealing it right back. So that's well done. You foreshadowed the chance that an eco could happen, and for no one to get too comfortable. Well, I don't even know if Navi did, but they still lost.
Right, an expensive one to lose as well, right? Navi 4 rifles in that round. It wasn't just SMGs.
MongolZ 3K hold, and it's not enough.
Okay. Sure thing. Poor Soulfly.
Uh-oh.
Ema comes through with the P250 kill.
Wait, what do you mean people can get eco?
Careful, Alexi. You got 2 health, brother. You are dangerously close to those flames on 2 HP.
What's he got to lose? Some dualies?
Oh, when Ema's on 4 health next to you, I'm thinking more of the B site. This isn't a horrible place for Aurora. You group up, you go 3v2 into the B site, but the thing is, it's a 3v3. You've got Alexi doubling back with those Berettas. Wonderful. Needs to get this damage in. The pistols around him are so little health. There we go. Picks up Major on his own. And still Xantera's in the backdrop. It's Woxic from within pit. Missed opportunity to finish, but they're going to write off this third player, aren't they?
They knew Alexi was around here.
Oh, he's still inside the pit, keeping his head down. Woxic thinking about these corners, wants to come and clear it. Yeah, he's going to find you. Ema hoping he'd have the element of surprise as Xanteres wants to hang on to the flank. Bit gives him something to think about with that 5-7 headshot. And he goes into the MAC-10.
His own flash comes out.
That was Xanteres M4 back on the side of Banana, and Bit going over top is going to be caught out by Woxic, sitting in the back of the site for the headshot. These rounds on a razor's edge as we go back and forth. Aurora able to stabilize to the 2-1 lead.
Yeah, it's not exactly stabilized economically, just because it's going to be so expensive to even have a round like this come close. They won on a force-up, but they did spend all their money last round. So very, very close calls. 2 up in the last, 1 up in this. This is one where Wonderful definitely could have, well, he could have just closed it down with the scout going up on top of Coffins, but that was a few missed scout shots from him. Now a totally open B site. Aurora has plans to explore.
Pistols come running over, but it's Pistols with no utility, no armor, no real hope in the face of an Aurora that just wants to stampede through the B site yet again. And sure enough, pressure's really on with the deep utility. Aurora working well as a unit in these ones, and finally making sure that there are no costs that come with a round like this. Yeah, 5 alive, all's good. Aurora 3-1 T-side start.
It's a very energizing start. Lots of money Clean eco finally, a moment of reprieve. It's a perfect way to start the third map, especially after losing the pistol.
It's nice too if you got Xanteres kind of playing hyper aggressive towards the top of the board instantly.
Yeah, before this map, Xanteres had one good round. It was that very cool 3K from Sandwich up into the spray transfer to the top of stairs. That was it. Besides him, it was everyone else having a lot of highlight rounds.
Yeah,
so
true.
If he comes through on map 3, I think got a whole squad of highlights.
It's funny, this is a game that's going to be full of highlights, and yet his name hasn't been stamped on many of them. Like you said, just the one. Funny too, because obviously yesterday we had that conversation about MOUZ and Na'Vi and how there are no stars, and now finally a game for Na'Vi where there's supposed to be a clear star on their opponent's team, and, well, hasn't been that guy just yet. There's no better time than map 3. Push comes to shove, and Xanteres steps up. Him and Woxic both sitting pretty, 6-2 out of the gate. And Aurora going to give us a different look. There's been this affinity for the B site since the game started. Now we're going to go into Arch control versus the rifles here of Na'Vi. 2 Famai on the field. Emet, tall box cover for one side as he gets this double pit layering behind him, but he will fall victim to the Mac 10 of all things. And Soulfly comes through with his entry. First 2 players go down, and at least Bit's going to give Na'Vi something to work with, but it doesn't seem enough to inspire the retake just yet.
There's so much utility for Alexi, and they're going to flash through this, but like, why are they even peeking? If they're really, are they really going to go for a 2v3 retake with a MP9?
Maybe because they had all the
for real right now.
Utility maybe have them inspired, like as if they had a chance, but the reality is you're going to need these guns in the next one, and Aurora have gone 4-1 up off of the back of a pretty quick A commitment.
Yeah, it's like if there are upgrades nearby, sure. Oh my goodness.
Trying to dive this.
Wait
Alexi's
a second.
Got the kit.
This is the Fallen.
Sitting on top of it. Spamming in through. Covered by MongolZ. And that's why. Na'Vi with another one.
They do the FURIA impression. They do the Fallen right off of Arch, learning from the best.
The fact that they stuck around.
So they literally flashed through CT to make it seem like they're going to go for the retake, showed that they were leaving.
Yep.
Just to get Aurora to get out of there.
To sell it. And it still had to bank on a very clean kill to get through with the timing.
I was like, what are they doing right now? MP9 flashing back into Arch.
Yep.
2-on-3, and boy, did that work.
Made no sense for a second, but then we all saw the vision. You know, this is
right when you want to say perfect start to a game.
Yeah. This is a prime example. This is a reminder for all of us. Na'Vi, they've learned from their mistakes.
Yeah, I think it happened to him twice, right?
Fallen.
Or Fallen did it to 2 different teams.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
It's Fallen who's been pulling it off left, right, and center, but Na'Vi, one of those teams, in a critical moment back in Budapest. Well, lo and behold, they sprinkle it in versus Aurora here now. Of course they do. Fooled me, can't get fooled again. Aurora want to go back to the A site, maybe because it did crumble under the pressure of the commitment last round. You know where you lost that round, and it wasn't in the entry or the attack. So we queue up an attempt to go back at it, and Xanteres won't be punished for eating the flash. Not yet, that is. Na'Vi starting to get aggressive on the short side. Want to take a look at this, and the boiler angle being held means balcony seemingly primed for the taking. Oh, but they win both the fights on the short side, still able to get through that smoke on Balk, but it is only that one kill for Woxic and nothing else here for Aurora to be proud of.
The setup was crazy for the play that was coming in.
Na'Vi get off into the gunfight, and Wonderful is going to go ahead to execute that. 4 alive for Na'Vi, and we are tied real quick.
They have totally changed everything with these last couple of rounds. That setup is pretty phenomenal for a lane slash halls hit. They have 2 ready for anybody to peek, a 3rd in pit waiting for anyone to jump out. This is not the round to hit A in that fashion for Aurora, so they get outread completely.
Luckily for Aurora, the money keeps on coming, but fully invested on this one now, and we start to see those limitations creep through. Madger's Tech 9. It's not full nades on all. Navi's defense being built up brick by brick.
Oh, we are bricked up right now. This might be remembered as the Herculean effort for Navi to pull back that defuse, which in one dimension of watching is just this funny kind of creative thing that they pull off. But genuinely, think about the start for Aurora, not for that. Oh, double headshot through the smoke, make it 3.
Oh, make it 4! MongolZ slaughters 2 separate bullets for the first 2 headshots, a helping hand for the 3rd kill in Navi's camp, and Aurora now are slain.
Oh, Soulfly in the back.
Beautiful shooting for MongolZ.
I swear he was in crouch stamina for that last kill as well, was tapping it for every single frag, not thinking another one would show up. Perfect reaction every time.
Man, these are the kinds of soul-crushing rounds now as well for Aurora to have to deal with.
Oh, super crushing.
You know, I almost wonder, like, for a guy like Xanterez, what pisses you off more, losing to a defuse last second, or those kinds of just, like, instant deleted moments where you can do nothing?
Yeah, a guy in your mirror image putting together highlights just like you should be doing right there.
Winning 3 rounds in a row off of that as well. And now these Deagles in the hands of Aurora will struggle to get openings. Madger's dead to the utility.
Kaze up to 12 with that AG.
Holy hell.
He had that 3K hold earlier on B as well, even though they didn't win.
He had a rough
That's
go.
almost where everything went wrong.
Yeah.
And they pull off the fake retake into the A site.
Kaze had his hands full yesterday when it came to MOUZ just because of how good their Inferno utility was, and obviously Xertion is another banana player that can just have so much impact. That was a tough head-to-head for him to have to handle, and unfortunately his map stats after Inferno were quite atrocious. But here to make up for it versus Aurora, to recover a game that was a 3-1 lead to Aurora's favor, and now Navi having an absolute field day with this match, go up 5-3, finding consistency, finding style points in the middle of it all.
I mean, look how perked up he is. He's just ready for the next round now. He's pretty excited to play probably because he knows he's feeling it. The headshots are coming in. They've regained control of this half. They have so much money. They've got all the utility they want. They're putting together a streak of rounds. And this was Navi winning the pistol, going down 1-3, and then not looking back since. Don't let him get another highlight.
Nice point-blank kill for Xanterez. He'll put an end to the beast for this round. Ooh, and he finds just the inch he's looking for. Tries to dive Alexi, but that then costs him a bunch of HP. And they start to slide away. Woxic being spotted on the fallback.
It's not going to be the worst thing in the world just yet for the CTs to lose one and not trade it back. Or I still have to prove they can make it more painful. Navi here taking a risk. And this is kind of what I mean. If it ends up being B and they still have 3 over here, if Navi want to leave Wonderful and say, if it's A, screw it, that's fine. He's even nading to make sure they're not actually taking over brackets. Kind of on Soulfly to make a little more presence so that he can pull Bit back. But if he's just going to go for the lurk, flash setup to push in, this is not guaranteed for Aurora. Flash is primed.
Pops the pit. Xanterez fine with that one, and the site is clear for the taking. just having to get through that cross spam.
Okay.
And so they will do so with only Bit finding one. Zanteres with a chance to shine. We just kind of, you know...
Did that flash hit anybody? Even when they got their kills, I didn't see it in the kill feed.
I don't think so. We kind of followed it to the bitter end, but nobody was blind on Aurora's side.
Any chance we could see that again, where Bit's flash landed?
Kind of put Zanteres into the fire pit after MongolZ is the guy giving us highlights, and, well, he answers back with 3 kills this round. And in an important juncture as well, still within this T side, Aurora cut the lead down to 1 and have a chance to still rack up a streak. Wonderful. Looking like he's going to lose the op now to this flank in through library. Yes, no gun saved for the Na'Vi squad as 4 members of Aurora survived this one and, like I mentioned, close that gap to only 1 round now. Cheeky Zanteres triple. And not the easiest first fight as well, right? Well,
problem is
actually
they put a lot of faith into that flash. So I don't know if anyone was playing anti. Someone should have been, for sure. I don't know if anybody got blind, really.
Still keeps the threat up. MongolZ wants to stick around. Not doing anything too crazy just yet. Soulfly last round was just set up inside a boiler the entire time, waiting for a string to pull on. Where is that thread that unravels this A site? What's funny is normally when Na'Vi start to feel a bit of pressure here, they do go into this short peak. We've seen this exact setup really dismantle commitments from Aurora, but there's nobody actually here on this A play. It is very much moving back to MongolZ and Alexi on the other half of the map, and they'll fall away from their positions with a smoke in hand. That's a smoke to go down maybe at 45 seconds. Still time ticking, and Alexi hangs on for as long as he can. Oh.
That's not good.
Rounds live, damage dealt.
PC went out, yeah.
That's also the bomb and spawn, so it'll get picked back up. Zanteres will find the entry in the meantime. Somebody's got to be the hero as things get awkward. We've got this back pit position. MongolZ hanging on. New box valuable as Emes stomping over towards the church, but nice headshot from Lacadia in through the smoke as well.
Wow, Matter is going to be proud of his team for this.
Yeah, playing against life. Aurora are going to tie this game at 5 rounds all.
It's 3rd and 4th kill for Acadia with those 2 sharp shots and Zanteres' entry. And so we don't have to live through that different version of reality where they lose this round because of a PC crash.
Man,
very unfortunate.
Also, of all the PC crashes, why is he stuck holding the D key? The bomb's running as far as possible away.
Yeah, true.
Like he made it, while being dropping out of the server, he made it down T ramp and almost over to the fruit baskets.
Oh, was he on banana when it happened?
Yeah, he was like, he got like, kind of like,
goodness.
You know, he doesn't get stuck on the staircase down in T-spawn.
Are you going to save anything?
Just the op on wonderful.
Okay.
Madger was
so to give that a second.
Wild stallion, making a break for it. Maybe we got to plug the fridges back in. Who knows how any of this actually works? Luckily for all of us, bullet dodged with that one as Aurora are still able to win the round. And not just win the round, dominate the round, right? Nobody at the B site even got a kill. So,
yeah, that was not even close.
Don't worry about it if you're Aurora, still tapping into what could potentially be a lead at the end of this half. MongolZ started this game off nicely with his 12 kills, but things start to get sketchy as Zanteres taps back into his own talents, and now they're tied at 12 kills a pop. Identical score lines, actually, 12 and 6.
I'm saying this game, we're getting like such crazy individual moments from so many players.
Just felt like those moments were drying up for Aurora, but isn't the case now.
Yeah, it's also just like we could have had a Madger and an Alexi ace in the same series. Could have had a Xantares ace. Could have had a Soulfly mega carry Anubis win.
Could have had a MongolZ ace.
Yeah, could have had a MongolZ ace. That
kill
was
on
close.
Banana.
Yeah,
I mean, his crosshair was on the one guy.
The moments are there. A lot of them aren't getting clipped, but there's definitely been a bunch of flares of individual skill. Bit's got a number of clutches. And for all the glory, we'll find out who wins this series on Inferno. Could very well dictate who makes it into playoffs.
Yeah, there's nothing...
At this point, it's a game they both can win.
Nothing enjoyable about dropping down into the 1-2 pool. And that's what awaits the loser of this match. Especially at an event where you've shown hot and cold. Fast charge from Madger off the tech pause and back into the action with an opening frag onto MongolZ, limiting his impact in Banana yet again in a round where economically Na'Vi are also limited.
Alexi's not throwing this nade. There's a chance that they can keep 5 alive in this spot. An MP9 to hold.
Hard pit commitment on the other side of the map. Wonderful peels one. Oh, a second! Xantares is down. And now Wicadia trying to inch that off forward on a single point of health. For a moment, it felt like Na'Vi were going with the hard commitment into the pit on A, if, in case, nothing went well.
They're keeping the pressure high. All these mollies coming in. Slowing down the bomb plan.
Double off sequence is huge. MP9's gonna gun down the planter. Pop up from Orange dealt with, and it's gonna fall onto Madger in the backdrop of Banana. Smoked off already. Bomb is in front of him. Does he try to get some kind of Hail Mary moment going forward? You see so many CTs ready for the play. He'll get his instant headshot, but nobody else there for Aurora pull it off. And a 2 versus X situation inside B goes well, surprisingly for Na'Vi.
And there's Wonderful, the last guy that we didn't talk about, essentially, with a great hold from Coffins. Was it not smoked? Is that why?
Coffins was not
smoked. Yeah,
smoked.
it was not smoked.
Sitting here with a shooting gallery in front of him.
It's kind of interesting.
Oh, it was smoked. It was just deep. Saw him back into it. After the 2 shots, he backs up, and there is smoke, but he just played in front of it from the start. Yeah-oh. It's a situation of Aurora's making, and it winds up being their undoing.
They could have thrown it on purpose to make sure no one can play there at all, but then they got to make sure that they can clear the site. Oh, nice right underneath that scope. Moxie comes out ahead. What a find. And you know there's no other player here to watch this. Wicadia is going to make this into a B split.
Slip the net. Total blindside now for MongolZ as he hears that stomp come forward, but what if...
They're still watching. They watch CT a little bit. Alexi's walking.
But now he goes back. But yeah, okay, he stomped in the first place. Gonna get struck down in CT, or at least whittled down. And B bomb site looking prime for the taking. MongolZ clears out spawn first. What can Alexi do with 8 health? Knowing that Aurora were probably about to dive that bomb site.
You can actually lose this round now.
Flashbangs find their mark as well. That was a fully white Aurora and MongolZ catching Madger inside the CT cross. Na'Vi are getting away with robberies at the end of this CT side.
Yeah, massive ones.
On the brink of their 7th round now, Alexi playing in front of the utility, blindside Xantares on the climb up. Tough to stomach some of these situations. And the bomb possession is also here on the cross because of that MongolZ kill in smoke. Soulfly, what are you made of? 2 CTs as the smoke fades. He'll hit that first headshot. MongolZ, though, right there to trade out. And Na'Vi get away with back-to-back robberies as far as I'm concerned.
I think Wicadia kind of blows it here because he could actually walk the entire flank. They could have turned this into a B split slowly, but he wanted to just so badly take a fight, which I sometimes respect that at moments like that, where it's like you let one go too far, then suddenly they're in a good spot like quad, and you're going to have to get cleared anyway to fight him. But in this particular moment, wow. I don't know where Xanteris was in this whole situation, but...
Died on orange.
Oh, okay. Well, he was kind of cooked. I think the expectations, though, for this round were that the team was going to win when they got that lurk off. And so I'm putting it on Wakadia here, who, you know, if he doesn't shoot, it's fine. If he gets the kill, it's fine. But he shot and didn't get the kill. That's not fine.
Now the tilt flows through you. Got a teammate yelling. Sometimes you just got to get it out of the system, though. Remember Nico's desk smash? That's what he said. He said, if I didn't hit that in
Some people
desk.
have to yell. I mean, it's just fine. Like, as long as, honestly, like, if you're not yelling into the mic at everybody else in TeamSpeak,
sure,
then okay. Get it out of your system. Yeah, as long as you still do the calm, whatever. Because you do have to, like, you can't just build up all that dark energy in your body for the whole game.
That's how road rage happens.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta T-bone them.
Yeah, it's just pull the pit maneuver
Can't
halfway
just
down
keep
the
talking
10.
about your problems your whole life.
Everyone's a nice guy until they're behind the wheel. Sitting in the driver's seat right now is Na'Vi. To go execute into the B bomb site with the double smoke.
For a heroic retake, but it's Ima who's watching the push down mid.
It's a retake with no kit as
Watch
well
Ima.
for Aurora. Emac gonna find one, deal with it.
One's pretty good.
Fast banana flank moving through, but again, it's got to be a fast flank because no kit on this retake. And it's a 4-player banana hold coming out for Na'Vi. They're kind of ignoring Madger for the time being. Soulfly, yeah, that one ends up looking a little wild. Dual Berettas with a triple, though.
He got them all.
Oh, my God.
He just won the round.
Just like that. Everybody wanted to fight for banana, and Na'Vi meet their maker. Well, then.
Excuse me?
You're excused.
After these two?
They all just try to fight it.
He killed every single player pushing. That is unbelievable, Wakadia. Because if he doesn't get that last guy, and then they switch places on the back of the half wall, it becomes a time problem.
Oh, yeah.
Paravision. Stream done. Oh, Paravision have won. Map 3.
Ruh-roh.
After the stomp on map 1 from FaZe.
That's FaZe in the 1-2 pool now.
That's their favorite pool. The FaZe Silver pool.
Kerrigan in a pre-event interview said it would be really nice to just go 3-1 this event. And I like that he gave himself the wiggle room of 1, but 3-2 is what it's going to have to be for FaZe Clan. And for, potentially, whoever loses this match, which is suddenly closer off of the back of that pistol round. Big Beretta mowdown for Wakadia. Xanteris feeling the groove in middle is going to be the first victim of this one. Falls to the MAC-10. And now this short setup starts to peel back because the balcony challenge is coming through. There is support on site, but Woxic still bested. Alexi's MAC-10 gets him. Trade frag comes through once again, and it's going to be Wakadia to have to be the hero once more.
Is that smoke good?
Looks like there's a gap.
They really free-handed it.
Yep. Moto
okay,
side.
That's pretty massive. Maybe
He can certainly push through, but I don't think Alexi's positioning in Graveyard is going to be predicted. You've got Wonderful whittled down to 3/4 the health. Flashbang meant to slow things down.
That smoke will help him clear Graveyard.
Gonna block off Pit, but I don't think he checks it. Okay, jumping M4 headshot. Wonderful's reposition, dealt with swiftly. Wakadia's the hero yet again.
Another 1v2.
10-second defuse, a little dangerous, but fine by his standards. Aurora tying the game off of a Wakadia jumping headshot.
What a clutch. Every round as key as the last, it feels like. Every clutch more unlikely than the last as well. Missed the jump, hit it falling off. And track down the 1v2. Wakadia on that pistol round, Wakadia in this 1v2. How much more magic has he got? Every time we think we've got this game figured out.
This has been a rodeo.
Wow, but it looks like the streets strongly believe in Aurora, maybe after those two.
CT side ahead of them, 2 diffuses. You gotta be a fool to write off Na'Vi.
Yeah, and while those were good wins, exciting wins, they were expensive still, so. You do that on T side, it doesn't matter that much, but on CT, on Inferno, probably one of the top 3 maps, you need a lot of utility.
Crazy that Wakadia has doubled his kills from T side to CT side already. That triple Beretta play, the 2 kills just now in the 1v2. Just like that, you've got Wakadia as a part of the formula here for Aurora. And he's gonna have to be, it feels like. Clutch factor's real. And we'll see if MongolZ's scoreline as the very clear top performer of Na'Vi in this 3rd map starts to taper off as he's going to be tasked with the challenge that is T-side Banana. But he's going to be eating every grenade in the book. And we see that already down to sub 30 health here in round 15. Like you said, things have been expensive. So as Xantares takes to the top of this arch side smoke, really not a lot to see here. Whoa. Jumps up and catches a glimpse of that crawl outwards, and they're happy to just try to rotate around and stack sight instead then.
Crazy how slowly Na'Vi move. How slowly they move here. They've got arch open. They know this boost was dismantled. Everybody is coming over from the CT side. Tentative steps here in through CT.
Splash finding Wakadia with a chance to challenge the arch play. But the wrap is now real, and they're standing out in the open, unprepared. Just
totally
fully exposed. Woxic tries to save it. The damage is real. And now this critical kill on Ime, who's working with the half health, as the single point of Wonderful's health bar is all that remains for him. Wakadia tasked to another critical moment. He has been the savior for Aurora once more.
He got dinged.
Spam comes out, but it doesn't connect.
And maybe there won't be another 1v2 from Wakadia. Too
Wow,
much work
those
done in this
Sight
half.
players really believe that somehow the Library and Arch players were going to be able to hold off despite both of them being smoked.
I mean, Wakadia was actively defending it, but once you hear the smokes, and also, Wakadia delayed for a long time, actually.
Yeah.
So you think you'd get into a better spot in the end, or just play in the back of the side. I'm not sure. They're just misreading exactly how long it would take for that hit to come in, I think. And that's that Na'Vi awkward timing.
Maybe the Arch player himself said he was coming through the end of that smoke and they thought
like,
that would hold it. I don't know.
Without hearing communication, it's impossible. But for me, I'm not really putting this one on Wakadia because I think if anything, they're hoping he can slow them down.
Right.
And I think he did that.
He did.
He used like a mag and a half of ammo. Forced them to smoke it. Plus, they can hear the smokes. Plus, they know it is an arch trap. Like, it's
3 rounds where Aurora needed a hero. 2 of the 3, Wakadia is able to step up. This time, Dink comes through the smoke, and that limits his ability to pull it off. Haven't shown a moment of Aurora controlling the apartments so far throughout this CT side. Na'Vi not being shy about their approach, using their utility liberally to at least get what was momentary control of brackets, and it's enough to keep Aurora wrapped up in this A site. 4 players standing here as MongolZ starts to take a look back at B. How far will Aurora push the limit of this site setup? You're working with quadruple MP9s here. No smoke grenades either for anybody on Aurora to slow it down. That incendiary on Madger's the only thing over towards B that could stop a Na'Vi that wants to come forward with the commitment.
It's basically a non-existent B hold. Like, a Na'Vi's, this little bit of utility is kind of perfect. It'll hold their attention a little bit longer.
Madger's held on to that Flames until now. Drops it at 30 seconds. It has freed up a couple of bodies to rotate over. There are flashbangs here to set up Xantares. Major left these flashes so that Xantares could come through, and he does with one. Inside of the pit, though, you've got T's already, so backs turn to them, and Major's unable to hold it back on his own. Soulfly and Wicadia to the 2v3 retake. There's an AK in the mix of all this. Soulfly's flashbang could be used to try to get the retake going. Cross smoke fades. MongolZ to the top box with a MAC-10, not ideal. Soulfly is going to catch him on the fall down. Confirms Bits back by Nubox. That's all they've got. This move around from the Galil into the deep corner. Bit just hoping to draw them forward. Desperate attempt here from Soulfly, and the Galil kills connect. Bit's gonna cross it over the line and push to the 9-7 lead.
And there's that clutch potential out of Bit, who's got a number of them this series. The trade's coming back. It just felt like, oh my goodness, they're gonna have to go through it again. Somehow, Aurora are gonna figure this out. Wicadia involved, but not the guy necessarily getting the kills. And also, we know about Aurora and MP9. Sometimes they get too many MP9s, but they get too many kills with those MP9s. Alexi waited so long for the perfect time to go for this duel. Still ended up losing it. Gap goes to 2. Now a real ego.
Finally, Aurora playing something inside of the apartments.
4 spotted instantly.
That'll catch you.
That's a B play. They didn't get the bomb, though, so they just got to go support that coming back.
Bomb only leaving now. These pistols will test the flank, but there's a smoke up. Fresh smoke at the base of Banana.
Yeah,
vanilla pistols aren't getting through this one. Wicadia's MAC-10 attempt to try to stop the bomb plant. Does get Alexi off the plant, so that part of the plan works well, but you're not going to stop Na'Vi in this round. 10-7 lead secured. There's a question about the price tag, but Na'Vi have survived those heroic Aurora moments. And a T side that now streaks together 3 rounds in a row. 10-7 lead, map 3. Is not a bad place to be. Soulfly doesn't have a kit for this, but taking a late look at the bomb site, just trying to frazzle Na'Vi. Again, banana control, you're not getting away with the win. You could just get away with racking up another frag, but it's covered, and it'll boil down to Woxic, who's also unable to get any.
Very solid here for Na'Vi on this ante. Obviously, it's because of scouting, and they go down into the halls. If they didn't see that, they wouldn't have had the guaranteed info, but not enough of a punish here from Aurora to really make it feel scary. Full buy left for each of the players of Na'Vi as they go and purchase up. There are a couple of missing rifles. Blade gets into the mix, says, how do we make this hurt more? During Aurora's tack pause.
Sucker.
And it's in that moment he just like rounds over.
Yeah.
So it's
to hell with your Zeus. I'll take the round win. Had to wait for this, but guns back in hand for Aurora. Trying to pounce on it. Yeah, nice coverage here from Wicadia, but it does cost them a lot of health. 16 HP remains.
Oh, he got one. Tail end of that molly. Wicadia gets ticked as well. But will they expect Xantares to be here? They just mollied that fallback. But Xantares is really staying here without support. This is quite dangerous.
Double swing, and he gets traded by Alexi.
But see, with him dying this early, they have CT wide open. It can just get smoked. It's kind of a huge issue for Aurora.
Part of this system to try to rotate over. Woxic gonna drop utility in front of it. There is no commitment from Na'Vi behind that util.
They can pretend with this molly, but no one can actually smoke B, peek in front of it.
Woxic could save this. Yeah. Quick scope into Alexi. That moment of pause here from the nades that have tracked down both low players. Still Woxic back to the cross, has landed another shot. So far, Wakadia has been the hero, but now it could be Woxic.
He has to read Bit. I mean, Bit just planted, could go con on him. Woxic not even thinking about that.
Stepping it forward, and yeah, from inside of the little pit, it is Bit with the clutch. His second kill of the round nets Na'Vi another. An 11-7 lead off of that one.
I think Bit has like 6 clutches in this series already. He's including a 1v3, a 1v2. Just pretty nasty on that output, and that's why he's, that's why Bit's on Na'Vi. That's why he got hired up from Na'Vi Jr. back then, to be an anchor that puts together all these 1vx moments.
On the brink of another second half blowout now, because this is 4 rounds in a row, and the 2 rounds that could have also been theirs, that could have ended this game, were the Wakadia heroics trying to challenge into middle versus Bit. All while we get this heavy emphasis from Na'Vi just charging down the B site. Madger's MP9 is not long for this world.
What a call.
Aurora may not be long for Inferno at this rate.
They're not here to think about this too much. Right through smoke, through the bluff. The A stack that Aurora have consistently been looking for on rounds like this. That is true. The deep CT smoke, and the best Aurora can do is maybe punish some exits, but Bit's going one step further than that. He's going to catch Soulfly walking around through spawn. How sweaty is this?
Fortunately for Aurora, this is going to end up being 2 CT side calamities that they have to stomach in the series. Their own map pick, there was no defense to speak of, and now in this one as well, it's a pistol and a conversion by way of Wakadia moments.
Man, did they even want to save that MP9 for this potential last defense?
They saved money.
Enough money, yeah.
They're fine. Yeah, they'll be all right.
Madger's only 41, that's the only thing.
Guys, let's go. One more round.
One more round, that's right, Blade.
Yeah.
Man knows math.
It's crazy, because I think if you're sitting there from Blade's perspective, you're watching this, you could have lost the series. I mean,
sure.
And it's not even like your own mistakes. It's just the random pop-ups that are happening, the clutches that have taken place. The fact that Wacadia's had these moments and yet still Na'Vi have had more of those moments in the same map. It's one of those games you're just lucky to get across the line.
We've got 5 clutch victories in this 3rd map alone. But 3 of them the way of Na'Vi.
All they're going to think about is being in that 2-1. That's the only thing they're going to be thinking about.
Get it over the line, and you've given yourself 2 best-of-3 chances to secure the BT Arena, to hear that crowd roar for Ime. Because that's what this victory is all about. It's all for Ime here in Cluj.
You said it was called the Bit Arena, though?
No, sir.
So
BT.
maybe that's why he's been playing so well.
Would feel about right with the way he's left a mark on these Na'Vi games so far. Doing it for his teammate. But they eat a lot of utility damage at the start of this one, and suddenly Na'Vi thinking about taking this A site, where Aurora have been trying to put bodies. And Woxic, who has not been missing shots in this series, who under pressure does deliver, will need to be a part of this defense, and he'll find the first one. No whiffs. Santares comes out with 1 towards Arch side, but Bit's able to trade back into Soulfly, who also had his 1. They know this op is in the middle of the bomb site. Madger now announcing his approach, and he will come through with the frag. Pressure on Woxic, Madger's got it covered, and Aurora, the first of 5 to extend play into overtime map 3.
1 foot in front of the other. It's a super solid hold here. Normally you'd want to have 4 if you could. Watching Arch, they do give up rack control. It's actually a fine time to try the A play here if you're Na'Vi. And when they spotted Arch and fell back into the side, I thought, oh my goodness, they're going to turtle up again too much and let this wrap happen. But they do well from those more reserve positions, and the multi from, I think, Xanteris was just enough.
Aurora made certain that they would have the money to make this comeback happen, to push us beyond regulation. Ensure Woxic continues to hold on to these AWPs because his defense is solid. What I love about Woxic's play as well is like sometimes when you throw him into those frazzled moments, when it's a high pressure, high octane hold, he will still find those kills. We saw it as he scrambled over the B site previously, but MongolZ has already gotten his way through the banana smoke.
He was looking to do this before.
Now he's got
anybody's tried it.
Teammates right behind him. He's going to blindside Madru, who gets traded out by Alexi. You've got Wicadia here, full belt of utility. You've got Woxic trying to run that off over, blindsided, as Wonderful takes to the top rope of Orange. He is cleared with ease. Wicadia pushed back at a quarter of his HP. Everybody for Aurora inside of the CT spawn, barring Wicadia.
They're so low on utility, though. They can't slow this plant down.
Navi's starting to feel a little bit limited within that little pit.
Oh, and they're worried about alert. Plant will go down.
Uncontested.
Clock starts.
CTs take position up inside of the church. They're currently trying to keep this one split as the smokes begin to fade. And we've got still flashbangs for Soulfly. Everybody trading tools for the job. Wicadia takes over the op and goes back towards CT spawn. Up close, it'll be Xanteris. Catches the shoulder, spams down Alexi. Bits trade only the one. Galil versus 3. E-Man from the top shelf of the back site comes through with a bit of impact, but it's another round for Aurora, one step closer to OT.
You have to appreciate them in retakes. They have been really, really strong on those. When the clock is ticking, they're good at staying organized. I think it fits their style of being able to put together set stuff. Like, they drill this type of play, and they make it happen. And when we looked at that round, it's 2 Galils that came in for Navi. So they spent to the bottom dollar to get that buy together. Aurora, maybe they're not out of it yet. That's awkward. Didn't see anything.
You meant fast to the chase, but Xanteris sticking around even as Soulfly stomps the fallback. So it's Navi thinking that maybe they had found that timing without him seeing anything into the apartments. But false confidence for Navi feeds them 2 kills over. Xanteris showing a little fear with that one. 1 bullet over the truck, falls away, doesn't want to be the victim of the Desert Eagle. And then an additional 2 kills come through here to Aurora's favor. So Navi letting this one slip, saving up their money. We'll have a real go of it in the follow-up, but this is Aurora a majority of the way through the 5 rounds they needed to push us into overtime. 3 down, 2 to go.
So close to glory are both of these teams after what has been a serious fight in this series. Aurora's a little bit more pressure for them to make this one happen. But, I mean, they're in this buy-save cycle right now. If Navi don't win this round, it's going to be an almost guaranteed overtime.
Kaze's had to deal with a lot of util out of this Aurora banana play. We saw the nades come out from Navi. We've seen utility finish off Aurora players on their fallbacks, but this one does come at a cost. They stick inside of the corners and dunked on by the frag grenade. Bit of posturing going down on banana in a very important round, and it's going to leave 4 players wounded after the nades are done sailing.
They're going back to the site with 2 mollies left over. No more HEs. Lots of unconfirmed damage exchanged on both ends. I'd be a little nervous, though, if I was Aurora to not have got that kill. That would just make this feel a little more simple. An interesting move. Woxic assuming that they might try a walk-up. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if they did in this position. You look how empty Banana is right now from both perspectives. But Na'Vi are working on A, making him regret this rotation.
Ooh, into the smoke, but that's occupied. That smoke is occupied.
Right now?
He crossed paths. Wakadia and Alexi B have crossed paths inside of the arch smoke.
And they're gonna, again.
As we go over towards Banana, Madger's holding it on his own. Madger's under pressure, and Eman's got that trade back. He's got Woxic, in with the Tech 9, able to catch that second.
Wait, I feel like Bit should be running around to Alexi in this spot. 3 players coming up Banana. Alexi's in CT.
Fast charge.
Open to him.
Fast charge. Oh, wall bang! Wakadia doesn't let Bit get off the position.
Yeah, good luck with this, Alexi.
Far range, bomb planted for him at the very least, but still 3 players from Aurora ready to hold it. And Alexi concerned about players, but look, they're starting to check coffins. They're starting to write off this potential CT threat. And now it's been confirmed. Alexi in the open dealt with this fast move from Aurora to wrap back around and imagine a world where Bit gets away from coffins, but instead Wakadia nails the headshot through the wall bang.
I think it was impossible for Alexi to be sure that everybody was rotating down. It's played serious right now at that pace. That's so funny. For Alexi to make the call for Bit to go over towards him would have been so unreasonable. But he did let them run by. And they ran because they just didn't think anyone was there, right?
Or they just didn't want to deal with Alexi inside of the spawn, but I mean...
But he didn't get a kill or shoot now.
Yeah. But it looked for a moment like they could have bumped into each other. And Wakadia did turn to look at the smoke, so I don't know. We'd have to watch it back.
More vibrating.
It's another one. Yeah, it's the vibrations again. It's one of those moments where it's like you need the replay to figure out exactly.
Yeah.
Awkward, to say the least. But money managed by Na'Vi still nets them 4 Galils to try to put this one in the 24th. You've allowed Aurora to catch up for the 5 rounds. Secured for Aurora to get beyond regulation. And leave it to Aurora to play with those final 5 rounds. Not always making it easy on themselves. This utility, oh, look at Alexi go. Willing to risk that back 10 for an opening kill, and you can understand why. Shot landed through the wall bang. That's gonna push MongolZ down,
he's
but
reloading.
they don't believe it. And he doesn't make a fast step. Madger's gonna just throw.
He doesn't think,
no,
he didn't even hear that.
MongolZ got hit, but he still walks it forward. Madger now reconsidering it because of the lull in the action over on A. He will still get the better of MongolZ. That wall bang worth its weight in gold. And so now as the op comes back to the cross, the smoke goes down, and Na'Vi are going to try to test the limits of this B site at a man disadvantage.
And they're looking just not to get picked off as they get this plant off, but Aurora have been good at finding a kill or some damage. And again, their retakes have been solid.
Fresh smoke into the cross, and there's another one still for Emet to throw. He's got it equipped at the moment.
Yeah, if they throw that to coffins, that's the way. Yeah,
Plenty of kits.
We know Aurora love to retake through coffins.
Plenty of flashbangs. That coffin retake had been the bane.
They're kind of messed up about this. They don't want to have to do it this way.
Flashes over to the cross. Many bodies coming at this. Emet fully blind inside the little pit. Wonderful double. Emet's here to close it. Woxic goes wide, and they will push the limits. Jumps on top of the bomb, and this is Aurora to go to OT after a 5-round streak. Just when push comes to shove, of course, Aurora pulls through.
What an amazing comeback once again. Somehow, on that retake, especially after their plans get canceled trying to come through coffins, still managing to find each and every trade. And I don't know what happened here when Madger came back. If it was just a long con to draw out some kind of push, but didn't really know how close that guy was behind him, MongolZ. But he was there just in time to get that kill and slow things down.
Double up in the apartment.
This was 12-8.
Yeah, 12-7. Aurora really don't play much inside of the apartments in the gun round, so this double up from balcony is something fresh in overtime, and it nets them a 4v4. But within that, you get this pretty quick flurry from Na'Vi in through brackets, already contending with the bomb site. Easy pickings now. Alexi going wide and not able to finish that immediately, but he gets there. Does open a door for Madger, who follows up with the commitment, but ultimately falters. And so Na'Vi, they meet something new in a double apartment setup, but they are very quick to respond to that with the flood out through the brackets.
So a 5-round streak of rounds answered back from 1 for Na'Vi finally. Luckily for them, they had already secured overtime. If not, this would have been the ultimate tragedy. Hard to say what went wrong. All we see is that Na'Vi really open up here. They play it almost scrimmy. Towards A, very fast, very light on everything. And just decide they're going to trade down better. 4 players, all getting a kill each.
Terrorists win.
What, they just wanted to give them the hope and then take it away? Is that what we're watching right now? They're trying to torture Aurora here?
I mean, it's not the first time I feel like we've seen Na'Vi kind of like test a brackets play, right? They've usually peeked out through mid. I just think this time with the double apartment setup, that change-up felt like Na'Vi, that's all they needed to really follow through.
There is this thing about overtime where it's like, all right, the new strategy. You know, it's
yeah,
like,
sure.
let's
Yeah.
slowly work on B for 5 rounds and then, wait a second, that's not done anything for us.
I mean, even Aurora trying to change up from what was working to what really opened a door for Na'Vi to just slam into an A play. And maybe it's because they didn't think Na'Vi would do it, but given the chance, given that information, Na'Vi flood forward. And a lead secured in overtime instantly. This is a little more par for the course in terms of Aurora's usual A plays. This 2-player bracket hold and Soulfly just chilling back towards Balk. But Na'Vi, no strangers to taking a look at it. And Xantares wants to test around the flames, but Wonderful on the angle already. And when you've got Bit positioned to try to play out Balk, he's gonna go. And Emam finding damage on Soulfly spells disaster for this A defense. Bit nails the kill coming through. Very little left to do versus the wounded Soulfly. And Woxic's not going to be given a target. Bit knows better than to overextend. All Na'Vi have to do is off of the positioning of Aurora.
And the B retakes are impressive, but the A retakes are just not going to happen. No one's good enough to pull those off consistently. So it feels like that's where we're getting a total change up for Na'Vi. They know they can get into either side. But unless it's going to be Wakadia getting a jumping kill, A is pretty safe and sound.
Overtime so far feeling like a whole different game. But it is the back-to-back A commitments coming through in 2 different setups from Aurora that just can't stand the test. That peek into middle, you know, Xantares thinking he's got something behind those flames, but I think that goes back to late game Anubis as well, right? When push comes to shove, you just get this moment where Wonderful leans back on one of these passive angles and somebody from Aurora steps into it when they feel the squeeze to do something. Always got to be cautious when Wonderful's got that op because you never quite know where you're going to find him. And he's off to the 21-16 scoreline with that opening kill on Xantares. And it's a 5v4 that just guarantees the round essentially because Soulfly comes forward on short and that gives Bit all the info he needs to know. Balk at that point belonged to him. Gunning for a singular CT round win now are Aurora in overtime. 7 CT rounds in regulation, but the all-elusive one here in OT. They start off with 3 players B-bomb site this time instead, Aurora. They're gonna try to get something going. Little jump spot over the half wall. Madger seeing no actual presence. Still just utility from T-Ramp, but if this is going to push Na'Vi into an earlier A play, they're going to find this one understaffed. Soulfly from the balcony is going to shut down Bit this time at least, getting revenge, but as he plays with nades, It's Emeta come through.
Come on.
Clears out both. Zanteres headshot instant, and then Soulfly caught playing with grenades. Then the challenge out through Arch, walks into MongolZ. 3 consecutive slaughters of this A-site defense.
You never ask for your apps guy to take apart a crossfire like we just saw from Ima. That was close to impossible. The complete difference here. 3 rounds won on A. If they can get this bomb planted, surely. And just playing it extra safe.
Not going to miss the headshot on that one. Woxic forced into the retake attempt. He's been playing lights out Counter-Strike, 25 kills to his name. But a 1v4 with locked in post-plant positions. And a very confident Na'Vi in their ability to storm this bomb site. It's what nets them the flawless OT. Sure, you allow Aurora back into this game with that 5-round streak, but they have looked like a whole other beast since we've got here.
3 rounds in a row out of nowhere. The only difference is it's the A-site hits this time. And also, like this is just not going to happen very often. That's just exquisite out of Ima.
Yeah, I think he's happy as well that he gets a couple shots on Soulfly while he's holding that nade, because then once you get the kill to Zanteres, you see him snap over, commit to the spray down, knew a couple more bullets would get the job done, and knew damn well that the rest of Na'Vi was sprinting over off his entry. A golden moment here for Na'Vi to just shut this down, advance to the 2-1 pool, be that one step closer to playing in front of a Romanian crowd. Dust described these teams as 2 ships passing in the night in terms of their rankings and kind of needing this victory, and you can see it with the VRS forecast. Ranks 7 and 8, both up for grabs. These are the guys that just can't quite find the consistency to be in top 5. So Na'Vi looking to be a difference maker, and Alexi B will find the first, but also falter within that moment. But you've done a great job of softening up Woxic. And before I can finish the sentence even, MongolZ's dunked the nade on top his head. Man disadvantage for Aurora to have to stomach, and a Hunting Wonderful will be the guy to give you back the even keel.
Awkward position here for a bit. I mean, I wonder if he thinks maybe it's time to push. Like, he actually might not believe that they're going to play A off of this. I feel like it's clearly very tempting for Aurora to still get it to the top of Banana. And the rotation's coming in from Emma, actually. Yeah. I'm not sure if this is just too obvious here, actually, for Aurora.
No smoke for the defense. MongolZ looking to take a look at this. Oh, the lineup!
And that's it.
Oh,
and
man.
That's how it goes.
Gut-wrenching situation for Aurora. Now, Wicadia was the guy that posted those heroic round 13 and 14 moments. He's got nades to pull this off. But a perfectly timed peek for MongolZ. Trades out Alexi B at the start of this round, and overtime is coming up. Nothing but Na'Vi. Wicadia dropping util, trying to get the challenge going, finds the tree kill, whips it around. Ooh. And that is Emed dropped down to 20 health, 20 seconds as well. And as he charges in, he's doing this. 2 kills deep into the clutch.
No way.
Another moment here for Wicadia as Bit doesn't bite down fully. Another plant attempt. The nade's going to be blocked by the fountain. He is on the brink of a critical 1v3. And as Bit has the kit, the incendiary, and the smoke, not to mention health advantage, Wicadia just dodging the flames.
It won't get cleared now.
No, he's locked in, and he is on that final challenge. But Bit is ready for the swing, and Na'Vi are ready to try and secure the BTarena games with 2 opportunities. They will advance to the 2-1 pool after a flawless overtime close.
1 game away from Emma being able to play in front of the home crowd. That will be incredible here at PGL Cluj. Unfortunately for Aurora, they are now fighting for their lives. What did we think about that last map?
Messy. Very, very messy game of Counter-Strike. First half, a lot of clutches won by the team in disadvantage. You know, you saw Na'Vi pull off unbelievable rounds, winning a 2v4, winning a 2v3, retaking a bomb site that wasn't supposed to be retaken because Soulfly thought the round was over and ran away. You saw the same from Aurora, winning a couple of rounds they weren't supposed to win. So it was a scrappy game of Counter-Strike, a messy game of Counter-Strike, where I guess the team that stabilized first, which was Na'Vi in later portion of the game were also the rightful winner. But let's be honest, neither of these two teams, the way they were playing today, is going to make the playoff, or at least make waves in the playoff, unless they step it up. This was not a beautiful game of Counter-Strike, but it was a fun game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it was a slobber knocker. It's one of those ones where they're just standing in the middle of the ring and they're swinging away every single time. No defense, all offense. And, it was a very brawly banana throughout the first half was really the big one. And even the first 2 rounds of the second half, you obviously have 2 kind of crazy clutches take place in those first 2 rounds to allow Aurora to tie the game back up to 7 apiece. But then Na'Vi go on that run, and you're thinking, all right, this is about to be over. Like, Na'Vi are about to walk away with this, 13-7, 13-8, 13-9, somewhere around there. But, Aurora finds a second life, so to speak, to push us into overtime. Unfortunately, they used all the gas left in the tank to get them there, because once they did, outside of this 1v1 that almost extended the OT, there wasn't a whole lot of life there out of Aurora in the extra rounds.
Let's talk about how Aurora got it to OT, though, because that was the last fight from them, and it kind of looked like maybe they were going to be able to turn this in their favor.
And to be fair, that was a good comeback on the CT side. Really stuck it to Na'Vi. Na'Vi also went down in cadence, I think, a little bit, but that's what we know Aurora to do. When they're at their best, the CT sides are decent, sometimes good, which we saw a great example of right here. It's more so the T sides that over the last 3 or 4 months have been a big point of conversation. So I'm not really that surprised that Aurora had it in them to come back on the CT side. What I was surprised about was the frustration shown by Santeros, by Maker for that matter as well. You saw after they lost as well, he was seeming a little bit disjointed in a way, not happy with it. And I think that's the general notion that is going on in Aurora right now. They are a team that are struggling quite a lot. They can't really seem to figure out why is it not clicking. And it does feel like, from watching the body language, from following them from tournament to tournament, that the frustration is building up within the camp of Aurora right now. And losing like this to Na'Vi is not going to help with that.
No, it's not. I mean, I think it's the repercussions of a group of players that have been together for a very long time and have been through so much, right? There's a lot of baggage there whenever you've seen the ups and the downs, you've seen what you're capable of, but then the frustration of not being able to reach those heights in a very long time definitely weighs on you. And I think, again, that Krakow maybe was something that probably inspired, was that debut event with Soulfly. It was, hey, let's try to turn into a new chapter after kind of a rough, second season of last year. And unfortunately, here, it's been kind of back to, some of the struggles we've seen them classically, not be able to handle, tempers flaring, people not getting along. It seems like, I hate to be like the vibes guy thing, but that does matter when, you're internally, you can't really do more than what you've got, right? Unless you're going to go international, this is kind of the best that you're going to do. And then, so when you're stuck in that box and you can't really find a solution, it just really can boil over.
That disappointment that we saw in Major's face right at the end, the frustration that we're seeing within the team is dangerous because it can fester. And this is where it becomes really difficult if you're Aurora. We've seen it in the past with Na'Vi as well, where they look so despondent. And I think we've seen it now with Aurora, because to turn that around and get everyone back on the same page can be very difficult, because I'm presuming within the team, I've never played professional Counter-Strike, but in any team dynamic, you do start turning on each other a little bit and start pointing blame where you can out of frustration.
I'll tell you what, it's one of the most underrated aspects of being in a team in Counter-Strike is to, I guess, recalibrate your own expectations. Because you spoke about Aurora, and we saw in 2025 a team that had a streak of going into every single playoff, a stable contender in the top 5 in the world. And that's sort of like how those players are perceiving themselves, right? If we've been a top 5 team for 6 months, that's where we should be at all times. I think from the outside, it's easy for us to say, yeah, Aurora right now, you should be happy if you're in contention to be top 5. But that's not how the players feel. So for a player that's been in one position, who's been great at a game, I can even attest to it myself. One of the reasons why I don't play a lot of Counter-Strike recently is that I hate the fact that I suck so much at it. I'm supposed to be better, but I'm not. And that's the same frustration they're reliving right now in Aurora. They feel they're supposed to be better. They feel they're supposed to do better. They feel they're supposed to beat Na'Vi in this game, but more often than not, they're not. And that's sort of like the frustration that is building up right now, and recalibrating your own compass and thinking, yeah, maybe a year ago I was a top 5 contender. Now we should be happy for top 10. That is one of the hardest and almost impossible exercises you can do as a player.
Yeah, it's all a matter of perspective, right? If you're a team like 3D Max, you'd love to be making playoffs all the time and at least being like somewhere in the conversation of the top 8 and trying to strike for top 5. But when you're a team like Aurora, who's been there and wants to reattain that, it's a different level of frustration, I guess you could say. So again, all about perspective, and it's tough because, again, at Krakow, you beat some elite teams to have a 5th, 6th place finish. That's awesome. But now you're coming here and you're struggling against teams that are lower than the teams that you beat at Krakow. And Na'Vi is definitely a formidable opponent. There's no shame in losing to them, so to speak. It doesn't matter in which you lose. And, I just feel like they haven't really addressed the issues that have been lingering for a while.
when you know where your ceiling is and you're not reaching it, it can't be easy. And that's where Aurora is currently sitting. It's what they're going to have to deal with this afternoon and into the evening because they're playing for their life now. Na'Vi is going to be feeling really good. One game away, like I said earlier, from making it into playoffs. We'll see how that plays out as well. We are taking a break. When we return, MongolZ faces off against BTarena.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
You're watching PGL Cluj-Napoca, and we are into the second game of our day 3 here. By tomorrow, I'm going to start confusing that because maths is just not my strong point and counting days is difficult. Pimp and Dust are with me to walk you through what is about to happen as we watch MongolZ play BTarena. And of course, this morning, if you woke up or maybe your time zone is a little bit different, you would have seen all the news online, and it's all the conversations around Senzu. If you watch any MongolZ games, the conversation always goes back to Senzu. This must be somewhat infuriating for the players in this team to constantly have the shadow of their former player brought up and mentioned to them, do you think?
You know what the fix for that is? To start winning, you know. Let us forget about Senzu. If we produce results without Senzu, then we forget that's even a conversation anymore, and eventually it will die out. The problem for the MongolZ is, I think, you know, one thing is the whole Senzu debacle, you know, not knowing what happened and why he's no longer part of the lineup, but another one is them not being able to produce the same amount of results as we saw before. And I spoke about recalibration before. I think that's what we have to do for the MongolZ. As you can see, as per the rankings right here, they were a team, you know, that was all the way up there. We're talking major final in Austin. We're talking #1 on the VIS and HLTV for that matter, winning EWC, winning a big title. And then ever since, it looks like Bitcoin as of recently, you know, it's not looking too pretty, to be completely honest. The question for me is it going to stop there? Where they're at right now, you know, in VIS, are we looking at a team that is top 10? Are we looking at a team that can fight back to top 5? Or are we looking at a team that is in the risk right now of dropping out of the VIS positions where you're having them in 15, 16, 17? I'm not quite sure, and I think that's something that we can look forward to the next couple of tournaments to see where the MongolZ are going to stabilize with this new lineup.
Yeah, it's so tough to watch what has happened to this team because they were such a fantastic story to follow. You know, they were the first East Asian team to make a major final when they did so at the Shanghai Major. Right, then they upped up the ante whenever they were at the Blast Austin Major and they were to make a grand final. They were, you know, alongside Aurora fighting for a spot in the top 5, and they won that battle. And they held on to that position for a very long time up until Sinzu walked out the door for whatever reason that was. And when they got controls, things didn't go so well, but they still managed to somehow make the playoffs at the Budapest Major, which I thought was pretty admirable considering the situation. But now you've had the offseason, you've elected the guy that you feel is the future of this team with Cobrazera, and unfortunately Krakow is a rough debut, and this event has been a little bit of a mixed bag. And it's sad because I want to see this team be able to get back to those heights because, again, the more contenders we have, the more interesting this scene is. And you still have 4 of the 5 pieces that helped you get there. And yes, Sinzu was a critical piece, the aggressive rifling star. That's one of the harder roles to kind of replace. And it's obviously too soon to call what Cobrazera is going to be. But you still have Blitz, one of the best IGLs out there, a great fragging IGL. He's known as defragging IGL for a lot of people. A lot of credit goes to Mara and the coaching. 910's one of the best operas that's come out of Asia. So they have a lot going for them, but they have to find a way to, you know, as you said, kind of recalibrate with this new fit to get back there.
About 2 years ago, I sat at, I think it was a Cologne, where they weren't quite the MongolZ yet that we know, but they were on the rise, and they had made some changes. And I remember a bunch of analysts sitting with me going, well, now that these changes have happened, we're just not going to see the MongolZ anyway. And then for some absurd reason, they just blew up. And I think that is one thing we do have to do is give Mara credits. He does find the diamonds, so maybe Cobrazera just needs a little bit of time.
Yeah, maybe, you know, and that's the big question mark. You know, it's what we know now is that they've obviously dropped a bit in level. The results haven't been able to be reproduced, but we don't know if they can bounce back. It's just when you look at a graph like that, that's why I love using the world ranking. It sort of like, it sees a trend, you know. So are they able to stop the trend? Are they able to revert back up? Or is it a trend that is going to continue to go down? At the end of the day, we don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I think this game against Bait is a great litmus test in that. If you're going up against Bait, you're the MongolZ. You're supposed to win that game 9 out of 10 times if you want to have any aspirations whatsoever of coming back to the level you were at before. That's not to take anything away from Bait, but that is not a team right now that I consider to be, you know, emerging. That's not a team I consider to be, you know, a FUT as an example, that is exciting, that is making waves, that is climbing the rankings fast. If anything, Bait is in the same position as the MongolZ. They're trying to stop a bleeding. No more head trick within the lineup. Sissy comes in as well. They made some decent results in 2025, but I think it's a team that right now their only focus should be to somewhat stabilize and see if they can stay within the Fun VS rankings, because I don't really see them just as a team that is punching above their weight.
Yeah, they're a team that's kind of a similar trajectory as to PARIVISION in the sense that they went from doing really well in the online environment kind of in the middle of last year to doing really well at a smaller LAN. You know, for PARIVISION, it was winning LAN to LAN. For this team, it was coming 3rd at Star Series, and they built off of that. They came top 8 at Masters Bucharest with us, you know, and then obviously they had their own run, sort of similar to PARIVISION at the Star Ladder.
That is big run, you know. It's going up, it's going up, it's going up, and then it's just crashing. And the question is, will it continue to crash?
Yeah, and the crash would be not making it out of the play-in at Krakow, right? Like, that's an event where you show what you do at the major. You want to be able to attend another main event. They weren't able to do it. Obviously, they've had a roster change since then because they had the one guy kind of come in for just one tournament. Now they've tried to go to Sizzy to see if that's going to be the thing. And look, I think it's a team that has some good pieces. You know, I think MPL is a solid aggressive rifling guy. I think, you know, Kinsey Zor is a solid entry. Alex has been adapting to the IGL role. And Sizzy so far, you know, again, a guy who came out of complete obscurity, had really nothing to look at before this tournament, essentially. You know, he had a great, you know, opening map on Mirage against Furia, kind of fell off in the Inferno game, but played really good against Heroic yesterday. So he's doing all the right things to get your attention, but now it's about where is he at exactly?
It's a bit tough. I mean, he hasn't had a lot of experience. So is this the tournament where we sort of judge him, or do we have to give him more space?
Now we get to see tendencies. We get to see, you know, whether or not he has glimpses of great play. And I think he has had that so far in the tournament. He's been doing a decent job. He's immature. He's 16 years of age. He's going to have to learn. And going up against the MongolZ, that's going to be a tough one. Now heading into the Vito's world, that's going to be a bit of a tough one for Bait, because there's only so many ways you can go against the MongolZ, who may not have their home map right now, but at least they have a wide map pool.
Yeah, interesting that, you know, Bait decided to ban Inferno. They've usually been banning Overpass, and before that, they used to be a big, you know, non-nuke enjoyer, I guess you could say. So they decided to go with the Inferno ban and said this time, obviously, Mongo's going exactly the route that we went. Bait picking into Ancient, that is probably their biggest strength. They've won their last 9 out of 10 games on LAN on that map, so I'm not surprised to see it. It was a classic good Mongols map, though, back in the day, so it'll be interesting to see how that rides out with CobraZera now on board. And the rest of it kind of playing out as we thought. I think both these teams like playing Mirage. Both these teams like playing the Ancient. So you kind of figured those two maps would come out.
It's a fun video in the sense that it's clear now when we had Nuke as the decider. It's clear that both of the lineups are thinking coming into this matchup. Yeah, we can sort of like play the game of not necessarily punish picking, but picking a map that they may not feel comfortable for. But Bait picking Ancient, that's saying that's our best map. That's what we want to play. We know the Mongols, historically speaking, have been a great team on it. We don't care. Same goes for the Mongols, right? Picking Mirage, that's a map they feel comfortable on, and that's a map that Bait have played an awful lot. As you can see as of late, not really that successful, but comfortable with the map. So it's two teams who are heading into this video with one, I guess, clear strategy, and that is to pick maps that is comfortable for ourselves, because we believe that we are the better team. And I think that's a great approach to have if you have two teams who are somewhat evenly matched up.
What do the two different styles look like in the server when you put these two teams together?
Actually, stylistically pretty similar.
Yeah.
The very explosive teams, very aggressive teams that rely on a lot of fast-paced plays. I think MongolZ are even more reliant on that now, and you're embedding a new player in CobraZera, or maybe the mid-rounding and understanding those critical default situations maybe haven't been totally fleshed out yet. So in that regard, you're going to see a lot of spicy early rounds, in my opinion. This is a team with Bait starting out on the T side, where you're going to see a lot of Kinsey, Zor, Alex, and NPL doing these really heavy three-man middle setups, and that's going to be, them being tested by a guy like Blitz, who normally is quite strong. So that's going to be the big thing, is just how well does this Mongols lineup deal with that heavy mid-pressure? How do they deal with those really fast-paced executes? And then flip the script, it's going to be the same way the other way around. Mongols is a team that just likes to run a lot of fast set pieces at you, and, this is a team that's going to get tested, by, a group of guys who are still very skilled.
Let's try this again. I'm going to bring Launders and Scrawny back.
Do we have to?
We have to, Pimp. You have to learn to get along with your coworkers.
Sam,
hey guys.
I love Jacob. Nothing has changed about that. He just got a weird way of showing it. That's all.
I feel like I could picture Jacob at the Winter Olympics, but I don't know.
Me too. What sport would he be doing though, Launders?
Maybe
I'd be
curling.
playing curling and cheating like Canada.
There we go.
Whoa, hey.
Why don't you shut up, buddy?
Hey. They don't have bicycles yet at the Winter Olympics.
I feel like
right?
cross-country skiing would be your thing. Just like running up that hill like that one guy.
I think those are bobsleds at the Winter Olympics.
That's
Could
a team
be a
sport,
bobsledder, maybe.
Skeleton. He did skeleton, right?
What is the one where they lie on their
Skeleton.
stomach on the little set? Is that skeleton? I could see you doing that
what I
head
think as
first
well.
into a pile of snow.
No, no.
Or a wall.
No, absolutely not.
One of the two, whatever we prefer on the day. No, not for you. Gents, what do you think of this matchup between Bait and Mongols, seeing as we've got Dust and Pimp to weigh in on it?
I think Mongols are going to spank in this game. I think the Baits are... Yeah, I'm ready for the Mongols comeback. So I'm now that I've seen a couple of good maps from CobraZera, I really think that he's kind of finding his groove, and I'm looking forward to that in this game. That's what I think.
I think it'll be a bit more even than that. I think both CobraZera and Sizzy are just good and not perfect yet. And I think if they're getting thrown into really high responsibility positions as we get into this game, then I think it's natural that they're going to have good maps and they're going to have rough ones. So we'll certainly see. It is said that Senzu is a position, and Mongols have proved time and time again they know how to slot in new players. But we're talking about Sizzy coming in from Team Spirit Academy, and they have got a good track record there of developing talent as well.
It's safe to say he has impressed. And he's already off into the pistol with the 9-10 headshot. So Mongols into the 3v5. Blitz, it's escaping him. Yeah, Sizzy just trying to set up Alex to find the kill off the box. And sure enough, that one's secured. So CobraZera. Yeah! A little to be desired in this one. 5 kills for Baits. And, Mongols, seemingly just got spanked.
There's still time for you.
Of course.
This could still easily be 13-1. So, yeah, but two maps they both like. Two teams that are, one's replacing an Opper, one's replacing a Star hybrid, whatever you want to call Senzu. It's kind of like, they're kind of similar, right? Yeah, Mongols are more established as a higher ranked team overall. That's for sure. But they were still in a position where they could lose to a team like Bait on a good day, because Bait are impressive sometimes. So Bait, just like FUT or some of the other lineups that are brand new, are so impressive, scary to tier 1 teams, and seem to be pretty resilient with their roster that they've got.
Bomb is like, oh yeah, I was scared for a second that that was going to get tested fully because Bomb's just floating outside middle on its own. Right now, Alex looking to join up with the mid play, so they've eluded the Mzinho push around through A main, or have they? It actually doubles back. Alex clearing it a second time. This is still the Bomb floating an elbow alone. I really thought it was going to group up, but now Mzinho's going to get this back turn flank. Bomb dropped easy.
Yeah, they got to run back and go get this. MPL's got so low, though. If he gets peeked again, he's dead.
Careful now. Trying to make it happen. Takes a little more damage. Still hanging on. We get Blitz down in the T-spawn.
It's crazy that MPL is facing forward in elbow when he needs to bring the bomb backwards and could die.
He is still sticking around. He is still trying to peek even deeper. They're worried about some kind of a top mid play. B players trying to split this difference slightly. Red Room peek will eventually come through from Cobra Zera.
I mean, CTs are everywhere around them.
Bait are understandably scared. A late elbow peek again from
dead,
Mzinho, but he doesn't land any of those bullets. That one will connect. Bomb dropped once more, and this whole time's allowed Blitz to now get down at the bottom of the ramp, double doors. He finds the MP9 kill. We've got 15 seconds, and that bomb's got to be picked up by Essential. He doubles back around, but it's going to come down to the absolute limit, and he doesn't believe in it. The Mongols with the force buy victory. That bomb seemingly wasting a ton of time bottom mid.
I think that NPL, as much as that was scary that Mzinho could have peeked, basically made that as possible as he could for Mongols to ruin the round. I feel like NPL needed to get his teammate out of cave, to escort him back up the cave as soon as possible, clasp his hands and pray that no one was going to peek, keep that bomb facing towards the bomb site, not towards elbow, and just get out of there, because there was a huge error. I mean, it was a great play from Mzinho to come through with the flank right here, but like the amount of chances he got to basically get the kill in the end, it was only a matter of time.
Force back out of bait, features an AK on one. Take over lane control, but you can see Galil AK-47 here between Techno and Blitz. They'll be happy about those freebies, and Bait are happy about this open space top ramp. Nobody really testing the limits of it, and so this deep angle is going to get popped. That one AK finds its victim, hits the ground, second one from the A4, and the flashbangs frazzle this pack of Bait players, but the Galil's not going to be able to find the multi-kill. And so now M4 picked up, NPL blindside, Blitz into the 1v2 as bomb is planted, and this is the Mongols fumbling a chance to convert. Or at least...
Pit goes Blade, or sorry, Pit Blade. Blitz goes for the spam maybe, but no.
He still has the element of surprise. He's got a kit and he's got a smoke grenade as well if you wanted to block off one side. Timing! NPL doubles back and executes him, but it is Bait to get right back on track with a lot of free space top ramp.
Yeah, some people have been playing with that a little bit. And if Bait come in just not scared of the Mongols, I feel like that's going to be really key for them to pull out these wins. It's going to be the same style of T-side play that we're going to see from them when we switch over.
Nobody out middle here for Blitz to find. Flash in A main is going to have the Mongols scratching their heads as to whether they need to peel away from the bottom of middle. Instead, just trying to take lane control in the meantime. Hearing all of this stomping is essential. So we start to get an active Bait move towards the A site where there is enough time for the Mongols to get into position. That M4 is still in Blitz's hand, sitting around Red Room, so it's not quite where it needs to be, and it's an instant headshot out from Sizzy. Mzinho's 5-7, though, finding a victim, Singular. Kenzie Zor, the lineup! What? Wow, Blitz comes through. He forces the team kill from Sizzy, finds 2 frags on his own, but they jumble up in the crosshair, and we go back and forth 4 rounds in a row.
This is the chaotic gameplay that I was really expecting. I mean, great shots in. I don't know how that kill went down outside of B, but it all mattered right here between the team kill, the spray down, the entry. And even if they don't want to play scared versus the Mongols, one thing Mongols are so good at doing is like keeping their play style no matter what happens to them. Staying aggressive at all costs. Ooh, a little bit of pressure on 910. Get more than one kill because the site is a little bit open. Smoke's coming in into the top of Donut.
Flash is interrupted. He can set the fire site ablaze. They take positioning into the deep of the site. Sizzy fake plant once, and kills come out through the spam out of the Mongols, flexing the gun advantage, and the bomb just panic rotates back into A main. It's a slaughter now. The Mongols are the first to establish back-to-backs.
I love that, man. I mean, spamming the top donut smoke, there's just so many angles. You can cover almost the entire bomb plant zone just from behind that smoke, off of memory, off of audible, from the plant going down. And putting lots of pressure with your bullets is the same as when you're taking Mirage and you're behind a jungle smoke on CT side. You should be going for those kills constantly. You shouldn't just be waiting for the bomb plant to go for a retaking kill. That's also very possible. No investment at all here from Bait.
Baits are gonna lock this one up pretty quick. Massacre outside of the B site for the Mongols. And there's a bit of an affinity right now for Mongols to go for fights, right? They're jump onto that A bomb site with all the spam to make sure that there's no free space for Bait this time, throwing themselves to just ensure that rounds go down smooth.
It's probably why they persist so well with no matter who's playing on their team, because they don't change. They just install a new guy.
Yep.
They say, oh, here's the system, here's the style, here's the personality. Listen to Mara, listen to Blitz, and you're going to be fine.
Don't grow an ego. I think that's something as well for the Mongols.
Have they said that?
I don't know. It just feels that way.
Oh, okay.
Woo! Cobra in with a couple of kills.
Oh, full rifle.
Nice and easy the way he slams it down into the ramp, and look at him go. Yet again, just suffocating these attempts from Bait to get out into mid, to get out into lane. Finding fights at the choke points right now is the Mongols' motto. And you've got Kenzizor pinned in bottom middle. Bomb possession here by Alex, but smoked off since the get-go, since his two teammates died in front of him. And so this is going to be the 5-2 lead out of the Mongols as they yet again just charge headstrong into these early fights. Galloping their way to victory so far here on Ancient. Alex taken down to 14 health, so his odds of the clutch go low, but the flashbang, okay. Low odds, but not impossible odds. 3 kills into this 1 versus 4. He tries to fake that rotate out, and it looks like 9-10 bites.
And he's like, please, why? 9-10 is asking, I have an op. I don't want to be in this 1v1. He's looking to cut off Alex in the pass, coming back to A, but that never happened. 9-10 could be wrapping around to A, depending on where he thinks the timing's at, but he doesn't believe it. Now he realizes that he's been tricked. This gives Alex a great chance to actually put this clutch together. He's going to have carte blanche on this site. Will he read that 9-10 is coming back through cave? That's his first option he wants to cover. He's going to come back and check this, surely.
Second too far, goes for the deep red peak.
He said, just don't let it be a USB headshot. That's all he's thinking.
9-10's not wasting a lot of time, but 14 bullets. Or rather 14 health. This is not a lot for Alex to work with. 9-10's thinking ramp instead, and he's nailed this!
Amazing.
Unbelievable, Alex. Flash over the doorway to truly set that up. Believe from the get-go despite health disadvantage.
That's actually incredible.
Unlikely, but not impossible.
It's the raw 1-on-4 here from Alex.
A 14 health 1v3. Beautiful. While we can sit here and bask in his glory, there is still a problem at the starts of these rounds in that the Mongols are...
This is the spirit I wish Liquid had. Can I just say?
There's a lot of things I wish Liquid had.
But like just a belief, I swear. I mean, they can win a good round. they can lose a bad round, but then the next round I want the same guys. Like that's what we're getting out of MongolZ and BT. They're never out of it. They stick to what they know works for them.
Yeah.
They're not afraid to be aggressive consistently, so they never doubt themselves.
It's okay to lose a game at Counter-Strike, but it's not okay to lose your identity in the process. And I think these are two teams that hang on to that.
Yeah.
BT waiting for the MongolZ move, and here it comes from Blitz. Gee, he wins this duel though. NPL trying to step into that one with the Galil, gets bested. Still a slight edge in the rifles here, the way of the MongolZ, and they seem confident to exploit that. Hopper looking both directions. Sizzy trying to find a chance to leave a mark on this round. And as the MongolZ add another layer of defense to the B site, do anybody step into the crosshairs? Yeah, they'll step in it and past it. Slick move to go beyond the op. Techno off angle is going to catch Kenzizor with a headshot, but Essential trades back pretty swiftly. And there is a world where BT can, in the final 30 seconds, still find footing inside of B. Bomb's gonna have to cross. Blitz, beautiful timing on the challenge there. He does lose his teammate as Alex, on the brink of a multi-frag, cut down. And now Sizzy's clutch queued up. Doesn't fire off into Blitz. Peels off the short side instead, but is met by his counterpart on the re-aggression long. And that is the MongolZ right back to winning ways.
It's been a great match so far. Lots of great shots, very quick pace. And we're seeing some frustration here. I'm not sure if MPL was actually talking or if he was just kind of letting some steam off.
Always enjoy when Blitz starts to feel like he's taking over a game.
Yeah, I mean, I think if MongolZ, if they're the best in the world at one thing, it's that they will literally never change up on being aggressive, no matter how bad a game gets. And then they don't ever mentally look like, oh, we're foolish for continuously trying. They will keep betting on black, keep betting on black, keep betting on black until it works. And every time a team tries to go toe-to-toe with them in that regard, they always give up first.
See ya. That Desert Eagle challenge from Alex nets them nothing.
So rough round to lose.
MPL's been around the world and back, was at the B doors, joins up A main, just as it's time to go back the other direction again, so they really can't find any footing in this round. They don't have the tools to do it. Essential decides, I'm walking. All the time in the world in a round like this for BT. Hoping somebody from the MongolZ makes a mistake, but right now 3 players strong on B. Another off angle from Techno, just keeping it fresh, right? That's always fun things about Techno inside of the cave. It's not a very wide room, but just slight adjustments make that challenge from the T-side's half of cave all the more difficult, and he's a guy that'll just thrive in all these small little differences. Especially here versus those pistols. 6-3 lead for the MongolZ off of an easy conversion. Guns back in hand for BT for round 10. Fast catch of Blitz out middle. Volley of utility to come with it, and it's going to be 9-10 to find the trade frag back. Kenzizor not allowed to get up close onto Donut just yet.
That's pretty huge, but no, they'll keep pressing on. Don't mind that, but 9-10, he's done reloading.
Oh,
and there's the collat.
Stepping forward into the op, a dangerous game, especially when you both decide to take the same angle.
They were actually counting his op shots, weren't they?
Yep.
But just enough time to get that mag back in.
His first peek as they await that challenge, but he skewers too. And just like that, a gun round for Bait falling flat once more, and that is off of a 5 versus 4 as well. Essential's gonna catch timing on Cobra's era. With a flash deep inside of B, we get this rumbling of the Mongols coming over.
Get Planet A off one more kill.
Okay, Essential continues to fight on. And 2 is all he's going to end up finding. So space here for Alex to go into another critical clutch.
Taking it slightly back through Donut, hoping they don't have the utility to make this happen.
Right.
But they do have a smoke for Donut, so it's not going to be that easy here for Alex, especially with where the bomb's planted. Kind of comes down to if they read this right. MZ could be smoking main in this position.
Oh, yep.
No, he's going to just go for the bomb.
Okay, insta headshot out for Alex. 9-10 with an op on the angle. Trying to bring it closer and closer, and gets all he needs. A bit of a shoulder, and the beauty of 9-10 in those moments, he goes a quad kill on the round, defuses with time because MZ made sure to bring the only kit over from the B site towards this.
Yeah, that's actually a very nervous moment for 9-10. Another spot where he's like, oh no, I've got the op in the 1v1.
But huge moment from 9-10. I mean, once you've got that collateral shot earlier in the round, what's the 1v1 to close it?
True.
Guns once more for Bait. Full loss bonus in effect for the T side. 3 one-off round wins and a bomb currently dropped over towards Swamp. They sit outside of the doors. Last player in is going to pick it up in Alex, and they're going to try to take ramp timing in the meantime. And that timing works wonderfully. Once again, we've got Bait able to test the waters by just rocking up the ramp. Challenge there for Blitz, and he'll go down with just the 1. Man advantage, but low health.
Side, though.
Trying to test in front of the smoke already, and then 9-10 still within the mix of it all. And this short push here from MZ just can't quite come around the smoke just yet. But once this starts to fade, Alex, yeah, done for. And so Cave Control, all that Sizzy's going to have to work with. Galil versus 2, and 9-10 is not missing op shots.
Yeah, seriously.
That is the Mongols with an 8th CT round win after a frazzled defense, just because Bait come charging up that ramp with confidence once again.
No, 9-10 can definitely be streaky, and when he's off, he's shooting too quickly on shoulder peaks and missing, or just not hitting the fundamentally more easy shot. But a day like today, it's everything and then the hot one. So that's a quick kill. This is a quick 8 for the Mongols. And despite the X factor that Bait have shown in a couple of rounds here, it's only 3 in total. Could have been a total shutdown. Far worse.
Again, though, Blitz will be found out. Pirouetting. Sent cartwheeling through the sky. 9-10. I mean,
I don't think he even blew that open.
He didn't. That was just straight up through the red room. Last time he popped it open, gets the kill. This time, I mean, I don't know what that shot was from 9-10, but he's coming back for another one, and Sizzy's just trying to get out through Donut.
Sizzy can go forward with the lurk, but they can also wrap this bomb around to A. It kind of depends if you can get lodged into a nice outpost on the site. Then maybe they could start to throw a fake exact in, draw, rotate a little too far, but he hasn't pushed yet.
The Mongols just remain more active.
Yeah, he's kind of missed the move.
Trying to be a bit too cautious, perhaps, in the face of this constant aggression. 9-10 slips in with another op shot, up to a 14-6 CT side, and he will not miss a single shot in any of these sequences.
Don't think he ever missed.
Beautiful half out of 9-10, beautiful half out of the Mongols. A little back and forth at the beginning with the 4 spies, but they're the first to find consistency, and they never really let go once they found it.
Nah, they were crushing. Again, they never gave up on the aggression. They kind of just ignored the 1v4 that Alex put together. They ignored the pistol round where they got run over towards the A site. Really, I think it's their true strength. And when you look at them, they just seem completely unfazed. They don't look like they just were running at every single fight this entire half. Also helps that 9-10's just like collecting at 2K every round.
Every round.
No matter what.
9-10 finishes that half with 4 multi-kills, a 1VX. It's crazy to think that of the 3 rounds that BATE have on the scoreboard, 2 of those are clutches. Obviously, Alex with the masterful 1v4, but BATE barely in that T side. Their map pick, by the way. We'll see if the T-side pistol can very quickly put a bow on this matchup for the Mongols, as far as Ancient is concerned. The most successful Asian team in Counter-Strike history, trying to get back to the top after having to deal with one of the most shocking roster moves.
Uh-oh.
And CobraZera catching an easy kill to Essential has cracked open the A site. Despite what was an opening BATE man advantage, NPL is going to collect another one, and every time they find a kill, it goes back pretty swiftly. CT lane challenge, though, that one's going to come through well enough. And so, it is BATE with a little more runway here once we switch sides.
Like, BATE are putting significant counter pressure. They're trying to play the same game, the same style as CS, and sometimes they make it look like they're built for it, for sure. Both pistols going their way. But the key is going to be finding a conversion. Couldn't do that in the first half.
Counter-terrorists win.
There's one thing the next generation has, it's aim, that's for sure.
Waiting for this reload. Yep. If he goes for another mag dump, they're ready to swing into it. Oh, you can see that. Writing was on the wall.
Yeah, serious.
CobraZera with 2 Desert Eagle kills. Now this bottom ramp challenge is coming through, and the fact that they've got the bomb stuck, that's one thing. But now Alex is stuck within this smoke.
Could it fallen back? I think, you know, it doesn't want to go too far forward. If he waits long enough, he'll have a chance to flank this. The bomb's starting to feel like it needs to go for a wrap back around. And Alex
is going to test it. CobraZera from behind the cover draws him all the way downwards, and MZinho gives the coverage needed. So we go man advantage for the Mongols.
If it was a 2K from him on the ramp, maybe they make this an A play instead.
Oh, he just got into the corner, but he heard it.
Yeah.
Essential's going to jump on it. 40 seconds to still try to figure this out. I mean, it's been cost-effective already.
It's still possible they've taken it over towards A, so I'm not sure if BATE can feel super comfortable about sitting here. Like, we've got Kenzie Zor thinking about it. He's going to go for a split the difference.
They're going to give up the bomb site, let Essential push down ramp.
All the way down, and he leaves to A. This bomb plant comes down for sure, and if it keeps open entirely, they want to take a small risk here. 10 seconds. It must go down now, Blitz, actually, because you have it, and yeah, you got to make sure you get on that.
Yeah, they're going to charge it down, and he's missed his timing.
Okay.
Well then, Senthiel playing it back and around and boiling it down to the perfect amount of time. Yeah, Blitz maybe clearing one too many things there.
Too much there.
A little too mustard on that hot dog.
Yeah, a little bit too much mustard on that. Damn chess players thinking too many steps ahead.
Still, Mongol's going to be happy with how much damage they got out of it.
Maybe he just couldn't believe that the site was open.
Yeah, right. That was a hell of a move for Essential to go down the ramp and back around through cave. It opened the timing that the Mongols found, but he also wraps it and closes, so can't quite question it when it works. Mongols banking on 2 Desert Eagles this round between Blitz and MZinho. And just because Sizzy is alone on A right now, I do have a bit of worry. Desert Eagle headshot opens up the bomb site, and we could find the Mongols with a plant, as we'll get that BATE scramble through Donut, no doubt.
Yeah, they are far from donut here.
Sizzy sees the shadows. That's going to start bringing out the mid players, but it's sure enough the Desert Eagle kill. Kenzie's M4 isn't able to go wide into this just yet. MZino's trying to give the cover, and the bomb's gone down. His mag's empty. This fast A main flank already into position, and now NPL can really start to open up this retake, but MZino's found another one at least. Bomb plant and 2 Deagle kills, not half bad. Blitz missing a chance to add any to the tally. He's gonna draw them forward, and it will be majority alive for Bait, but another round where the Mongols make a lot happen with little.
Yeah, always keeping it scary no matter what the gun. I mean, literally down to Glocks. Still, Bait are enduring. They're trying to close the gap a little bit. We're on pace for a total embarrassment. If they couldn't pick up the second pistol, couldn't convert, and they have done that. Everyone at or above 10 kills on the Mongols. Lots of contributors.
Off battle, won by 9-10.
One-way street right there.
Yeah, he's had to wait a few rounds to get it in hand, but now this MP9 from the corner is going to get traded after just the one. Fast cave swing, costly. CobraZera's double kill collected already.
Perfect flash dodge for him.
Kenzie's whittled down to 30 off the nades. And he'll lose the duel to MZino at the health disadvantage. So the moment guns are in hand here for the Mongols, we are right back to reality.
Yeah, right when you get excited. They get 2 rounds and then boom. Mongols act like they're totally unscathed. You know, it's like in the UFC. You get your body worked, you get leg kicked too many times, you start to slow down, and then you don't have the power to go shoot for takedowns. It's as if the Mongols, they ignore all that. Unless you go for the killing blow right away, which you can't in Counter-Strike, they just pretend like there are no past losses behind them. They don't bring any baggage forward into the next round. They don't bleed, they don't hemorrhage. They just ignore.
Terrorists win. I'm sure on the receiving end of it, it kind of feels barbaric. You know, unrelenting in a lot of ways to have to handle the likes of the Mongols. The best teams in the world can kind of not believe it sometimes with how much, especially on the come up, right? Now we know the Mongols, but back when they were just breaking out,
Always
it was
the
sort of
same,
like,
yeah.
how are you and who are you to do this to the world's very best? But now they are one of the best, and it's just a matter of tapping back into it. Versus challengers like Bait, who are trying to also crack through in the, footsteps of the Mongols. It can just be such a suffocating style of Counter-Strike to have to go up against, surely. It is still guns in hand for Bait, so we shouldn't write them off. They've got the tools for the job, but they've lost Red Room already. CobraZera sits outside of it. There's not really any players on the Mongols struggling, but CobraZera has been finding his impact in the middle of the pack, coming through with these helping hands and sight takes.
This is such an enormous gap, man. I always get so nervous for teams that leave window open this long. It's going to be a lurk in place or just like lodging in to hold off the rotations. And as soon as Bait get nervous and want to cross by, oh, that can get dangerous. Somehow 9-10, after seeing the op shot, doesn't get into the spot soon enough. And CobraZera has also let this one by. Okay.
Thought that was going to be a tough
I don't know how either of
fight for
those
him.
things happened. I thought he was watching that the whole time. I thought 9-10. After the op shoots, re-peeking seemed crazy, and he still got the kill.
Good lineup for MPL, made easy by the smoke, and this round for Bait is looking flawless.
It's a bit of a disaster for the Mongols, for sure.
Yeah, unpack that one, would you?
Not much more to add to that. That was 2 very clear mistakes, especially just like I don't know what happened with 9-10. He just went so wide. Maybe he wasn't ready to shoot, but after Sizzy shoots this first time, 9-10 was just like very late to get on the line. Maybe he had a nade out.
Counter-terrorists win.
he's peeking that angle that wide with a nade out, he deserves to die, no?
I mean, maybe he had a nade before.
Okay.
Yeah. I've got a bunch of Columbus capsules.
Oh,
I'm sitting on a ton of them.
Hot shot.
I just love those stickers.
I thought they got stolen last year.
No, because it was in
a
crate.
container.
Yeah. That's the only stuff I got left.
Yeah, keep your valuables in a safe, kids.
Yeah.
So that's tragic. I don't know why I'm laughing.
Yeah, screw you, buddy.
Out middle, CobraZera on a path and eating flashes the entire time. So Ascenthiel's going to find him and Blitz with the 5v3 and bomb dropped to the bottom of middle. Bait CT side starting to find some legs to stand on, from the pistol to the conversion to just making sure that the Mongols' first gun round is nothing but a one-off. And now we're on the brink of a bottomed-out economy here for the Mongols. So game is truly on unless the Mongols can recover somehow in this 2v5.
Well, it starts with a crazy kill. Still seems like don't have to worry about that. Shot through the box here for Sizzy.
Kobe.
Perfect. An alley-oop for himself here off the HE.
Nine10's just petrified.
Now they could be anywhere.
But really, it's this angle here as he walks into middle behind the boxes.
Oh my goodness, he's on.
My lord. Ready for the peek off Cave. Eats the flashbang. That's a better way to deal with 910. Just topple him while he's blind. And closing this gap quite quickly. Bates CT side delivering. You've got our interest now as it's down to a 2-round lead, 10-8.
Full 8 plays about to take place, but I mean, CTs are stocked up for this. Thing is, Kenzie Zora is down to 39 health, and he's going to be a focal point of the attack. Now he's looking to he's looking to go uncleared. They won't have a molly for single. He just has to time his peak properly, and he'll be fine.
Smokes come over top, but still looks to me like Sizzy's ahead of it as well. So he's going to serve up the distraction for Kenzie Zora to strike. And Sizzy collects his 1 and 2nd. 910's Desert Eagle will also respond. Ooh, nice nade damage. You've got 2 of the 3 remaining CTs softened up. You've got 2 rifles in their hand now as well, and they're going to ignore the bomb for the time being. It's not even picked up in the process. But there it is, this forward position from MPL to catch Mzinho off guard.
I think they were right. If they tried to plant, they would have just got ran at. There's no chance.
So you're just kind of hoping they give you some space, but as they trickle out through the temple, that is where 910 gets caught off guard, and it is Bait to close that gap now to a single round the difference.
Very, very impressive. And again, even though they won both pistols, they've only converted one, so they've truly made an impressive run at this. Got a couple moments from CobraZera, a couple moments from Sizzy in this game as well.
We're watching the new kids on the block in this head-to-head. One that felt like a stomp in the first half. 9-3 CT side for the Mongols has just dried up since they've taken to the attack. They'll be adamant about getting out middle, but there's a lot of presence here. 2 players up in the red room, a set of helping hands from Donut soon enough.
It's all a ruse, though. They're working on this B play, making it feel like an A-split's coming or that a lurk's coming in through window, but neither of those options.
Oof, gets past the smoke fade. CTs don't quite take that challenge that could have caught CobraZera off guard on the climb up.
I like the reclear here from Bait, pushing out a Donut. They know they need a little bit more info.
T's waiting though, just in case there is a climb up. You see them kind of checking it every once in a while, but now this nice boost from NPL halfway up the wall. Mzinho doubles back once more, and NPL's already tucked into the corner. They throw all their utility. He's going to strike with back's turn. NPL shooting gallery. He's managing 2 of the 3 kills, but it's still Techno with a double as he goes back and forth for that one. Bomb's going to be caught outside of the doors, but Techno still comes through. A multi-kill, much needed.
And they run to A this time around, right? No, wait, the bomb is chilling? What's going on? Why is Techno the one running over here? They're trying to bait the rotation.
With a frag
but
grenade?
The bomb's coming in first.
Brother.
Oh, and he misses the shot. Sizzy. That was
There was 10 seconds left in that round when
Yeah.
Sizzy peeks into Cave. You were banking on selling that fake with a frag grenade.
That was all kinds of risky. Sizzy a few inches away from just winning off that shot alone. Would have been an easy fallback. Didn't know it, of course. Was so far away from even hearing that grenade. Bait will burn their final timeout here.
But will it be just another one-off? So far, that's all this T-side's been able to secure. Feels like we're going to get an A main fight early on with Kenzizor trying to get into the corner, but CobraZera right here about to clear out. Oh, Galil crouches, and that's going to get Kenzizor's crosshair off the mark. Quick scramble out of NPL to try to come and join, but he doesn't actually dedicate himself to the A site just yet. Still trying to keep eyes on mid in the meantime. Down go the smoke grenades to create more uncertainty for Bait to have to handle.
Every round they do this. Seeing this consistently. But these are control nades. They're just trying to make it so you've got to watch them, essentially, to just slow things down. But if this one goes back to B, these Cape players, they haven't moved a muscle since the beginning.
Blitz and Mzinho tiptoeing in. They try to clear. Oh, he wasn't ready.
A mistake.
And they're just going to clear that out. That's even a team kill here for Blitz. So giving a gift back over to Bait. Otherwise, 5v2. NPL is going to drop with nothing to show for it. And MongolZ secure a 12th off of a tiptoed forward cave clear.
Just looking at the angle that was being held there, and you saw he was going to get cleared before the trade could come in. So the angle was too depressed. Needed to be a slight bit deeper. And crossfires are, fundamentally speaking, the main advantage of a CT side is whenever you can use them. Because if you get the first kill, the second kill is even easier. But if you allow that to take place, one person to walk into a crossfire and isolate a fight, well, there is no point in it.
Really textbook clears here for the MongolZ, and it all starts to go poorly once we get that CobraZera Galil crouch. 5v4 held on too strong by the MongolZ. 3 map points. First half was dominant, losing second pistol, gave a little runway for Bait. They were able to cool MongolZ off after winning their first gun round. Thinks it felt good, but now it could be a sprint to the finish. Alex has other ideas. Playing with the only M4 on the round now for Bait. We've already got this close red room control for the MongolZ, and the SMG is not going to be enough to stop this, nor will the pistol. Sizzy dealt with. AK on the flank, though, tapping away. Ascenthial gets there. 9-10, does he clear down beneath? Of course. Again, he gets that tight snap down. And it's the bomb spotted in the process, but Mzinho's going to go deep and clear out B.
I mean, there's no reason for 9-10 to take mid.
Done. MongolZ 13-9, a strong finish with 3 rounds in a row to close it. It felt like a guarantee after that dominant CT half. Takes them a little while, but they'll get there.
So, if you tuned in at halftime, there was a very good chance that you would have looked at that scoreline and thought, wow, MongolZ is just going to run away with this. In comparison to what we see now, so I think a little bit of credit to BTarena in that second half for the comeback.
A little bit of credit, yeah. I think.
Just a little bit. Just give him a little bit.
He did. He gave him a mustard seed of credit.
It is and was what I'd like to describe as a cosmetic comeback. You know, there are moments, you know, where I think, okay, if BTarena, if you continue this, then yeah, you can make this game competitive. But they didn't give themselves enough of a leeway after the first half. And even the first half, I feel like they got more out of that than they probably should have. Alex had that fantastic 1v4 clutch early on in the game. You think to yourself, okay, that's the chance for BTarena to get into it, to maybe establish something. But without that, to be completely honest, it was just the MongolZ completely annihilating them in the first half. So yes, scoreline a bit deceiving in a sense. I think the MongolZ were by far the better team right here. They allowed BTarena back into the game, allowed a bit of excitement, but I don't know about you, Dust. I was never worried on behalf of the MongolZ. Worst case, it would have been slightly closer. The MongolZ would have won it regardless.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I think just how dominant they were in the first half. They dictated the pace at middle. 910 was being able to be very dynamic with the op, kind of all over the place, finding his picks as well. Just really out in front. Then, you know, they get the hot start the second half, and you feel like, okay, like they should be kind of piecing this one together to put it away once they get guns going. But, you know, like you said, the Ass Clutch was a nice one and all that jazz. But in the end, BTarena just couldn't hold on. You know, once MongolZ gets their economy back in order, they kind of settle into the game. They're able to, you know, stamp it out before it got a little bit too dangerous. I think if BTarena gets to like 10 rounds, all of a sudden you're like, okay, well, hold on, we might be seeing an overtime here or something like that. But never got quite that dangerous, but it was close.
I suppose it is defined by the fact that BTarena lacks the experience at these tournaments on LAN at this level, right? So this is a lineup that needs more reps under the belt, maybe?
Yeah, maybe, but maybe also just a fair representation of where they're at right now. You know, I think we described it coming into the game. The MongolZ and BTarena are facing the same, I guess, similarities in where they're at in terms of rebuilding their lineup, you know, rebuilding a bit of a presence in the VRS ranking. The MongolZ obviously to a higher degree. They've been placed high, you know, being a top 5 team for the vast majority of 2025, whereas BTarena established themselves as a top 10, top 15 when they were at the best. Both of them have been doing, you know, roster changes, both of them in a bit of a troublesome period, but when you put the two teams up against each other and you say they're in similar positions, then the MongolZ and where they came from, sort of where their floor is at, is much higher than BTarena. So if anything, I'd say we got what we expected right here. You know, a somewhat competitive game, but the better team that was supposed to win won out.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of typically what happens when you do have a team that comes in that is the heavy favorite and they have a shared map pool with their opponent, right? You know, in one sense, yeah, maybe the underdog at least feels like, oh, okay, at least we're going to play some maps we're comfortable on that we have a lot of reps on, but now you're being tested at the highest limit possible because you're getting to play, again, the favorite team who also feels they're most comfortable when they're stepping in situations like this one, and you can very clearly see it. One of the things I really like that MongolZ has kind of done is they haven't necessarily thrown Cobra all the way into the fire, if that makes sense. You know, Sinzu was like really the tip of the spear of this team a lot. Blitz was more of like an aggressive lurker. You know, they really kind of relied on him and Mazzino to be kind of the entryman, where you're seeing Blitz take a little bit more on his shoulders now. They're not making Cobra go in first. They're not making him have to be a true entry. They're giving him a little bit more space to be in the pocket and kind of, you know, get a little bit more comfortable with just trade fragging and things of that nature. So there's definitely been a very, you know, kind of noticeable adjustment in that regard, that Blitz is kind of taking a little bit more responsibility being that point man.
We saw that in this game as well, the 1-2 punishment that almost is 910 and Blitz together, you know, both aggressive, both really hitting the mark right here. 910 even more so in the second half as well, when it was needed on the T side for them to get over the finish line. You see it right here, he was the spearhead of some of the entries, he was the guy closing out some of the rounds as well, clutching it out. So in terms of 910, I think he was brought up, you know, coming into this game as well, that when Sensu is no longer part of the MongolZ, someone else will have to pick up the range, someone else will have to step it up a little bit. 910 have not been able to do that, you know, as of recently. He's been okay, he's been average, he's been doing a decent job, but not better than before, and I guess that's the progression we want to see from a player like 910 if we ever were to get back to a conversation where we put the MongolZ in, you know, playoff contention. They definitely are at a tournament like this, but you know, a team that is going into a semi-final, maybe even a final, then 910 has to be that spearhead, and again, in isolation, it's just one map, but it's a good sign that he's seemingly starting to ramp up a little bit again.
What happens now when we move on to Mirage? Obviously the MongolZ map pick, are we expecting much of the same from them?
It'll be nice to say, yes, I expect the MongolZ to win outright right here. I still think we're going to get a competitive map. I think BTarena is not a bad team. You know, we may portray them as not being, you know, competitive enough in order to beat a team like the MongolZ. They are a decent team. I think Mirage is a map they played a lot. They also lose it a lot, you know, but some of those games are competitive. So I wouldn't necessarily expect the game not to be a bit back and forth. I don't see the MongolZ as being a team that is playing well right now in terms of, you know, outright winning without leaving any doubt. But if you ask me who's going to win the map, I'm going to say the Mongols 9 out of 10 times. It's just a question of how. Are we going to get a slobber knock, where it's going to be a fist fight back and forth, which Mirage as a layout often, kind of invites to, or is it going to be the Mongols taking charge of the game and making it a bit more clean than we saw in H?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. I mean, I think for me, it's just that Mongols are going to be a little bit deeper on this map, right? I think Beta are a team that are a little bit more reliant when they're going to be, attacking to just go for the A set pieces, go for the faster plays. And then defensively, it's about, Sizzy trying to figure out where should I be with this AWP at the start of the rounds? Where should I be rotating in the middle of the round? This is a map where dynamic defensive opping is so crucial, and it's all about decision making, or maybe where your coach or in-game leader is putting you to see if you can be someone who is going to be able to disturb a Mongols team who's very comfortable playing mid-control. They're very comfortable going for their own faster paced plays. Again, they're putting CobraZera in a position where, he's not having to be necessarily the point man. They're letting him just kind of trade frag and things of that nature. Again, you're seeing Blitz take on more responsibilities as an entryman. And so I've been seeing a lot of good things out of Mongols. This is a classic Mongols map, for one. This is always one of their best maps at the core of the team. And it hasn't really dropped off that much since Senzu left. Like, this is one of the maps they've kind of retained, in my opinion, still showing an ability to be dangerous on this map. So if anything, I think this map could be even worse than Ancient, in my opinion.
Maybe. I will say, for Bait, we've seen them play Mirage once already in this tournament, a game they made very competitive. And the one big note I had from that game was Sissy. That was the first time I saw him play. That was the first time he put himself on the mark. And his AWPing on Mirage was spectacular. Very fast, very movable, always all over the map. Like to describe it as having an op, that is calling out a spawn saying, I'm going to go B apps this round, I'm going to go A apps this round, I'm going to go middle, I'm going to play ticket for that matter as well. He was changing his position every single round, and to do that and sort of like dictate where you're going as a 16-year-old, that's a healthy sign. So if anything, I think a big win condition, or let me rephrase that, not a big win condition for Bait, a big condition in terms of making the game competitive is Sissy doing the same thing, right? Make sure that you're movable, make sure you're all over the map, and first and foremost, hit your shots.
And speaking of newer faces really quickly, I think for CobraZera, he's having to take on some new responsibilities defensively that I'm going to be very keen on keeping an eye on. He was an anchor on his previous team on the B-bomb side, so you're not seeing a whole lot of action unless they're executing your site. Now he's having to play more of a rotator position because they want him to fill Senzu's shoes, and so that's more responsibility, tougher decision making. You're going to be in the action more, a little bit middle defensively, and it's games like this one, as well as the game they had against Pain, where this is the opportunity for CobraZera to really get his feet wet in a little bit of a less pressure situation. Like, you're not up against the big dogs. Yeah, you're up against teams that are kind of in the top 15-ish, teams that can play you well, but it's not a trial by fire like playing a Vitality or playing a FURIA and things of that nature. And this is where hopefully he can kind of learn, build some confidence, and kind of better understand where he fits in this team.
Do you think for Sizzy right now, this is the start of the audition where a lot of the bigger teams may have an eye on him purely just because, as we've spoken about, the AWP market is slightly lacking at the moment, so maybe it's an opportunity to go, let's see, he's 16, let's kind of watch and see how this plays out?
I see what you're saying. It's just early in the process. I think for him, establish yourself as becoming a prime member of Bait first, and then you can always make the next progression into a better team. But you're right, right now there's not an AWPers market, so to speak. It's never been harder to find good AWP players out there. So if you want to replace guys like, Sun Payers, Brokey, you name it, it's very hard to find someone, Ultimate for that matter as well. I feel like it's not that we want to cut all AWP players from all teams. It's just that right now, there's never been a better time to be a bad AWPer because there's no one to replace you.
That's a really good point. I can't really crack it. I mean, you're basically, like, not everyone's going to be MongolZ. When you go out and gamble and you're trying to pull up an opera from obscurity and put them on the big stage, not all of them are going to turn out quite the way that the Rookie of the Year did last year, which is, of course, MongolZ, who had that crazy, coming of age story in front of his home crowd at Astana and really tore it up from that point forward. Yeah, there's some other young operas out there like Grix, who's over there at Big. You got, Clem, who was from the academy system at G2, is now playing on Made in Brazil. There's a couple of names out there, but those are like irons in the fire. You're kind of waiting to see if they're going to get hot or not, but we don't know yet. We don't know if the Flames are going to take 2 months out or whether or not they're going to be, really cooled off rather quickly and we're going to see them fade away again. So you're right. It is a tough operas market right now. You're either gambling or you're having to sit and just wait and hold your cards and wait until someone truly comes through again.
I think one of my biggest highlights last year was the MongolZ story when FURIA signed him. How many people can go back on their social media and see some terrible point that they made about what a mistake this was, and then to see him arrive at the major, and yes, granted, they didn't make it through to the finals, but being able to see him in the playoffs of the major and me just being like, you're the favorites, like FURIA was tagged it was such an incredible moment, and I'm excited for this year to see at the majors what other magical moments we'll have. Obviously, for Singapore, the tickets are going to go on sale soon, so you'll be able to register for pre-sale, and you should probably do that because there's going to be one of those moments at the end of the year, and you could be there to witness it happen.
Yeah, I just found out there's 11,000 kilometers to Singapore, so if we got to bike that dust, we better get going.
And you can, in fact, do it. You don't have to go over the ocean. You have to go through like 3 very dangerous countries, Pimp, but it can be done.
But if you bike fast enough, maybe they can catch you with the missiles or whatever. But anyway,
this sounds like a new challenge for you. I mean, you've gone to the Ironman. You know, this is your moment.
Why is it Pimp challenge? I'm thinking Dust. Imagine if you joined Pimp and you did the ride. You meet him in Denmark and you ride to Singapore on a bike.
I feel like Pimp would get tired of waiting on me a lot.
I'll push you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's like a whole content series that we can have. Training Dust and getting him to ride a bike all the way to Singapore with Pimp. I would pay money to see that. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're jumping back into game.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
In this, we're going to start looking at some of the changes that are coming through on the maps and looking at Anubis. Do you like how middle can be played now? Does it give you an advantage on CT?
For Anubis, I think it's great. I can do like more early picks, for example, from that window, and I can have the control. Either they're taking from like stairs or they're taking from carpet side to aces. So if I see that nobody holding them, drop guys can push or something, and we can do flash pick in mid with timing because I'm holding down and I'm really close to pick mid.
It's also more opportunities for T side, so you can boost. For example, it's used Aurora, like Xantaros like to boost a lot towards this window from water. So you have opportunity to kill city guys who is rotating, you know. It's one more opportunity for T side.
Right now, like when I play on T side on middle, it's very hard to take it very fast, and you have to wait like for your teammates to group up somewhere and do something. And then I can take middle.
I think it helps a lot because now the T's have to worry about one more thing into mid, and it's easier for the CTs to work that angle than going to the mid of the bridge and try to do something, you know. And so it's definitely an upgrade from the CT perspective. The fact that the T's now have to also use a Molotov kind of instantly, it removes a Molotov that's gonna come end game later for the T side, which can be helpful for the big guys, for example. They're always getting mollied a lot of places, so now you have to take in account that one more Molotov is gonna be used.
There's no gap on the bridge, so it makes it kind of easier for CTs to play aggressive on bridge, and also the gap making it the connection to water with the connector player, cave player, and also playing aggressive into the water makes it easier for the CTs.
And also it's opportunity for City to be behind so fast, you know.
Oh, flanking,
flanking. So for me, like A player, if you are stuck B, for example, free B, I just can block A, rotate to mid. If I have mid control, I will be so fast behind them. So and we will be so strong around B, you know.
Yeah.
I will just drop down and kill cave guys.
So, but with these changes, our upper can be like in front of everyone if you have like a round to start with it. But now there is antis for it, molos, smokes, nades. So sometimes you are just wasting your health while you're making a move. But overall is great. Like when the teams are starting to adaptate something, is getting much better. So it will be in the future if the teams are playing like a lot, we will see like more different type of things.
An action-packed affair back on Ancient, and one that at one point had me thinking Bait were dead in the water, but respect where it's due. The comeback in that CT side, the pistol, the conversions, cooling off the Mongols' gun rounds on the attack. That was no easy feat, but it just felt like the Mongols were there to win it. We switch over to their map pick of Mirage now, Mohan, as the Mongols will be gunning for a 2-0 series. And gunning really to kind of get their reputation back as world beaters, I think.
I think they kind of, like the way they play, it always feels like they believe it. I have to say, there's got to be at least one guy that can't overperform that comes onto the team, right? Like surely eventually.
Brother, think of what they did in Budapest.
Yeah, I know. I know.
If there was ever going to be a moment...
Control has got the quarterfinals.
Yeah, if there was ever going to be a moment where somebody joined that team and failed, it was supposed to be Control. CobraZera, speaking of the new guys, right in with the opening kill towards this A site unraveling, and
what I want to try to understand is when do they find out that they're so ready for the role without ever? How much time do they even get to play with him to find out that this is the guy?
Well, I think that's
to develop him.
That's the beauty of how it goes down in Mongolia with like the really strong internet cafe culture, right? It's like I feel like everybody kind of knows one another when it comes to the Ulaanbaatar scene, and so.
But I mean, getting CobraZera ready for Tier 1, or him being able to learn how to play in Tier 1. Like, surely not everyone there, just like before they join the Mongols or whatever, is prepared to play in Tier 1 because they don't even have the like a Team Spirit Academy where the coach is down there. There's no coach walking around an internet cafe. I don't care what you tell me right now. I know there is no Mara Jr. walking around an internet cafe training the CobraZera of tomorrow right now. So,
yeah, you don't know that. You been to Ulaanbaatar?
I have not been to Ulaanbaatar.
I think it's safe to say we have no clue what's going on over there.
That's a fact.
But all we do is appreciate what comes out of the place.
Wow.
It's talent stacked high. It's a beautiful Desert Eagle shot from NPL. Yeesh. Couple taps, gonna welcome the wide swing from Kenzie. Zor. Bomb is able to trickle out through the apartments, but you're gonna have your hands full. This is a 5v2 retake. Techno 4K and Blitz tasked with a tough one. The double nades go into the market. Looked like that paper towel interrupted one of the trajectories of the frag grenade. That was weird. Physics and whatnot. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now CTs come roaring towards the back door. There's a real chance at a lineup to that Khalil. MP7 gets whittled down. Blitz is trying to dodge shots. They don't have a kit for this, but they do have the time, so they'll jump on it, and the force buy out of Bait works. We skip a couple protocols with that walk-up catwalk and Bait strike. All in time.
Little deagle shot through the smoke into mid. That definitely helps for sure.
Mara is not impressed.
That's how he looks when they win too, though.
True.
So you can't really... We have no idea what's going on in Ulaanbaatar.
You know, Mara used to stand a little more often. That's how I think maybe that's the secret, is when he's impressed or not.
Maybe playoffs?
Ah, it's true. Yeah, see, you know, you get used to winning. Suddenly these kinds of games.
Ooh, maybe I can afford to sit down
maybe
for
I'll
this
sit
one.
down. Ooh.
Up a map.
Ooh, PGL bring
Up a
out
map,
the...
have a seat.
PGL got the extra comfy chairs. Now Bait are going to convert off the back of it, seemingly, because you get yourself a bunch of free guns. 2 AKs and a Galil for free. Don't mind if I do, says Bait. And Xenio's going to go ahead and spam that Tech 9 headshot through smoke, and we've got the 910 Deagle under. Okay! 2 kills into it, bomb possession his, and plenty of time to make Bait sweat.
He is a bit of a monster today. 910 was a highlight reel back on Ancient. Unbelievably quick op shots.
Kenzizor making it happen, though. Yeah, 910's not ready.
He's just fooling around with that knife too much.
Just goofing and gaffing and laughing his way through it, but this is a serious affair. Bait CT side kickstarts off the force buy and converts for the 2-1 start.
All these operas use the pillow. James, Shiro,
yeah,
910.
Yeah. It's an epidemic.
Beatstream is map 1.
Nope. Map 2.
Map 2?
Yeah, map 2.
Oh my goodness, FUT. When will it end?
Done got smoked. You know, the question about FUT winning is one thing. FUT owning is what we now got. Astralis fall victim to yet another hot prospect in 2026.
It's crazy how this tournament has 9 out of the 10 top teams, and yet all these prospects are actually what we really need to be watching for.
Yeah, it's like usually an event like this, it's because
in terms of form, they might actually be in the top 10 as well right now, low key.
It's like invites get declined and then some plucky underdog makes a close first map. But I feel like 2026 has really just been featuring a lot of very promising rosters.
It's so awesome, man. The amount of good teams that we've got bubbling up in the tier 2.
I just love that it never ends. You know,
it never ends.
We've done this job, you and I, together for almost a decade.
Yeah, like the amount of...
I can remember years where things get a little stale. There's not like a big breakout player or a big breakout team, and it just feels like we're blessed right now.
We have more stories than ever each year than we used to. Used to get one coldzera every 3 years, roughly.
Ooh, Copenhagen Flames make a run at 1 major.
Yeah.
Brother, PARIVISION have lifted a trophy in 2026. Okay, they don't make them like this years ago.
It's a weird example because it's Jame.
Yeah, I know. But Jamin who? You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
Jamin Dastan. Bodies hit the ground inside of the B site. No bomb plant for your efforts, Mongols. And it's because it wasn't much of an effort. They just go flying out through the windowsill into the lying weight of Bait. Guns back in hand for the Mongols. They'll be looking to get back to where they started this half with success. All made possible by the force by Bait, the 3-1 start.
Who you taking? Jame and Dastan or Blitz and Mara?
Blitz and Mara.
That was quick.
Yeah.
It's a quick one. Quick choice.
Careful back there. Utility keeps CobraZera on high alert, but 910 crosses over with him and the bomb. Still no kills at the minute mark. We get more utility trickling out through the window. This continuous pressure has got them distracted, and NPL's going to strike them. Unexpected challenge down in through Con, and NPL nails all of these. Quad kill from NPL.
And it could be a fifth here. MZ looking for the duel. Wow, MPL.
Rock solid stuff, throws himself into the challenge. And that was the utility out through the mid window that kind of served up a distraction for him to strike. But those were players shooting back. The most insane keyboard placement in the world, by the way. And yet he makes it look easy.
That's an M4A4 commercial right there. But I didn't see the keyboard. Is it like Tarek style? Just
oh, dude, it's under his mouse armpit.
Missed that.
His keyboard is vertical underneath his right arm.
Tarek's his favorite player, probably.
If I may request a shot of it in between these rounds, it would be nice to just kind of highlight it one more time.
Under his right arm? Under his mouse arm?
Yes, bro.
His mouse pad is in front.
Like this.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I wish I could show everybody at home what I'm doing, but I can't. Oh, right. Also can't do that. Makes it look so damn easy.
Do that. Just couldn't do it live, probably.
No, not under pressure.
That was 9-10 either. Okay.
Trying to get that bomb planted, but not able to even get the van kill. So on to the next one we will go soon enough.
And Bait showing us they're no joke.
Yeah, they got stomped in that first half of Ancient, but, I mean, again, they made it respectable as the game went on, and that was a very hot MongolZ out of the gate. Show me NPO.
NPO's all the way down there.
Ah. It's good. We'll keep everybody on the line. You know, now you're waiting in anticipation. Got you glued to the screen.
Yeah. I feel antsy thinking about it. Just want to see MPL's keyboard right now.
Goes back with weaponry, but Bait still have been rock solid and happy to just keep signing up for these mid fights. And happy to just keep on trying to charge on through. CobraZero's already made it ahead, and Sizzy is going to get slammed by that AK, but Penzizor's got the trade pretty quickly back. So it's just a lot of jostling going on between these teams right now.
Very nice trade there from inside connector. It's crazy how low the time to kill is in this match. You are not allowed to waste ammo here. And an interesting timing on this push because you have MZ on the other side walking in, but Alex has found his final spot as MZ clear it. Oh no, he's pushed forward. Still works out for him.
And then Kenzizor catching Blitz at the same time, so really takes the wind out of the sails of that A attempt from the Mongols. 9-10 crawling forward, gonna get caught off by this cat corner of NPL. And right now, Bait can seemingly do no wrong. All the action that they make happen in this round nets them a frag. Very stringy moments, right? Those are three separate 1vX situations. Inside Palace, on the fallback from A. Cap kill is really the most advantageous for NPL. Look at that keyboard.
Oh my goodness.
Isn't that crazy?
It is really...
It is under his mouse arm armpit.
Under his mouse arm armpit.
50% off the table.
The keyboard's off the table?
Half of it.
Half of it's off the table.
Yeah, well, okay, a third of it. A third of the keyboard is off the table.
That's still unnerving.
You know, I know we've all got different binds and whatnot, and everybody's setup is different, but I just never understand how you get to that point.
Yeah.
You know, I've tried the 45-degree tilt, you know, I'll go for the wider stance. Sometimes I put my forearms on the table, but I've never gone, maybe my keyboard should be over here.
Over here.
Oh, nah. Yeah.
Well, maybe you try it one day and then boom.
I'm a pro too.
Just clicks all of a sudden, everything you were missing.
Well, there's no denying it's working because he's 12-3 at the moment. Trying to keep that pressure up on middle, but Mongols just continue to remain adamant about taking these duels. Beautiful wallbang back from Blitz to maintain man advantage.
And there's not even enough time to react to these kills. There's so many nice ones in succession.
Zeno's already back out through ramp. He's going to catch the jungle player off guard because Mongols just keep coming. Slowly, albeit with these walking, crawly kills, but they are constant in their pressure. And Alex is going to give Mzinho something to think about. 3 versus 2 advantage for the Mongols, but it's barely held on to by Blitz's low health. Essential top stairs catches the headshot to Techno. And now these CTs, yeah, they're going to keep pulling you apart piece by piece.
I love
Alex with the triple and Bait with the 7-1 lead.
And the thought for Essential to even regress through top stairs in that moment is ridiculous. Teammate had already got killed outside a connector, and Mongols, like, again, they're so brash. You'd think they could be anywhere. And Bait are here to call them out.
Alex just picking up freebies by the end of that round. So Mongols back to the drawing board. Sidearms and utility. Cooped up beside the smoke, NPL has stood up to a lot of these tests. This one seemingly no different. Easy stuff from him and Sizzy. Locking down connector yet again. Palace player trying to get out into the action, but by the time Mzinho makes his move, his whole team's dead and he'll join them empty-handed. Damn, Bait. This is now not even bomb plants for the last 7 rounds.
I'm not surprised that they can play this well, but the fact that they can do this so dominantly. Mongols won the pistol round. Never forget, Mongols won the pistol round. This is lights out, confidence, speed. And these guys are a perfect matchup for each other, really. No, Bait weren't as successful on Ancient. They really did try to do the same things. They just couldn't keep up with the Mongols. But whatever happened on the break, you need to channel that for map 3 if they can bring it there.
It's just crazy that like the pace keeps up at this degree the entire time. Molotov goes beyond, Essential from the corner. Yeah, you're getting stuffed again, the Mongols.
Wow.
Techno's going to try to break down the door, but it's a lot of damage dealt to him. Kenzie Zor tucked into the bench is going to let them slip down into sight. Techno cleared out. Hopper got the rebuttal back. 9-10 trying to get into the action of sight, and NPL has been spotted, but that's not going to stop him. Back in with a kill and an assist. Rapid pace being set in this game. It is violent, and it is incredibly lopsided at that. 9-1 Bait's lead.
And they've got the same affect. Like, they don't really celebrate. They don't really yell as much. They're just, they're happy to play quickly.
They can't celebrate because they're down a map, Launders.
That's true.
As far as
and
they're
this
concerned.
one's not done yet.
No. We know what can happen at the switching of the sides, but it's also 2 teams that respect our time. This is,
yeah.
Back to
they
back.
Got TikToks to watch, man.
Back to back aggressive rounds. Who needs to waste time? Set it up and get it in, or at least try to. Once more, NPL's got first blood. Once more, the Mongols with a little bit to work with. Techno's found himself a multi-frag despite that low HP.
That was one small mistake, and now a chance for the Mongols to bring one back.
How many rounds will they need? Best case scenario, 9-3 half. 9-10's got one off the Galil, but again, it's damage dealt in the meantime, and this wouldn't be the first man disadvantage that still gets picked up. NPL is a monster at the moment. Headshot into Blitz like that.
Yeah, this is one of the best halves of the tournament already. He's 18-4, an ace in there.
This guy is hunting down the Mongols body after body, and he's got himself yet another frag.
That's 4 kills in total for him this round. What an unbelievable half.
Doesn't break a smirk.
Yeah, seriously.
All business at the moment from NPL.
From everybody. Mara sick of it.
The fact that's a headshot too.
That's the kind of day he's having.
Making up for lost time, having lost out on Ancient.
could set some kind of kill record at this rate if he wasn't just going to beat the Mongols so quickly.
Sizzy catching another opening kill, and Bait, this is...
It's a masterclass.
Yeah, it's domination.
It's kind of what you'd expect the Mongols to do to them. And
it's damnation.
Like it's evil. Alex 666.
Yeah, like they're, you know, they're damning Mongols to the end. There's no saving the Mongols. It's damnation.
To horse meat.
That's the kind of beating that leaves a mark. How the hell are the Mongols going to pull out of this tailspin once we get to map 3? Because, spoilers, we're going to a third map.
Not if Mongols can win this round. Then it's going to be a while.
9-10 will crack it open at least. At least try to. First frag's good and all, but then again, Aseptial not going to let you get away with much space. Valiant effort for Techno on 1 HP, but Sizzy's got him with the Desert Eagle. A domination of a half here from Bait, 11-1. And an incredible performance out of NPL, 19-4 on the CT side. Just action-packed, inside con, held mid, held A, gave no space to the Mongols this entire time.
A guy who once got the call up to Na'Vi and wondered, you know, on a team like Bait with Headtrick as well, like, would we ever really see from them again, you know? And then they started to build up this project on the side, and now, well, they're a focal point of this event as a dark horse maybe to make some kind of run. Bait, they show us a level of aim that basically can compete with anybody. If they can compete with Mongols head-to-head with this kind of aim, they can compete with anybody. It was so impressive. We used to watch Bait. It would be a little bit on Mirage, a little bit lurky on T side. Sometimes it'd get messy. They always had fun, though. Like, they would always play very fast, even before. When they had Headtrick, stylistically, just like how Mongols have brought in Cobra's era and are still the Mongols, I think Bait have really been able to manage to keep their personality intact for the way they like to play CS. This was just obviously both Bait playing well and MPL having an outstanding performance at the same time in a key position on the map on CT side.
But if they win the pistol...
If they win the pistol, all bets are off.
This man just added gravity to that gun. What the hell was that?
Just got slapped into the ground, man, head first. I think there's a crater on the floor there.
Oh, okay! Woo! Doesn't matter how hard that first guy nosedive, 9-10 is into play. Triple USB headshots. What is this round?
That was so ridiculous.
What was that?
That was like Wile E. Coyote falling off a cliff.
I've never seen a ragdoll do that. I've seen them backflip into the sky. I have never seen them nosedive into the ground. And it made you think the round was done for. 9-10 though, this sequence. Tip-tap. Beautiful execution for the two. We can't show what
Just
was
missed
that?
the most important kill of the whole game. We're just going to pretend that never happened, eh? So yeah, now the game's on, Connor. So,
okay.
Yeah, you better believe it. You better believe it.
No, I'm excited because this gives NPL more time to just continue to rack up rating.
True. This is how, like, maybe a record could be set. Problem is, the rest of his team's also having a pretty impressive game. He's not just like out here,
right?
You know, pseudo carrying. He's got a lot of great help. And Blitz from 4-Fry. He's about to put together the easiest ace of all time right here.
A4 gets those.
Yeah, A4 gets those.
It's the gun's fault. NPL gets cleared out bottom middle, and now what's left of Bait here, as they were just looking to rack up some cash in round 14. Kenzizor cowering Just let everybody die around him. And that goes about exactly how you'd think. 9-10 puts a swift end to it. Third round secured by the Mongols, but I don't have to say it. It's a long road to the comeback.
It is. It's 8 rounds, I mean. 8 rounds?
8 rounds to the tie. NPL 20-6. Still got to kill that round, by the way. Block frag on Blitz.
Oh, good. Yes. That's what we need to see. I'm trying to see records. This is the kind of game you want to see some records get set. But he can't have too good of a round, otherwise, if he does, this game's over.
They're willing to full save last round just to come through here now with guns, and so earned.
It looks like there's a big lack of information. Obviously, with Blitz on default, you can check on Connector. There, watch across the cat, but when Connector gets smoked, this is where it might become a little bit of an issue for the Mongols. They're leaving a mid-window lurk potential, a B split. The rotations will be kind of slow, and maybe they can blow open this cat or Connector spot, but no, the split's coming in fast.
Yeah, Cobra Zero almost caught with grenades, but fine by 9-10's standards. He's willing to slow it down through the smoke spam. NPL's position gets found out. Thought if there was anything of an answer, it was going to come by that, but
it's ridiculous that he got a 3K basically from the A site there on the hold. So, but yeah, that's what they were ready for. Any small bit of action towards Connector, blow those smokes open. Brought to you by CS2. Have control. Help out. Help out the B site. Remotely.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
After time now. Ooh, that's where was that across the hog line?
After time. Curling reference.
Was that across the hog line?
It was after the hog line.
It was, eh?
Across the hog line.
Can't believe we're cheaters, man.
I mean,
It's
we
awful.
didn't cheat, but
hey, you
yeah.
can't just be Canadian when it's convenient.
What's crazy is that both the men's and women's curling team got caught doing the same thing. I heard that the British men's team actually got caught doing it too, as well. Now that people are reviewing more
The
footage.
whole damn Commonwealth.
Curling is rigged. Counter-Strike? It's legit. Cobra, also legit. From the perch inside of the cat play, he finds himself 2 kills to kick this off. That Desert Eagle on NPL's hands finds a little bit of damage, a single kill. He's 21-7, still just trying to keep the score up despite the economy being against him. But they always knew that their willingness to fight top mid like that was going to cost some bodies. Trying to shake up their approach towards middle. We get this movement from the Mongols inside of jungle and throwing Mzinho back over towards Ticket. It's also a great way to, grab the guns. Let NPL cook. Oh, it is instant.
Yeah, he's cooked.
And he grabs the op off it.
Plenty of time, too, eh?
Smoking off Connector.
They're thinking about going for the B-walk. That's extra risky,
Techno's
but
coming,
they're also
Techno's
going
coming.
to catch this flank.
Oh, he paused.
Wait.
Techno paused, and that let NPL get through the murder hole.
Techno's actually playing this with great awareness right now. He's going to be very useful for both sites if he doesn't overextend here.
The old wrap to A.
But Mzinho, he's kind of behind default, moving over towards Tetris, can stay here. Actually, probably the best spot right now because the amount of time left over. This plan is forced. It's going to be too hard to clear him right away unless they're going to go for default, but they don't.
Boom.
Cut down
Blindside.
at the pass.
Now NPL, got to go for the wide swing, doesn't have the time for this. Yeah, completely outplayed just by the clock.
Uh-oh.
And now NPL, threat of dying after time is real. Yes, sir, he will be dealt with.
That's absolute perfection out of the last 2 players here on MongolZ. on both sides of the map.
Techno was inches away from getting caught in the murder hole peak.
Super careful about it. Knew exactly how far he could go. Didn't give a chance back into the round. Just when you think they're going to be overly aggressive, no, they know how to just be smart. So it's a 6-round game now, but it's an interesting round. Got 2 kills after time in this half. That does set your economy back in a big way.
Wonder if those kinds of limitations could wind up catching off the bait squad and costing them more as this game goes on. NPL's going to eat the frag grenade. NPL, for the first time in this game, is on the receiving end of an opening death.
They're going to walk up here. Blitz could get flanked.
It will exactly die to that. Catwalk players got the answer. Good on CobraZera, but KenZor keeps it clean.
Oh, they got shooters, man.
Fully blind is 9-10. Bomb in the hands of Sizzy. KenZor trying to go wide around that smoke as 9-10 crouches, keeps himself low. CobraZera offers the distraction.
Tetris.
And they don't know where Essential is. Stuck on Tetris. In the 1v2, goes wide, connects to the first one, but the Mongols get through with another clutch round. Another close round for Bait, and yet the Mongols are the ones to put it on the scoreboard.
I mean, it's perfect in a 2-on-1 to toss that molly down. Don't know how the first kill came out. CobraZera did a ton of work there from Cat, though, to grab a frag before he came over for the retake.
His Cat presence is huge. He has 6 opening duels now.
Wow.
Successful opening duels.
And you get shoved into these spots as a new guy. Like you're not coming in as an anchor. You're not coming in as a support player or something like that. You're coming in with just all the responsibilities and delivering. It's very impressive to see. Still a 5-round game though here for Bait. We saw how close they brought that too. It's not like they suddenly looked scared and lost. But they're about to get to a point where even if Bait hit 12, Mongols are going to have so much money left over if they're not careful.
Even though these CTs are racking up wins, it's still rounds where Bait have something to stand on. Doesn't feel like they've felt out of any of these, despite the Mongols winning them all so far since we've swapped sides.
This round is the moment, really.
Yep.
MPL goes down first. Heavy hitter out.
His second opening death. He was untouchable for a little while there. 5-0 in opening duels, now 5-2. Blitz backing up. Constant smoke grenades into the windowsill and a Molotov bottom middle to keep KenZor back from just tucking into these corners yet. Will be a key piece of this A split. And CobraZera usually finding the right timing to challenge this connector play. And now that that frag grenade's also found its mark, they've been effectively softened up. We go to 45 seconds. We've got this Techno 4K position down beneath balcony, and CobraZera so constant on this catwalk pressure. Beautiful flashbang out of Bits. Blitz to get that player active. And it's Alex dead with nothing. And now you've got the Mongols powering up.
Oh, this is worst
now
case.
It is a 4-round game. 5 players survive on the Mongols side. NPL's getting shut down in opening deaths.
And there's an eco coming up. So this is just, they just won 5 alive on the rifle round. This was the one they're supposed to make money on. And now there's going to be barely any advantage when this round, this becomes 8-11, unless Bait can come up with something right now. And it is actually worth talking about, how do we pull off a miraculous eco? With Tech9s, the players they have, it is possible. They have the right combination of words, maybe a stroke of luck on 1 kill. And that seems unreasonable to ask for, considering how well the Mongols are playing, but even to them, it can happen. They might need something to save the day. They're coming in with a fair bit of utility. So their loss bonus reaches max. CobraZera knew the whole time. He's like, I have a lock off on anybody right side connector. As soon as they want to try to peek, they could die. He's doing good.
Gonna go into the execute. This is gonna be Amzinho under pressure, trying to drop utility ahead of it. Trying to hang on to what will be that solo Palace duel. He'll touch down back under. We get the drive-by on a KenZor. Ops under pressure. Big swing from the Tech9, upgrading into the op in the middle of all that.
They got to be careful about that bomb plan. They really want it to go down, but there's no molly on default. The bomb's in a weird spot, though. They're all playing left side. If he dies, pushing.
NPL close to the ticket smoke.
This bomb can get diffused under their nose. They might need to get an extra kill.
If Techno dies to this ticket push, though, it's going to be so difficult to get NPL out of this. But
what?
Okay, reads the positioning.
Oh, he was spamming sandwich.
Pops NPL. And now Techno trying to move this forward with the smoke grenade, but Ascenthiel's got something to say about it. His Tech9 finding at least the one victim, and now over top goes KenZor with a sidearm out. He's collected another 1vx, but he can't find the bomb.
No, he's got to get away from this.
Blitz jumps onto it too late, and Bait will take their 12.
Uh-oh. It's that one swing from default, and he realized that he wouldn't be able to be covered if he went for the straight defuse. And there it happens, off the Tech9s and the pause. It all comes together. Double entry from that $500 weapon, and the Mongols now have to make the comeback from that point. This is genuinely really reasonable before this happened. But that has really just changed everything.
CobraZera still trying to take a look towards middle. NPL gonna be his test in a second. Fired his feet, he's got to offer it over, so space taken by NPL. Ladder room belongs to him now. Challenge towards Blitz as 9-10 sits down bottom con. NPL running all over the place, dropping utility, letting them know exactly where he is. Bomb posturing over towards the apartments. We've got this three-player Mongols lean towards B in the moment. Missed shot by the Opper, but CobraZera picks up the kill from Catwalk at least. Bomb starts to double back off this connector challenge. We've got a solo defender over towards A in Mzinho.
They're a little stringy right now, man. The bomb's going back to A, but it's super slow. They don't have full info on all the CTs. There's still two players on Cat, which should stop connector, fighting a window. They're losing targets.
Mzinho catches the contact into jungle at least. He'll figure out that info for the Mongols, but it opens the door for Ascenthiel to come down out from Palace and get that kill instead. So low HP here on the majority of Bait. Mongols gave up 11 rounds in that first half. Brought it back with a streak of 6. Tech9's kicked the door off its hinges a round ago, and now Techno coming up through connector gets blindsided. KenZor traded out swiftly. Alex is the guy working with health in this post plant, and now it's CobraZera who's gonna have to go above and beyond versus 2. Caught inside of the smoke, he will come out with 1. Taps the bomb to try to elicit panic, and Ascenthiel inside of the smoke, slashing away at this. Time is of the essence, and he doesn't get the kill. Bait are here to close this. Back-to-back rounds in that A-bomb site. It felt inevitable after that first half. A flat attack from the Mongols on their map costs them the chance at this 2-0.
That's a bit messy from the Mongols.
Yeah, to say the least. You know.
I don't know how else to, like, I'm a little bit in
Hey,
shock.
they won the pistol round.
You shouldn't be losing to Bait, man. Sorry, I'm just going to say it. This is a team that was contending for grand finals in the major, and now we're here.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to put it. I think that first half is what's going to haunt the Mongols for a long time in this matchup at the very least. When you isolated to Mirage, that was lackluster T-side. You win the pistol, they got that done, you know, and then you lose the follow-up round, and at that point you do nothing on a T-side of Mirage, which I would argue is one of the more open T-sides in the game. You know, one of them, the T-sides where you get to express your individual skill, you get to express that explosivity you can play with, but whenever they had an opportunity, they would fumble it. And I agree with you, Sam. Again, it's one map in isolation, it's a poor performance from Mirage, but it goes to speak what we kind of set the scene coming into the game, that it's two teams right now really fighting a battle of recalibrating expectations. Because no, if you're the Mongols, you shouldn't be losing, especially not in this fashion to be.
Yeah, there's no way that any sort of recalibration should screw you over this hard. I mean, look, I get that CobraZera is new to playing at this level on a regular basis. I knew that you're trying to get used to him and you're trying to figure out what roles you want to do, maybe try to integrate him into the team fully. But there's no excuse for quite literally one T round, which is just a pistol. And the fact that you weren't able to come up with anything else on your T side, and the identity of this Mongol squad has been a team that can play an explosive, fun, and effective Mirage T side, and we saw absolutely none of this. Complete disjointed, one-by-one peaks, no well-coordinated executes, no ability to really control mid and dictate the pace of the game. Like, the identity of this Mongols team was that they were so fiery and so fun to watch, and you know, just explosive Counter-Strike, but calculated chaos. But we saw absolutely none of that. They got ripped to shreds, and you know, MPL, credit to him, the dude's tearing it up. You know, he is one of their star CT riflers. He's a guy that we've had our eyes on for a long time, and you know, definitely give him his props for having a big game. I mean, those are some monster numbers, and it's exactly what Bait needs if they want to have a chance to pull off an upset and try to still stay in the playoff race in this tournament. But still, like, if you're Mongols, that's just unacceptable, in my opinion. Like, I don't care that you changed the player out. It can't be that bad.
No, I agree, and I think that's you know, the other side of the coin. Obviously, Mongols having a lackluster T side, that's one thing. But NPL, just look at the heat map. How
just one spot in connector.
Exactly, how he dominated, you know, the most important position on the CT side of Mirage. Whoever plays connector is the star of your team. We see it in pretty much all teams out there, you know, apart from Apex from time to time, who goes in there for vitality. But your Nikos of the world, your Robs back in the days, you have all your star players situated in this position. It's just an aim-heavy position as well. But all these duels are just dry duels, you know. You're just taking duels left, right, and center. And when you're NPL and you're consistently winning them against, I guess, a aim-heavy, strong squad in the Mongols, then you gotta give them credit. That was a breakout performance.
Where's the flash? Where's the, you know, spacing? Where's the trading efficiency? There's none of it. When this guy's getting 2 seconds between every frag he has to go after to reset, of course he's able to pull it off. Like, again, just... I don't understand how they could be this divorced from what they used to be. I get it's a roster change. I get you lost your best player. I get Senzu was one of the best players in the world last year. I get he was an aggressive rifling star, which is an important role. I get all that. But there's no excuse for this.
Isn't that a lovely conversation to have? Because every single time a team isn't doing well, you just see everyone online and some analysts, not pointing fingers, boys, are like, roster changes. Roster change has to happen. Roster change has to happen. Here's a good example of what can happen when you take one player out and the new one comes in. It's so much more than just a role-for-role swap. There's so much more that goes into that change. And the Mongols might be the example we use in the next few months to show you what the drop-off could be.
It's also the nuance in, you know, the direct context of what is the Mongols right now. You know, a team from Mongolia where the scene and the country is very small, so there's a limited amount of players that you can choose from. If you're Mara, you have to constantly reinvent, like, who am I going to bring in now and who can possibly be as good as Senzu, who can possibly find the same amount of impact. I'd even argue that Controllers did way better than I think anyone would have anticipated, you know, and whether that's down to Mara, the system of the Mongols, who knows, but he did a decent job. So was it necessary to replace him? Perhaps. Is Cobra going to do better? Who knows? What I do know for a fact is that I think it's going to be incredibly tough for the Mongols to find anyone near the level of Senzu. So again, I keep speaking about this recalibration period, but it's not like they're a big international team that can go, you know, and pick apart any English-speaking talent out there. And even if you were, you see teams like FaZe, G2, you name it, struggling finding replacement for their players. So I think the limited, the limited player pool for the Mongols, given where they come from, what language they speak, etc., is just another, I guess, nuance to what we're discussing right here, which is, yes, roster changes don't always help, but when you can't really replace your players one-to-one because there is no players out there, then it becomes quite tough. Now, what we've seen from Cobra Zero so far is fine. I feel like it's the same scenario as we saw with Controllers. He's doing a decent job with what he got to work with. It's just never gonna be a Senzu.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's spot on. And to me, it's like, look, like, I know that I'm coming from a place where it sounds like maybe I'm coming down on them, but it's not because I want to. It's because I know what they're capable of. You know, their story was one of the most incredible stories in Counter-Strike. To watch a team come from East Asia, we saw all the different teams from East Asia over the years attempt to make something happen, whether it was, you know, your Tylus, your Flash Gaming, your Vici Gaming, you know, all these different squads were at CSGO at the very beginning in 2013. You know, they were around, but they were never able to make a major playoff up until this team right here. These core players were able to make it to the Shanghai major playoffs. It's the first time a team from East Asia has ever done it, and it took such a long time for it to happen, right? And then you see them build off of that, become a top 5 team in the world, be a consistent title contender, win a trophy, make a major final. You know, all these things that were so impressive to see a team be able to do from an underrepresented region in the world when it comes to Counter-Strike, right? But so this level of fall off is so sad because, look, when they had Controls as a stand-in, they still managed to have this magical run to a major playoff spot. Like, no one would have anticipated that Mongols were still capable of making a quarterfinal at Controls, especially after what we had seen in some of the tournaments leading up to that, like that Rivals Hong Kong event. They were horrible, right, at that event. It's like, yeah, there's no way they're doing anything at this Budapest major. And then all of a sudden, what do you know? They're in the quarterfinals. So to see them now have an entire offseason, have maybe some ability to boot camp, hopefully. I'm not sure if that happened or not. But this is what you've come up with is a team that's losing that badly to Bait on what used to be one of your home maps. Like, it's depressing. Like, I don't want to see that. I want to see them do well. So it's just, man, it's painful to watch that happen.
Is there a flip side though as well? So like if you are a MongolZ player, right? Like you said, you're coming from a very small region, limited opportunities, i.e. one. You're in the MongolZ now, that's it. But you've tasted playoff success. You've tasted major grand finals. There must be a part of your brain, and this is where the team versus individual comes into play, where you're thinking, I need to maybe take some English lessons. Maybe I need to see what Senzu's doing. Maybe there is a global roster out there that could need me. The AWPA market's looking a little bit bad. Maybe I need to start looking at what other options exist for me, because if this team drops off, if it falls out of the rankings, MongolZ were able to rise to where they got before VRS came into play. Now it's going to be way harder for them to do what they did before. That's got to be running through some of the players' minds as well, which is not good for the team dynamic.
No, but that's the general nature of how it involves in competitive sports. It's so easy to forget, and people do it all the time, including myself. But look at Astralis, where they're at right now. They're in the drop-off as well. We talk about maybe the greatest team ever, an organization that has a rich history. Fnatic, where they're at. Are they playing this tournament or any tournament of relevance as of right now? No. NIP, have been fighting and struggling to get back to being relevant. The same could be the case for the MongolZ. I'm not saying that's where they're heading right now, but I'm saying that's always a possibility for pretty much every single team out there. Even FaZe, a team that you'd never think in your wildest imagination that they'd be like a top 8, top 9, top 10, top 12 team, which they've been quite consistently now for a long time. So that's always what you're risking. And whether or not you're trying to divert into speaking more English, or you're looking out for your own interests, that's what you're always fighting in a competitive environment, right? There's so many teams, so many players who want to take over your position. So if you don't step up to the occasion, whether you're the MongolZ, whether you're FaZe, whether you're Astralis from the old days, Fnatic, you name it, then there's someone else coming in to take over for you. And I just want to say the nuance in this case is that it is a Mongolian team that speaks a selective language that not a lot of people speak, so they have limitations in who they can pick in and bring up.
Let's take a look now at this decider map, because that's where we're going. And maybe if you've just tuned in, you probably weren't expecting that. I think a lot of people thought MongolZ would be able to 2-0 Bait quite quickly. Bait has proven that they have the resilience. Can they now close this series out on that third map?
This is going to be an interesting one, right? Because, Nuke has been really poor for MongolZ since Sinzu left. And even when they had Sinzu, it wasn't really at the top of their pool. But now they're 0-6 since he left the team. Meanwhile, you looked at a team like Bait, and until they played against Heroic yesterday on Nuke, which they won in kind of a crazy fashion, they hadn't played Nuke since November of 2024. It was their permaban for an entire year. Right? That's back when Captain Kirka was still on the team. I mean, this is a long time ago, right? And even to this day, I couldn't tell you how they're going to play their T-sides. They didn't spend much time on it because they just dominated defensively in that game. And so they're basically, for the first time, exploring this map. This is a pivot they had to make because of them wanting to find another ban that they could, deal with the map pool changes. So I don't know what to expect from Bait, to be honest. I haven't seen enough film to know what they're even capable of. Meanwhile, what we've seen from MongolZ so far has been very depressing. And what we just witnessed there on Mirage doesn't leave a whole lot of confidence left. So yeah, it's definitely possible Bait can make it happen, but I don't know if they have the reps to feel super comfortable against veterans like they're playing against on MongolZ.
That's the thing with the MongolZ, right? We have seen them consistently underperform on Nuke for quite some time, and the contrast between, I guess, the MongolZ we saw yesterday, where they beat Vitality on Mirage, quite convincingly, to them getting absolutely smacked by Bait on Mirage. Like, where do you put that? Which MongolZ is going to show up? So I agree with you. One side you have a very unknown quantity in Bait that is slowly but surely not only integrating a new AWP player, but also integrating a new map into the pool. And you have a team that on paper are the favorites, but have been struggling a lot on the map. I think if anything, it screams to me like this is a 50-50 matchup. This is one that it's very tough to call. I know the odds are siding with the MongolZ, but I'd say it's incredibly close in terms of what I expect coming out of Nuke.
It's going to be interesting because the way Bait were playing the one Nuke game that I did get to watch yesterday, they were just sending it every single round full send on the T side. They never actually did the typical plays you would see on Nuke, hey, we're going to send 3 guys out, or we're going to do a smoke wall, we're going to try to control secret, we're going to try to set up maybe an upper split through mini. No, they just packed up as a bunch of 5 and went all 5 outside, all 5 ramp, all 5 upper. It was just all fast plays. And that can be a very impressive play style if it's working. And it could definitely bulldoze a team like MongolZ if they're flat-footed. But if the MongolZ find a way to respond to that, I don't know how much deeper the playbook is for Bait to be able to handle those situations. So that's what makes the game even harder to put a finger on, in my opinion.
The analysts can't make a decision. Maybe you have a favorite. You can let us know who you think is going to close out this series. It is Bait up against MongolZ, and we'll find out if you're right after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you. What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
The answer was real back on Mirage, and now we're left kind of scratching our heads as to where exactly this game ends, because star potential on full display out of NPL in that first half of Mirage feels like he himself almost fueled us to this decider map in the best of three.
I agree, especially just throughout that entire first half. I mean, I don't know where that leaves us, honestly. Like, it's just like emotional. You just can't get a read on who's happy, who's sad, who's like, you know, what's going to happen next? You don't know.
Sure.
We almost saw a comeback. I think that was a very, I honestly, if it wasn't for that eco,
right,
I think the Mongols were going to flat out 2-0 that game.
Oh, yeah?
They already had so much money. They just needed a one-round buffer. Their CT side was basically flawless. And then, obviously, after losing a round like that, I'm sure that affected them. But what I mean is, when we come to Nuke, I just don't know what to make of it. We have a strong Ancient from MongolZ, a decent response. We have a strong Mirage from Bait, and a great response out of MongolZ. And again, stylistically, just a fantastic matchup. The aim is on display today. Who's going to be the star of the show here on Nuke?
On Techno, not in the pistol anyways. Beretta's dealt with, and Cobra Zera back sights. Got a headshot to work with. Heaven support coming out, but Sizzy's got that player gushed, and Sizzy just sends one through the smoke in response to Blitz getting close. Flashbang goes over, not wasting a second. It is Sizzy to shine here in the pistol, turning Blitz away before he ever had a chance to test main, swapping over to the Berettas and catching a second for Bates' T-side pistol win.
The wide swing out of Heaven, both going down instantly. They're not missing either. I don't think the Mongols are used to playing against a team that are like that. Maybe they're not totally buffed out in every other category of the game, but like this is some of the best CS we've seen Bait play. Like, I mean, probably expecting, post head trick, it's going to take some time, and it's a big role to be replacing, but so far so good. That's the most impressive thing about the modern era of CS is how quickly everyone and every team can get good.
Right. Yeah, it used to feel like you get like a glimpse of greatness and then it would kind of fizzle out, but it feels like people are hanging on to those moments more and more often.
What happened to honeymoons?
That's a good question. Some teams still get them. They just don't seem to end. Alex cautious about this corner, and with good reason, figures out Blitz is in here. Trying to make sure that they get through this force buy unscathed. First kill made easy. That's going to force the vent rotate down, and Alex was ready for it, so Techno very swiftly swept under the rug. Sizzy catching a headshot, and Mzinho unable to do the same. He drops out of it to go back in.
They got a T-skill in there, too.
Yeah,
they gotta be careful.
Makes it a little awkward, doesn't it? But they just continuation, spray down, and catch the flank. Kenzizor not going to fall victim to your antics. Bait convert with majority alive.
Well, what I really want is like a mid-match interview, one of those check-ins. You're not going to show us how you feel. Tell us in plain English.
Terrorists win. Or broken English, that's all right too.
Yeah, whatever English.
Translated
or even
English.
Subtitles, yeah.
I'll watch it dubbed. Subbed. Whatever I have to.
Or another first frag here on this anti-eco. Easy, man.
No.
Oh my goodness. It's
No
like a
success.
deathmatch, man, this series. In the best way, of course.
I mean, the fact that Mzinho just lost half his health to that outer wallbang from Alex.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what we're pulling off today.
It's the kind of game you just report everybody.
Yes.
It's like, no way these guys are that good.
Including my teammates.
That's how hot Bait are right now, man. Like,
just to be safe.
You report your own teammates.
Every once in a while.
Wish the curling team did that.
God. Got me broken up.
Spares the embarrassment.
Bait start their endeavor here in Cluj with that game versus FURIA to kick it all off. Not easy to go up against FURIA nowadays. 13-11, 13-10, pushed to the absolute limit. Slammed Heroic out of the way, and now trying to make quick work of a recovery from the Mongols. I mean, that first half of this series is still really where Mongols did their best work, obviously. 9-3 on Ancient, but Bait kind of snapped out of their lull ever since. And they have not wasted a moment to leave a mark on the Mongols here so far on map 3. So waiting for things to fizzle out. We hit the minute 15 mark and get grenades across the map. We get a good flurry of them into the ramp room, but none of it blinds 9-10. So he's happy to just strike down a Sentinel. Mzinho catching you off guard from the corner in the face of a CT smoke as well. Now a collateral comes through. Sizzy lucky to survive it as 9-10 goes back in 4 seconds. And NPL is the only player across the board this round to do anything to the Mongols.
Yeah, he's dead in just a matter of seconds.
Bomb possession over towards the ramp. He will die to Techno up from the rafters. In the moment that the Mongols have guns here on Nuke, they've also got a round win.
This was a bit of a mistake. I mean, it's not even 9-10 was hiding and timing the peek off the flashes. He was just open the whole time. They just landed all their flashes, focused everything on somebody playing ramp. Maybe someone playing at ROPS, but not really anybody even considering Turnpike, and they didn't throw any kind of lurk smoke either. So just a really big gap, to be honest, there.
Silent crossover behind those smoke grenades, and there's not even any pressure being applied by MongolZ until that nade comes out.
Perfectly timed, too. They did wait for a while, but then they just see everything.
Techno swift to the kill on NPL, so 5v3 established. It was looking like it was going to be free real estate for Bait, but a slow burn contest for the MongolZ nets them 2 kills. Great flashbang on Techno. He's full blind, but regains vision before KenZor goes around, so he does fight back for 2/3 the health, but mistimed that vent clear. Alex gets blindsided, and Bait are about to lose 2 consecutive rounds as this squeeze on KenZor for all he's got left at 30 seconds. Trying to keep 4 up in the process. Yeah, nicely done. Blitz knows what you're up to, and that is the MongolZ to interrupt at the perfect moment.
I like that they waited, but not too long that the smoke was already going to come up and they come in to check things. They kept it dead silent, then suddenly blew it open and did a full clear of outside yard. It was a huge call out. They needed that info back. They got the kills, and some of those shots from 9-10 spots, sometimes you see an opper and you're like, that shot's easy, that shot's hard. Opping from hell, I've always hated that. Like, it just, I guess this is just the range. You know, targets from that far away, but he did great through the glass, through the smoke, from that distance. First pickoffs.
It's the war drums of Bait outside. Shadows scares Cobra Zera. They'll swing in, and nice spray control for the headshot on Ascenthiel there. It's usually the second player that can get by a up-close pistol push like that. Not on his watch. The drum keeps beating, and NPL still yet to really have a chance to shoot it much. He'll find the headshot eventually. And that's all they will find out in the end. A singular kill on Mzinho, a 3-3 scoreline early. Guns in the hands of the MongolZ have made a world of difference since the start.
I think he should have swung for the ace, man. I mean, it was just right there. Gotta go for the guy on the war drums last. Moment where it can start to slip away from Bait, because when this is slowed down a little bit and they've tried to go a bit more tactical, it's actually where MongolZ look the most comfortable. And that's where the experience on a map like Nuke compared to a Mirage or even Ancient, which is just way more friendly to screaming plays. That's where it's gonna be a little bit harder to stand out and where inexperience will show the most.
See ya. Sizzy caught off by the Mzinho peek from Secret. Throw some nades at him and try to get closer. Alex taking over Garage in the meantime. But that was also bomb confirmed behind Red. So good headshot from Ascenthiel to bring it back for a second. Alex's Garage challenge has been found out, and that is crisp. Through the edge of the box, Blitz popped, back by Spawn. Techno wrapping around credit card, but Ascenthiel still just locked in anticipation of some kind of a secret push that's not coming.
They're about to expire on this actually mattering, though, because we're at 40 seconds. They're in Big Garage. They have to move now. The bomb is in a spot where it just has to make a decision. So now they've basically got to get lucky on their timing. Techno doesn't have to go anywhere. I think they know, they're pretty positive, yeah, that there's still someone here.
Techno's allowed to still just stay tucked into credit. 9-10, waits for the next one. Yeah, bait get positioning, but they're kind of banking on a mistake being made, right?
But you're asking for, yeah, exactly. And like they're asking for a mistake from a team who have all the positional control of it. Like you can't plan in big garage, so.
No save afforded either. The Mongols 4 rounds straight.
They look a little bit like a fish out of water now, even though they had a really quick start. Mongols have been kind of shown up on some of their faster plays, which, you know, they think probably they'd be down for that style too. But as soon as they get a little bit of utility in their hands and they start to have to think about how to use everything properly, and then they just slow down naturally, and that's where Mongols can keep a bit of a distance, between them and their opponents. They're going to have better rotations.
Started off clean, dropping bomb like that.
Wow. Man, it's still crazy. Some of these shots are just startling.
Some upgraded pistols. Zor hanging onto the corner. The Tech 9 shots were not too far off the mark. CT allowed to disengage for a second. Blitz dropping smokes as he sits downstairs alone for the time being. Does have ramp rotators if need be. And we'll see how much Bait are willing to just test this smoke grenade, right? It's one thing to respect it. It's another to just come charging right through. And he'll get away from that engagement. Blitz on the full fallback.
Yeah, and actually 2 rotations down, but this makes the off a little bit more vulnerable.
Nice shot.
Ooh, Emzinho picks that up and immediately walks back.
He took damage there, that Tech 9 headshot. Kenzizor's going to finish off Emzinho, but 9-10 whips around to deal with that one. And this 1 HP Ascenthiel challenge down into the B site with the bomb gets found out. NPL nowhere to be found.
He's up in heaven.
But he's climbing the rafters while Mongols are racking up rounds.
Yeah, so it doesn't... I'm like wondering how Bait can win now, honestly. They might be best off, instead of going for a standard defaulty style round out of in outer yard, to just simply go for their upper pop again, get back into the game. They've got an up on Sizzy. I think they're going to try to make the Mongols sweat a bit. Already had a pause with their coach get involved. Doesn't seem to unlock anything yet. And really like that the Mongols keep using Secret to their advantage. Will they throw a molly in front of this?
Battle of the
Bomb
offers.
gets spotted, knocked down as well. They're not ready for this again.
Blitz has got it in the bag. Him and Emzinho have played this position interchangeably. There is still an answer back in the 2 versus 5 at least, but it's Kenzizor still already such low HP.
You got the double rotate down, and Cobra Zera brazenly is still here inside of Mini, just peeking everything, and he will see this player.
Yeah,
oh my
nicely
goodness,
done.
The reaction time. It's perfect.
Instant with the headshot.
Yeah, he's got the crosshair placement there for that angle, really?
He's done a really good job of maintaining control of main. And it queues up the blind side out of Techno. So very active moves here by the Mongols. Sometimes getting caught by a kill or two, but always ready to seemingly respond back to it.
It's just such a thorough stuffing now. And the way that rounds are being won, I mean, I'm not their coach, you know, but I just feel like they need to get through this T side with just pocket plays at this point, because it almost ironically feels like the slower and more methodical they go, the more obvious it's just going to be to the Mongols, who, once again, they played Secret like every round. And they'd have run into them like every round, but it seems like the Mongols are the only ones who are aware of how good of a move that is. They weren't even cleared last round. They going off of this? Yes, they've got the lower drop.
Not this time. Cobra again able to stop it inside of main. We do get KenZor at least cracking the Tech9 kill once. Sizzy's bomb spotted is stuck inside of Hut here. Techno knows it, but as he changes angles back sight, that does open the door for Sizzy to leave.
This could be huge if Alex can make something happen.
Catches it.
Caught MZinho.
But with the gun dropping down, 910's going to turn and get that kill, right? You wanted the AK more than anything, and it's going to cost you your life. KenZor trying to charge down main control as the bomb carrier crosses over into the site, gets cleared, and 910's on a tear. He'll pick up that AK that dropped down through the ladder and put it to good use.
Man, what was that Tech9 doing going back down to hell anyways?
The AK dropped when he got the kill.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, Alex got the frag, but the dead body and its gun dropped down.
A little unfortunate then. Well, this would have been a good time to just split on upper.
Yeah, it's like you really want the gun to give yourself better odds, but at the same time, isn't the position of heaven worth more?
They can meet in the middle with wall smokes and then try to just hit ramp off of it. Instead, just use outer fakes and see if that's a little success there. I mean, sure, they can try again. I don't know if they could see what we see.
7 CT round wins in a row without even a bomb plant for the side of Bait. You said maybe try to tap into some pocket strats.
The thing is, they're taking outside. They're not even getting to lower successfully.
Right.
Like, they haven't even crossed through control side once.
Yeah, the closest they came was like the 3 Tech9s charging down Blitz, and he still stopped them in their tracks. And in a gun round, even less. Oddly enough. You get a vent drop here from Techno 4K.
Got the hybrid out of MZinho.
Threat's coming his way. Blitz looking to scramble over to maybe help out. Ooh, it's this Sizzy.
Okay.
Sits back and collects it. 910, swapping over to the AK. This could catch you off. He kills his counterpart, and Essential gonna take that challenge into the hell. CobraZera's in a dire spot, dropping out of the vent, but he will still find Alex with a headshot. And he didn't take a lot of damage for that. It does send the bomb back up top, but we've already got this deep play from Essential, so Bait will break through. 11 rounds into this T-side, they collect their 4th.
So they do go ramp. They don't even... I don't even think they faked outside, though, on this one. Or they had one person go down to lower, to try to make this split happen. But, yeah, simplifying here. Good grenades. I mean, they had MZinho blind pretty much. Whenever they had someone ready to peek, the one shot, an opportunity he had, he missed. And because they already got their first 3 rounds out of the way, it doesn't really matter that MongolZ have made this massive comeback. They still could have a decent half numerically.
And just hopefully for Bait's sake, a CT side to tap into.
I feel like run it back one more time, you know. Throw some outside presence, make that ramp hit happen. Are MongolZ really going to double up on it this round?
I hadn't realized that MongolZ were actually sitting outside of the top 10.
Because of their roster moves?
Yeah. They've shown us promise, trying to get back to it, but I suppose we've also had the likes of PARIVISION and FUT robbing all the VRS as of late. A couple other contenders knocking these other boys down a peg or two. But here's that outer presence.
They want to make this work, man. They want it.
Blitz gonna pop up. What a play.
He just saw 3 guys and got out of there.
Sprints out, confirms it all, puts everybody on high alert, brings all the attention over because they know for the time being they really only have to worry about outside. That's going to be CobraZera, who more often than not was doing a good job of holding main, dying a couple times as this game has gone on. 910 burned to the ladder. Techno gets one. Very awkward here for 910 momentarily. NPL down beneath him. Main fight comes out from Essential. He's going to catch another kill. Oh, whips it back. Triple headshot. And now 910's position known, but the bomb control belongs to 910. Popped by Sizzy. We get that 5th round secured by Bait. 3 at the start of the half, 2 to close it out. And like you said, numerically, by the end, enough.
And, you know, all those rounds they didn't get a bomb plant, these last 2 wins, they didn't either. They just fragged out and won. They really have made this just like a backyard scrap, essentially. And that's just That's what's made Bait feel like this almost unbeatable force when we saw them on Mirage. It's really just they've highlighted their fragging. They've dragged MongolZ into the mud with them. MongolZ always want to play rounds like that, but you can see where that's where, no matter how good you are, there is a first ceiling to aim than there is to the other parts of the game. And if MongolZ have shown us on Nuke that they can, through their tactical expertise and experience, really put a gap between them and Bait, but they couldn't really do that back on Mirage. And I think these last couple rounds for the Bait, they're just going to be happy to dot them. But again, it's off the back of massive individual efforts. Huge sequences.
Yeah, that multi-kill for Essential just now.
Yeah.
Just 180 after 180, headshot after headshot. He'll be happy he was able to contribute towards the end. I think just in general, Bait happy they were able to finally get the better of CobraZera. 9-10, 16-6 on the half. So it really just goes to show you how dominant the op was for the defense. We'll see if he can bring that over to the offense as well. P250 to try to kick it off at this range. Flash towards the ramp. Looks like Kenzizor's pushing lobby though. He does tuck into the corner behind this pack, and he's got the Beretta kills to go with it. He's gonna find 3 kills on that flank. I'm sure they were nice shots.
Yeah. Seemed like they could be.
Perfect timing, slipping into the flank like that.
Yep. That's pretty fantastic. Every time, I mean, dualies are probably the best investment you can have on a pistol round, just straight up. It can be embarrassing to die instantly to a Glock when you have them, but most of the time you're going to get 2. Most of the time. Worth everything. But this is where the game gets out of hand for the Mongols now. That last round of the half, the last 2 rounds of the half, this pistol, doesn't matter who we'd call the better Nuke team at this point. This is also where, you know, the Mongols aren't playing with Senzu. It's kind of an important moment. CobraZera here on a T side of Nuke. And he's newer than anybody on Bait at this map.
If they can rub a bomb plant here, I'd be impressed. MP9 sitting on top of this doorway. To hell with your flashbang. Alex will have vision the whole time. He's just going to hold down that trigger and mow them down. He's got Kenzizor to bank on. Zizzy's here too. And sure, 1 Deagle kill for their efforts, but what can you expect? Bait with the right position, convert the pistol, and the Mongols who were waiting to get these guns in round 3 tap into the weapons early. There's a scary streak of rounds from the Mongols for Bait to have to handle, but starting to feel like there's a momentum shift if they can follow through with a gun round win here too. Problem is SMGs are limiting. Obviously, it's money in their back pockets. See how they try to circumvent that.
Yeah, the thing about a bonus is you always spend a few extra dollars on, well, your armor, your HE, your nades, and stuff like that. There is still an investment, but... And also, Sizzy's off. They want to protect it no matter what. The re-peek is perfect. He knows he doesn't have to worry about them doing it. And that's CobraZera down.
He was thinking he'd get away with that drop, but he's caught out in the moment. Mzinho's got a kill going, and the headshot onto Sizzy.
Ooh.
Now all of a sudden you've got an SMG allocated downstairs. Of the 2 kills so far for the Mongols, they were versus the better guns. MP7 and MP9 still out here on the field. Kenzizor catching his M4 versus the squeaky peak.
Oh, missed the molly, missed the nade.
Yeah, they dodged the frag grenade. The molly just pops midair.
And
that's damage on KenZor as well, with no support at the moment on this floor. So inside of Hut, he'll go solo. Oh, missed it.
And
he could have been caught out.
They're going to expect Blitz up here. He's in an interesting spot. If they come out of Squeaky, he could be in jeopardy, but they're not coming this way.
Well-placed smoke to keep NPL out of this. He's going to give himself his own smoke to try to wiggle within.
And again, this is the main angle he has to be worried about. They want to come up through heaven, sure, but that's going to be a little bit of time.
It's taking its sweet time at the moment, and it's going to have to work with that MP7.
A little bit too much, maybe.
Jumping
Alex
up.
got to make his way up.
Bomb past the halfway point. KenZor is the only kit, and that kit just got dropped on the brink of Hut. And Zinho gets that second kill from up above, and there is no time for this. NPL doesn't have a kit. It's over towards Hut instead, and he doesn't recover it on the path. So that is going to be the round win to the Mongols, despite those opening op shots out of Sizzy.
That is ridiculous keyboard placement.
It's insane.
In the mouse pad. That's like how you pack it in your luggage. That's what it looks like. Also, it seemed like they didn't even know what to call Blitz's position. He had no idea he was up there. Shooting frantically with the Glock from above. Mzinho, the hero. Boom. He got a little bit ahead of himself right there.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how desperate Mzinho is on the rafter, right? Jumping up like that.
Holy moly.
He's mad because I guess he thinks the player still has a kit. Like, if he dies there,
Wasn't it Blitz up there?
No, that was Mzinho.
Oh, they switched.
Yeah, it's like, bro, you just won the clutch.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd feel bad if he had a kit.
Get away with it. Damage on NPL inside of
see
main.
how much it matters to them here.
Ooh, eating the flash, Alex.
Wow.
I mean,
both of those kills were absurd.
He got a kill, and that's what's important here for Alex. It sends the scramble down the ramp.
They've got vent control. They actually still have upper as well. This is the hardest part for the CTs. They don't know how to rotate efficiently. Don't have enough info. Kills would make a difference, but it's actually one in favor of the Ts. The last thing they need.
Senthiel's still downstairs, just tucks into Dark instead. 9-10 looking to bring the bomb in as the second player lower.
Playing Dark is interesting. If they get a little sloppy.
You think about Mzinho back behind boxes. Yeah, Op's going to hold that in. Asentio's been able to creep in. This is going to catch 9-10 off guard, but he closes the door behind him.
Yeah, and the bomb, it's just spammable.
9-10 opens it wide. Op shot misses, and the Galil just mows down the last two players. So the Mongols T side starts to pull ahead as the economy here for the counter-terrorists bottoms out in the meantime.
That just couldn't be a stick. I mean, he's got to tap that, go left, wait for his teammate before even tapping it. You can see that Sizzy Op running in. There was a way to win that. That was not it, unfortunately. Even though he was close, he was only physically close. They weren't actually close to just sealing that up. So needed a little bit more work. Those are the moments again for Bait. Unfortunately, it feels like that feels like that'll make the difference in this game.
Senthio following forward from Dark really would have been better off catching 9-10, getting back in the single door, obviously, but misses the timing. And he had the cover to do exactly what he had to, right? Walk up and forward, but 9-10, no hesitation. And we see him just mow down those last two. Grab a free op for his effort as well.
Did like the obvious thing, but when it's stressed, it's like, if a guy was on the wall left of the diffuser, you maybe just instantly get that kill, close the door again, then you're in business. But so CT side 2-round game, but no money to work with here.
Crossing your fingers that a single Desert Eagle will be able to stop a full-blown Mongols buy. One Desert Eagle's very much announced itself by now. And
there it is.
It is able to beat the Opper.
The thing is, they just love the raw duels.
Oh!
They just love those fights. And Alex keeps delivering with this one small weapon.
No way. A single Deagle in round 17. I refuse to believe it, but he's coming back for thirds. His teammates are still all just sitting downstairs.
Yeah, they have an upper hit if Cobra's...
He heard that.
Get in the hell? He didn't even go up. Might as well go up there now, though.
Heard that drop back sight, but Alex is still giving away into Hut.
The players downstairs, they're really committing to this idea. They're going to be able to come up the vent if they want to, but...
Smoke for the time being. Desert Eagle inside of Hut. Still just on the brink of the flames. He's going to try to pre-aim the angle on the plant, but it's been allowed to get into the back of sight now instead. Player down beneath heaven for CobraZero to have to consider.
It's kind of... Everyone's exposing themselves to different things.
Yeah, it's scary, right? It's like a matter of like who peaks first, and
he doesn't know how to properly hold this right now.
Sentinel trying to get up to the vents. There, it's all done. 4 kills, instant. Desert Eagle down. Valiant effort out of Alex with that Desert Eagle. You had MongolZ working it out, but they slowly split into that site and find what they need. A 10th round to the scoreboard.
I don't mind the final risk there from Bait to just lower stack right away. It could have been 3 guys outside crossing the lower, and if you were upper, you're not winning that retake anyways. So even though it's 5v3, you still have to take some kind of risk. He got the deagle shots from that distance. You're not getting those guns back as well, and that would have made the difference to your chances of winning on a slower pace round. So it's just good play here for the Mongols. Maybe if it had been the over rotation lower and then kept one guy in heaven to just stop that upper hit from feeling comfortable, that would have been the golden play. But a hard move to find.
Oh, okay.
All right.
In a gun round?
In a gun round. Little headshot.
See if it costs him in the end.
See how good the cross works for the Mongols.
A stop shot.
Dangerous.
And a chance for NPL to tuck back in, but it's a quadruple cross and minimal damage to have to stomach here for the Mongols.
Yeah, they don't blow it open again. They didn't actually get a confirmed visual. They did rotate down, over-rotate last round, but I think they're too afraid to rotate at all now, and that's just even worse.
Just feels like Bader in a constant state of catch-up so far.
Yeah, okay, Essential down here is something. But they still don't actually have the info.
They've got an inkling, they've got a doubt, and they've got a second player here. NPL gonna lose his angle to the smoke grenade. Essential, tough spot to pull a player off of. Cobra gets there at the cost of 2. And then Kenzie Zor catches Cobra trying to get over. And you've got an advantage now to work with if you're Bait. 4 versus 2. Molotov down on NPL. Double swing from the T's, and it's gonna cost them. Bait put enough in position, a little hesitation there for the Mongols, and a critical position on top of the silo that gives Bait their 8th.
Yeah, you know what? They didn't go control side, so they didn't molly and smoke off the ramp when they decided to exit through decon. And at Sentiol's position, he got 2 because he stood on top of the silo. Again, because no one went control side, so he wasn't worried about someone jumping out and trying to frag him. That was good use of his spot, knowing his teammates were coming ramp. The only real way he gets screwed over is if someone opens control doors or breaks open the window.
Money's a little awkward right here. That's a well-earned opening by Bait, but you've got to find the follow-up. Can't be the one-off round win.
I mean, for both of them, it's just so expensive.
Mongols that much closer to the finish line. That much closer to the 2-1 pool. Trying to open up an angle for Sizzy. Then do it himself. Yeah. Oh, but what do? Expose yourself to the blitz headshot. NPL tries to track that movement. Here's the stomp over to the garage. All it does is give Blitz a chance at a second frag.
Brutal that happens after a pause. So handedly, 2 raw duels they were looking for.
Senthiel trying to cut it off. Blitz in with a triple.
Attack pause had nothing to do with this. Just Blitz popping off outside, countering all of their plays to try to find that first frag, and 9-10 contributing when this round is already done.
Kenzie Zora's going to be blindsided as well, and there is not a single kill here for Bait in the follow-up of round 19. Rock solid rotate downstairs last round. Good showing of a hold, and then you are just meeting your maker in the form of Blitz.
And now you got to decide if you want to invest. I mean, surely you just even out.
And they
spend
thought they were
$2 grand on these two, and
they really thought they were taking fights on their terms.
They're buying.
Instead,
but is everyone buying?
Blitz punishes each and every time.
They're going for it. It's game time. They're making a big decision here.
Crosshair was right where it needed to be. Daunting walking up on the smokes like that because you don't know when they're going to get popped open, and you can be exposed, but instead the Mongols, and particularly Blitz, kept his alertness at an all-time high. Gets paid off for it. Now we've got this 5-7 in NPL's hands to just try to tuck into red. But once this smoke grenade fades, and obviously the smoke being there is already a red flag for the Mongols, you'd think it would make them extra cautious.
They might have snuck by. They were they thought they were watching this, so it's possible they don't actually.
Blitz still holds it. Oh, but still.
Oh.
NPL comes out with a double kill. Not a bad start to this one considering guns on all of the rest. Sizzy with a scout takes a leg shot out of the op. And 9-10, 20 kills into this game, gives the young prospect a little more to work with. A second chance at life here in round 20 for Sizzy. Senthiel gonna try to move this MP9 up to the secret challenge. Lots to be desired on that one from Mzinho. He falters, and now what's left of the Mongols is to walk out into the lobby where Alex has been tucked in and waiting for this kind of a move. They come out to clear him, and it costs them. 9-10 dead next, and Bait still with a bit of fight left in them.
Okay, and that's why you invest, I guess. They keep it a little bit loose, and I think there was this one moment where, I mean, the default was they go top silo. They're holding, they're kind of jiggle spotting anybody walking outside of that spot. They just missed him at some point. Maybe they were there a little bit too late, but that's what opened it up. And actually, second kill from MPL is very impressive. I think it was a quick headshot because Cobra was full health. Two-round game, no freebies. Back on the op is Sizzy. Couple AK upgrades too for their troubles. What a lifeline from MPL.
Okay.
Ooh.
Sizzy's dead. Now you've got a real challenge.
He's getting destroyed right
Main
now.
wrap is going to be a problem here. Hut player is going to step up with one, but it's a flurry out of the Mongols, and it is done in a matter of seconds, this 21st round of play.
Look at it. Pops like a grape right here. That is nuts how quick that split came to fruition. Right after taking the kill outside,
done.
Felt like the default was going to go a little slower. No, 9-10 with his first, second, and third kill of the round. All perfect.
Unfortunately for the new kid on the block, Sizzy is getting slammed against these last few rounds.
Yeah, every way he's wanted to play outside. Doesn't matter if he has an op or not. It's not been useful, really.
Sitting a 9-16 scoreline in the face of the Mongols challenge. 12th round secured. 3 map and match points by the Mongols. And the final timeout between either of the coaches to be burned right here, right now. It's just these smokes that Sizzy has kind of been neutralized with at times. Yes, they open them up, try to give him challenges. You know, they've been trying to set up Sizzy for his impact, but the Mongols just too sharp in denying him.
That's really the way to put it. I mean, it's not like he's getting knifed and like shot in the side or anything like that. It's really they're just like, as soon as he's in vision, boom, he's dead.
It's
yeah,
not
like,
some kind of like, it's not a lack of awareness. He knows what's coming.
Yeah, he barely has time to do anything.
It is just Mongols shooting that sharp. And right now they go heavy into the lobby again for round 22. Trying to catch players top silo with the triple nade, but nobody's home for the Mongols. They will still drop smokes outside to create some uncertainty and then take this challenge towards the Deagle, which does hit Cobra's era. Famas is here to work as well, and PL out from the corner. This one's not done yet. The MP9 tries to swing in, and as Sizzy goes for the reload, this 2 versus 3 is evened out again. The Mongols fighting for ramp tooth and nail.
They instantly pause, get their next 2 duels, make it a 2-on-2. But I bet it's the Mongols who are a little bit scared now. They'd have the chance to gamble if they'd like to. Get into spots, make the hard read. Could be a spot where this door gets swung open for 1 kill and then suddenly you can't plant. Someone might have to pull a nade out. Alex is waiting for his chance to strike. Yes, he's low. But he's also a guy who has almost nothing to lose right now.
Chen dropping the bomb down, wanting to keep that gun in hand. Okay, get your gun out, brother. Blitz. Oh, from beyond the grave. He's so lucky Alex was tagged.
Does he think there's a stack? I feel like you wouldn't believe it right now.
910 starts to depart the bomb site. This could catch him off. Shadow advantage. And 910 blasted away by the SMG. Bait win the first of 3 needed to get to overtime.
He blew the door open and mollied it, which I guess if he's actually playing back makes sense. If he's not there right in front of the door waiting the whole time.
Yeah, it would prevent somebody from swinging in,
yeah.
But what if the guy's standing right there?
The only thing I was thinking was, let's just have a guy watch it just in case.
Right.
At least at first. But obviously, that does mean they have him in a spot that can watch more things.
Ooh, this is interesting because we've got Tech 9s for 2 of the 5 Mongols.
Yeah, we'll see if it matters.
We've got them fully invested, playing with 1 round of loss bonus.
Everyone's broke this round. We're a little low on grenades on the CT side. We have an MP9 for Alex in upper. We've seen these entries before.
Flash comes over, Molotov for the player on HUD. Flashbangs
They're
are
so
phenomenal, but still CT's regain vision.
Wait, what?
Alex jumps into a terrorist that just seemingly doesn't shoot back. You've got 2 players barely standing now on the side of Bait, and both of them are here on the A floor.
Blitz got the kill.
He finds his, but he sits back down on 11 health.
What's happening? Kenzie Zora's just pushed into hot. Blitz should just get flanked right now. He does. It is now a 1-round game. It is a high probability of overtime in this match for Bait, and it really didn't feel like that was going to be possible with the quality of rounds that we've seen out of the Mongols.
Hell, with the quality of the utility that was even a part of that execute.
I can't believe the guy backside didn't die.
Fully blind, goes wide, standing out in the open.
Yeah, those flashes hit everything.
Gets very awkward there for the Mongols, and like we said, had nothing more to play with, so it is Tech 9s and even fewer utilities as Bait slot in to a likely round win here in the 24th of play. Overtime right there for the taking.
Ooh, that smoke's a little, it's shallow. I mean, it's fine because he's watching it.
They're going to take a challenge to ramp again, but this time it's a solo Essential in the corner.
Yes, it is.
This is all it is. But that's fine by his standards. Good into the corner. Sizzy on the scene. And Mongols busted open as they tried to take that ramp room. Bait string together 3 rounds to force overtime. And the Mongols, with that full-blown execute into the A side, are going to be beating themselves up for not ending it there because they've given Bait a real chance now.
Yes, they have. I think Bait are going to be happy to take this first overtime on CT. Try to put together some more rounds based on what they've seen so far. And again, half the battle for them is shooting well, and they're doing that. Maybe this gets tricky when they switch over. Maybe they don't even need more than 1 round when they do. Solid comeback here for Bait.
aggressive move by Sizzy.
That's a nice way to activate somebody who's been struggling just going to yards, trying to play those harder reads outside. Nice simple push. Still comes down 1-1. Not exactly the best positions for the CTs. Else here in a great place to catch Mzinho lurking into mini. It feels like he is the most important part of this puzzle to activate the upper hit, but he's really taking his time. Inside a putt right now. Are they going to try to drop?
Yeah, they're flanking.
Yes, they are. They've just dropped entirely. Mzinho gets caught outside.
Still a challenge on the lower floor. You see the head of Ascensio, frag grenade with his name on it. It's going to bounce right on in. He'll sit on 73 health. It's still a challenge from both sides of the ramp. Retake already, and Alex finds the opening. A little whip around here from Techno, but too many targets to topple. And 9-10 a bit late to this party, despite his best efforts. But they are off the defuse, and he hits that first one. Diffuser's low, and he gets him off.
Wait, there's no time.
Alex doesn't have a kit, but it's a 10-second defuse. Woo! Still plenty of time for this one.
Wow, Bait are in the lead off this round.
But if he doesn't get that kill, if somehow 9-10 kind of gets lost inside of that smoke grenade with no kit on him, things get extra awkward. Bait find the first in OT.
Yeah, they don't really care about that, though, at this point. I think they're just looking to get Nuke over with. It's the third map in the series. Bait have had to really punch upwards to make this happen, and they honestly have. Showing no fear.
(9-10) still in the kind of form that could just be game winning if he pieces together the right sequence, if he's put in the right position. But it's been harder and harder to get through this defense as Sizzy's positioning's been refreshed, right? Getting him away from Garage has bode very well for Bait. NPL finding that kill, the lurk outside last round. It's not these early deaths versus the CT Opper.
Yeah, give him some easier fights, just more aggressive, and see if he gets comfortable. It feels like that was the MO.
Shows us he's capable. Couple of good challenges into the ramp room, good rotation as well at one point. And right now he's just gonna probably keep popping these smokes open. We saw the extra cache of nades, and there is just nobody crossing behind this.
Careful, they're really assuming there's this play coming on the secret cross, but it's upper that they're worried about.
Kenzizor finds Mzinho first. Cobrazera is going to try to crank the pressure now onto main, and Alex isn't able to fall back. Kenzizor does get into the vent tuck, and you've got Ascensio up in heaven already. Sizzy collects the kill, outer. And now they're going to turn their backs to Kenzizor. Element of surprise looks good. 9-10 finally starts to get active, but the trade's effective here by Bait. And a missed shot now by Sizzy reopens the threat of Blitz. Ooh, a second missed shot, but the slide down into the back of sight's been heard. Testing the side of the silos. Sizzy closing the gap, and the pressure on the flank is real. It is 2 rounds in a row for overtime now out of Bait.
Oh, and now they're starting to have a little bit of fun, too. They can finally breathe. They've got a lead and a gap. I love the mini splits out of the Mongols, and we've seen them in the past. They've just been so overwhelming and fast, but so impressive that they deal with it. One guy tucked opposite vent was enough. I think that was a Mara strat too off the tack pause. Mongols are digging deep to try to figure this out.
Gonna try to keep it simple with the ramp hit, and the trade is good by Blitz. You're never gonna expect Sizzy down here. He drops right into the op scope, and Sizzy back for seconds. Popeye 9-10, who's been relegated to the AK, still capable with it. Fought off by the double door swing. It is flawless in overtime here by Bait.
What are we talking about here? Bait are just crushing all of a sudden. And just as I said before they started, they might not even need more than 1 T round now that they switch over.
It's been some real resilience shown by Bait in this series. They were smashed out of the game in the very first half of Ancient. Even within this nuke game, pistol conversion for the start of their T side, only the 4th and 5th round win coming in the 11th and 12th round of that T side. We had 5 rounds in the second half where their CT side economy is tested, back and forth rounds. They peel it forward with those last 3 in regulation.
Another big problem on T side was getting wins, bomb plants. They were winning without that. Are Mongols going to allow them to win that way? They're going to force them into a slow, structured round where they inevitably crush. Or where they give them those raw duels where they've been shining.
MongolZ truly looking to be the difference maker here on Decider. 25 frags to his name. Sizzy finding form as this game has gone on as he was repositioned. It's nice to see that Alex kind of saw that. Keep the op mobile, give him something fresh, and let him find impact, which he's done now.
Full-on successful cross here. This hasn't been blown open. There isn't full vision for the CTs. And Blitz is playing big garage, which means he could slow flank lower, but MZ, he's coming in just in time, but it's without any other assistance. Playing big garage is great, especially to cover wraps, to cover anybody walking into mini, but it's slow for having to rotate downstairs. There's a lot of pressure on MZ.
Climbs up. The ops is still just play behind the railing.
And they've got this lurk in place.
Down into the single door swing. Yeah. Techno collects the MongolZ frag.
They're a little late.
Molotov in front of 910 is going to make this uncomfortable. Bomb planted. 4 versus 3 advantage, sure, but the incendiaries keep the CTs at bay. Secret duel picked up by Essential. Suddenly that man advantage is gone up in smoke. CobraZera on a similar challenge makes one loud step alongside Techno, who's gonna find the back of Alex, prime for the taking, and a frag grenade that doesn't kill Essential. Corner will get cleared, but Essential still fights on from this position. Fire in front of him. Surviving an extra second, they will jump on top of that bomb. Or not. No, he doesn't have a kit.
Oh, it's so slow.
Techno doesn't have the kit. This comes down to the wire, and Mongo's got it. All's good.
Very close.
Sketchy situation there with not everybody having the defuse kit, but still the Mongols move forward with the first in overtime.
Yeah, Lisi runs right for it. They put that one together. It's 2 away to bring this to another overtime. It's not impossible, obviously, but it's already a good first effort here from Bait. I wonder what the greater, obviously you can lurk Hut, you can lurk Squeaky, but what the greater plan was with MongolZ. If they're definitely going lower, everybody's unspotted, and he's sitting in Hut, but he could have been stopping vent rotation. They also had no idea anybody could be rotating down behind them when they were in decon.
And that makes no sense because Techno got the kill on their lurker A site, so you know somebody's coming down from A.
Right.
Why wouldn't you consider the vent?
No idea. Maybe you just love the color orange, just staring at the door.
I think maybe Essential, when he caught the flank on Blitz, they could have thought, I think maybe he took a look into vent at the same time, or who knows, but either way, Alex was certain his attention was needed on site.
The fact that they could even afford that kind of mistake in this round.
Ooh, see ya. NPL gets erased.
Double up ramp here has got to be the winning formula.
Eating the flash and letting them know that you're over here, and then dying with nothing to show for it. Good on Blitz. Mows them down. 9-10 comes through with the closer, but Blitz goes big in a critical round of overtime with a quad kill that kicks off outside.
Yeah, from the first glance outside to that rotation, CobraZera, he was playing with house money in that position. And now it gets a little bit scary because, yeah, they had 3 rounds to play with. They knew that coming in and winning a T-side round was going to be difficult. Yeah, they won the last 2 rounds of the first half of the map, but they did it off of frags alone. They didn't get it into a good bomb plant position. They didn't really outplay the Mongols, per se. They just had a huge highlight moment from Essential in 1. How are they going to conjure up a real opportunity to beat Mongols straight up here. Now that we're down to 1 round, the first half of this overtime doesn't really matter. I'm not surprised they did try ramp for that reason. Again, the majority of the rounds were yard focused, defaulty, and slow.
Worried about Blitz coming at it again. Wall of smokes in front of him. Ten's been a monster here on map 3. 31 frags to his name.
Big series for him between this and Ancient.
Flashback towards Squeaky. Oh, and Blitz gets popped this time. Close box is held by CobraZera. 3rd kill's his. Whips it back around as the site's just getting melted all around him. Still nobody else barring CobraZera to post anything in this attack. MZ a little too fixated on the hut play, but he will still get that trade back. Alex swings, and MZ's the one to force us into double OT.
3 back.
Whoa.
And they're laughing. Bara enthusiastic all of a sudden. A 1v2. MZ goes unchecked, gets enough time to go ahead and look at opposite vent, and they can't pull off the 2v1. A clutch the way of the Mongols, a full reset as they get into another overtime. And first overtime, Bait got the start CT. Now I think it gets a little bit scary for them.
All elusive T-round win. And that last one had the makings of a victory for Bait.
It really did, honestly. CobraZera right there.
Great showing from him to save the round. Kenzizor under pressure. 3 players coming at him inside of lobby. We'll see if Bait decide to play fast elsewhere. And as they try to challenge outside of main, 9-10, that was looking awkward for a second, but he's still able to adjust it.
Mid-scope had to flick down. That was difficult.
Lands it. The Senthiel will find the recovery frag towards Cobra, sure, but still 4v3 for Mongols. They'll smoke off main. Put a Senthiel on ice for the time being.
Yeah, that's where he put up his highlight near the end of the first half. Smoke him out.
But you've got to expect them to start to make their move towards heaven once you smoke off main like this. It's just going to be tough for 9-10 up close with an op.
There's just no one splitting though, so he doesn't have to look anywhere else.
His shot this time. Senthiel coming through, double kill already this round. Blitz make sure that nobody can move over towards the ramp, and MZ just going to mow down the double. Sizzy slips down into sight. Bomb on his possession. And worried about this other CT.
Sizzy, man, he's the new guy, but he's by himself. He can do whatever he wants, and vent is open.
That's what he's looking for. And he catches Techno. Sticks around, though, and that moment of hesitation's going to cost him. Blitz making sure he can't escape.
He had the perfect idea right there. He saw vent was open. He would have dropped down, I think, if he had not seen anybody inside of Squeaky. But when he got that first kill, tried to do a little extra, didn't have the info, and I'm not surprised. Heaven was the last thing on his mind. Yeah, that's where they all came out of.
It's like half a second of reconsideration after he gets that kill on Squeaky, but half a second makes a world of difference when Blitz is the guy hunting you down.
There's nothing to get upset about, with an attempt like that going wrong. The only issue is that those T rounds, moments like that, are going to be hard to come by.
Well, that's 2 of them back-to-back where Bait have found footing in a round. It feels like as these overtimes go on, they're getting closer and closer to this all-elusive terrorist round win. Still without one.
Yeah, they just lost 4 straight.
2 rounds to go to make it happen. That's probably what it's feeling like.
Yeah, the question is, does it get easier? Does it get harder?
Either way, they're getting closer. The Mongols' T-side struggle also real. They just don't have that burden of doing it back-to-back. That's Bait's problem to have. This forward positioning from Blitz could catch somebody off guard, but it means he's not going to be a part of actually holding sight if that is where the threat comes through. Alex getting closer to this. Great flashbang, making sure that they don't write off the possibility. Trying to lock horns now with the duel over towards main. You've also got to be careful about Secret. There's a lot of presence here for the Mongols.
Yeah, there always has been. Oh, Mdino pushes forward, and Alex takes him down. That's an interesting prospect. Thought they were mollying back this push. Well, now it's turned into an empty outside area. Up 2 players. Alex, is he going to get hunted down, or can he actually deliver another kill?
No, not on such low health. Squeaky door held as well. That is the bomb thrown forward by Bait. Shooting gallery as far as 910's concerned.
What is even happening?
And he will continue to lock that down. They tried very adamantly to make that one happen, not expecting an op maybe on the other side, but pretty desperate for the bomb to go in first through the door like that.
I mean, they thought that Cobra Zero was the one mini guy. It ends up being 910 behind the smoke at opposite.
Ouch.
And then both of them coming through. They were getting tripped out listening to this guy run around inside a mini, hearing the off shot, wondering who's who. So closer might be an illusion to the Mongols.
910, 35 kills off that sequence. And the Mongols on the brink of back-to-back CT sweeps in both OTs. Mzinho tries to throw a frag grenade into the middle of that pack, and it does do good damage, but he is sitting inside of the fire, burning himself out. And so Kenzizor gonna add that headshot to the tally. Man advantage here for Bait. We said they've gotten close. Well, this is their final attempt at it. And Techno 4K out through single stops them in their tracks.
At least for one.
Double up towards the dark corner. They do find boots on the ground towards B.
It's danger if they don't have control side. Are they really going to go for the plant?
Hearing that utility come down from Secrets, drawing CTs away from the duel. And then we've got Sizzy to blindside Techno. Single door swung open. Cobra Zera can't get into the kill. And it's a 4 versus 2 advantage now for Bait. In their 6th outing in overtime, they stick the landing. One finally on the scoreboard for the attack. And Bait back to the comfort zone of defense next.
Yeah, that'll be key. They got into control. They got down lower. They got their trade quickly when they got out ramp. So they both kept it simple and got the bomb down. The 2 keys for them to win a T round. I think this is a situation where both teams will be happy. Like Bait, at least they got their 1 round. They know they can fry on CT. Mongols, even if they've lost some of their T rounds, they have a way better T side overall. Credit to Sizzy, man. He has really got just a high volume of frags in the last 10 or so rounds. Yeah.
Everywhere other than Garage.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and we'll see about this half. It's starting to get used a little bit differently, but will that trend continue? They have him at ramp again. That also means, I mean, you can not participate in outside, but that doesn't mean it's not going to get taken. It was just giving too much value to the Mongols,
good
though.
Flash.
To be able to get a kill so easily out here. It'd be like Blitz floating in the open and instantly getting 2 frags.
Done.
Oh, that's a mistake and a half, NBL.
Thinking he could get away with that. Give over the 5 versus 4 to the Mongols. Blitz already deep, and Sizzy goes wide. That's 910 dead, and now Cobra up front. Blitz, though, gets behind the box, and that's what's going to blindside Sizzy in the end. So a good sequence from him. Techno 4K collects the headshot, down to 10 health, but flanked by Essential.
That's 1 of 2 spotted. I mean, Alex already lost a little bit of health. I don't know if they have confirmed info on him. But Uppers is theirs for now.
These Bait players so split up. They join up into the ramp momentarily, but
they don't really know what's happening.
Molotov popping inside of the A site that's going to confirm it. Bomb is not planted for Blitz.
Yeah, interestingly, it's a bomb planted back site, which is going to draw them out of HUD. There's no greater move at play here. Blitz is not flanking around ramp to go upper into heaven.
Kid on Alex plus the smoke. You put that smoke on bomb and Blitz has to cover this distance. This could get awkward. And on top of it, MZ gets nothing. So sure enough, on top of the bomb with the smoke, what are you gonna do? Banking on the incendiary, he's gotta charge it down and there's just no time for that.
Oh, it's exactly what you envisioned when he put the bomb there. MZ needed to multi-kill, couldn't get a single one. And just as much as BTarenA didn't know what was going on, MongolZ didn't know where they were gonna retake from. If they thought that Mini was open, they would have planted for it, but they thought that someone was gonna be there.
Maybe thinking because of the incendiary, it's all right to go for the back plant. We can always set it ablaze. That is buy time for Blitz in the clutch.
Yeah, it's true.
Smoke grenade, though, fully counters that, and suddenly MongolZ looking foolish.
That is true. They had the volley, could have made the difference.
But that's a game of chance you play. That's what you're going to bank on. Rock, paper, scissors, rather. BTarenA rock solid in the close. MongolZ cut down. Molotov towards Secret. That's going to force NPL. And then also his teammate to dive back. CobraZera gets the trade. 9-10 scours the field, waiting for what's always felt like an inevitable challenge from Garage, from Outer, but it's already NPL dead. Oh. And then Essential right there, stacked on top of it. 2 deaths for the CT side in the same position. These are the guys that have had to pick up the mantle since Sizzy's struggles outdoors early. And unfortunately, it is a position where the MongolZ continue to thrive.
It could be walking directly into him on this round. CobraZera to give him a lead here, but they're actually, it's gonna be a little bit too slow to go ramp. You can't go lower. So a late squeaky walkout, which is actually totally unprotected, is going to be on the menu. Are they dropping or not? Yeah, they are.
Down they'll go. Nothing these players on A site can do about it. Big moment here for Alex. Alex over towards control, gets shredded by CobraZera.
And Sizzy rotated into upper. It is a little too late for this.
Trying to make a move into the upper at the very least. 1v4 attempts. Dropping down into it. They've already got vents under control, and so done for. 18th round secured by the MongolZ. And another chance to close this game right now.
It's the way in which they get these trades that it's just so hard to game plan for if you're BTarenA. It's, you know, they force you to respond to their outside presence, and they're just so good at lurking. Like, who's going to be better than Blitz at finding ways to shoot you in the side, outside, especially if someone like Sizzy is way too uncomfortable or too inexperienced to be there right now. We'll see what kind of play MongolZ want to bring. We know what their least variance option is, man. Sizzy, that was close. Has got a kill like that previously.
That would have valuable nice. 5v4. And in this round, contrast to the last, 0 garage control, no threat of a secret peek coming. Blitz may be concerned about it, but as they put that wall of smokes up, if it's anything for BTarenA to have to handle, it's just total uncertainty now. They have kerneled up inside of this A site, and they are hoping, with fingers crossed, that the offense comes their way. Sizzy is going to be weaponized, taking a deeper angle. Techno to tiptoe into it in a moment.
Yeah, might just walk in. Oh,
CobraZera.
Got missed.
Rifler also popped. There's a third piece here in position, but it's also dealt with. And so NPL has to be the hero. 2 versus 4 for BTarenA to try.
And Blitz is going lower, excuse me?
CobraZera. This is drawing the bomb back. NPL's ready for it, but he gets found out. CobraZera comes through with another multi-kill late into this game. And Essential tiptoeing his way up to heaven, which has already been hit with utility. The MongolZ with a slow burn squeeze in this series. An unwinnable situation for Essential, smoked off after the fire and the frags, and a CobraZera performance here, propping up what has been an amazing play from 9-10 as this game has gone on. Opper makes the difference here on Nuke. Sizzy was well weaponized as the game went on, but his struggles outside continued for other pieces of BTarenA as well. all of this team could not hold back the MongolZ outer, and they will move through in double OT to the 2-1 pool in Cluj.
So I said this after Mirage, I called it messy Counter-Strike, and I feel like that is the best descriptive word for this as well. However, despite it being messy, the MongolZ still comes out with a victory. So I mean, at the end of the day, that's what we'll remember versus how hard it was for them to get there.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest takeaway. At the end of the day, you can always, hide behind the fact that as long as you get the win, it doesn't matter how you get it. And I'm sure if you ask the MongolZ, they're not necessarily proud of how they got there. They would probably agree that wasn't the best performance we've seen from them, even with the new guy coming in. But at the end of the day, Dust, when you look at the scoreboard, when you look at the bracket, when you look at the standings, MongolZ will be 2-1, and that's what we expected them to be so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think even before the game started, you kind of knew you were in for a recipe for something that could be a little bit messy to deal with, right? You got a team in Bait who have only just started playing Nuke for the first time in basically a year and a half. You have a MongolZ team who is going through multiple roster changes over the last few months and have, only played Nuke a handful of times, and all of them have been losses. And so at that point, you're kind of, in a situation where both teams are trying to discover themselves on this map. What is our identity? What are we good at? Where are we lacking at? What do we feel about how we should be approaching things? And I think that you saw limitations from both sides. I think for Bait, particularly kind of when you're looking at their T side in the first half of the game, it's the same thing that I kind of saw yesterday against Heroic, where they're just really reliant on just playing very gather and go, punchy Counter-Strike. But when that's not working, they didn't really have another gear to shift to. And then when you go to MongolZ, it's the same thing. Like, I think, Cobras are still trying to settle in, them still trying to figure out how to make things work. And it just leads to messy CS. But like you said, at the end of the day, the W is what matters most. And, while MongolZ clearly are still struggling as a team in the post-Sinzu era of their story, they are at least, right there on the precipice of making the playoffs.
What do we think about Bait here on you?
I mean, they did a good job coming back into the game and forcing it into overtime. First half was somewhat decent, but as Scrawny also said during the cast, the outside was a bit of a problem for them. I think some of the re-aggression on the CT side as well was a bit of an issue for them. We saw it a couple of times on Yard. We even saw it a couple of times in overtime as well, that they really wanted to fight, especially Croper got a lot of job done in overtime. So in that regard, I think if you're Bait, you're obviously sad that you lost Nuke. You had opportunities to win it. You see it here as well. You're up 15-13. That's a winning position in second overtime in that regard. So I feel if you're Bait, you're a little bit disappointed, because I also do think both of these lineups are on the cusp of not making the playoff. I'd expect them both to be 2-2 teams, and we kind of got the strength, measured out right here, where you would still argue that the MongolZ are slightly ahead of Bait in that race. But as I said, in a day's time or after tomorrow, I'd expect both of these teams to be 2-2, and now they can't face each other one more time, so someone else will have to do the job. But at the end of the day, Bait, where I expected them to be, the MongolZ slightly disappointing, but getting the job done.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it. I mean, obviously, we have a team in Bait who are still very much trying to figure things out, right? I mean, they obviously had a really cool major run. They had maybe a couple smaller things before that made them interesting. They've gone through their own changes, bringing in a new 16-year-old Opper, but they're still, working through the growing pains of moving up to this level of competition. And for MongolZ, it's kind of the other way around. You've been at the peak, you've kind of seen what it's like to be one of the top 5 teams in the world, but now you're kind of sliding downwards and you're trying to stop that fall and try to get back up again. And Cobra's era, I think, is definitely a guy to point out. The new guy, he did come alive in critical moments in some of these overtime rounds that really helped get to see him across the line. That's a good sign to see from the youngster.
Yeah, it's withstanding the pressure, because coming in as a new guy, obviously there's going to be some nerves, there's a learning transition period, etc., etc. But when it got down to the nitty-gritty, when it went into overtime, he was the most impactful player on the server, together with 9-10. And I think, if anything, that's a healthy sign, not really crumbling under the nerves, under the pressure, etc., etc. So there's positives to find for the MongolZ outside of the win, one of them being Cobra. Again, there's always going to be this unfair conversation. Is he going to be the next Sensu? Can he have the same amount of impact? No, but he's not expected to either. I'd still say that it's up to the 9-10s, it's up to the Messinios, it's up to Techno for that matter as well, to step it up a bit, on cover in that regard. And then we look at Cobra, what he's done so far this tournament, I think has been a positive, just like we saw with Controllers when he came in as well. So I think there's positives to spot in the MongolZ, but we need to see a higher level of Counter-Strike if they want to have any aspirations of mixing with the big boys.
Okay, so talking about the big boys, this is a stacked event, right? We have all the big boys here. When you see MongolZ and Bait, based on the series we've just seen in their previous days, do either of these teams find themselves in playoffs?
I think one of them, yeah, will probably make it. I think the MongolZ is the most realistic answer. Again, depends on who they match up against, but I think there'll be a placeholder team in the quarterfinal. I don't expect neither of the two teams, even if they were to make it to the playoff, to do much action in the playoff.
Yeah, I think like quarterfinals and actually getting to see the arena is about the best it's going to get for either one of these teams, unfortunately. But honestly, for both those teams, that'd be a step up from where they were before, right? I mean, you have a MongolZ team who obviously came dead last, basically, at Krakow, and again, you have a bait team who's never really tasted success like that before to make the playoffs of a big Tier 1 event. So, this is an opportunity for both those teams to kind of take that next step. Again, you can learn so much in practice and things of that nature, but now you're getting the real reps in pressure situations, on that, tournament environment. And so this is an opportunity to take a step up.
Talking about playoffs, we're going to find out which of our first teams will be in the playoffs, who will be going to the arena. If you've bought tickets, who you'll get to see. Richard Lewis is going to take you through those games. Those are coming up after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, I love my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
In this, we're going to start looking at some of the changes that are coming through on the maps and looking at Anubis. Looking at A site, the new box coming in. Who does this benefit more, the CTs or the Ts?
In my opinion right now, it's a little bit better for the CTs, but the fact that only one Molo from the T side can take both the right next angle and the box at the same time, I feel like it takes a little bit of the power on that addition, because one molly can still do the job during the executions. Yeah. So maybe the box is still too close to the entrance there. But other than that, I think it's a good thing, and we need to try it out more.
It has helped. It's not like a huge change, but I think it does help a little bit in terms of the retakes, just because it does give you a little bit more cover. And before, like the Ts would when the box was down down the stairs before, they could like for after plants, it was easy for them to like hide behind a bit and give like a bit more cover for them. And now it's a bit more open where they can't really just stand there. They're kind of open to more angles. So, and for CTs, yeah, I think gives you a little bit more cover and something to play around in the clutch situations.
If enemies are going out there or something, and we are close to do some chaos like fighting or something, it's easier for CT to go out through camera. It's a bit easier because you have this cover from the box. But if it comes to retake, like if you're City and you want to retake the bomb site, I think it's so hard with the box because T can just play around it and peek in some good timing, and I think it's hard. But I like these changes, but he had to show good game there.
You'll get that, you'll grow with him.
There is like maybe 2-3% of like advantage for City, but it's like useless box, I don't know. It's like you can use only one wall. Obviously, you can like smoke the molly and hide there, but it's like not that big of advantage, you know?
Yeah.
It's still like I'd say nothing changed on Anubis except the middle, and yeah.
I think it's a positive change. I mean, it doesn't really help for holding the bomb site because the Molotov still gets it, but I think for retakes and to not make it as strong for T's on the after plants, I think it does do its job at least.
Welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We've got a very familiar game coming up, so some familiar faces on the desk to talk about it. We have, of course, got Maui Snake, NA's premium analyst at this point. He's one of the last men standing.
Does Moses count? Only for the majors.
Yeah, only for the majors. Yeah, he's the desk abolitionist. He does count though. Yeah, and of course Yanko, you know, the former FaZe coach in here to watch some high-level Counter-Strike. But let's
and MIBR.
Never
don't fight the Brazilians.
Absolutely.
Or don't you dare shout when you're winning a round playing against the Brazilians.
Yeah, I did see that Fallen tweet you had to put out for FUT. So yes, sad to see, but Fallen, a class act as ever. Not that we're going to talk about that. We're actually going to talk about the game a little bit because it's a one that is familiar. I know the community is sick of seeing these two teams go up against each other because as rivalries go, you called it El Asico yesterday, which is fair because a rivalry, the other guys have to win sometimes, and that's not what happens when Vitality play MOUZ, and that's because MOUZ lose a lot.
Yeah, they lose all the time, really. Outside of that Cologne semi-final, which was a big one, there hasn't been a meaningful, really, series that MOUZ has won. The only other time was a seeding game when both teams were already in the playoffs at IEM Chengdu. And I mean, the reason for that is there's no real analysis to do about this matchup. Like, MOUZ players, they just break down. Against Vitality, they just break down, and they break down individually. They break down as a team. They start playing way worse than they do against any other team in the circuit.
We can take a look at some examples. I believe you've lined up.
Absolutely, this is just from Krakow, and you're thinking, okay, maybe new year, new us, right? Like new MOUZ, some resolutions, new rivalry. Something's gonna happen, you know. This is around towards the end of the first half, just as they're coming back into it. Vitality is actually on a half buy with, I think, one saved gun. Perhaps, you know, they're working outside where they have the weapon advantage. MOUZ being on the T side. Vitality going with 3 players down secret, sort of to re-aggress. And these are USPs at the start, right? Great trade from Mezzi. Torji misses a shot close range. Apex pushes through main, gets a kill. And now it's the ZywOo show, really. I mean, he had a blinder of a tournament and it hits 2 great shots. And this is just how the round collapses. It's like players can't do a good enough job of holding and they fall apart. It's a really simple anti-eco and one that you would expect that MOUZ would communicate a little bit more through, because in the beginning of the round, Exertion gets tagged by a handful of deagle shots from ZywOo just spamming through the smoke, and he doesn't call for any help. It gets worse. This is the second map. Torji with the shoulder peek from what? what is this angle for the shoulder pick? Exertion is telling him there's players jumping up. He falls down. Now they only have Brolan in front of Car. He's the only A defender. Having to worry about short and long. They're coming out. This is a Glock eco, guys. This isn't a force buy. This isn't like, oh, we have 4 Deagles and, you know, 1 Hero AK. This is Glocks and a P250, right? And the A defense crumbles. Now they're 3v4. They're taking ages to even start this retake. They sort of don't even believe they can retake this, but it's like they're on a Glock eco. We have to try and retake this. We can't save in this round. And they are making an effort, but in the end, so much time has passed getting situated for this retake that in the end they won't have enough time to defuse, and this was just, it was comical at this point watching the game.
It really just feels like MOUZ are bringing in an unfounded nonchalance to how they're playing out some of these situations. The way that Torzi's just lingering around short there. The way Exertion on the nuke clip is just holding for the lower push, but he has 20 HP. I mean, you have to communicate that, hey, maybe somebody should help me on this because that was a losing condition and they just played right into Vitality's hands. To Vitality's credit, yeah, they're creating these opportunities for themselves. But MOUZ, on the other hand, it just feels like they're not speaking to each other nearly as well as they would in a group stage game.
And Vitality just obviously, after so many games against MOUZ, there is not a single thing on the server that makes Vitality uncomfortable going against MOUZ. Like, all of their calls are instant. The reactions are instant. Players in every single position are never afraid to make a play, never afraid to go for a move. Even if it's not like the ideal situation, like they have a bad read on an aggressive play perhaps, it still works because this is what happens on an individual basis too for MOUZ. You have the stats up top from Krakow up until the semifinal, right? Like, look at Spinks. He was top 5, I think, maybe in the tournament. Great tournament, right? Torji was doing well and so on and so forth. Then you go to the Vitality game. I mean, they just fall off a cliff.
Yeah.
Is it that MOUZ are mental midgets, though? Or is it...
Hey, dwarf is the proper term there.
That's my bad. Or is it that Vitality just have such a good handle on what MOUZ are going to do, they're able to just shut them down? I mean, you know, look, I've seen a lot of classic matchups and rivalries down the years where it's like the two teams are good individually, but when they play each other, one just has such an understanding of the other that they can never beat them.
I would boil it down to a couple of the individuals on MOUZ that play much beneath themselves. And in both of those clips, we saw Exertion at the heart of the problem in a couple of them. I mean, he was the nuke holder that got pushed, and he was also supposed to communicate to Torzi that they're jumping up. Rating-wise, on top of that, it's one of his worst teams against anybody in the top 20. Despite the fact that he's played so many games against them, he just falls off a cliff completely. It feels like he's just going through the motions of whatever was devised by Cyclone and by Brolin in the pregame, and he doesn't actually exercise any individual freedoms, and I don't think he even brings the same level of focus that he does when he plays other elite opposition.
I think it's also in regards to what you were asking, Richard. I don't think it's a matter of, you know, Vitality has MOUZ figured out. Like, that's maybe if you go back to 2024 G2 Navi matchup, right? Like, G2 just couldn't really figure out the proper way to play against Navi. You know, they were just losing in the 5v5s a lot. It wasn't like they would crumble and all constantly have advantages and lose them. No, they would struggle to be in advantageous positions against that team. Here, it doesn't matter, right? Like, it doesn't matter what's going on the server. They had in another game, because in Chengdu, MOUZ beats them in the seeding game, then they play again in the semifinal, right? And MOUZ had a 12-3 lead on T-side nuke on Vitality's pick, and they lose it in overtime. It's like there's no situation that they can sort of, that's unlosable to them in this matchup.
Well, we can look at some of the maps and some of the head-to-head record that they've got. I mean, it's kind of crazy. You know, this will obviously factor into the veto a little bit later on, but that's the head-to-head record, Mommy.
Yeah, obviously, this doesn't include a couple of the maps in the pool. Took out Train, which was probably MOUZ's best map versus Vitality last year. But unfortunately, that's not in the pool for them. But, I mean, just look at how lopsided some of these are. I mean, this is why it's such a wide open field for Vitality in terms of what they can pick. Nuke, undefeated, since both of these rosters formed against each other. Inferno, incredibly lopsided. The only saving grace for MOUZ is probably Mirage there. And that's mostly just off the back of Spinks and Torzi understanding and playing around Vitality so well. But if you look at some of the other players, it still is in Vitality's favor on Mirage because Exertion just gets absolutely nothing done on that map. I feel like that's going to be the man for me to watch in this series because big arenas, I feel like he definitely has an individual problem. So at least show me some signs in a group stage that you can stay level-headed.
I also wonder how much respect does Apex have for MOUZ at this point and at this stage of the tournament, right? Because we've seen them in the G2 series experiment a little bit with the maps and the veto and wanting to get more reps in. You know, what's the approach going to be here? If they really want to win this game and go 3-0, they're going to pick Dust. If they have maybe other priorities and want to get more reps in on other maps, perhaps we see an overpass, perhaps we see something third, right? Maybe an Inferno. They've also been trying to work a little bit on that. But, you know, that's in a way a problem for MOUZ too, because it's like, wow, we can't necessarily pinpoint where this is going to go outside of obviously their own map pick.
We can talk about Vitality obviously as well. They've been workmanlike. I think this is the framing I would use for them here. Hasn't been their best in the group stages, but as you said, they've been happy to experiment with the veto, maybe ban out maps they would ordinarily pick to let ones they want to get some reps in through. And of course, we've had the issue with Rops. Rops so deathly ill that he nearly sat this one out. Now, I actually did talk to the Vitality support staff. I caught them late last night when they would wrapped up, and basically I asked, like, where is he on the scale of feeling better to back to bed? And they said, let's call it on the mend. And he did top frag in the last map he had as well. So maybe not a factor going forward, but just something people at home might want to be aware about.
Obviously, that's going to have a pretty deep effect on Vitality and their communication and their coordination. But I feel like in the stead of that, you're getting a ZywOo 2026, which is almost exactly word for word how ZywOo fans want you to believe that 2025.
I'm glad you framed it that way, actually, because I made a similar point. I said that basically I think how he's playing at the moment, if he'd been playing like that for all of last year, then I wouldn't have had a problem with him being.
There'd be no question, because he has just been the best player of this year thus far. So it's nice to see that he's been able to take the reins, as we saw in Krakow, especially in the grand finals, hard carrying, just backpacking everybody else on the team, even when they're not stepping up to the level that we saw in the previous year.
No, I mean, there's one more guy who has an MVP too this year. I'd say it's pretty even. No, I'm kidding. But I think, listen, there's one saving grace for MOUZ in this game, right? And it's the fact that the stakes are relatively low. You know, that it's a 2-0 game. If you lose, obviously you're already in the playoffs. If not, you get 2 more opportunities. And this is where Vitality, you know, if they were ever going to be a bit complacent, it's going to be at this phase of the tournament, right? So that is, and also for MOUZ on the other side, but the stakes not being so high, they don't crumble as hard. They're, you know, about their top 4 streak and all of that. They're very, very good at this stage of the tournament in this studio environment as well. So I'm hoping, at least for the fans and the viewers, that we can get a slightly closer series because of that.
So what are we going to see in the veto, guys?
It feels like it has to be Mirage for MOUZ. I mean, unless they want to go
a little bit
full loco and go for an overpass, right? Because they did try Nuke in Krakow. Statistically, it was the worst map for Vitality. They haven't played it that many times either. I think that was the first time they played it, maybe in that tournament in the semifinal, but it backfired horribly, as we could see.
Okay, Vitality going for a Dust 2 pick here. I feel like by the numbers, this is the strongest map for them lately. It's a punish against MOUZ, obviously, given the fact that they were perma-banning it in the previous season. And to me, actually, both of these picks look like you're really considering your current form, because MOUZ Inferno has been a bright spot for them. It's one of the few maps where I actually can really trust Brolin's calling, despite the fact that the rest of the pool can be a little bit rockier for him, especially in mid-rounds.
Although we did see that record, you know, I mean, it's kind of crazy. Vitality are picking that map sometimes.
I think it should be overpasses last year. Vitality with this one. You know, Mirage has been a bit shaky.
It's a good map for MOUZ against Vitality in the past too. So yeah, don't want to invoke that for the decider here.
Yeah, and I think you can see for MOUZ, you know, what they picked just a week ago now is their ban in the second phase. They just struggle to find any sort of comfort against Vitality on the other side, and it's really going to be an uphill battle for them.
Are you surprised not to see the Mirage come in for MOUZ based on what we saw yesterday? Because obviously Vitality did drop that map against MongolZ.
Yes and no. I'm surprised because of how Vitality has been doing on it. I'm not necessarily surprised because if you're MOUZ, you want to go to a as tactical map as possible, right? To limit the opportunities for the individuals on the side of Vitality, you know, make it so that the protocols matter more, you know, utility matters more, and maybe you can cheese your way a little bit to a win.
I feel like this veto still, though, favors Vitality pretty strongly. I mean, Dust 2 is, to me, probably the most lopsided of the 3 maps in favor of one team over the other. There have been glimpses at times where Dust 2 comes together for MOUZ, but I think that Vitality is going to be looking back after this first map 1-up.
All right, I will bring in our commentators. It is, of course, Sponge and Machine. I'll ask, I said yesterday you must have been sick of commentating Vitality games. Vitality or MOUZ, you got to be sick of this one. Come on.
Honestly, yes.
Yeah, yes.
Look, it was so flat in the playoffs. But this is the thing. I agree with everything that was just said there on the desk by everybody, right? Even the stuff about the Dwarves, Maui. But what happens if MOUZ win today? Right? It feels like it means nothing. They win, okay, great. Right? What does it mean?
They'll meet in the playoffs and it'll be a different story.
All right, well, let's have some deja vu, boys. Take it away.
Good film.
Watch them win now. Watch this happen.
You reckon?
Yeah, well, let's see. Let's
Right.
get into it, shall we? Dust, what is it, 41-4
Well,
now?
yeah, the numbers were crazy. The numbers were absolutely crazy. They still are.
Yeah,
Obviously.
well,
I don't know
that's the
why
point.
past tense,
They just keep building. It's 9 in a row, looking for 10 right now, Vitality. Their longest Dust 2 streak with this roster.
10 in a row.
Their longest is 13.
Okay.
So they're still trying to track that down.
Beat their own record.
Yeah, indeed.
Greatest competition themselves and their greatest enemy. Oh, Brolin's doing the Apex flash.
I see. Okay.
Fight fire with fire. And beat Vitality with their own pistol setup. Flash
Bomb
sails
committed.
in. Pop and swing. Okay, Nezzy's done well to keep Torji out of the round, but still they have the advantage after the fight and they've lost the bomb.
Yeah, they do have this A site, sure, but need this one now, Apex. He's been good in the pistols.
Yeah, but Jimmy's called for Brolan to lend a hand. 2 for him to contend with and overcome. Nice and clean close.
Okay, pistol round, that's a good way to kick things off. While we watch Mezzi play out this 1v4. There's 227 maps played for this 5-man roster of Vitality. 33 of them have been against MOUZ, so that's roughly 15% of Vitality's total maps against MOUZ.
It is definitely a matchup we've seen an awful lot of.
This is
But, I mean,
lucky number 13.
You know, the desk asks us, we say we might be sick of it, but how do you think MOUZ feel? They must just be, it just must feel like a horrible episode of Groundhog Day.
Especially,
You just
the
wake up,
10-2 record.
10-2 record. And as Yanko highlighted, there are some things going. You know, I actually support your hypothesis that this is the kind of environment where MOUZ do have a fair shake of the stick. The odds being relatively low is the fact that you've already got a nice cushion, 2-0 up in Swiss. This is just your first opportunity to secure the playoffs. So this is where perhaps, you know, like a 3rd, 4th place decider, you've got a little bit more confidence, a little less overthinking. Oh, wait, Torji's on short against pistols.
Yeah, it's all right. They're not eco
But
this
what
time.
if? He's gotten away.
It's a little bit more firepower behind this one. Saw what the desk showed from Krakow. Short control taken. Options available right now. Will it be the crisscross? Will it be a short move? Well, Flamesy lines up mid to B. Ops leaves the long lurk. Apex wanting to keep them busy on A.
So you smoke both sides of CT. Spinks has got the angle for this. Ready. Doesn't find the immediate frag, but Flamesy caught eventually. He's pulling out for Jimmy. Yeah, he's not playing scared. Spinks and Jimmy almost entirely doing the job themselves there. Double kill from them both. Jimmy not overplaying here. Just going to look to play to close out the round. And there we have it. Exertion secures it. Vitality's forced by only the single kill to celebrate.
I think you're bringing up the context there of, yeah, this matters. This is for the playoffs, right? And that's probably the biggest thing you can take away as far as this head-to-head. Sure, MOUZ, you get another win against them, but your biggest one, what the desk highlighted of Cologne. So in the big scheme of things, are finally clawing them back against Vitality or beating them in the most important games. No, this doesn't mean anything, but to make sure you don't have to play extra days,
that does mean something, especially, I mean, for Vitality, they really are going to want to win this, especially when you've got Rocks on the road to recovery.
And we don't really talk about it, but MOUZ are the defending champs here in Cluj.
True.
I think Apex returning after 11 years has a bit of nostalgia. Had that in Krakow. Well, he won the major back with Envious, so I'm sure he's going to want to get the W as well.
A few less grey hairs back then.
And a whole lot more entry fragging.
Yeah, I know, man. Yesterday he was on one. Shades of retro Apex for sure. His star power shining yesterday.
They are on eco now.
Yeah, and Torji's just going to continue to reinforce that he's fine. Solo short against ecos. It's not a problem.
Oh, Exertion, he was there holding
he
his
had
hand,
his friend,
right?
okay.
So he's not allowed to gather on his own anymore.
Yep.
But they should be able to farm this one pretty easily now. First decision has been made. Supposed to be a 3-0 start for MOUZ, so tidy stuff as Torji looking to make a little bit of money for the AWP, but does go down to Robs. It's a little bit worrisome, but...
just deathmatch, isn't it?
How much more value can Vitality get out of this one?
As he's got his signature QT Deagle out.
Signature now.
Yep.
It's you've gone his signature QT Deagle.
That's right.
You saw it once.
You've got Nico's Deagle Blaze. You got Mezzy's QT Deagle.
It's Nico's birthday today.
Is it?
Yeah, so
Happy
he's playing later
birthday.
today.
Oh, it's a Mulberry.
The Radiant collection.
That's a colour. Mulberry.
MOUZ will be feeling radiant if they win this series right now. Here we go. Mop and bucket out. They'll clean it up. Exertion takes the final two. Torji goes down, sure, but he didn't want to carry through the MP9 anyway, so out will come the AWP. Zawu can get his, and we'll get to see this tussle. So Zawu on the tags. Let's see if it's nades or smokes that MOUZ want to use for the cross.
Yeah, I think they've definitely learned that it's going to have to be something. We saw a lot of HE grenades used yesterday to get across safely. Surely the HE is the answer. I know Zawu obviously can hit some things just off feeling, but yeah, you don't want to be spending a smoke.
Okay, well that's not going to cost them anything there. Torji aggressive, won't have the angle. They've gone for the right side boost from his perspective, left in through lower tunnels, and well, that's quick. We've seen Flamesy hit some absolute blinders yesterday.
Looks like he wants to nade that specific close angle. He put down low, 41 points. They've got their short control.
They're wanting to channel them into that. This smoke actually not perfect. There's a little bit of a gap over the top that can be played around. And they're reading this as a likely B or mid to B finish, with Exertion cheating over to join the likes of Spinks and Jimmy.
And contrary to that belief, Apex is in the bomb. Partner up with Mezzy outside of long.
Yeah, they're still just juggling util right now. And this is actually quite perfect, right? The fact that Brolin, who was meant to be locking down this position, has given up the space. So they're both going to be playing from site/goose. 44 seconds.
There is hope if Torji trains his AWP on long, but the fact that the AWP's on short?
Yeah, they don't believe it's long at all. This setup here is very, very fragile.
It could be a nasty death for Torji. He's in the open. A flash attention. He does react in time. Support as well from the goose position. Important frag from Brolin provided. Now really uncomfortable. The long bomb on its own. You need the pick from the short side. Now Brolin realizes he needs help. Cavalry coming through CT. He's done very well. Solid output. Apex trying to sprint that bomb across. Zywu still managing to find output. There is a push through the smoke though.
Has to plant.
The cover. Oh, Zywu adjusts onto the short side. Apex gets it down. A recovery. And a Spinks clutch demanded of him.
Zywu has one bullet.
He only needs one. Hasn't been missing a beat. Hasn't been missing a bullet. Apex just crab walks in to close. Outrageous from Zywu. They were in such a compromised position. And he still manages to prevail, just left and right, adjusting to the short player.
That's very stressful for Apex coming out long there. And you strafe around that corner, they give away the teller, the flash. It allows Torji to adjust. Flames are thinking, what is going on here? And then Brolin pumps in a second. He does good work, doesn't he, Brolin? But it's all about Zywu. These are must-hit frags. If he doesn't, Round is going with it. More of those. Vitality can break them early. Close AWP line. Torji looking for the head-to-head. And Zywu playing for a short aggress. Will not be getting that this time. So the joust between the two AWPers, wanting to stay active. Mid-door smoke. Lobbed out now. And the short molly. Classic combo. Everyone at home should have this one in their back pocket. Now with the util on display, they're wary of some lower tunnels pushes.
Yeah, they weren't spotting it this time around.
And they're not gambling, at least right now, for the B finish. So how well does Apex read the plays from MOUZ?
That's that re-smoke door. Becoming very vogue as of late, isn't it? Saw some Pyres throwing out a lot in G2s, Dust 2s.
So one flash but no reaction. You're thinking, okay, is that just meant to keep us busy? And the answer is yes. So coming to target Brolin again, gravitating towards this.
Brolin's already done well in the previous. And he brings the fight to them as the anti-flash does punish. Opening death for Brolan this time. Torji committed to this fight. Flash, yeah, affect him. He still manages to pull the trigger. Still, though, he's just going to respect the flames. What's this? 100-0? Late on the extinguish. I guess he counted on his teammates for that one. It costs him his life. Jimmy's lucky to have his. Very low HP on the
20
B
seconds.
Ram. Yeah, that will become a factor, especially if your bomb carrier goes down. Apex taking heavy flak. It's Exertion on the site you've got to get past. Spinks in support on the short side. Nice headshot from Exertion. Needs to double up. It's Flames in response, and the site falls. Jimmy last seen B ramp. And with, what, a second or two to spare, Vitality get into the site.
2 rounds, absolute nail-biters. Vitality happy to draw the clock down. Well, maybe not happy, but that's just the way that they're playing into this. So avoiding a lot of the threats of the MOUZ utility. That opener there, the flash just a moment earlier would have been the difference maker. Mezzi not blind, gets the opener. Brolin goes down. Someone's screaming, likely in that situation, they've got a smoke for Torji. And if he swings, he's dead as well. So at least he's buying time by staying in car and not just giving away the freebie. And if he can take someone with him as he burns, great. Unfortunately, doesn't look that way. We do hold on to this one M4. I'm now broken. We will see MOUZ have to chip in around that with some lighter investments. Well, Apex there, we confirming what we just saw, a full burnt Torzi.
Yeah, I assume someone must have told him.
Yeah, well,
like,
the smoke came, it just was late, right? Yeah. So it was definitely one of those situations where there's no good option for Torji in that scenario. So how's Jimmy going to insert himself into this round?
Safe across.
You really need Jimmy to try and get stuck in. Right, you've got these USPs, you have the flash on Spinks, but...
Right, if you just sit to the back of B...
It's pointless.
Yeah.
If you can get a couple of kills, maybe save a few guns, even limit the finances a bit, that's going to be great. Bomb heading back over towards B now. They might start pressing tunnels on an early timing, and Robs is here to catch this.
Yeah, it's going to be a flashback from Spinks. Robs anti perfectly places the first bullet between the eyes of Exertion. Jimmy's M4 now sounded off. Quick reaction, you can see on the minimap, Vitality are pivoting, and Torji can hear all of that. You can see motor mouth relays the info of the pivot. And there's Jimmy finding output. He's going to stay nimble. He's going to stay dynamic. Loses out. Flames, he finds him. Oof, not bad headshot. Good output. Oh, 2 USP headshots, but onto different targets. You can see Vitality walking wounded, but no problems. Just Spinks to get past.
And understanding that as the B defender, Rops will just part back, value his life. Apex, this could be risky. Rob should have him. And there you go. Okay, swept under the rug, 4 staying alive. Don't believe there is going to be enough money for a Torji AWP in response. Jimmy could drop it, but he's not going to have enough money for the armor. Oh, okay, no, never mind. They have been able to get it out.
Boost this time. HE does its job. Jimmy and Spinks get across unscathed. Torji not going to be on that short, aggressive line. He's supporting Brolan long. Oh, the perfect flash. He catches a glimpse of the shoulder of Jimmy being rather forward. Doesn't deter him. He continues to push forward. Rob's in that same position from previously. Ahead of the smoke. Subverts the expectation and dips with an opening. That's a nice play. MOUZ have got an opening move, and it removes usually a hard piece to get out of place.
They were going for a B pop, and now that'll probably draw them into it because they go, okay, Rob's down, B lurk, they're likely elsewhere. They're going into this quickly.
You can see it's just going to be Jimmy and Spinks a mile away from any sort of help.
Molly for back plat.
Yeah, you're going to need to move, Jimmy. Oh, uncrouches into the Zywoo orb. Roller does get caught on his vacation out long, but Apex doesn't win the duel, so now it gets really uncomfortable for Vitality. He could be top mid. Exertion lets them know they're on their way.
Into Torji's orb.
Yeah, it's perfect. It looks absolutely set in stone that MOUZ should be finding 4 here.
Slow smokes and flashes to work with. They can get past this line if they do use their nades.
And they're going to do so. Oh no, Torji goes down. Brolin's very low. A single bullet from FaZe. Oh, the sight's down. It felt like it was a guarantee. Just needed to hit one. Solid on the entries is FaZe. He demonstrates.
And saves the better option right now.
Brutal. That's going to shake your confidence a little bit.
Wow, if it wasn't already coming up against Vitality.
Yeah,
so
valid.
4 straight now. That was now, not meow. Namaste.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever heard you meow. I think that's not something Chad Birchall does.
It's not in the repertoire.
No.
Barking.
Barking on the other hand. Well, I think MOUZ are going to be barking mad if it just continues this way.
Yeah, there's another fun one, right? Because a lot of the times, okay, well, nothing changes if nothing changes. So how many losses to Vitality does it take for MOUZ to change the complexion of the roster?
I told you, man. My theory is they don't change the roster, they just change the logo.
You want them to go back to MOUZ Sports?
You go back to MOUZ Sports and suddenly everything's going to feel different. It'd be like, you know, that new team feel, you know? Different jerseys.
They tried the jerseys.
They
They always have a different color, right?
true.
We've got the home one, the away one. They're always away. There's
do
no
think-
home for these guys.
Yeah. Maybe bring back the red jersey.
You like the red? They've got the red. I'm sure it's in the hotel.
Probably in the hotel.
I just to Sabrina say, can we bring out the red?
Black jerseys are played out. You know?
Ah, don't start that. It's the best for logos for sponsors.
Oh, you're right.
You got to think about the sponsors.
You've got to think about the business.
Of course.
Okay.
Big business right here.
Yeah, it's just cool to have a color identity, isn't it? Vitality with the yellow.
Yeah, but they're wearing something.
They went too
white
yellow
one.
for a
There's
while.
something
I'll
that's
agree.
like a
They
blue
went
one.
too yellow for a while. Fluorescent. Adolescent.
Look like a tennis ball.
Ooh, now that's threatening. Could be lower, but oh, look at this. This is kind of that signature Apex walk on Dust 2. The Dust 2 variation.
For the moonwalk.
Yeah.
But for the French.
And does 2 HEs. If Exertion times this right, he could do a whole lot of damage, but already Apex is ahead of that.
Well, there's no tells.
No
There's no
tells
smokes, no
at all.
flashes.
And a headshot from Torji's Deeg. This is looking promising. Bullets are being hit both ways. Mezzy taps one back. It's a nice one into Spinks. Robs as well. Catches Brolin on the long side, and it looks like they're backing up. I'm worried about the long wrap, understandably, after Robs' frag.
Well, you know it's a light buy with these saved weapons,
Right.
and you've taken down Spinks, one of the B defenders, so do you want to pivot? Well, the fight's coming your way.
It is. Torji and Exertion partner up. Flamesy just off the angle. Big shot from Exertion. Flamesy and in combination with Zywoo, the job is done. Just Jimmy, the B player, left.
And Zywoo's ready for this. He's locked in. Very second within the round, 6 overall. And they'll block behind them, so safety first, as they will be grabbing another.
Promising scenes from MOUZ. You get in the reaggress, you find the frag.
Couple of nice shots being hit.
Couple of nice shots.
I've told you hit that with the AWP in the previous rounds. Could have been theirs. So,
yeah.
Thank you very much. Jimmy will grab that one. Told you be very happy. Zywoo's going to...
It's gone.
We know where he was.
Wait,
oh, and he still is.
Ooh.
He still is.
Gets away with it.
Zywoo just double checking. I put my AWP. Right there, okay.
Found it.
Won't be getting it, unfortunately, for Torji, but we'll be able to afford it. Don't you worry about that. 5-3, 2-round gap, looking good. Who's doing secondary AWPing on MOUZ?
Who's doing primary AWPing on Heroic?
Well, Youngster, but he's not on MOUZ.
There isn't really
Get
one.
out some double AWPs, boys.
Yeah,
Why
you're
not?
right.
Try something different.
Who would it be?
I guess it would be
Jimmy.
Spinks. Like Spinks or Jimmy, right?
Yeah.
Because Torji's going to be more mid and A-centric. Speaking of Torji, here he is.
It's been a while since we had a strong Finnish sniper. Shout out to Alu one time.
Yeah, I was just going, I know Alu.
That's all I've got.
That's all we've got.
Yeah. Who am I forget? There's someone in Twitch chat's really upset we haven't mentioned Finnish player now.
Oh, Poddy.
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 Okay, well done.
B-split. Feels, this is what Yanko's talking about. Nothing to make them feel uncomfortable. Vitality, yeah, okay, we're going to get mid, we're going to get short. And we're going to
And
split
it meets
big.
your expectations. Block util from Spinks. Apex containing the rotation of Exertion. Who goes first? Nice find from Jimmy. Robs goes down. Flamesy breaks into the site though. It's just Jimmy at the back of the site. Apex versus Exertion. They've lost the site and Apex wins out. Surely that's enough. The round, once again, falling into place for Vitality. It's flowing a little too nicely, isn't it?
Quicker tempo there as well, right?
Yeah.
So they had those first patch that were very slow, finishing the rounds in the last like 30 seconds, and here this one's come a whole lot earlier. Sure, it's been broken up, right? But once they've gotten the space, everybody go, okay, we've got this area, now we'll wait, let's connect, let's use the util. Zoe there with a very important supportive kill with the AWP to confirm the B site.
I've got a lot of admiration for players that can pull off moves like that from Flamesy, where it is almost entirely solo. Maybe there's a supportive flash or a teammate baiting from elsewhere, but it is straight up run and get yours. And he does consistently not only take the space, but find the impact. Just runs into the doors after through the door smoke of Spinks. Job done. Another round, 6 consecutive off of the MOUZ pistol.
Cyclone timeout. Okay, yep, there it is. Feels like about the time to call another one. You're only calling adjustments because we did hear in Krakow, we had to listen in, and it's like, you know, he's trying to be inspiring. Boy, it's going to feel so good when we win this one. And he's right, it would have felt very good if they won it, but all you can do right now is just hope that you can, you know, call the macro. I would be saying we need to be a little bit more jarring to their default. We have to stop giving them all this space for free, which might mean we take some risks. We push in a lower, and does that mean ZywOo might have an opportunity on us with the AWP? Yeah, right, but we are going to have to do something, because if we just continue to meander around the map in these default setups on the CT side, you can see how much they can punish us with the space. If your gambles had worked earlier, you'd feel like you would have, no, I wouldn't say Apex in your pocket, but you'd have a read on maybe where he wanted to finish, and, well, they weren't on point with that.
I will say they haven't taken a single bullet from ZywOo on the cross, which is
nice change.
Something to celebrate. I think they prefer a round.
Well, they're just doing a default hold. Torji a little bit more aggressive on the short, sure, but
I see what Yanko's getting at. You know, throw something different into the mix. Have Vitality have to adapt and adjust.
Yeah, play Anubis.
Play Anubis.
No, I don't think that's the answer. But when Anubis went out of the pool, this became MOUZ's ban in the second half of 2025. And now Anubis is back, they've had to start playing Dust 2 again.
Right.
So they're currently 3 losses in a row on this, Vitality being one of those 3, whereas Vitality 9 in a row. 41-4 overall on the map, so it is a comfort zone.
And Train, you know, kind of spiced up this matchup a bit when it was here.
Yes, it did. MOUZ hit quite heavily by that.
So, go. Surely a bit more util than that.
I've got a lot to work with still, so.
Okay, so mid to B. Exertion might even play around. It does block it, so it gives him some vision. He goes ahead. Oh, he's exposed. Nice catch from Proland. Lovely double kill. Late to pull the trigger onto ZywOo. Claws one back, but they recede. Smoke break inbound. No one's looking at Exertion. Weren't expecting such a forward position. Now just Torji on the site. Just Torji. Okay, you had to hit that one. Apex in the clutch. And they'll just be triple peeking him here if they can. MOUZ break through.
I think you're very surprised in that round if you're Vitality that they didn't have any long presence, right? They did that same setup we saw earlier in the piece where, well, they weren't punished for it, but they did end up losing the round, and they've gone back to something similar in that moment. But good work stalling them out. Focus forward on short. The flashes either not as perfectly timed as they were hoping for. See just how easy it was to mop up those 2, and once Exertion stuffs him in the choke point, it's a whole lot easier to get yourself the 4th. So still 2 more available to tie things up.
Will Apex get caught?
There you go, a bit of lower pressure.
Oh yeah, Spinks is bringing aggression into the mix.
This is nice.
Just gonna free headshot to Flames. There you go. You get your first blood. You destabilize the default. Now you can dip. Actually, even going to invest a smoke to avoid the ZywOo scope. One Spinks' blood won't be able to get
just another one.
Return frag.
Okay. Well, he is out of there.
He's done well.
And now if you want to respond to Long, there's still two players waiting here. You've got Brolin alongside of Exertion. They're both burrowed, and Exertion playing anti. So they are playing this number advantage quite nicely now. The most fragile site would be B. Romps, they're trying to force the util out of Jimmy. Well, they've already expended a couple. This doesn't look like it's going to go well for Mezzi, unfortunately.
Molly will make Brolin move. Oh, he's done very well. The damage puts him down to 4. Still, though, do you get the bloodlust? Does Exertion get set up for succeeding? Good flashes. Mezzi goes down to Exertion. Solid work. Double long now for reveal.
That's the bomb, Apex. You've got to join the boys up short. No other option if you want the way in.
Torji's going to have a head-to-head here. Should be set to collect. Does so. Zywoo goes down. Number 2. Robs. Out of the round, just Apex. All too familiar for him. Last man standing up against the 4-5. Should be absolutely no problem here for MOUZ. 15 seconds, a nice headshot, and Spinks trades.
Okay, hard work done.
Yeah, solid CT half now. Those initial 3, and now you found some gun rounds.
Yeah, unfortunately that spree was relatively easy for Vitality, keeping quite a lot of players alive, so they have been able to build up enough cash that MOUZ have to get through gun round after gun round. And finally, yeah, they throw a bit of spice. Flame's not ready for that at all. Doesn't consider clearing the lower tunnels box, and then Torji hits the ones you know he can.
Because for the last 9 rounds, Flames had no one home. They've got aggression. Immediately, Mezzi and Apex have taken Long away from them. Combine a corner smoke, a couple of well-layered flashbangs, and you lose that territory. But how about taking mid? Exertion. Going
You'd
for
have
a
to catch
solo.
Zywoo off here, which is possible.
It is hard to do. And as he's faffing around with his nades, taking the bomb back, even considering a deeper mid-push.
They are hoping for a reaction, Vitality.
Throw that cross smoke. Is that when Exertion moves, or is he going to have enough faith in Brolin and Torji just to hold the line?
It's good to play ahead for info, right? Because you really don't know how many are out long. You didn't investigate tunnels at all. Right? Sure, you have top middle, but still the long rotation available. Oh, this is tough. Hoodles the time remaining.
He's dropping into mid. Yeah, Torji sound off.
Still 2 in tunnels, not moving just yet for Vitality.
I mean, he's starting his flank, so he won't be visible from the lower tunnels players. Another block smoke. Oh, but Zywoo punishes Brolin on the swing. Get careful there, Torji. Could have been the double trouble.
Exertion can still win the round.
Yeah, with this flank, no one's looking at him. He's been slowly concocting this. However, Torji is going to get sidelined at the same time. Down goes Torji, but there's the flank. Zywoo goes down. Apex now aware, and Robs provides the cover. Swings it in. Ah, he self-flashes. It's a bit clunky. Jimmy to clutch. Bomb to cross. It's in the open. A chance to hit that instant headshot, but it's been good util from Vitality to ensure the 7th round goes their way.
Oh, Jimmy will give it a good go, will you? Piping up short, and if he can win out of 1v3, they're not even playing close to him. They are just going to play the bomb. 1 goose, 1 ramp, and burrowing down towards long will be Mezzi. Probably going to be tough enough, but now with the bomb about halfway gone, Jimmy needs to get a wriggle on.
He's wriggling all right. Knows he's got to make a move. Vitality playing this one by the book, and even double swinging as he jumps to his demise. Okay, so 7 for Vitality's T side.
A lot of these Dust 2s that they have been winning, at least in the recent patch, have been dominant. We did the storyline just the other day against MongolZ, right? That was where they added number 9 in a row.
Yeah.
So, no strangers to the winning. In the last few, it's been 13-4, 13-6, 13-6, 13-8. Their closest was to Gamer Legion of Bounty. That was 13-11. Then you got another 13-6, a 13-3, a 13-8, and a 13-4. So, pretty dominant on Dust 2. But MOUZ are making them work. Nice patch of rounds for them as well. Helps when you do get that pistol round. So let's see if they're able to make it 2 from 2.
Their most recent head-to-head was sounded a little bit like those scorelines. You know, single digits. Perhaps a step in the right direction would just be, pushing Vitality towards the tail end of regulation. Or hell, take the whole thing, win this pistol.
This is it, right? Because MOUZ have beaten them before. Sure, it is a 2-10 record as it stands right now.
Yeah, but if they'd have won the final...
That's the thing. If they'd beaten them in Cologne and then won the final, that's where I think a lot of us would have expected them to be unlocked.
Agreed.
Right? Their account being open, as Harry likes to say. But unfortunately, they still just have these tougher times. That's why coming into this, like, oh, okay, lower pressure match. That's a B go. Smoke for... They can do doors and window, or are they just doing doors? Maybe an extra smoke to keep them stuffed. Zywoo car rops back plat, and Apex has flashes that will come rallying over.
Nice work from Robs, gets to first. Now the flashes come sailing over. He has vision, and it fades to black for Brolan. Solid tap, supportive flashes are there. The frags flowing nicely. Zywoo in the right position to lend a hand, and it's Zywoo and Robs in combination to shut down the pistol.
All right, well, no plant. I mean, pretty meek looking force buy for MOUZ, and they're just still having a good old time.
That's the Apex evil laugh. It's a rare remote. You don't get that every day.
I think Richard's describing Vitality's run so far as workmanlike, and it has felt a bit laboured, right? So their series all going the distance and being pushed in moments, right? G2 had a pretty good crack at things, who are taking on Pain in the 0-2. Right? We're on the third day already.
Yeah. Bit of a surprise to see G2 so quickly thrust into an elimination game.
Yeah, I think Pain is, well, obviously it's a must-win.
Yeah.
Captain Obvious hat on right now, but I think it is a comfortable win for them. And for G2, they ended up losing to PARIVISION, so that was their second best of 3 in that one. They won the opening map of Mirage, then they lose Inferno, and Dust 2, they get blown out. That's the one that stings, right, is because Dust 2 can be a good map for G2, losing 13-4 against PARIVISION, that's tough. We've still got this one to conclude, and FURIA versus Falcons coming up later, and that one is another one where it's a bit lopsided in the head-to-heads.
Still very exciting to see those two play again.
Yes, it's a nice clash, right? These are the next up to bat. I think people are a little bit disenchanted with MOUZ, right? It's one of these teams who you can't say are bad. They're a great team, right? They consecutively make these top 4 placements. They're always a threat. Apex, by his own admission, says, yeah, this is a tough team to play against, but they're just lacking whatever the punch is. And people can say, yeah, but what about Falcons? Yeah, but Falcons have the m0NESYs, the Kiyosukes, the Nikos, right? Players who you get excited for.
Sure.
Let's get excited for this one. First rifle round, MOUZ's T side. They've lost the pistol, took the eco, and now out with the AKs.
Zywoo starting pit. I was wondering if he was going to really be the pit player for a day. That's not happening. Quickly vacates upon no immediate contact. There does look like there's contact coming, though. Flamesy's going to try and maneuver up close, anti-flash, anticipating this. And this is a really powerful position if they want to go for that last second pop out of smoke. Doesn't look like that's the case.
Well, they know there's probably some SMGs still in the mix, right? So just wait it out.
Perfection, does manage to catch Jimmy. Oh, wow, double kill from Flames.
He's relatively open right now.
Yeah, it's a wide open. Brawl and the Sphinx are confirming that now as we've got 3 members of Vitality, going for a quick short round.
Yeah, Bomb's going to feel quite sketched out having to cross long. So waiting to get this room is Torji, and on the flank swiftly is Zywoo.
Like, I think Torji's acknowledged he's coming. It's really quick to this, though. Yeah, Torji, you need to get across. The cover is required, and Brolin provides.
Great shot.
Really nice. Just
be the round winner right
there.
there.
For Zywoo, I suspect. So, Rops, however, is the next challenge for him, and he's done very well back. Quick burst to the face, and a second on top. Okay, Spinks in the clutch. First gun. It's an opportunity to give your team some hope. A little bit of something to hold on to.
Look how late Mezzy is to this.
Yeah, he's taking his sweet time, isn't he? Spinks is using this smoke to have a little bit more of an unorthodox position. Rops won't be expecting this. Did Mezzy spot him? Yes, he did. Mezzy secures it. Vitality do manage to weather the first buy.
That's so frustrating of you, Spinks.
Where are you?
Oh, Goose, you've just killed 2 players long. Mezzy hasn't even shown himself short at all. He's just been left there to simmer in the silence. There's now a 5-round gap. Bomb does go down. Partial buy on the menu now for MOUZ. Timeout called, number 3. Yeah, the fact you see that red blinking lights on one side. Vitality not having called any just yet. It's been a comfortable affair.
I still think we should have a big red button that the coaches can press. Wouldn't that add a bit more pageantry to Counter-Strike?
It would.
Just imagine, like, Xtaz, like, grumpily smashes his fist on the button.
But it would have to be in the middle. He has to walk out into the middle and press it, or is it just behind them?
No, I like the middle.
Because you need something a bit more exposed.
Yeah, no, I like
We're always hearing about the body language.
Yeah. It gives us more to be, you know, armchair psychologists about the way he pressed the button.
Where Yanko tells in NFL, but they throw a towel for some reason, don't they? Or is that a foul?
I think in, yeah, maybe.
And you in, of course!
I do love it when the banter is like analysis.
But it is against their old teammate, right? And one who left, and now look how good they are. So always fun to rub a little bit more salt in a self-inflicted wound. The Kirby.
The Kirby. I was looking for the name. Well done.
Guys, you got to smoke in 3 flashes. They better be damn good.
They're coming now. Okay, Zywood has managed to catch the second man out. Makes him well, competent, gets his. Torgy's done something with the deagle. Oh, hello!
Okay.
Torgy's deagle's hitting today.
Couple of zingers. Still got that long control rotation on the way in through CT.
Okay, so Robson Mezzi moved first, an AWP retrievable.
Oh,
just as he turned his back, they strike from the long side. Flamesy's done very well. Frustrating death.
I'm about to say they can all get a gun because they bought a Galil. There was an A4 on the ramp and the AWP. And Flames goes, nah, I don't think so. 11-5.
Oh, it's a disappointing round to lose.
Especially after that from Torgy, huh?
Couple of those, yeah. Definitely looks good with the Desert Eagle. Well, you've been getting the bomb down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get yourself a full buy now. Got the AWP.
But it's like, it is, like, when you're trying to pick which site you want to hit versus Vitality, I mean, it is just, there's no good option, is there?
No.
Like, do we want to go towards the definition of a Bianca personified in Robs, or do we try something else? We can go towards Flamesy and Zywood if we want.
I reckon Mezzi must be so... Give me a little bit of meat. Take off your head.
Just spotted a tiny fraction of exertion.
Thank you for coming. You've lost the opening pick. And this is for 12 rounds for Vitality.
Just have to bask in the glory of the Counter-Strike from Vitality. Individuals in all the perfect roles. Not maneuvering on the back of Torgy towards the B tunnel. So as far as that conversation we were having, I suppose it's Robson and Mezzi.
The fact that you were at sub 1 minute and your AWP has been able to stay in a 2-1-2 setup, that tells you how confident you are. I mean, if you know you've given out cat, you're normally worried about an execute. They're not worried at all. And they're going to get another one. Okay, well, he did it him.
Wait, Robs? Are you making a push through? That would be very out of character.
It's a good move if they're looking to pop B.
So he would actually, they'd run past him.
Yeah, or he'd block them.
Or block them. I was caught Brawler and finished off the job, and Robs will activate. Does get caught by Torgy on the way out, but 2-on-2 on the site. One hell of a nade. You jump up. I like the cliff. Sphinx, that's promising. He's low HPs. I had that information relayed. Cover from Torgy necessary. Oh, Zai was perfect on the Desert Eagle. Now Torgy hasn't got the time to play this one out. Just has to allow Vitality's 12 to convert virtue of the clock.
Counter-terrorists win.
So that's a Zywoo round. You know, it's not like the Zywoo round, but that is a
It's one of them. He's still 18 and 10. It's like a quiet 18 and 10.
It is a quiet 18.
It's just a quiet game.
It is. Hell of an opening.
Oh, you wanted to try again, Roland. You thought maybe I would have to head over to B. No.
Nah.
Okay. Inferno is up next. That is the map choice of MOUZ.
Oh. Yeah. Doesn't really matter what side he's on. He's just a demon. Here's some double orphan for you. Robs does get spotted out. He can back in. It's crazy.
Hey.
Come on now.
Your name's not Zywoo.
Who do you think you are? They've got top mid, Chad. The bomb is down
the bomb's down suicide. Yeah. All right. With the desk ready yet?
Yeah, they're probably putting on their headsets right now, actually.
I'm glad to pose the question of, what happens if they do win?
Yeah, right. Makes you look really, really smart.
Ah, yes, gentlemen. Come on back. The water's warm.
Not your favorite death. Okay. So you get a couple of kills, you clear out the mid prongs, the aggressive pieces. So I was going to tuck car. Spinks looks like you're... No, he doesn't have the Molotov.
Brolin does.
Brolin does?
Yeah, Brolin does.
And Zywoo might just be forced to smoke it. They're not...
Oh, nice.
Hey.
We're wrapping it up. All right.
Oh.
No, it makes sense.
We can run the music.
Yeah, we
Run
really
the
can.
music.
And there it is! 13-5! Vitality takedown MOUZ again!
And again, and again.
Listen, guys, we're right there with you. I mean, I made the joke about deja vu before we throw it out there. Actual slight regression from Krakow. That was at least 13-6 on Dust 2. But yeah, Vitality not breaking a sweat against MOUZ. Tell me if you've heard that one before.
Many a time, Richard. I did just
Too
say,
many a time.
I don't know if I have one more of these matchups in me, man. Like,
Nah,
talk about it
a lot.
Because
actually,
it's-
no joking. Qualify it. Talk me through it.
Yeah, we'll get into some of the specifics a bit later, but it's just so many times you see the same story again and again, right? Like tactically outplayed, individually outplayed. Just Vitality, the reaction times, the decision making, it's never in doubt. And for MOUZ, it's a combination of, okay, we need to try something differently, and then maybe going for some gambles or trying to will yourself that you're going to get it done by being ultra aggressive at times. And whatever it is that they try and do, Vitality has an answer for it. They just shut them down every single time.
Yeah, on the flip side, Vitality, they're just so much more imposing in this kind of matchup. I mean, the amount of times that you see them moving up middle into lower B, fighting for position, I feel like they're the ones that are always jockeying for it, whereas MOUZ, on the other hand, just a bit limp, just kind of ready to stand aside. I mean, they're the freest bouncer entry into any club you could ask for. So I hope I get that
No
next
ID
time.
required, yeah. It's just one of these things where it's like, look, I do genuinely sympathize when you're just running up against your nemesis. You know, for example, in other sports, you know, if you play in someone else's era and you're always second to them, very frustrating. But it's like, look, I'm in the presence of greatness. But here's the thing, you have to change something. You have to try new things. And I mean, there just was... I don't know, this literally what I was going to ask, is it possible if we could just run the death segment from Krakow and see if it was any different?
Well, it was different. They didn't lose. Well, wouldn't be really much different, would it? But I think they didn't lose to Glock Ecos, right? They didn't lose to pistols
They
in this
changed
game.
the setup up.
Yeah.
I was ready for the same sort of instance to occur, but you know they were more in the 3-2 setup on the anti-force instead of the 2-1-2.
They lost in a more classic fashion.
Yeah,
you know,
that's fair. I mean, obviously as well, it certainly doesn't help that every time it looked like they had a break, like a sort of narrow opportunity, if Zywoo was alive, then it wasn't really an opportunity.
Zywoo was just fantastic in this one. I can't believe I'm taking up the Zywoo, actually. I mean, yeah, Zywoo was so spot on with mechanically in this one. Every single opportunity that he was gifted, he was just flicking people down left and right. I mean, eat your heart out for boring shots. This one had all the exciting ones.
Yeah, I think it's a great game for all the people that didn't want to categorize him as an opper or like put him in a conversation as
he didn't want himself to be an opper at times.
An opper of the year. Yeah. But I think we can get into some of the specifics, Richard, because I saw something that
let's do it.
Blew my mind. Because I thought it was maybe whatever, but then they did it one more time later on in the game.
Okay,
So it's the first gun round, right? Like they're 3-0 up. Vitality is going to go back towards long. There's a 3B set. What is this setup on A? Like there's a 3B stack. They don't have short. They don't have long. Look at them. Torji is on slope. He's not even like, look what Brolan is holding long from Goose, and Torji is holding short from slope. Counter-Strike 101 on Dust 2 is, if you lose control of both long and short on A, you're screwed. You're just getting pincered. You have nowhere to hide, nowhere to do anything, to turn from flashes, evade utility. That's why you see teams when they lose long, what do? Run towards short, volley deep, flash, get there, get that control, fight for mid, push B tunnels, do all this stuff. They have willingly put themselves into this setup where in the end, sort of, it took Zaiwu getting a couple of kills, but that wasn't because the setup was great. I mean, Torji even gets sort of caught by the players coming out long, and I cannot, like, I don't know. I lost a lot of respect for Cyclone because of this one setup.
You don't know.
I don't know
You
what,
don't
what
know
is
if
the
it is
thought.
him.
What is
You
the
don't know
thought?
if it
What
is
is
Cyclone.
what is the thought process here? Like, okay, you have a
that's planned. That's
you have a
clearly
3B
planned.
stack. Then they did it one more time later on in the CT side. Okay, you have a 3B stack. And what are you, if they come A, you're what? What's the plan? Like if they go 5 short, the only time, that's what happened the other time. They went sort of 5 short execute, and okay, you see Torji and the other guy is hiding in Goose, right, to be the Joker player. That obviously you don't have the long guy in that equation, and that's the only thing. But that's the one way where it will not go terribly wrong, is if that this just one thing happens. That's why you see teams when they do this, you try to play for long, right? The Opera is holding the angle and someone else is close by, because you can always retake short. The Opera can always, with long being secured, hold those angles, maybe get a kill, keep them contained, so they plan for short and have to stay at short, so then the 3 players from B can, you know, crunch and you can go for a retake together.
I do see MOUZ more than other teams kind of commit these cardinal sins of Counter-Strike. I feel like beyond just what we see in that setup there, so frequently are they the kind of team that seems to just kind of be out meta mind gaming. Like I've heard before, when they have had 4 B stacks on Inferno, they just keep cycling through smokes, almost disguising that they have a 4B stack, but then you just see teams move away from the stack, and I feel like that's sometimes, it's almost like they're outthinking themselves. They're trying to just be too smart for their own good. I mean, if they take some long control with nades, or they take some short control with nades, they might, it seems like they expect that, oh, that's going to signal to the other team too much of what our intent is, but then by just playing into a bad setup, it's just completely undermined every single kind of meta game trick you're trying to pull right there.
It's one thing to consistently lose to an opponent, right? But Apex has actually broken Cyclone, I feel like, and the rest of MOUZ, because when you resort to things like this, you feel like if we just do what I explained, sort of a default way to play 3B 2A, right? Oh, they'll know, you know, they'll just walk out short without throwing a single piece of utility and shoot us in the back, like on long, or something ridiculous like that. Like, that's why they do things. They feel like, oh, Vitality, this is too simple for Vitality. There's no way they'll be able, when that's not the reality. Like, they don't have X-ray. They don't know, like, you don't need to go this much out of your way to try to disguise what you're doing.
Has anti-stratting gone too far? That's just what I take from it.
We didn't even have time to mention that Inferno, their pick, is coming. It was the Yanko Catharsis hour, is it?
I've never seen something like this. I've seen some bad teams play a long time. I've seen teams do weird crap on servers. This has broken me. Like, there's nothing, like, just for anyone who
It's
plays
so inexplicable.
pugs,
It's just so
anyone
inexplicable,
who plays
really.
pugs and you fight for long as CT and you lose it, what do? Viewers in chat, tell me. You take short. Like, that's the only thing you can do. There's nothing else you can do. No, they willingly give it all up and are just chilling in Goose. Maybe Brolan really likes that fight from Goose towards long. I don't know, with an M4 against the AKs. Sick.
Right, well, the good news is it's not Dust 2 after the break. It's going to be Inferno. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role with 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Vitality have been dominant once again when it comes to the prestigious events, and they're looking to do it here at Cluj-Napoca. I got Apex with me from Vitality, and let's just look at this, right? You're starting off 2026 similar to 2025. Does that give you some vibes? Does it give you some feelings already? Is it too early to say, mate?
So yeah, I mean, it feels good, but no, it's not like going at the step of 2025. We're not even thinking about it. We just take event by event, gonna give our best at each event, and that's it.
And that's what you guys always do, and it's worked out pretty damn well.
Yeah.
Now, you yourself, you said that ZywOo played the best event ever for himself, right? And we saw this. I think this was a standout performance. But did you notice something different in him, or was it just?
No, yeah.
Can you explain, shed some light? Because there's a lot of people who go, oh well, he always plays like this, but this was a different level.
People don't imagine that today. I mean, that day or that event, he played way differently.
Yeah.
He was more aggressive, first of all. Something that we liked a bit sometimes of him, like doing more openings, etc. And he wasn't missing. While with Hope, he used to miss a bit more, and he used the Hope more than usual.
Yes,
as well.
yeah.
And that felt good for our game because, I mean, of course, when your AVP has the Hope a lot of time and he doesn't miss, it's quite good for your team. So, yeah. And actually, I think that 2 of the 5 players didn't play the best at this event particularly. I think Robs and Mezzi were not in the best shape, to be, I'm honest. But we didn't see it too much because ZywOo was just too good. So imagine if ZywOo was playing like that and the 2 others at their level.
That's a problem. That might be game breaking.
I guess so.
And you're already close to doing that as well. You say it with a smile on your face. Is this something you're expecting to see as the change for him now? Like can you rely on it?
I mean, we can't rely on what he did because it's too high, to be honest.
Not what he did, but maybe the way he was playing, like in that style now.
I actually hope that he saw himself that he can be so much like even more useful, I would say, in our game.
Yeah.
Because he was like really, of course, I was always good, but people can see that it's a big difference from what he's done there than what he usually does. And he was like, yeah, it was actually really good to play with that, and it helped us so much overall to get a few entries, or it was communicated even more than before, etc. But it's normal when you feel it like that. Of course, it's a lot easier.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at Cluj-Napoca. Bit of history for you here, mate.
11 years ago?
11 years ago. Some people watching might not have been watching Counter-Strike back then, right? But you did lift your first major trophy then. Now, does there come any feelings? Does there come anything into your mind? Do you reflect on a bit of nostalgia?
Of course. I mean, when I arrived and when I knew we would participate to this event, I was like, okay, that's where I won my first major back in 15 when I was an entry fragger. That's a long time ago. 11 years in a career is a long time, mostly in CS. But yeah, I mean, it's a good vibe. A bit different moment of the year. I think I won in November. No, it's February, so it's a bit different. But actually, I think that the city itself improved. I think it's a lot better now. I went to work yesterday, and I remember a few things that were not the same. So it's actually good to be here at 11 years after, and hopefully make it happen again.
So it's like you've improved, the city's improved, it's all improving around you. Ready to lift another trophy.
Let's see. That's the goal always. When Vitality participates in a tournament, it's here to win. But other team also wants to win. They also want to get their hands on trophy. Only us in PARIVISION for now get a trophy. So yeah, I think the big dogs are hungry.
Definitely so. You're going to keep trying to steal it away from them though. Now, I also want to look at, you've always spoken about how good you guys managed the schedule, especially last year, right? Obviously here you're doing beginning of the year, 3 events back to back. Still feel good? Still have that same kind of idea on the energy and feeling?
Well, you have to make choices between events. And for us, we have to look at the rest, of course. We have to look at the VIA response. We have to look at how big the tournament is and how many teams are going there. We need now to look at the Grand Slam. Yeah. So we had a lot of stuff to look at, but for us, that was the best idea, was to do that. First of all, because a lot of teams came to Cluj and PGL got bigger and bigger last year. So that was also for us our first tournament with PGL, and every team are here except Spirit. So it's actually pretty good.
And lastly, I just want to finish up by asking, I know your goal is obviously to lift the trophy. That's all you guys ever do.
Yeah.
But what do you feel could be the biggest thing that could stop that from happening? Or which team could be the biggest threat to you guys here?
It's a classic answer, but first it's ourselves. We know that if we play our A game, it's tough for any team. Because we have the players, because we have the team play, because I think we have a bit more everything than others. But here, obviously, FURIA. I mean, we just beat them in the grand final of Krakow. They took time for them to come back at the 2025 end level, but they are here now.
Yeah.
Falcons are always a dangerous threat. They are amazing players. Unfortunately for them, they didn't go through the group stage in Krakow, but we always know that never count Falcons out of the tournament, that's for sure. MOUZ are always a tough prospect, even though we beat them the last few times, but you never know. We lost to them as well. It's possible. Spirits are not there. I think that's the three big dogs that can stop us. But once again, if we play our A game, it's gonna be tough for them.
Well, let's see how tough it will be for them. Thank you very much, Apex, for your time, and good luck, mate.
Thank you.
A very good afternoon and evening to you, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're watching from. You're tuning in to Vitality MOUZ, and Dust 2's already done. It was a quick and efficient one if you did miss it. Yanko just about calming down now. He was, not mincing
having a
words.
moment.
He wasn't mincing words.
He was having a moment.
It was thoroughly enjoyable, at least to listen to. It wasn't probably enjoyable for MOUZ on the first map, but Inferno, Chad assures me it's going to be a better game.
A lot of fake news going around at the moment.
I like to spread misinformation.
That could be some of it as well. I can't guarantee anything right now, but I do hope for a better game.
Okay.
If not, here's a mantra everyone can play their pugs by. If it can't be good, let it be quick.
That is a solid mantra.
So if it can't be good, let it be quick.
But also I would also say you don't want to jump to the can't. You know, sometimes...
Oh, look, hold on.
Yeah.
Give it a go.
Right.
But
if you've lost to, I don't know...
If you're getting hammered, you're getting hammered.
Yeah. And if the team you're up against, I don't know, is...
Vitality.
Yeah.
One of the teams of all time.
That would probably be, where it does become a can't. You can, however, register for the pre-sale for the PGL Major Singapore 2026. I want to see Singapore.
Rounding out the year in GMT +8, what a time to be alive.
Right.
A lot of people not understanding that, but Singapore is in the same time zone as the beautiful Perth, Western Australia.
I've only seen Singapore Airport, and that's nice.
It is nice.
It is
a very nice
They've got
airport.
a garden.
Singapore's a nice place.
Like Butterfly Garden.
I have been to Singapore a couple of times. All right, let's get this one underway, shall we?
T-Star.
Been to Inferno a couple of times in this head-to-head.
Yeah, okay.
We split the pistols on map number 1, and they're going to trundle up the guts here silently, but there is an explosive finish behind it.
There is. So Mezzi's not going to be first. It's Zai with a track. Oh! Wow! That is a clean double out of Zaiwu's USP. The tracking, just absolutely flawless. Bit of a fight back from Brolan. He manages to remove one.
Ooh, bomb spotted, dipping back down mid, so they will need to rotate somebody back to B.
Or two bodies to B.
Well, this is the problem. They won't be ahead of the banana play. So if they brazenly, they won't brazenly just start clearing top banana half wall. They know that they've lost that on the timing. But they might...
How about this?
Pair up and slowly walk down to trade off with one another.
Oh. No, Flamesy's going to do it on his own.
Well, at least he was ushered in.
Yeah, right. But Apex trusts him. So he'll scarper over. And if he gets to Library before they exit... Ooh, okay. It's going to be like a 3-on-2.
Guys, we know exactly where you are. And now you're in a worse position than you were moments ago.
Yeah, and Flames is actually behind you. You're not clearing this.
Oh.
He hasn't got a headshot. Okay, now back to B. This could be fun. This is a classic Inferno.
Oh, he's kind of cooked the pooch on that one, hasn't he?
He has. The pooch has been boiled alive.
Do you block? You can block. You're not blocking. No blocking.
Choosing not to.
Hearing
with
now.
A full belt. Oh, he ain't Zywoo, is he?
Oh, this one feels like they're going to lose it now.
It does, doesn't it? HE's good. Boom! The HE's great. I changed my mind.
You have to plant. He can run you down.
Get you off the
that's the round. Okay. Ah, Jimmy, you didn't even get any loss bonus there, Chief. So
that was fun, though.
It was fun. It had an ebb and a flow.
Oh, definitely had some fun and games.
Oh, they smile. They're kind of smiling.
I think
there's also an adage that if you don't laugh, you'll cry.
Yes. I'm good at both of those things.
Laughing and crying simultaneously.
I've done that before as well.
So MOUZ will be crying if they lose this one. They will be having to eco into the next.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Rob's either read them like a book or just got a little bit of lady luck on his side.
Whoa. Can we go back to that A4, Chev? No, the A4, Chev.
Oh, the A4.
Look at look at what they've done with the flames on the hair of the dude.
Yeah, they've given him like a flaming mullet.
Thanks, Chev. Thanks for humouring me.
Oh wow, you're getting the full. It's a crown, obviously.
Red zone.
Pretty cool.
Only 99 kills on it.
Brand new.
Farming. Okay, well, they're heading to B. Apex is here. Rotation's on the way. It's already joined him. Mezzi can help assist. Good night. All right. Eco now.
Chad.
Yes, Alex.
Could you give everyone at home like a little bit of like a Counter-Strike fundamentals, just because I think there was a good example in that one. You know when Flamesy was in that, he keeps kind of like moving it to further off the wall. He kind of crouches further forward. He keeps kind of going back and forth. He's not just playing statically in the corner. It's that we kind of put it active on the angle. You know what I mean? What is the logic there? Is it just because CS2 or is it always been a thing?
I think it's a little bit from column A, a little bit from column B. It definitely hasn't always been that way, right? You would very statically hold angles, especially back in the 1.6 days.
Yeah.
And a lot of punishment would happen if you did get caught peeking an angle. You would just get spammed because everything was essentially paper thin.
Yeah.
I think a part of it, and I don't want to upset Loba, it's something I don't like doing, especially at the big 2026. Definitely a part of CS2. It feels like there is, either it's the subtick, I don't want to blame it, right? But there's a part of it where in the motion, right? Swinging is rewarded.
Right.
But I also think a factor of that is that players in the modern game are also so good that their pre-aim of angles, if given the opportunity, everybody now clears angles like Rops did when he first started playing Tier 1 CS and CSGO.
And it enables you to punish people who are pre-aiming. You know, you catch them looking at the wall, etc.
So, right, you're not fully initiating the fight there, but you are ready to activate as soon as you take the info. So that's why very rarely, unless you're an AWPer, you're standing still. Otherwise, you're always doing some type of a micro jiggle or a pattern that you were just talking about with maybe a crouch coming in or a different style of a swing. A couple of awkward pieces of utility there, but
the French aren't like massive cricket team, are they?
I don't think so, but I have been reading that if Vitality win this series today, King Mezzi will repair relationships with the UK and France once and for all.
Wow.
So there is a lot on the line for this best of three. The arena, of course, the playoffs, but France and the UK friendly again.
That's a lot of 8 damage. How much util damage do you think in 3 rounds of play Vitality have managed to acquire?
Collectively?
Yeah, this is a prediction market I've just started.
250?
I don't have right click bound, so I can't tell you.
I can do it.
250 was your guess?
Yeah, that's what I went for, yeah. What do you reckon?
I'm going to say 180.
100. Rops has done 237 on his own. Whoa. Apex has done 170, and Zoe has done 20. Whoa. So we were both well off. All right, gun rounds. We like these ones.
Fun.
Exertion will be tussling up Banana against the likes of FlameZ and Apex.
FlameZ's just holding a nade for a reaction. Spamming safe from the HE, now gets the green light to take a deeper spam and nade. Exertion down to 62. Returns to Logs, spotted out on the jump beat. Ooh, pays a little heavier of a price than he would have liked. God, it is such a little mind game, isn't it? So many nades. Hello!
Ahead of the flash!
Aggressive from ZywOo, still gets one. They're advancing onto the A side quick, though. This is a 4 versus 2 right now. You got Robs, you got Mezzy, a crossfire.
Nobody threw apps, though.
Nobody threw apps, so Robs could very well farm up. Nice clear from Jimmy. Not ready for the second. Mezzy on the box, needs a double, unable to provide. MOUZ have taken this site and will get themselves off of that 0.
Okay, Apex has still got his head screwed on straight. He's going to be playing for the save.
Unnecessary. Yeah, not cool, is it, Chef? Oh gosh.
That's the frustrations of losing the rounds.
Yeah,
You know, it's just, sometimes you've got to take the chickens down with you.
Put all of his sins into it.
There's still a couple alive. Don't tell Apex.
What's with the white eyes? It's like a haunted, possessed chicken?
Remember when they used to do pumpkins?
I remember pumpkins.
Well, they look like ghosts.
Yeah. Back when they cared.
Don't start that
I'm
bit.
joking. I'm literally
it's such
just...
a strong bit. It's such a good bit. Valve don't even care about the game,
They don't
man.
care. Look at the chickens, man. They don't care anymore.
Chickens look better now than they ever have.
That is a high polygon chicken. The highest of polygons.
All right, that is one of the 13 required to win a map against Vitality.
Wow. And if they win this one,
they're on their way.
That would be 2.
They are well on their way. Money broken. Vitality on an eco. They can make it 3.
I'm excited. Going to arrive at half wall, and Exertion's going to once again be operating with heavy nade damage if he's not careful.
Half wall, half health.
Yeah, consistently.
Oh dear.
Double nade. Okay, they evade. Solid work. That's the swing from FlameZ. He's not scared. Even turns the flash, gets his.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, this is high octane. Nice from Apex. Oh, the molly doesn't spread. He's got that safe haven for his one.
Well, you know Mezzy was B, the flash assist in the feed, so you can guarantee that there is another member over on the side waiting for your push. You get yourself in a 3v3. You have ZywOo's AWP that you need to get past, which is committed on the A side. It's Rops who'll be playing rotation between both the sites. And Jimmy's still alive. You can piece together, likely lurking in the apartment. ZywOo will backpedal to the bike. There is no molly available to flush him out.
Yeah, he's going to make the short side very difficult access point unless Jimmy can remove him. ZywOo versus 3. Peeks on in, removes Spinks, trade attempt now from the balcony position, nearly hits him on the cross as well. Torji, though, should be able to get the bomb down. Should be able to get it planted! Jimmy sat on his ass! ZywOo solo A-holds pretty much. Now the cavalry arrive. The spray from Torji finds just one. Wow. He makes that look easy. I promise you it's not.
I like the death sentiment. I think Maui mentioned this about ZywOo's form this year.
Yeah, I did like that.
And
then Richard kind of stole his point a little bit as well.
Oh, are you spreading more fake news? Is it? What are you doing?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to have fun.
Throwing spanners in the works?
Yeah, but like next week, just to come down.
Something to discuss there, but anyway, I didn't just bring that up for no reason.
Yeah.
The form, watching ZywOo so far in 2026 has been a pleasure.
Yes.
Like, he's playing like the best player in the world. I know that seems reductive, but the confidence, right?
Yeah.
the type of fights that he's going for, the type of fights that he's winning.
Wow. FlameZ is such a nuisance. And down goes Jimmy early. It's got a very familiar feeling. Start of Inferno here.
Do you think Zywa would give me 10% of his Counter-Strike ability?
If he could, he probably would.
I just want 10.
You could have 10.
How much would you pay for 10% of Zywa's Counter-Strike ability?
Maybe 6 or 7 PT50 Samjins.
I see the audience that we're aiming to impress here today.
I've got nothing else, man. Okay, number funny, 8-9.
Back in my day, it was 6-9.
That was it, yeah. Where did 420 come from? What's the origin story of that? I'm going to find out for you guys. We'll educate ourselves today.
Glad we could learn something.
1970s, apparently coined as a code word.
I'm glad you kept reading internally before finishing it externally.
It was in reference to 4:20 p.m.
I see, of course,
where
everyone's
students would
favorite
regularly
time.
meet after school.
For a good old time.
Yeah.
Breaking into B. Everybody's here. They've
Hang
got
on.
2.
You might get a plant.
You might.
You might. He hasn't hit the wall bang. Smoke has faded. Bomb does get planted. You can swing into the side woo, and he only needs to see your shoulder. Hits one into the clavicle.
Frame mogged.
Got absolutely wall mogged. He's wall bang maxing right now.
Is it Jester maxing?
Oh,
now he's going to be on top of all this stuff.
Yeah.
Come on, Spinks.
That was a nice shot.
Give us the 1v3.
He's clutch maxing right now. He's diffuse maxing right now. And so 5-1. A nice shot, though, in the attempt. Didn't engage in that second fight. Timeout time. Get the music up. Let's go.
Don't you want something a little bit more oomph?
Oomph?
Oomph.
Oomph. Yeah, what, like
Ugh.
kind of like a... Not going to do it. Not going to do it. But like kind of more like Blade Runner or something.
I was thinking Crazy Frog.
Oh, ring, ding, ding, ding.
You know,
Yeah.
everyone would know it's a timeout. You know, you'd lock in.
Actually, valid. I wonder if, like, not the statute of limitations, but you know what? Whatever the songs when they expire and they're free for the world.
Free use.
I don't think that's it, is it?
Isn't it? You can do like 15-second clips of stuff, right?
Someone just said, "Machine, you are 35 years old." Yeah.
Well, hold up. No, he's not.
I'm not.
He's not.
But I am. I agree. I am too old to be talking the way I am.
But we do it for you, the people at home.
Yeah.
This
Sometimes that is the most recent way I get off of my phone is I look at some of the ridiculous TikToks or whatever Instagrams and Reels and I go, I am a grown ass man. What am I watching?
Well, right now we're watching a video game.
Exactly.
And we're having a good time.
I
don't know if our audience.
No one's going to get
know
that reference.
No,
you're right. Back in the day, we used to get adverts on the television for sounds you could buy, like MP3 files you could buy by sending a text.
And that was back in the day.
That was what our living room looked like.
All right, MOUZ, come on. We need something. It can't be more of the same. We beg you. We, the Counter-Strike fan, I want everybody to channel their energy to MOUZ right now. In your living room right now. At your PC, wherever you are, on the phone, on the bus.
Let's do it, the power.
Close your eyes.
Let's manifest.
Well, no, keep them open, but put your hands in the sky and channel the
cans
energy
in the air.
out of those fingertips to MOUZ to help them in this battle against Vitality.
Are we just, we're saying like a Counter-Strike prayer?
It's a bit like Goku with the Spirit Bomb,
Yes.
but...
I don't know that reference, but
It's
yes,
all right, it's all
exactly.
right.
Is that over 9,000?
Yes.
Yes.
Here we go.
We didn't get the memo.
Flashed.
They're
Everyone's
both blind. Whoa, staring at each other with white screen. Drops, gets the double before they find him. That's round 6 for Vitality. I will say the Observers are doing a great job, though, today.
Shout out to
Chev and J-Raz. You can find Chev on Twitter. That's Chev CSGO. Don't know why he hasn't updated it.
There's
What
a
an
few
idiot.
people stuck in the CSGOs. They haven't updated to the CS2s.
And J-Raz, he's got Twitter, but he doesn't tweet, so I'm not even going to tell you about that one.
Okay, that was just, guys, everyone at home, For those audio-only listeners, that was a partial buy.
Yes, this is
We're
what
into the full guns right now. Scoreline at 6-1. Banana control being taken by Exertion. Push down to Logs. Half wall molly. Car block smoke.
Visual bug.
Still in the game.
Still in the game.
Apex with Util at the ready. Flamesy out to Sandbag. Fight coming his way. 4 up Banana.
Okay, this is promising. He's going to be forced to throw out his smoke grenade. Will stay near. Oh, he's actually found an opening once more. Exertion cannot catch a break. Chewing at blood splatters. Woof, and Spinks so lucky to be alive. The double nades are brutal.
They just keep coming. All right, well, they do have the man advantage.
In a way.
In a big way.
Torji and Spinks have 5 HP combined.
It's just going to take one shot onto Merriman and Pitt. And they're in. Mops joined Apex over towards B.
Okay.
He's playing assertively as Mr. Merriman.
And they are low HP.
Does he find the timing?
He's the universe. But Torchi's going to be on the angle if he walks it, but he's just going to be in this kind of limbo position and bit of bit of nowhere. And if they're going long wrap, does he choose to search? Spinks on that 1 HP. He starts to round the corner, but nobody's home. He's not going to have any info.
If he gets into Boiler.
Could be the play.
Well, they'll give over the site.
This is cheeky.
Hello. I hear ya.
Didn't get spotted. Undetected indeed. Let Nezzy cook. Oh, just the one.
All right.
Trade.
Nice round. Regardless of all the util damage, they're going to walk away with their second. So good stuff, MOUZ. 6-2. That, because there is a slight delay, that's everybody channeling the energy.
There it is. You're right.
You're
absolutely right.
So we're manifesting the results together, everybody.
I'm going to check that util damage stat. It was already crazy round 3. What is it now? They hit some more bangers. We'll see it after the round explosion. The round explosion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Troller didn't get far enough away down second mid, poor guy. So he goes down with the ship. But that's all right. Second round, we're slowly chipping away. Alex, utility damage update, please, sir.
Apex just went from 170 to 400. Make that make sense. He'd thrown multiple nades.
Yeah.
I did it myself.
Yep. Probably one of the best changes.
Yeah, no, actually.
The nade drop.
Yeah, and we were all ringing the alarm
We're
bell.
always skeptical, aren't we?
Yeah, change is scary. But the grenade drops, and it does feel like, teams are still, kind of refining their use of it.
Okay, so feigning Banana presence right now, but pretty hefty investment of bodies. So they have 3 players from MOUZ starting over towards second mid. They might want to take Boiler and Holes a little bit on a quicker timing. So I was AWP in the mix. It's going to start porch side. So they have been trying to do these sweep-ins Vitality to clear out and get a cluster of MOUZ caught around half wall or just ahead. I think they've had enough of that as they are hoping for an A finish with a 4-man setup right now. Jimmy burrows in deep carpet.
Yeah,
he's
so
patrolling
just gets long.
rotations. Yeah, this is a nice spot for Jimmy for at least one. He knows one's balcony / pit side, so helping to identify the setup. This is good.
Claims he took a quick trip to A and has returned to his B duties, but it does seem like MOUZ feel like A successes could be replicated.
Oh, that's a big commit.
Yeah, nearly chased him down there.
He has to get reloaded. 10
I think
bullets.
he wants to fight him. Short wraps imminent. He just wants to run at him, and he's done well. Robs ding through the wall. Headshot from Mezzy as well. Trade from Xertion denied. It's solid from Mezzy. Zywoo catches a little one onto Spinks. Falls into place perfectly on the A setup. I loved Robs' proactivity there.
I've got something for you. It's low-hanging fruit. But you know the other day you were doing like the man-in-man?
Yeah.
Push death.
Oh, I literally... Yeah, Merry Men?
Yeah.
It's in my head already.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
I'm
Yeah.
just trying to get it out of my head.
Sorry.
But I feel like we could do a whole track.
Okay, so I need a follow-up of some type.
Yeah. We put you in like a do-rag.
I thought you meant just commentary, but we are turning it into a whole bit.
Yeah.
I see. 7-2, partial bite, a couple of techers, a deagle, a Galil, an AK, even some smokes.
Merry Man.
The palm bows.
Yep. Blood in their eyes and they can't win.
Guys, so I was AWPing Banana.
He's doing it his own way.
You have to feel that you are going into a 4A rifle setup once you know the orb's established on the banana line.
Valid. So maybe this is just kind of fakery.
Well, I said it 4A, right? It could be 4A with the orb rotating back and leaving FlameZ or Apex.
Yeah. In the perfect position to receive that opening kill. Torji did find Apex in the meantime, though. So that you're seeing Apex on A. Maybe there's more where that came from. But maybe you can brute force it.
I can't believe they're phasing this smoke.
Yeah, Torji can.
You had banana control with Zywo. If that felt unnecessary.
It did. Lost them. Fine, just dipping in and out of cover makes it look so comfortable. Bomb retrieval. Clutch for Torji. 20 seconds and suspects they're both behind that Moto smoke. Goes for the plant default site. Here's them jumping through. They fake the movements. Torji gets himself that bomb planted. Okay. This could be a bit of a fire starter. If Torji can just tap that first head, they're going to double swing him. Nice first. Oh, lovely. Ace clutch out of Torji. Gives MOUZ something to hold on to.
That's what we're talking about, Torji. Great work there on the AK-47, and you're up against Zywo and Rops in that one, so that is a nasty clutch.
He's played that beautifully. This rundown onto Mezzi. Scoops up the bomb. He's doing it all, Chad. 5 kills, bomb plant. He's done everything MOUZ needed. Gives him something to celebrate. Look at that round timeline. Just nothing consecutive.
Yeah, regardless. You know, it doesn't matter how you get him, just as long as you get him.
Sure.
You know what I think is quite interesting that, and maybe this could be a discussion point for the desk, but have you noticed how many times they've had Mezzi pit anchoring?
I have.
And that's normally Rops' job, right? So I think they're just, you know, these little mini mind games, subverting the expectation. Okay, you think, well, Mezzi's going to be, as soon as, like, Rops has taken contact from site, or in some of these scenarios, he's over towards Moto.
Yeah, I see you.
And even in rotations, Rops has gone over towards B to help Apex in one of those rounds. So leaving Mezzi as the A anchor a little bit more.
And that's something you've been drawing my attention to. You know, they've really refined that on Mirage, right? Where, like, Vitality have always got a joker somewhere on the CT side. Maybe that's just something they're kind of continuing to add these layers to.
It's always good to have the variety, and it's great if you've got... Oh, they're going to come through this, Alex. Big fight here.
Okay, yeah, Apex surely not going to have vision. Doesn't get the kill. FlameZ does, though. He's fragging for 2 right now. And a whole belt of utility awaiting FlameZ.
So it's about Shahana overplaying his hand in this situation. They are still staying with the 3-man A setup currently. They have full mid control, or at least they did until Jimmy throws down that smoke. So moving the vision, but because they're so far forward, Rops will say, hey, this is fine, and you can actually back off if you want, Zywo. Go and help out Flames. So as he dips over, you take a little bit of stock right now of what Zywo has on his belt, and it's going to be a couple of flashes. So he will be able to alley-oop FlameZ, who is still playing very passively, just from the coffin side. It's a flash. Peek, and another one.
Beautiful from FlameZ. 3 kills deep in this round. A perfect HE down the pocket of Spinks. No other options but to commit here. He's playing it safe. He's playing it by the book, and Robs has locks the door, tucks in, even anticipates Spinks on the reclear.
I think they have Spinks' number so badly. Yeah, this is the player they know that he's going to take the more passive options, or he's always going to be considering the flanks. And every time they're against him in some of these clutch situations, they seem to just ice him out. That's an 8-3. Up next, FURIA taking on Falcons.
Hell yeah.
That's a headliner right there.
And you can see Exertion's opening jewels there. That's just testament to how difficult of a half he's had trying to break through the FlameZ Apex banana hold. It's been a rough one for him. 1 kill, 10 deaths. 5 of those deaths being an opening. Oh, God! These nades are getting out of control. Serious damage. Okay, headshot, overkill. Finally something for Exertion. They just want to run at him. They just want to run at him. Zywo's going to catch every single one of you. darting in and out of the apartment. A quick scope, Spinks runs out. No Zai was around here somewhere, just taking the fight with the pistol. Zaiwu gets it done. God, this is a massacre. This isn't a fair fight. Vitality have got cement in their gloves.
So how many losses to Vitality does it take before you change your roster? That's the question. This would be number 11.
This is number 11?
It will be
could
number
be,
11.
yeah,
It is possible that it's number 11.
And if it were, I would say...
Look at Exertion. Do you think he looks happy? He looked like a happy man to you, Alex?
He looked like a happy man.
You know what happy people look like. Is he a happy-looking guy?
He's not necessarily looking like the happiest, no.
What, would you say content?
Probably not that either. I think I'd probably say... like a familiar melancholy, if I'm allowed to...
okay, all right.
Like, it's kind of funny, but only funny because if you don't laugh, you'll cry. You know, it's just
Is
one
that
of
like
those.
Marmalade or?
Marmalade. Oh, yeah, nade damage. Let me have a look at
I'm
that.
about to add it up.
Oh.
I was waiting. Do you want me to add it up?
Yeah, do some quick maths.
Well, I'm doing mobile phone maths.
Less cool. I like to try and do it on in my mind and do it wrong.
No, I swear, mate! Fuck yourself, fucking Peter! Putain, damn it!
He's saying what we're thinking. They have in the first half 1,150 utility damage.
Oh wow, that feels like a bit of a record breaker.
So that's a guys, that's a lot of utility damage.
That is a lot of utility
That's an awful lot of utility damage. Another opening death exertion.
You're right. I mean,
why are we enjoying this suffering?
I mean, I don't know.
Hello. Goodbye. Is it going to be 2?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Torji's hit some nice shots.
He has.
That's been the highlight of the series for MOUZ.
Torji is the highlight of MOUZ. Oh. Brilliant. Just Mezzy to get past. And he's done it. Torji. So we've had a brilliant ace clutch. Now we have a 4K shutdown on the pistol. He's keeping us interested. So you get Torji.
Yeah, okay.
Dead Fox.
Okay. Was his... Yeah, okay. I think Dead Fox only 31 or something I saw the other day.
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
like, that
So a
doesn't
young
make
man.
any sense. How is he only 31?
Maybe Wild Edit.
He's commentating now.
Is he?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah,
That is
he's
cool.
doing commentary now, World Edit. Pain vs G2 is live at the same time. If everyone wants to tune into that, Jason Moses O'Toole alongside of his sidekick Dinko.
And tell Jason in the chat that his beard looks good.
Healthy beard.
It's a healthy beard. Torji. No, we're not losing it. Don't you worry.
We're not. Full eco, guns out now. They managed to scamper back that M4. It would have been 3 SMGs otherwise. So 2 M4s, 2 SMGs, and a drop available for Spinks. So they should be all good in the hood as they look to turn their attention to the papers. Now they win this. It'll be another light buy out of Vitality, and we've got a game. Right, it can very quickly go from the 9-3 half to 9-7, and the match is back on at that point.
Yeah.
So it's all been fun and games up until right now, but will Vitality keep the pedal to the metal, or do we have a map on our hands?
They win this one, a lock in.
Vitality win this one, they lock in the playoffs.
Yeah, pretty much. Do think that is priority number 1 for Vitality, is doing this in the 3-0 fashion. There are perks to that.
As long as Exertion doesn't die first,
he won't.
Everyone will be happy.
Yeah.
Or content, or... Oh, okay.
Like
A little bit of info.
Flamesy's Molotov not really going to force any reactions. Spinks can confirm it's clear.
So good info to keep at least the 2 on B. It's the Exertion Brolin combo is starting to group up for Banana now. A wave of U2 lands. Got it on top of the half wall. A flash and a flurry as they do confirm Sandbags is theirs. For the finish, it's just a handful of smokes, molly and a couple of flashes. That's Coffin's smoke right there, yeah. From downtown.
I like that. Love that. Off you go. Crossfire, Brolin, good for it on the MP7. Then Exertion will activate. Solid double out of Exertion. They'd have lost the sight, but a flash push. He's going straight for Apex. Love the bravery. Puts Robs into a rather uncomfortable 1 versus 3. They should be able to deny the plant that is so necessary for him. Is he really going to fall into the trap of faking this out? Yeah, smoke will fade. He'll punish the first, but caught out on the Jimmy swing. MOUZ 6, Vitality 9, game on.
And we see this a lot from Torji, right? He's the consistent figure that we see, at least loudly. It doesn't mean that players aren't saying things to keep the mood good or trying to bring up the energy from MOUZ. It's just Torji is the only one that has that loud vocal voice. And continuing it right now, and well, he's been making plays that should make your teammates believe. He is at the tippy top of the scoreboard, absolutely hammering them with his output. So if the rest of them are able to start joining Torji, who is 17 kills, 11 deaths.
He's doing everything he can.
Yeah, so at this point, you know, he's holding on, hoping that the rest of them get their act together.
Hungarian Zaiwu. The same amount of frags. Can't even get back early on the orb.
They have triple nades, so normally we would discuss this being for pit. I was wondering if it was going to be maybe use mouth of banana, or they could use it towards CT or coffins if they know that there's a potential jiggle on some of these anti-force setups, or anti-partial, excuse me. Ah. The Viper wall. And guess what? Torji is back at the pit with the AWP.
Could be a nasty double nade on his face here. Triple nade even. Could be the end of the orb. Still feels like that setup's set for success here. And that's the end of Torji. Nades come in, flashes are good. Oh, they've broken through. Sight taken, Exertion and Brolin. Oh, wait, Apex. He's gonna catch Exertion off guard. He had his nade out on Martyrdom perk. What a horrible way to lose the round. That's one way to get past Torji.
Brolin, give it a go. Get stuck in.
Yeah, he will. He will. Oh! Hits the heady.
Nade'll do it.
Could. Does. 1-on-1. Brolin with 5 HP. It's not looking good. The outlook bleak, but he's taken so many steps in the right direction. Picks up the kit. Plays the fade, hoping to get into the head of Flamesy. Stepping forward. He's got to get onto that bomb now. Flamesy's just catching at the off angle. So Vitality break in with Tech 9. So very short-lived celebrations.
The chat liked the Valorant joke. They liked it a lot.
They did?
Yeah, they liked it a lot.
Oh, good. They really liked it. I was trying to like say a voice line, but I couldn't come up with one. I haven't played enough of the Valorante.
I know exactly where you are.
That's a good one. What does Viper say?
Oh, they really nailed it with Valorant, didn't they?
Now you're rage baiting to keep him here. You're just doing rage bait. We were just talking about this in the green room, man. Can't be doing rage bait. I'm sick of it. The internet just makes me angry these days. Because it keeps my attention on my little box of doom.
Oh,
bang, bang.
You just...
It's a cringe death for Exertion. Do you think that's the most cringe out of all of them so far? And I'm using cringe unironically.
Pretty cringe.
It's pretty cringe, isn't it? Yeah.
As far as cringe goes...
Smoke walk going out. Something like that, I think.
Yeah. He's got the brimstone. He's got the brimstone.
Open the skies. Ah, that is one. They are in there. What's a Counter-Strike voice line? Bingo. Bango. Bish, bash, bosh.
Fire the hole.
That's a good one. When you get Zeused.
New one they're adding to the game soon. And Vitality. Defeat MOUZ. Yeah, that one.
That's a good one.
It's very common these days.
Locking themselves in for the playoffs of PGL Cluj-Napoca 2026. 11 years on.
Good time block. That's at 45 seconds. Bomb still floating. They have this brackets control, sure. Think that The concern being there is another smoke on B. So Exertion can drop that in to block the B site if that was going to be the finish. It won't be. They're all grouped up middle now. Spinks has rotated over to join this defense, and Torji has the AWP. 24 seconds and wrapping long. Holy moly.
Yeah, perfect from Spinks. Punish. Ooh, finds the headshot onto Apex, but still stretching his legs, wrapping into the Torji AWP. Hard to see this one going wrong for MOUZ. Torji perfect. Drops to his demise.
Gotta
It's a
find
good
Jimmy. They're
headshot.
thinking he's pinned. Need to kill him.
He's been found, but still gets the necessary
Gotta
kill.
plant, gotta plant.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
What?
You just kill him instead. Awkward, awkward. There was 4 seconds left. They killed them both.
I'm so focused on Jimmy back at the site. Okay. Update of the score for the audio-only listeners, 11-6.
11-6.
11-6 now. So it's 24-9. They're just rushing B.
Looks like it.
Just rushing
Does
B.
look like they are just straight disrespect rushing. Nice from Roland.
I think disrespect is the absolute best word humanly possible for that. You are just against knowing that their buy is bad, that you are going to be going close range against MP9s and 5.7s, have just rushed B with rifles.
Kind of a bit the end.
So anyway, back to the record. Today will be 11-2 in terms of series for everybody playing at home. Map-wise, coming into today's matchup was 24-9. So 33 played in total, 24 won by Vitality and 9 won by MOUZ. So we'll bump that one up. Let me just adjust my notes. That's 26-9 and 11-2 in series. In just over 12 months.
Just can't beat this effing team, can they?
In just over 12 months.
So for our audio-only listeners,
the score is now.
It's 12 now.
12-6.
Take it.
They just rushed B.
They did.
Just a straight rush. They even had a CT smoke from spawn to facilitate it. Because, of course, Ropsal, he's down to be rude, but he wants to do it with good smoke.
So what was the Krakow scores? Obviously, it was
like 13-7, 13-5.
13-6, 13-7. So
close.
Yeah, and they're close to that scoreline again.
Not much has changed in the head-to-head over the course of a week. How would Vitality close this one down? And the damage, solid from Exertion's HE. 3 players softened up.
Will Exertion get an opening kill before the map ends?
I think this is his round.
I kind of agree. This would be a great nade. Ali bowling Shane.
Let's blame him.
Ooh, another one.
Smoke break Gambit. He's on his own.
He wants to get more nades. It's the Grenadier. Look at him, he's doing everything.
How many grenades has he thrown?
Pushing deep, going CT, rotating coffins. Now he's inside, another smoke.
He's acting like 2 players and it's working.
Well, they have stacked middle and the util damage is quite nice. Another smoky highlighted by J_Raz. Now, I believe MOUZ win this round.
I too. Oh, he needs to get the multi here. They know he's on the boost. Oh, plucked from the sky by the sniper. Zywu quick follow-up onto Torji. You need
Brolan's a B player.
Yeah, Brolan.
He
This
might
is
go
the Joker.
overlooked.
He is going to be completely overlooked. I say that. Rops is considering it as a potential. Now reveals himself, puts Rops and Apex into this one. Backstab, lovely push from Exertion. And Apex doesn't have the health for the 1v2. Oh, they nearly lined up for him. And so we see another round of play. It's Brolan starting A, making the difference on the close.
Okay, good work from Exertion there, not overplaying the hand of Banana, softening them up with the util, dispelling them from Banana and pushing them back to A. It's always going to be dicey coming up mid with that low HP, just trades after trades, but it's Brolan the difference maker. Still money now for the Vitality buy. Torji equipped with the AWP, M4s for the rest, Diffuse kits in play, and full sets of nades. Just 5 more rounds. in with the Mac 10. Torji going to start mid with the AWP. And knows where the line in the sand is drawn, but we volleyed off of it. Oh, we're actually dodging the nades.
Oh my god, yeah, he spots him swinging as well. Anticipates the follow-up from Roland. Can't peek behind the flame, so we'll give up a bit of space. Oh, he's really wanting to fight for this. He will just swing on into 3 of them. Rare to see Zawu going in first.
If there was a flash, it would have been absolutely perfect, because I just think with how erratic it was with the nades constantly being thrown their way. Oh, Roland! Well,
Nice.
It's okay. Mezzy's low. Sorry, bro. It's just, it's going to happen, isn't it? Oh.
It's been working for them.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
this one, feels like even better, but it's just, you never love to see an AWP in a position like that, but...
It was kind of, it looked funny. Just an AWP in the smoke.
Well, they do break the money with this one.
That's if Exertion can stop Flamesy from saying B looks good. Got Rops on the lurk cam, love that. Mid push. Oh, Mezzy's so low.
Saw the shadow.
Yeah, perfect Spinks. Flamesy's attempted trade here. Perfect play.
Well, now Robs can make a move.
And it looks like he will.
Now,
Jimmy's going to be tucked on site. Torji's library. Oh. Headshot. Not going to happen. Torji pulls the trigger.
Jimmy should have him. If Torji doesn't, he's operating with the save. Okay. 4-round game now. See how easy it is?
It's super easy.
This isn't gonna be an easy close, right? Loss bonus at the moment is 1900.
So basically, call it 12-9.
The fact that this AK's in the mix, I want to see what they do with it, because there can be a few upgrades. You got like 3.5, 3.4 on Mezzy and Apex, so you can upgrade a little bit. You're gonna get 2400 next round, so you want to leave yourself just over that 2K mark. So we are seeing players start to buy down a little bit. Zawu's coming with a Deagle and a smoke. This is Take 9 for Mezzy. Apex is really trying to get value for money. He's gone Kevlar, but with a P250. And so it is still threatening.
You're right,
right?
it is, yeah.
It is still a much easier situation than otherwise, but we know that Vitality, on the ecos, they win an abnormal amount of ecos.
Just next to Torji.
Apex just threw his pistol on the floor.
He did.
And then he picked it up, but he did throw it on the floor. Caps pop. If you don't get out balcony, the AK won't even get a chance. Right? These pistols have to make space, otherwise Flamesy won't be able to finish.
Flashes were perfect. He catches both of them. Oh no, Spinks does go down. Jimmy as well. The ace side's under a lot of pressure. You know where Torji was? Already the bomb's being planted. Zawu gets it down.
They at least have the nades
They've
for
got
the retake.
so many nades, Chad. Dribble one forward.
You have to decide quickly, though. Are we going to wait this out, or are we going to regroup and all go for...
Oh, just a spam from Apex, and Torji just has to wheel his chair back and watch as a 2-on-4 transpires. Apex has got another through the smoke. Oh, it's a horrible way for it to go down. A save gun and some basically an eco around it. Nice shot from Brolan. Pushing in for number 2. Gets it, but that's Flamesy to close. Vitality, another one in the MOUZ. Vitality head-to-head.
Yes, and much like so many of the others, a victory for Vitality. And one that did get a little bit spicy at a moment. We'll explain why to people at home, just in case they're unfamiliar with it. And we're going to linger on the handshakes here. But I mean, just business as usual, really. And remember, that was MOUZ's map pick.
Grass is green, sky is blue. Vitality, another comfortable series against MOUZ. Just another day on this planet.
Probably should have workshopped that, really.
I thought you were going to rhyme it with getting it done in 2.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Vitality beat MOUZ in 2 is where you could have gone.
Yeah, if I was better at what I do.
Next time. For the playoffs.
For the playoffs.
Yeah, we'll bring it back. No one will remember.
I mean, this is just an ever-recurring nightmare for MOUZ. I feel like more than even going back into the, the war room and try to break this one down, they just need therapy.
It's true, man. It really does seem that when they're playing, it's just a completely different when it comes to what they do against Vitality. So many like unforced errors and bad decisions.
Everything. Unforced errors, forced errors, no individual brilliance from play. Look at this. Like, Robs just runs into apps and wins a duel against Jimmy. Like, you know, like, those are the sort of fights that you have to be winning, really, if you're MOUZ, and it just happens, like, to every single player, on every single map, across every single position, way too often. And I can't remember... I mean, listen, every Dynasty-level team has a number 2. Astralis had Liquid.
Yep.
Right? And it was the same situation. They even knew which map Astralis was going to pick every single time. It was Nuke, right? So MOUZ is just the Liquid of this generation, really.
I was going to say, actually, just as a take, that I almost feel like this is bad for Vitality's legacy. That this is your number 2. A team that's not lifting trophies.
They're not.
I'm not having them as
They're
number
not
2.
the number 2.
MOUZ
is not the number 2.
Let's be real about the role that MOUZ fulfill now. If you want to win trophies, MOUZ are the gatekeepers. Right? You basically...
It's a good way to see it.
You've got to be able to get past MOUZ if you want to lift a trophy, because MOUZ themselves won't do that.
They're gatekeepers to contender status. They're the best team out there that will not lift the trophy.
And what does that make Falcons?
I don't know. That's
an expensive flop. I can't wait for that. We'll get into it in a moment. And of course, here it is again. Just have another standout performance from Zoo. I've got to say, felt a little bit sorry for Torji on that one. I think, you know, he did his level best. When they're in these situations, Torji does seem to be the one that's not as...
Let's not go there, Richard.
You don't
like, I know what you're trying to do.
Right.
You're trying to find a silver lining for them, try to find someone to praise. But even him, for every, like, good round that he has, it feels like there's 2 where... Even the last round, like a couple of missed shots. You know, go back to Dust 2. One of the key rounds, first half 4v3, he misses, you know, a shot from short, gets killed. So I think it's just really hard to look for it, right? And maybe a player will have one time a really good map, but then in the next map, he might go completely missing.
Right, I'll just put a pin in it for a moment, because we are going to the sidelines with James, who's with Apex.
Thank you very much, Richard. Apex is here after cruising past MOUZ once again, but you were saying just then, mate, a little bit harder than last time you faced them. Not too much, though. It didn't seem like too much of a challenge.
Well, no, I don't think it was harder than last time. I think it was the same. We dominated both our first sides. I think we played good overall. We had good plans. Yeah, I think that was pretty great from us.
They can't work out how to beat you, right? But do you think they play maybe more scared against you guys?
I think at some point, yeah, of course there is a mental hedge from our side. But yeah, I think they played good yesterday. I saw like Session, I think, said that he was happy because they played the best game they played for a long time. I think, yeah, they maybe have a mental hedge, but also we play really good. So it's not easy. As I always say in interviews, if this team plays really good, tough for the others.
It does look very tough for them as well. I did see you getting a bit fired up towards Spinks, throwing some bait at him as well. Want to comment on that, mate?
Yeah, I mean, you know, he used to be in our team. He wanted to leave us. That's the payback, you know. I mean, I'm on his back now. Yeah. Whenever I see him last and baiting a bit too much, I just make him sure that I see that. But it's just a good banter. When I see him, I always check his hand and blah blah blah. But it's good to trash talk an old teammate sometimes.
Definitely is, right? Got to keep that mental edge wherever you can over it. Now, I know Rops was obviously feeling pretty bad, but you've come through this with 2-2-1s, right? You only dropped maps against G2 and MongolZ in there with it. But overall, are you happy with what you showed, considering what you had to go through?
Well, yeah, I think Robs got better after each game. He got sick like a week ago now, so like he's recovering better and better. I think today he showed a really good game, so he helps when he's there, not gonna lie. This guy is such an important piece for us, so whenever he steps up, he's better. I think only the G2 game has been really close, to be honest, where we could have lost it. But other than that, I think the two maps against MongolZ were convincing. We won like a 13-4, 13-4. Today was convincing. So, yeah, the first day was tough, but Robs was really not there. And it was like suffering a lot. But yeah, I think we just gave our best for him. And just to make sure that now he has a couple of days to rest before playoff.
A very important few days to rest as well. How will you guys spend it? Do you just plan to get a complete chill mode?
Of course not. We have chill mode on the 23rd when we will have 10 days off after this event. So until that, we have a lot of stuff to work. When we are waiting for like all the games for last few days, I could theorycraft a bit on the computer, so I have new stuff to show to the guys. So yeah, we will practice for sure from tomorrow.
and give our best to do the best play possible.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Apex, for your time. Richard, back to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, James. So that's what we were going to talk about, the spicy moment. James did mention it there in the interview. Obviously, there was a point where Apex jumped up and shouted at Spinks and was calling him a beta. We'll run it back in a second so you can hear it. But a lot of people might not know the history there and how kind of acrimonious it is. So here it is in the...
Yeah, it was the final round, the first half, and they just picked them apart, you know, and Spinks is at 130 in a 1v4. Last one alive. Then also he kills Apex. Of course, in the 1v4, he kills him and then dies right after. But you can just see Dan. I mean, listen, if there ever was someone who sort of represents, I took that personally in a level of Michael Jordan, it is Apex, right, out of all people, as he will look at every single thing as a slight. And it is true, Spinks wanted out of Vitality. Can you imagine just for a second you want to leave a team that has IVO on it?
It's ridiculous. I mean, it definitely felt like Apex was filled with malice there. That didn't feel like a simple trash talk in the same way where he'll call somebody noobs on the other team.
I mean, I will say this. I've known Dan a long time, and him saying it's all good banter, that was a very acrimonious transfer. That is not good banter. That is bad banter. Bad feelings.
Bad Apex.
But you know, he's right. He did, you know, he'll still shake his hand. But I mean, obviously, I don't know how Spinks must feel. You go from being on the team that's gone on to sort of dominate and have an era and be dynastic. Meanwhile, you're the joke. You're on the team that's the punchline to any joke you make about the Vitality.
You were the problem. As simple as that, you know, and you go on to MOUZ and great, you're the best player on the fourth best team, you know, in the world. Have a great time.
Anyway, guys, I'll put us out of our misery from sort of the deja vu, I nearly said, of having to watch that game again. But we got a banger series coming up after a quick break. It's going to be Falcons versus FURIA. We'll see you in a moment.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Yes, welcome back. We are powering up with our last series of the day. It's going to be FURIA versus Falcons, a tantalizing matchup. We're going to be breaking it down on the desk. We got Maui Snake, we got Yanko, of course. So let's talk about Falcons, or if you're an American, Falcons. You have to say it that way, or they don't understand what you're going on about. So yeah, look, I'm just going to toss this out there, and I know it's Nico's birthday. Happy birthday, Nico. Just yeah, there it is. Don't listen to this. Well, he's not. Obviously, he's warming up, but. I think just an expensive flop, and I am so tired of the apologists. Like,
there's been a lot.
Yeah, because it's just so boring to me to be like, okay, so they get to spend the most money, they get to have the best theoretical staff set up, and they get to win one trophy, and because they're in a couple of finals, we all have to pretend they're actually a lot better than what they are. That's where I'm at with them.
But are you looking at just the results, or like the trophies, or the fact how they're playing on the server? I think
Why don't we do all three?
I think if you look at that last season for the Falcons, they were getting better with each tournament, and they had the problem where they play their worst at the most important moments, right? They had a problem with choking and not playing up to their best, up to their level, but they showed some really good things throughout the season. They given the roster a vote of confidence, didn't make any roster changes during the break, right? Felt like they were right there with this roster, just need a little bit more to be actually be able to lift a trophy. And yeah, they had a bit of a disaster run in Krakow, but it was one event, sort of first big event of the season, similar to Cologne last year when they flopped, and they've looked better at this tournament.
I've got a nickname for them. I call them Moneybags MOUZ. Because they've got the same mentality problems. It's just a more expensive and theoretically better team.
I would have continued with the same train of thought of them improving in successive tournaments in the previous season. However, the Budapest collapse to Zwei, to Spirit, but to Zwei, and also what happened at Krakow, those are warning signs for me. This to me has to be a bounce back tournament for the Falcons, where I want to see them bare minimum top 4 at this sort of event, if not just getting to the grand final, or I'm going to feel like there might need to be a change of foot, because even though there were clear improvements over the course of time, I feel like certain players on the team, even if their ratings jump off the page, sometimes it doesn't feel like the lessons are being instilled properly. I think Kyosuke for me is a guy that I see all of the raw ability and the way that he can match up toe-to-toe in the server with the best riflers in the world. But then I also see him grief them on multiple rounds across multiple series. And yeah, we can point to a lot of different figures. And a choke doesn't come from a single player, but there's a pattern here where it feels like he is oftentimes the first domino to fall.
The king of losing 5v2s as well as the team. Like, let's be real about it. So, Yanko, obviously, I know it's tough to be critical of a team where you've got like colleagues and friends on, but I mean,
it's not.
What's the fundamental problem at the core of Falcons for you?
I think the fundamental problem really is, I think it's hard to say, because I was going to say right now, like, I have a problem with their T sides. Like their T sides look a bit out of sorts on some maps. It doesn't feel like the planning is the mid rounds look off. At a point during last season, they were the best T side team in the world. Like around September, October, November.
Yeah, that's
like they were the best T side team in the world. And then you're sitting there wondering, it's like, what's changed that you go from being one of the best to one of the worst if we're talking about the top 5 teams, right? Obviously, the problem of people going missing and then playing their worst in important games, right? The choking problem is what I feel holds them back the most, because when they're on their good day, they have beaten everyone outside of FURIA.
We can talk about some previous results as well, Maui. I know there's a point you wanted to make.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw these two teams facing off against each other was in Hong Kong at the Blast Rivals Grand Final, and it was a pretty close affair. I know it's a 3-1 in favor of FURIA, but first map being won convincingly by the Falcons, and the fact that it took multiple overtimes across the other maps showed just how evenly matched these two teams were. I mean, I feel like so many moments it kind of was sort of the choking problem. You saw individuals going back to some of those games where Falcons were in winning positions, where they just couldn't continue to hold the man advantage situations that they had for themselves. So I feel like in a setting that has a little bit less pressure, you would expect Falcons to not really fumble those kinds of moments where they had themselves really kind of set up to win.
Meanwhile, FURIA, obviously their opponents right now, they've been in the ascendancy kind of towards the end of last year, able to start picking up trophies. And, there was there was kind of a lot of people that felt they might have been favorites for the last major, bizarrely. A lot of people were picking them, which is, you know, a hell of a thing to be saying about this particular lineup. If that was the aspirations when it was first put together, you would have said they were being a bit delusional, but it felt like a reality for a lot of people. And I think, you know, they're favorites in this matchup for me.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, they've won the last 4 every single time they play against this Falcon roster, and they've beaten them. Granted, it's been close series a number of times, but hey, they still came out on top. So I think they just know how to play against them. They're not too worried about the individuals per se, and they had a significant map pool advantage before, right? Because they would permaban Ancient and they would pick Inferno. But in the meanwhile, Ancient isn't necessarily as good as it was for Falcons. They've gotten a lot better on Inferno, so once we get to the Veto, it will be more interesting.
And you can see the head-to-head of the Orbs, obviously MongolZ, Rookie of the Year, m0NESY, the Flash, the Phenom.
Do you feel, Maui, like watching the games that that's the case? That these are the stats? That m0NESY is the superior player?
If you watch, say, most group stage games, yeah, I think m0NESY has just been pretty lights out for him. Oftentimes, I think FURIA are trading around for who's the guy in any given matchup, even though MongolZ has these ridiculous highs. I think the m0NESY's consistency is simply better. Also, m0NESY has always the backup plan of pulling out the rifle, which I don't think MongolZ always has in his back pocket.
Fair. And this is the Veto on your screen. We're probably going to see some very familiar maps.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I was thinking maybe Falcons are going to keep going with Dust 2, even though it's been hit and miss lately. They go for Mirage, which is what FURIA has been picking themselves the last couple of times. And FURIA themselves goes for Inferno.
And last time around, that's the map that Falcons just completely battered FURIA on. So maybe a little bit of a surprise for me, actually, because of just how well things went for Falcons. So I feel like, in a way, FURIA is kind of playing into the hand of Falcons. It used to be a punish pick to go for Inferno against Falcons, but they leveled up on the map significantly.
Oh, man. It's just like, I look at, for example, sometimes the vetoes baffle me as well, because you look at the team Falcons has, right? You have Kyosuke, m0NESY, and Eco, right? Like, your map pool should be like this. Mirage, Dust 2, Nuke should probably be your 3 strongest map. Put Ancient in there as well, which is a really strong map for them. Like, Anubis and Inferno should be at the bottom of your map pool and the bottom of your priority list. I don't see a universe in which you should be playing Anubis over Nuke if you're the Falcons, right? Why? Because you want to give your individuals a map where they can bail you out of tough situations, where it's not that difficult to get into post plans. Because even if you're in a 3v5, 2v4, but it's Nico and m0NESY, right? Like they can get you out of, they can win you those rounds. Like that's why you got them on your team. That's why you spent all that money and paid them the big bucks. What are they going to do for you on Anubis on their own?
All right then, guys. Well, we're about ready to get into the action. So I'll hand you back over to Sponge and Machine. And we're looking to see if Nico can get a 3-0 birthday present.
Yeah, we'll find out whether or not they can kind of buck the trend. FURIA had to have had their number, as the desk highlights.
It's a pretty good birthday present.
Would be huge, right? Playoffs.
And you beat FURIA.
And you beat FURIA.
So it's a 2-for-1.
The best of presents.
And then it's okay to have a drink tonight because you don't have to play tomorrow.
True.
So
it all would work out.
Yeah. Yanko can go hang out. Chev's here too.
I do think
they can have a party.
The m0NESY MongolZ head-to-head is just an exciting prospect for anyone that's a fan of flashy Counter-Strike.
Yeah, this will be fun, right? The level of individuals that we have on display in this should be an awful lot of fun, especially on Mirage. Right, this is something we've been talking an awful lot about for FURIA in 2026. It started to be picked against them as a weakness. Then they bucked the trend. They've been on a bit of a spree. They had a little bit of a foot fault against, well, FUT. Not even intentional, just kind of happening. So let's see if it is a weakness, if Falcons are able to get out on top of that. And Yanko discussing similar scenes on Inferno for map number 2. They were picking it a lot against Falcons. I mean, everybody. But they've been getting in their reps. So where we go for what is likely just going to be a B execute. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes has fallen up on the balcony.
Look at this HE held by Serato. It could be brilliant. Ooh, and so is the first bullet. Make it 2 out of Fallen's USP.
Yeah, this one's stunted immediately.
Yeah, forced to respect the flame. And respect the aim. Fallen hits a 3rd. What is that? This was a young man's game. Beautiful to see Fallen in form.
Hard to expect much out of Kixon and m0NESY here.
It's good Fallen. Or when he's good, he's bad, Fallen? I don't really understand the...
I think it's the glasses that make him bad, Fallen.
Okay, right. Like the mask.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
All right, well, it wasn't the man that we were just discussing. And I'm looking at your Nikos, your MONOZs, your Sukes. You're going to get some really nice moments out of MongolZ and your Kinder. And then Fallen goes, all right, you are not coming B.
What about a fun math problem for Counter-Strike where he's got the 3 kills, but he doesn't have Kev? Are you going to drop it to a teammate? You know, you tell us about the M4?
Oh, yeah, but they're going to win the round.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And if they lose the round and you save, then you're dropping it anyway. So
looks like
I guess to answer the question, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Plant would be nice.
It would be very nice.
And they're trying to find the rat in the system. MongolZ reveals it with a quick shot, and just the one from MONOZZ. No plant. What a hell of a start from Fallen. He's got that hot hand and very, very promising signs if Fallen's going to be in this kind of form.
Yeah, MongolZ even brings some energy here. This team is seeming to get a bit of a reputation that they slowly warm into things. Let's see if they're hot-handed right now as we catch this again in the replay. Yeah, just making it look casual there in the third one. Deletes any opportunity to give that one a go. Will be the eco coming in. There is one Deagle invested upon, and that will be as it kicks in. Does on a shot, announces its presence, and they'll rotate around to continue to look for some of these opportunities. Nico also, you can see him here, just smoke line up.
Adjusting his sleeve.
Inspecting his knife. Nice knife.
It is a nice knife.
Well, Yukinda has an awful lot of information in middle, doesn't he? All the way up on the precipice of the top of mid will be the A play. Yuri to receive from Ticket at range.
There's a Eagle on Kiers. Okay. Bomb does get down, so they've achieved their goal. MONOZZ was quick to that. Oh, lovely. Nade right on the doorstep. Has Kiyasuke gone.
Mission accomplished, though. It's an eco, and you get the bomb down. Sure, you don't soften them up and do any real damage, but you do get the extra $600 coming into the bank balance, so you'll take that. Now you need to get the account open for everybody. This will give you a little bit more wiggle room in the buy department. All the nades that you'd be hoping for these defaults, and Kixon, after investing upon that Deagle, will just get them in with the Galil. So this one is looking good to contend for the first rifle round. So those SMGs in the mix in the hands of Yukinda and Fallen currently. So Fallen over towards B, no dramas, just jump spotting, block smoke, playing around it and being ratty. So Yukinda want to get up to. Quite the tone being set by the CT, starting 3B, boosting up, making a move. It's the wrong move, and A executes on the way, so Yuri holding onto this HE. When the smoke wall lands, he could be a disruptor right now. They know it's not B.
It's just Yuri here.
Holly's not landing.
Holly. Yuri knows he wants to try and be a destabilizing presence, try and get that early one. Maybe a well-timed smoke break, but Fallen's only got an MP9, so you're looking at MongolZ CT perhaps. Tess is going to be flashed in, beautiful, but he actually manages to evade. He gets away. Great movement while blind. Texas regains it all. Retains control of CT, but 3 of them charging towards him.
Smokes for the defuse. Kit's in play.
Yuri laid con. MONOZZ focused on the late ramp arrival of Yukinda. Here comes Fallen. It's a forged path forward. Keisarato does punish. Nice find. Nice double. MONOZZ's gone as well. Now they activate Kixon, and Kiyasuke should have done enough. Very little time for MongolZ and no kit. Falcons' first gun round is theirs, but at what cost?
Yeah, you're right. In terms of losing so much, I thought that Kixon was just going to take that fight against MongolZ to remove everything, but he realizes, hey, we really need this, and it's only a Galil. But they do get the round on the board. I think that's fortunate as well that it wasn't an A setup they were having to break through, right? It was a relatively retake setup because of that B push off of the bonus. And now FURIA can have a full-fledged buy with the MongolZ AWP. The same cannot be said for MONOZZ on the other side. So they'll have to run another one with the guns, but that was a simple solution. Let's just execute. Is there more nuance to this?
It seems to be the case.
Could just be straight into some form of a B split right now. plenty of tape to watch FURIA on this map. To continue to try and reinvent the wheel or come up with new solutions or new ideas, it's tough. They're playing so much of it. Most played map in 2026 so far, by a decent margin. They heard the jumps.
Yeah, they know someone's hanging out. Gets the info safely. They go down to Nico's AK. There's action towards middle as well. You can see Kickson's trying to ask questions of Connector. Smoke break and higher elevation. Oh, an opportunity. Kiyosuke couldn't hit the head. So Nico and Kiyosuke haven't been able to hit their openings.
Yeah, B feels like it's in a bit of a box right now, so trying to play for short. Molodo's actually rotating A.
How much does Yakinda want to force the issue?
It's so quiet across the map right now. It's essentially just going to come down to these two on B. Queserato cheating over now, so yeah, too quiet. There'll be a third man.
Okay, they're in the right place. Kiyosuke, oh, he's bested Yakinda. Pulls the attention of Fallen. Trade provided, but brought down by Tessus. It's Queserato, that third man. He's the difference maker. Pulls us into the 3-on-3, buys time for the rotations of Yuri and MongolZ. MongolZ will clear him out, and they'll have enough time to plant. MongolZ not in a position to stop that. They'll give this a go. They'll give this a look. Yuri starting to encroach on the site.
Not being considered right now.
Not at all.
Oh,
never mind.
okay.
Honestly thought about it. Catches him looking the other way.
The two most important jewels, that was initial one with Kiyosuke onto Yakinda to be the first Dominator to start falling, and then that one right there, they've just gone, oh, let me just swing. Little spurt of action as MongolZ retains the AWP, but it'll be consecutive rifle rounds now for Falcons. Looking to do what they haven't in the last 4 outings, take down this damn team. One was a grand final, that was rivals. 2 of them being semis and 1 of them being the groups back in Cologne. This one will be 5 matches, the second one taking place in a group stage. Whoever wins this will join Vitality, locking themselves in for the playoffs here at Cluj-Napoca.
Yeah, very quickly Kiyosuke. Yakinda didn't hit a single bullet. He had 30 HP for that. So very impressive and impactful, as was that.
And I'm going to make a statement, which I'm 99% sure is correct.
All right.
But production can correct me otherwise. Oh, hey, there we go.
Lovely start, boosted up, and no reaction out of FURIA. Yakinda just caught out by the boost.
Well, they're hanging around in middle behind this AWP, so still wanting to force a fight. Can they catch a straggler?
Maybe they could. Yeah, it looks like they're going to hang around.
They're waiting for some form of a reaction from the CT, so nothing coming the way. The point being that Vitality and whoever wins this should be on opposite sides of the playoff bracket.
Good point, well made. Yes, the 2 3-0 games. Or 3-0 teams, excuse me. They've been really stubborn about this setup. It might pay off, you know. Confirms MongolZ was on and off. The flashes from Falcons have been perfect, and so was the spray. He committed to it. Fair play, Kickson. Brings down the round. Ooh, messy spray from Tessus.
Yeah, been a couple of moments. That one...
he won't be a big fan of that.
I think you should be dialed in right now in hunting this.
Right.
So constrict the map to remove it from MongolZ. I understand it's still early stages and you don't have a lot of money on the T side either, but it's only 2,400 as the loss bonus going into the next. So this is the type of moment where if you can take this away, it is actually going to be worth an awful lot. And Kickson is coming. Back turned MongolZ. Do you just step into this, or does Kickson get a chance to put the blade into the back? He'll just make sure he guarantees the kill. So there you have it.
Fair play. I mean, those flashes were beautiful. Both of the mid players. Sniper in con, Queserato mid. Sonic making sure he gets his round celebration. But yeah, nice spray as well from Kickson.
Yeah, so now you go into round number 6 here, and you don't have an AWP on MongolZ. So Fallen...
a worthwhile hunt.
We'll be operating just on this 5-7. There are nades in play and the M4's in the mix, and we saw you could just keep force buying apparently if your name's MongolZ yesterday against Vitality. So this one, a better buy than what they were pulling off. Still a good opportunity to contest this one on the break. Cassidy is looking for Quesarado. They are essentially playing for A. 2 around con, 1 ticket, 1 balcony. And that's the guns too.
All you needed to do. m0NESY catches Quesarado jiggling out from top connector. The more where that came from though, as the smoke fades, Nick into tugs. No, he doesn't. No, he actually wants to make a play. Kyosuke's holding this. All too easy. Frag delivered to him. Are you going to expect 2 more where that came from, though?
I think as long as you group up now and you use all this util, look at how much they have, and those 2 kills have come so easily. A bunch of volleys, smokes, flashes. Understand that Fallen has now given up the B site and rotated over, but if you just play the trade game, Falcons, this should be your round. Nico will be trying to buy them a safe route by clearing B, and they can pivot. So there shouldn't be too many concerns right now as no one's jumping, no one's jiggling, there's nothing here blocking me. Boys, I believe the site is clear. That's his presence as the rotation on the way over now with Kixon. Fallen gets himself an M4 that should be saved. So 2900 going into the next. They can fly behind this again, or they can just use the 3 and get out that AWP for MongolZ in a future round. Good work from m0NESY early. He's currently 3-0 in terms of opening duels. So having some success.
Damn, MongolZ's M4 is a bit of a throwback. Keyed stars. Where's that Kaboom? Is that keyed stars? Kaboom? One of those.
I think it's keyed. Yeah, that's definitely keyed.
Cool.
Yeah, you're right. Trust the gut. How giving this one a look right now? So can they take these rifles away? That would remove that threat. Flashes deep. Trade needs to be there for Kyosuke. Smoke is going to rumble this one as bomb goes. Round comes in and Kyosuke does take Yuri to the grave with him.
Could have been denied the 3 rifle save, so someone's going to compromise.
I think now you definitely don't drop rifles, right? You just take the 2 that you have some light upgrades on the other 3, and then you go for a full buy into the next, because 4-2 already on the T side, and it is 4 consecutive. Starting off a very strong fashion on their map choice. This is what you want to see. Will there be a Falcons moment? We tend to get it every time they're in the server, but...
It hadn't crossed my mind.
Well, now it has.
You've put it into the universe now, Chad.
You got to get ahead of it in some of these situations.
True.
That's what I'm sure Falcons are hoping to do. So that 30 seconds also gifted over to Zonic to just prep them. Hey, okay, this is the money, this is the loss bonus, take our time. We know there's 2 M4s, one's on Fallen, one's on MongolZ. What are we expecting?
Well put together T side.
It's pretty smooth sailing so far, isn't it? You lose the pistol and that's because Fallen hit 3 bangers. You took an eco where you got the plant, and now you've won 4 straight. Oh, spotted ya.
You've lost Fallen already.
All right.
Crazy. And MongolZ took a heavy hit as well. He's down to 39. Over in middle.
Flash, obviously doesn't need to hang around. Gets him ready to support Kyosuke. Here you go.
Perfect. Team play. Falcons definitely looking really dialed at the moment.
I think there's a lot of elements to team play, right? Because we heard from Kixon to start off the year talking about team play being a focus for the team. Not just having your individuals wind up, go out, find some kills. It doesn't have to be grouped up and doing anything too crazy. It's just you get the space and you make sure that you're alley-ooping your teammate for that next move, that next fight. Tessa's already entrenched on A. This is completely unknown, and the Palace smoke confirms it. So, hey, boys, they have no idea I'm out, and I'll take this one.
Wow, fair play.
He's had some moments, Tessa. He's not hitting so far. 1 and 7. He looked like he was spewing there on the cams.
Yeah, that's going to be a frustrating one. Ooh, and now Yuri with the chip in. Nice angle from Kixon to clear out sight. You got Yuri. Would need to hit another one of those.
You need to peek. The bomb's going down, so they can just hold the line to make sure they can't get the kicks in. That's what m0NESY's doing.
dips away from the trade, but Yukindo fancies his chances in the clutch. He's got his AK, and MongolZ's got his AWP. Definitely feeling himself today. Solid on as a rock on the sniper. That's 3 added to his tally.
Yeah, and another opening kill, right? So the fact that they're using him as that spearhead. We had that moment with MongolZ last year where I was like, oh, it's not that he's fallen flat, but when they were betting in Kyosuke and the team, I think they were working out how it's going to work with the roles and who was going to get the resources. I think when you have a player like MongolZ, you need to treat him in the same way that FURIA treat MongolZ, right? We need to get him the AWP whenever we can, and we should use him for the openers because he's so good at it. He can do more than that. And, speaking more than that, Fallen, he brings out this secondary AWP.
Oh, look at the kicks and go. This is so fast. Yukindo, he's already got a fight on his hands. He just turns around to react to Keisarato's contact. Now pressure on B. Heavy pressure. Fallen under scrutiny, burns down. Texas finds himself his second kill. Great, is it? The nade for Keisarato's face! 2-on-2. Good angle here from MongolZ. Will catch MongolZ if he didn't have to plant.
Coming up, Cat is Yuri.
Kixon's ready. Perfect. Places the crosshair, catches the first piece, and MongolZ is piecing out.
Yeah, he's probably feeling like he's not getting to play the game right now. Having to try and retake another bomb site, so it's tough. With MongolZ, he wants to be in the play. He wants to be trying to make those openings happen.
But was that not like the perfect call to counter a double AWP setup as well? Like just a fast B?
I don't think they're expecting the double AWP, but they are trying to bully this B bomb site. We saw it on the pistol, and now just whirring straight into action. And it was Fallen getting pushed away from the apartments. Yukindo getting blindsided because Fallen's calling, he's getting pushed, and that is that. Six rounds T-side already. This is looking damn good for Falcons. Smooth sailing at the moment.
Very promising.
Oh, okay. Well, there it is. Honestly, saying I have a good spawn.
I'm sure that's music to Falcons' ears.
Well, that's if they want to use it, right? Here's a good A-ramp spawn right now. So how do they want to use it, or do they even want to use it? This is the balance that's tough for Kixon. You have players who want to make plays, but you also need to call the rhythm of the game. So it's really tough. So he's covering the cross from side to con. See anybody speeding over. Always the opportunity from vent room into jungle, so don't worry about that. But they're just searching A. Does he get another opener?
If Yuri goes a little further. Nico confirms presence. Molly's coming. Kinder spotted. Ooh, nice from Yuri. Traded out by Tessus, but distracted, and Keisarato's Deagle will finish him off.
Interesting. It looked like they wanted to commit. Obviously, there's two loose pieces over towards middle, but Nico and Tessus went all in, and MongolZ dips, so doesn't want to be involved in that. This is a round with just that saved AWP and some upgraded pistols. Want to be winning rounds like this. It has been a good half, but FURIA could still tie things up 6-6 as they go and scavenge some guns.
Yeah, Yuri did very well under that pressure to get something. Kinder's in a prime position here. It's not going to be an easy shot. Back of the head. Well, gets the info, spots them, and readies his aim.
Why is no one considering short?
It's a good question. Now, warning shots, distract. Fallen connects. It's not looking good.
Yeah, they're going to snatch this one away.
Maybe more from MongolZ. Hiding out on the side.
Oh,
Keisarato does peek out, tries to keep him attention on, and now maybe Fallen is it going to be a gap? Able to catch it on the backside. The bait and switch working wonderfully. FURIA pulling this one off. Limited weaponry, but around breaking their silence after a 6-round run from Falcons. Yep, that's their round. Fallen another impactful multi. I feel like Yuri definitely deserves a pat on the back for getting something after at the start of that one. Dips up the ladder, peeks on into ramp and gets at least one with the MP9.
All right, now you need to replicate it in a gun round, right? That one kind of came your way. They were going for contact ramp. There was also the push through the palace smoke, and the kills coming in for FURIA, sure. But as far as the gun rounds have been looking, this is where it's looked an awful lot better for the likes of Falcons. Double AWPs donned again. So didn't like the way that went last time. See if they can make it work this time round with Fallen back on the AWP alongside of MongolZ.
Yeah, you can see the Yuri's back led to Keisarato's. double setup. Do it with the guns, though, as you said, Chad. Let's find out. Eyes off a shot. Looking for a head-to-head with Yakinda. He might just get it, you know. Ooh.
Seen, yeah.
He knows.
So now do they want to try and flush him out? They could do double mollies. You're playing through underpass. You could do that lineup. One for the top lip, one into bottom floor, and see if you can isolate this. You know that there's a player here. So that informs not only the setup, but the potential if you wanted to try and go in and isolate this duel.
Yeah, Kiyosuke's en route.
Keekson coming over top middle as well. Here's the fight. Can flush him back with the molly.
Do so. Kinder's got immediate reaction here to drop onto the bricks. Oh, Kiyosuke's nailed it. There was only two options and they had them both covered. Reaction ramp. Yuri flashed in, nothing home. Nico further back though. Oh. Perfect. Ooh, quick flick out of MongolZ. Takes down m0NESY in the AWP head-to-head. Second one as well. Stays so dynamic. Yuri covers his sniper. Falling into place as MongolZ closes it down. Solid.
Good moments there from MongolZ. You can see actually getting an opportunity to play there. Loves a little jump on top of Ticket. Info swings in, gets himself a multi. Falcons. That run. Well, he's starting to bleed cash now. You lose this one, you'll have the loss bonus. 2,400 going into the final round of play. There it is, the pump up. Peek in. And Yuri, right? Sure, he goes down to Nico, but it's too late, right? Tessus couldn't get the necessary trade. Yuri had the cover. Kicks him with the spawn, will take the opening shot. Back to m0NESY. Looking to get in the halves right now are FURIA. This would be a nice run of rounds. So quick, they show the presence in mid. They immediately reroute back to A. You got Tessus to play in through Palace. Replaying Sandwich. Caserado trying to oversee.
They go in contact? No, they'll announce it. Nades lined up. Yuri calling for help. MongolZ, Yakinda, both going to be there quick. Behind the smoke, but with HGs. The first phase, they've got to get past Yuri. Found on Sandwich. Caserado as well will activate. Caught by the Nico double. Keeps us level. Headshot from a big push out of Yakinda. Nearly wins the round right there and then. Still not easy for m0NESY. He's got two AWPs to contend with. Nearly reacts in time. Crazy flick. This is MongolZ in the reposition on the smoke. I think he's got a good idea as to where you're getting off to. Alex equip the AK for the finish.
He swings in. This is both AWPs. This is such a tough one.
They're not missing it. Oh, Fallen did, but MongolZ won't. Really stabilizing now in the response to 6 straight from Falcons. FURIA found 3 of their own.
Yeah, and now it's that broken buy I was talking about. So things are going to be tough to piece together right now for Falcons. But might force them something to execute heavy. Nico great with the double short, but then he looks a bit silly here, just punching the digits. He was trying to commit to the plan.
I just think the reaction time, there were so many players immediately behind that smoke wall. They just kept coming through on the bench push.
Just going to a B execute right now, so they've identified double AWPs, but guess what? Fallen hasn't brought it into this final round of play. They're just going in. They're hoping to overrun an AWP, but it's a rifle here.
Yeah, here we go. What are your protocols? How do we react? Yakinda's there. Perfect tracking. Nails Kiyosuke. A second as well with just a spread of the flame. It's just too damn easy. FURIA to tie us up. Dead even at the half.
And that is real unfortunate for Falcons, you could say, because the first round that they lost in this spree was the one that was against the saved AWP and the Pistols.
Yeah, and that kind of opened the floodgates.
Yeah, so you lose the one you shouldn't, and this is what happened. So all tied up.
That's not the normal color of water in MongolZ. I think it's got the chalky milk.
Well, maybe, you know. It's not bad.
It's pretty good. Protein, bit of sugar.
He's in the gym all the time.
Yeah.
So 60 seconds to consider your options. Let's recap. It was the Pistol win from Fallen with the triple kill, full eco. Plant that did come in on that round, and from there, MongolZ started to wear into action, finding a lot of opening picks on the AWP. It looked good. It looked maybe too good. And then, what was down the stretch, a bit of dominance from FURIA to put themselves all tied up. With Inferno coming up next, we'll remind the viewer that this matchup between these two has gone the way of FURIA. That's the only conversation. We had the... I don't even know how to describe it anymore. The matchup that was Vitality versus MOUZ previously. So if that's anything to base it off of, it could be another FURIA win, making it 5 on the trot.
Yeah, will the winners keep on winning? In these historic head-to-heads, and will Fallen keep having impact on pistols?
Tess has had a tough time, hasn't he? Some of the aim moments haven't looked great, and well, right now, he's the man on B. Here they come.
Already Fallen the first man on the scene. 2 now into the site, no resistance. Something from Kiyasuke. Just before that smoke popped, he finds Fallen's head. Got a good idea as to Yikinda's position, doesn't quite connect the bullets.
Down to 13 now after spamming essentially that whole mag.
Ooh, MongolZ. Eyes and attention drawn, hoping Kixon can activate here. Oh, golden opportunity for MongolZ. Confirms Keserato close, but it's all lining up for FURIA here. Everyone's hitting their shots. Nothing for the Falcons, again on the pistol. Gets himself $300. Maybe that's all he's going to leave with. No Kevlar for you. Yikinda makes sure of it. 4 kills for him in the pistol.
Hey, what a difference. We saw both teams on their T sides go for B plays, and Fallen happens in 1, and this time, nothing from Tesses. So a very tough time of things to build back into this for the Falcons now. Defensive spot. Oh, wow. Okay.
Can't really fault Tesses too much on that one.
Defensive smoke, tries to play bench, segregating the jewels, trying to crossfire with Kiyasuke at range, but no, that won't be the case right now as the force for Falcons. Scout for MongolZ, 2 Deagles, 2 MP9s.
These are rounds Falcons are more than capable of winning.
I think with the setup right now, it's going to come down to picking the right site. As they investigate ramp, see nobody's home. So Barrett in close, Kixon and Kiyasuke short. There's information, but in this scenario, because you are under-equipped, utility and firepower-wise, you're just hoping that they come to the right side.
Trying to hold on to his smoke for as long as possible, but we'll throw it out. Hit the shot, Fallen advancing short, so the pressure on B is just supreme. Oh.
No one's even really moving his way.
Yeah, I think see you later, good luck.
Hey, Tesses, kill them all, or we're not winning this round. He gets 1.
It's not enough to convince them, is it?
No, you're just going to try and hold on to this and go for the double dip into the next. But in the next, you might take a few more risks, right? You might try and fight around middle or go for an earlier push into the play.
Kiyasuke could get an AK if he finds Yikinda, and that would certainly sweeten the deal. That's if Yikinda's not perfectly ready for him and nailing the headshot.
Yeah, looking good. It's 11 kills now for Yikinda. Pretty decent team effort from FURIA so far. That's the top end. Fallen also on 11 kills. MongolZ and Keserato on 10 apiece. And we'll add another one to that, so MongolZ will join them on 11, and then it's just Yuri on 8. So everybody contributing for FURIA right now.
MongolZ has been sharp, and that scout shot is another demonstration of it. Yeah, it's 5 team effort, Coach. You're right. It is a beautiful kill spread. That's a coach's dream. You know, everyone, every piece in the machine whirring perfectly.
What isn't a coach's dream is you stack a site, and the game plan is to save the upgrades if they go to the other site, and then you lose 3 out of the 5 players.
But he could have killed you.
They could have. They definitely could have. So now you still have something that is a little bit threatening, but it could have been a whole lot more.
I see.
Yeah, that's just, you know, if the plan was to save, we should save. Right. So you can't be 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Still problems, and essentially the same round. So Tesses, we're leaving you on B again, and we're hoping that this time it's exactly the same round. It's exactly the same round, just with less.
But, I mean, what are the chances FURIA do the same call back to back?
Exactly.
I see.
The mind games.
Okay, I keep misthrowing these smokes, so hang on. It's the top of the first line. Jump throw. And then it's the third Ghibli Wibbly. Oh no, it's okay, a W and a normal. That flash. Still good for it. Nice from Kiyosuke. Adjusts to the second. He has kept the ball from the door. Double swing. This is beautifully put together.
This is what was meant to happen last round.
But this time it works out.
And the fact they get more with less, it's just the body's in the right place. So this is perfect. Yuri stranded.
Extra brutal. Oh, you wanted to get up the bomb? You wanted to leave Palace?
I think you're going to have to fight for your right here, right now, Mr. Yuri. Plenty of weapons to scavenge back out of this. So that's nice. Okay, they get one of their own, right? FURIA had one in the first half, and this is trying to make up for Falcons not getting a pistol yet. This is cheeky from Kixon. Nico will take contact. Kixon will be able to swing in. Yuri will get blindsided, and that'll be the round. Otherwise, he just holds on to the Galil, which is going to be necessary going into the next. Flashing. Okay, over the fence. Here we go. He's starting to pre-fire as the flash lands. All right, they wiped the board. Well done. Great round. And Kiyosuke take a bow. Proficiency right there on the MP9.
Yeah, I mean, they had the perfect flash. They were anticipating presence. He just out-aimed them there. And the team play as well from Kixon just to ensure that the trade is there. You know, a bit that kind of tactical bait where you ensure you're not lining up.
Look at this. MongolZ AWP.
Oh.
Yeah, so always a little bit of spice, right? Knowing that he can have the AWP, that's something that maybe, just maybe, Falcons won't be ready for. Honestly, might be considering bringing the scout in, thinking, okay, it's going to be a force buy, 1,400 loss. No, he sold back. Okay, he didn't want it. Had the AWP. Thinks better of it. Goes with the AK. Bit of util.
Yeah, maybe they wanted an extra couple of nades drop. Still not going to have everything. Honestly, still rocking the scout, so we'll see if that limits his output. Important round for the conclusion of Mirage.
Yeah, this one is to get in control of the finances for Falcons. For FURIA, it's to keep this battle going. Okay, AK's going to search up ramp. Mid's going to keep up fast to make it look like they are spread out and looking to fight Con, short, window. Nico, I absolutely lost in no man lands there. If there was any push, I mean, dead meat. Bomb heading back to A now to join Yuri and MongolZ. Into Mount top mid, Case Roddy through underpass. Snake tracks him down, big chunk of damage. Light on with the A setup right now. They're playing retake. They're opting to give them the sign. Kicks in from Ticket.
Where's Fallen going with that bomb? Just holding the flank as it currently stands, but not a clear objective to the finish. Likely A. Through middle, and that's going to be spotted out by Yakinda. Trapped on the boxes, a little bit of support from underpass with Keserato.
Because this is so late, it can go wrong in an instant.
Starts to activate on the ramp side, starts to go searching.
Defensive smoke.
Some options. Provided. Lovely double out of Kiyosuke. MongolZ trying to break into the site. Back to turn to the doubles provided. Kixon and Tessus defend A. Job done, and with only one casualty. Falcons, that's a big one.
And now it has to be the eco, so an opportunity to take the lead, or at least take it back. 6-2 up at one point to a 6-6 half, and now we're all tied up at 8 apiece. So, bit of a back and forth nature, but Kixon got a smile on his face. It's good to see.
Or the Falcons. Sorry, Richard.
I'm uncouth.
It's just
I butcher everything.
Say. It's just easier to say. But I say grass and glass and glass.
What about bath?
I have had a bath, but I've also
been to Bath.
Yeah, so I'm just brain broken. That's what happens when you're born in the Midlands. You just do a bit of both.
Bit of both. Well, a bit of a thumbs up there from Kiyosuke.
Standing on the grass, holding a glass.
It's tough right now, knowing your eco, and you're sitting in a technical timeout where you can't talk.
Yeah,
you know that the next minute and 55 already sucks. And it's like, ugh. Now we're just sitting, waiting and stewing.
I have good news, though.
Okay, I bet it better be good news.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Testis is already back in the server.
Okay, nice.
And Nico just typed R.
Okay, well, that's great news.
That is good news.
It is great news. Okay.
All right.
So it wasn't too problematic.
No, all good in the hood. We get a quick match medic and we can get underway.
Now, will Falcons lose to Glocks?
No, Chad. They're done with that now. That's not a thing anymore.
But can you imagine Yanko if they do?
Oh, especially with the Moody's in today.
Aha. It's so good. It's not that I don't want it to happen.
But what if?
It would be funny if it did.
Impossible. Just a P250. And a Desert Eagle for MongolZ. That's enough.
Yeah, we go looking. We can't. We're just going to get as many nades out of it as possible.
I'd probably be calling B-site hits given Testis' rough first game.
Why not go con? Nico's got 5 kills as well.
True.
He's been more missed than hit. I don't like this setup.
What do you hate about it?
So you know they're on eco.
Surely Kiyosuke's just going to, like, immediately, as soon as Testis calls for help, he's going to...
But why? Why? You don't need to have 3 players in mid like this against pistols.
Just like that. Just like that.
He dies, they get the plan.
And then he gets sidelined. MongolZ doing an awful lot. Justifies that Desert Eagle purchase. You do not want to let that bomb go down, and a bullet has found Yuri. The nade could be beautifully placed. Forces them wide. You did lose a couple of bodies. Not ideal, but it's a whole lot better than the alternative. MongolZ definitely good output on that Desert Eagle.
Yeah, so they're keeping it stressful, but money definitely building as well. So 9.9 on Kixon. He's going to buy the nade, so bring that down to about 8.6. But there's no AWP available for MongolZ at the early stages of this one. An opportunity for Monacy, excuse me, to start playing a little bit of dominance. 16 and 8 at the moment. Stop here, but Yukinda's across.
Long on his screen, spots Testis and Kiyosuke on the warpath.
They're blocking each other.
Yeah, not ideal. Fallen, good work. Spams the smoke to remove Kiyosuke. Already at a disadvantage. Monacy trying to block B, but they're going to walk straight through it.
Yeah, that's an invitation. That's a gap opener. Can't see the window anymore. He's aware.
He's considered it. They're already in. And caught out by Yuri. Caught with his eye to the scope. FURIA have taken the round. As easy as that.
You understand the idea. He's pinned. We know that he's stuck. We've done some damage. Let's just nade him out of position. But Yukinda plays ahead of the expectation, and that's very well done. Just causes all that chaos and the spam through the smoke to find that second frag. Monacy thinks he has to head over to middle to help out. No go.
No. I mean, those are the dream rounds on the T side, right? Don't even feel like you had to do too much. I mean, the mid fight, of course, Yukinda did very well. That proactive push. Admittedly, they are stepping on each other's toes.
Yeah.
It's a bit weird. Suboptimal.
Terrorists win.
All right, so we stay neck and neck. You're going to need 2 more of those to break the money of Falcons. At that point, we're getting deep to in this map number 1. They lose this one, I think we'll see them take a timeout going into the next.
MongolZ going to try and get set up for a pick on mid. Monacy's going to be set up for something on B.
Oh, wow.
Damn. You hit Yukinda there? Someone did. He must have been.
Right down. He gets the AWP. I think MongolZ's probably not going to be too happy about that one.
There are some AWPers where I feel like, you know, you just play on with 9 HP.
That's where you take Steel's advice, right? Like, you know, he didn't like Bogdan's Law. Steel was against it.
You're still anti-Bogdan's Law.
You've got to be some special type of player to be getting the AWP.
Ooh, they've actually segregated them. Kiyasuke got 2 on his screen. He spots the tip of the head of another there. That's Fallen spotted, but Honesty's position rewarded. Catches K-Serato. Puts some Falcons into a position that they cannot afford to concede. No one's going to make a move. That's enough from you, Nico. We'll get away.
I think it might be, unfortunately...
Saving Palace for 35 seconds.
It's hard to see how you win a 5v3 with your Kinder on 9 HP. It's not quitting.
It's not.
No.
It's the only way.
Yeah, and it's the smart option.
And MongolZ probably wants his AWP back. Nitro.
Sorry, what?
Wow.
Okay. That's a throwback. Nitro's still going. NRG expecting some changes. Boston Major 2018. All right. Look at that from J-Raz. Giving everyone the details. History lessons inside Counter-Strike. So MongolZ gets his AWP back. Everyone with the AKs.
2018 was 8 years ago.
Yeah. It's going quick.
Yeah, time's just speeding up, man.
All right, so that was some damage done through a smoke. A lineup for Kiyasuke where he gets one of the two. And Honesty hits an AWP shot.
Okay,
Honesty's
he's
committed.
Yeah, this is a ballsy maneuver to be making at a crucial juncture of this game. He's going to take the opportunity to get out of there. Really good. Kinder spam there. Evades the nade nicely. MongolZ, however, has removed Tess. Kiyasuke cannot go down. Nico's been summoned, but swinging across! Exactly what he wanted!
Who does he think he's playing against?
MongolZ ain't missing that. He ain't missing much. And he's even reading Kiyasuke. Quick headshot. Really nice. Bomb's going quick A. You're just going to send K-Serato late mid, and you try and break through on the A ramp.
Honesty's close.
Okay, Honesty, yeah, can do his best work. Catches Yuri, doesn't hit the flick. Fallen does nail the headshot.
Oh, no.
Not a great impression left by Kids and Spray.
Yeah, lost track of the hose there, didn't he? Another important multi from Fallen.
I mean, he has done incredibly well to reinvent himself as a rifler, right? Like, he's not a liability.
No, not at all.
Very rarely.
Right, not at all. And I think that was the biggest conversation point last year is, oh, wait. Fallen is actually relatively proficient on the AWP.
Yeah.
Sorry, on the rifles. He's good on the AWP as well.
We've seen him whip out the secondary AWP, and he's still got that.
It has happened once upon a time.
Speaking of, he's going to be bringing that through for MongolZ.
I think as well, to go to a lot of these anchor positions where there's a lot of responsibility.
But as an in-game leader, you kind of know what you want from your anchors.
But that's why it's very fortunate that in the complexion of this team, you have Yukinda. Because if you didn't have Yukinda, who is going to be doing a lot of the talking and a lot of the macro in the pack, and otherwise it would be very hard for Fallen, who, as the AWPer, was always part of the pack.
Sure.
So that's why this team works, is because you have Fallen and Yukinda, and then this sharp as hell AWP of MongolZ.
And that is why, you know, FURIA are such a fan favorite as well, because it is such a unique blend of different personalities and characters in our Counter-Strike universe. Yukinda, he is that perfect piece for the FURIA squad.
Along the line with this one, loss bonus 1,400 for FURIA into the next 1,900 for Falcons.
It's going to be a very telling round at the business end of map 1. Falcons pick. Falcons.
Not fighting for any mid control. They're giving it over. They're playing, let's see, on a sight line interconnector. 2 turtling up for B. Tessa's acting as the bait. So you get it to be the lurk piece in middle. The rest of them will be executing on A, and this is where the setup is very strong.
goes first, and Yuri's so quick to it. Double needed. Kixon runs out of bullets. No scope's good. MongolZ finds himself the pair of frags, but MongolZ is his third victim. Quick as you like. MongolZ there to save the Falcons squad.
Continuing to go back and forth with this, aren't we?
It was a really nice opener from Yuri, but very quick reactions.
Kinder, 15 seconds left now. We'll need to back off and hold on to this, or is he just going to stick around in the belly of the beast in middle? Hear the vent break. That is your last chance to get out of there in case there's a window swing. He can drop an AK. That's all good. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit tough. Quesarado can go AK head armor, get some nades in. That's really prickly position to be in if you're FURIA right now with the finances in this tough spot, and Falcons with 11 on the board already. So they are going to buy. They've taken the time out to discuss this and make sure they get everything they need, right? What is the approach going to be? What type of weapons can we facilitate? Who needs what?
And are you going to try B again? Ran into MongolZ's turf and it was quickly sent you back to spawn.
Yeah, he has been pretty dynamic, right? We've seen him starting with the AWP over towards B. It's really the read from Kixon. Or maybe Nico to some extent of what they're expecting.
He's a prominent voice on their CT side, right?
Yes, for sure, without a doubt. Not having the best of maps, but still going to be contributing. So MongolZ will start over towards A. Searching, wanting to find it. Oh, very aggressive now.
Yeah, he wants the deep behind. This is hyper-aggressive sniping from MongolZ. Does he really dare go any further? They let the rifle go first. MongolZ welcomes. Now MongolZ, ooh, you might want to chase down MongolZ with low HP. Doesn't succumb to the bloodlust.
Yeah, I thought he's going to be swinging for sure.
Same.
Hits the brakes. We play out the 4v4. MongolZ gets another chance. Backs off to Ticket.
I've got so much faith in him.
I think you have to at this stage, don't you?
They've abandoned ship.
A fight mid together. Is that mid util a signal to start walking out on A right now? Fallen's lobbing in the util. He thinks it is. Quesarado and MongolZ have to make the space, and Yukita can play late on the lurk. Jungle smoked off.
That's completely nullified the MongolZ angle.
That forces you through CT.
Go back to CT, and that buys you time to get all of this info.
The flank.
Oh, that's a frustrating death. Nico's going to be screaming. Okay, with the compromised finances, FURIA have managed to get that bomb planted with a man advantage. Is there a discussion about going for this? We'll have a go. Too many on the screen, too much to deal with. Clean headshots provided. It's a full team effort. Obviously, MongolZ is going to get a firmer pat on the back for his impact.
Yeah, Nico just doesn't really have a read of the situation at all right now. The fact that you're running knife out to try and quickly cut them off at the pass with the A flank and getting caught like that, that's going to leave a mark. And Tessa's losing everything. It goes from bad to worse. As I was discussing the teetering finances, well, now Falcons are going to have to do it with what is going to be a bit more of a brittle buy. The AWP is available. There's going to be a couple of rifles in the mix. And it's actually Zonic who will take the time out to do the same thing as we just saw from Sid. Have the conversation. It's just, yeah, it comes so easy, doesn't it? That's where you get the Nico reaction cam, and it's the classic.
The eye roll sinking in the chair.
Oh, is Kixon going to be the one to have to operate on something a little bit lighter right now? Looks like at MP9, and he's the A anchor, so does that mean there's an opening move? And do they want to try and focus in on an area of the map right now to see if they can force this opening pick? Because it has been back and forth. Look at that.
It's an incredible round to win for FURIA. It's pulled them straight back into contention.
These are one of the toughest games where the money's like this.
Yeah, just teaching always. Didn't get the connection. A little late on the trigger. Quick up the mid. Looking to charge Catwalk. Yasuke caught out by the AWPer. Full commit from Nico. Testis in combination, but it's a bloodbath in mid. MongolZ tracks, spotted. It's a weird fight, a weird exchange between him and KScirato, but he will prevail. So now MongolZ and Yuri, last seen mid in the kill feed.
Well, you know that Kix is the A defender. They went for a mid fight. We saw them run that round earlier, and they ended up with clunkiness. Getting each other's way, Kinder playing ahead.
He just got the answers on mid, on his own.
Gonna have the one-man army this really, 23 kills deep. Now heading over towards B, that smoke on short, fading in a moment, but are they gonna be in off the back of it?
Or will he catch the timing upon the fade?
He's got no idea where they are.
He has no idea. Now considers B just in time. Just in time! He doesn't hit it! MongolZ breaks through. And MongolZ makes it worse. Peeking straight back into the AWPer.
Well, do you go for the 1v2 right now, Kixon, or do you hold on to this? Remember, loss bonus, it's not there. You'll be walking into the next round with nothing if you go for this and lose the AK. Can you get the AWP and get out?
Has to go for it. Push it through the smoke. Yuri's already pre-firing, does very well. Wins it out. MongolZ is low. Kixon could be the hero they need. Surely not, just the hold, not the stick. He's running out with the knife and he finds it perfect. 12 secured. Again, we say the man's name, MongolZ. Finds the multi, 3 kills deep.
Yeah, fun battle between these two, isn't it? 22 for MongolZ, 23 for MongolZ.
That's what we all came to see. Hell of a head-to-head. MongolZ's going to be a bit upset about missing that one there. Did get the peak. Especially because it's such an early, like, 2v3. Here is that repeat. Yeah, wasn't ready for that.
In that situation, MongolZ is not expecting an AWPer to have the balls to pick that angle. Right?
He's counting on it.
Right? So he just gets absolutely blindsided there. Good attempt from Kixon, but knifed in the back. And you know that the money is absolutely in the bin right now. And as the buys start to take shape, we're looking at 2 MP9s and MP... Oh, Nico just sold back. Guys, 3 of you just sold back. Things are being juggled around. Okay. We'll wait until it's confirmed what the weapons are for the audio-only listeners.
Couldn't believe Nico considered an MP5.
Maybe it was an accident.
Yeah.
Well, that's how tilted he is right now.
Bit of that.
All right, 3 MP9s, a Scout, and a Deagle.
Golden opportunity to close it in regulation for FURIA on their opponent's pick. And Yakinda, he is just striding through middle. Playing with such confidence on his own. On his own. And Tessus will punish. Immediate headshot provided in a must-win round.
Almost worst case for Yakinda. You don't get any information, right? That's the B anchor, sure, but he was towards short. That's not that unusual. It doesn't mean that, okay, there's 3 mid, they had to swarm me, they used nades, there's a gap right now. You're just operating in a 4v5.
But they are operating with lesser weaponry. It's still scouts, it's still MP9s. This is still not a guarantee. Far from it.
Kisuke can get that AK. Pick it up.
Just one on the stairs, doesn't matter. MongolZ's still ready for this ramp fight, and the flash is enough to get KScirato in.
They're going to come through the smoke together?
Yeah, looks like it. Underhand flash and push with the MP9. KScirato eats the lead! How is he not dead? Where did he go? Oh, doesn't matter. Tessus finds him, finds his impact to secure OT.
Chaos there to close it down to tie things up. 12-12.
How on earth did KScirato live that long?
The craziest thing that the kill that he gets is on Kiyasuke with the picked up AK, and then it's just the MP9s and the Deagles doing work.
They're running straight past each other.
And Tessus, he's been on the receiving end throughout this map, gets himself up to 11 kills, some impact being felt there, more rounds to play right here, right now. Here's the stunner, bang. 4v5 coming through the smoke, fully blind. They all just come sprinting out of that one.
Ooh, baby. We got a proper match. Just as you would expect when you see these two logos at the top of the screen. Opening blood drawn quickly and ooh, exposed on the nade break. It's an important find. Extends their advantage to a 5-on-3. Quick pivot, perhaps an experimental finish on A. There's a lot of bodies to receive him here. Kixon's tucked under balcony. MongolZ's going to be spotting it.
Yeah, the fact that you've won out the fights when you were so deep in mid on the CT side, you're ready for the reaction, or at least expecting it to be site-centric.
He's playing for them to push out that smoke, and he has spotted the cross to Tetris. Quad the Jiggle. Yuri was trying to dump his nades. Serato starts his walk in mid. Fallen joins him. Sneaks on through a mid, removes Fallen.
It's so annoying if you fall in. Like, the round's already lost, but you've had Serato just walk through that open window, and then as you do, expecting it to be clear, he peeks out into you. So that's a tough one, but as soon as those opening kills happen in middle, unless a Falcons moment manifests, you think that one is done. So they get themselves up to 13, but a little bit too late. Looking for the magic number of 16 right here in OT number 1. They're able to carry through 3 AKs into the next.
m0NESY in top form, up to 26 now. That's a lot of early answers, isn't it? Nothing ramp.
Well, Yuri knows they've taken that space. Right? He just chucked a nade down there.
Just gets past the sniper bullet, but she will not do too much. I think Yikinda avoided the brunt of the damage there just from the corner. Do they really want to go for the palace clear as well? That's where Yuri's hiding out.
Yeah, he is very hidden right now. He's waiting for this move. Easy. Saw the elbow.
Yeah. Oh, naughty from Yuri. It's 2 headshots. But m0NESY still hard to get past. Serato tries to take a chance with the smoke here. Suke nearly went down, but look at m0NESY go. No way you're walking through the smoke with the orb. Yeah, oh! Yep! Yikinda reads it. Tessa's last man. They know he plays B, coming in from the jungle side and into the orb, already tagged up. They got 2 orbs in play. They'll try and replace one of them, I'm sure.
Sharp shooting from Yuri.
Very sharp. And also just processing that information. While focused on one duel, you acknowledge you saw like the little bit of elbow from NiKo's Jiggle.
MongolZ wants 2 on the CT side. He's going to use his overtime timeout right now. Because they won that first round of OT. They won't have any issues with the buy coming into this one. Double orbs. So trying their luck at our Falcons. Haven't seen them pull this one out, at least not in regulation. Something that was attempted a couple of times with FURIA, but here it is. 2 big kills. m0NESY does make it interesting with this one. And then the walk through the smoke. Now we feel like you're in a 3v3. They bite back quite quickly, don't they? Going to take a beeline. Frees up Tessus a bit with the rifle.
Oh, MongolZ just read m0NESY. He knew that reaction. He heard that sound and was perfectly trained on his reaction. Does Yikinda play first?
That was my question. I think he's going to lurk.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like it. Serato gets moving. Kicks in, profits off the flash of NiKo. Reaction on the strafe. Quick reaction. Catches Yuri, goes jumping up for more. In combination with Tessus, they win out, and that lurk is starting to cook.
So they're about to have B. Bomb will be scooped up by MongolZ on the way back over, and while trying to piece this one together, the bomb site is completely unfortified. It's very quiet. They're not seeing anything con. So at the moment, I think they've understood the situation. They haven't seen the bomb. And NiKo, he's going to head through underpass, but he's going to be too late. It's going to have to be flank from him. Bomb getting punched in, default side. Now, what with the orb? It's a great weapon for the job. If he plays bench, he can worry about short. First angle taking deep into market.
It does feel like, despite the number advantage for Falcons, this favors FURIA.
This isn't an easy retake.
MongolZ would have to miss a shot. Ooh, or Kiyasuke could just be quicker. Okay, Yikinda hiding out on the bench position. Running light on time, though. They perfectly find the info. They know where it was. The incendiary burns him out. We just need the follow-up. Found by the Deagle of Kiyasuke. High impact round from him. puts him up to 20 and a defuse just in time for that second.
Yeah, good AWPing from him, right? That is going up against MongolZ in a head-to-head duel in a must-hit shot, and he nails it. Yeah, it's so beautiful work. All right, keeping the head above water are Falcons.
Fair play.
And immediately as we swap sides, FURIA want to do the double up. This is the opener. You see just walking into the scope there.
I kind of wish he hit this one on the jump as well, just to really complete the frag movie.
So it's Kisuke and Kixon combined there, sealing the deal on that one. Really good stuff from Kixon on that A defense.
Starting with the double orb, okay.
Straight to an A execute. They've done this before, right? They were able to get away with it. It was early on in the piece. It was against the bonus round. So if they do it now, here's a retake setup again.
Oh, wow, he nearly got two of them there. Nico hanging on by a thread as they will commit to this. Yuri started off very strong. Stands his ground with Queserato. Look at that. The fangs of FURIA fill the feed. Tasty. On a seat.
Should be
Not
dead.
considering the stairs angle, so yeah, he's going to lose his head. Queserato and Yuri combine a stunning 4K out of Queserato, but Yuri's going to deserve his flowers too. He did a lot of damage there. Softened him up for Queserato to knock him down.
A slightly different variation right with the deeper smokes, and this looks so good. That Ollie's there, sure, but not a problem for Queserato at all. What a round between the two of them combined there to close it. Okay, who's getting a 15 first? Didn't even get an opportunity to note double AWPs.
Got a flash of Queserato's calf. Will Nico be surprised to find an AWP trained on B?
Well, maybe if MongolZ takes first contact short and shoots his. I think at that point, really, playing one AWP short, one AWP B abs. Bomb down in T spawn.
Well, after the performance that Yuri and Queserato just had on A, I guess they feel like they've got it in safe hands.
Now heading back to join this party in middle. Queserato still has a nade. Break window.
Short 7 success. Both of the AWPs in unison. A little bit of something back. The Monacy and Kisuke. Combo. Not looking. Didn't anticipate Queserato at all. Monacy will manage to pluck the head off of his shoulders.
This is where he does his best work.
It is, but I feel like against these two AWPs, his work's going to be cut out for him. Yeah, nowhere safe,
Yeah,
nowhere
just
to go. 14 all, goes 15. Fury that point.
So Fallen immediately picks up an AK. Now, he can get an AWP in again, right? They have the luxury of that, but we saw this before where they run the double AWPs. As soon as it's noted, they just come back in with rifles, but we've seen him equipped another one. So, looking like double AWPs, the recipe for success right now to get things done in overtime. Falcons draw us into double OT.
Haven't all the matchups the Des was talking about how close they've been coming? Like,
Yeah.
they've been overtimes, there's been every round of regulation. You know, the Falcons have gotten close.
That
but
final was 2 overtimes, a couple of 13-11 in there.
it's probably feeling like just a repetition of the same for Falcons. Can they change it? Can they change their fate? Secure a double OT. Fallen trained on Nico's position. Oh no, and he's flushed into the fight, but he nails it. Shades of Nico. Lovely shot, long range headshot. Headhunting versus him. It did get brought down into 6 HP.
Is it better late than never? That's the question. He's gotten his 10th kill there, but help them win this to take it into OT number 2. No.
Ooh, the trade nearly provided. Outrageous, through the wall.
And even if you go B, Queserato has already parked a bench.
And if you go A, MongolZ AWP is trained on Connector. Looking set to collect. FURIA on their opponent's pick.
Inferno up next.
Honestly, to try and ignite a little bit of hope for Falcons. You can see Zonic there.
Right now,
be watching behind him.
You don't have to do anything as Caserado. You play to deny the bomb. You don't need to do anything else. That's all you have to do.
And Monesi does have that pressure of time and the necessary sound cue. Throws out the Molotov, hoping for a reaction. Caserato's not moving a muscle. And your Molotov's pulled a second man over. Okay, bench. Caserato closes. Furia take the pick of Falcons. Overtime short, but again, falling a little short. Furia 1-up in the series.
Yes, thanks a lot, guys. A wonderful palette cleanser for the previous series. Great opening map, and I'll toss this out there straight away. We were a little bit confused with the veto. And maybe picking Mirage here over other maps. Do you think the gamble, even though they've lost, do you think it sort of looked like they made the right decision?
Yeah, I don't think Mirage was the problem.
Yeah.
You know, in terms of that they didn't have a handle for it. I think Furia would have been more uncomfortable on Dust, but probably with Falcons, they just decided, let's go what we feel better on, no matter where it is for the opponent. It's more of a matter like, you know, what is it going to be this time? This time it was losing both pistols. This time it was a lack of discipline in some key rounds. And this time it was Nico going missing, right? Like Monesi has an insane map, shows up, Kyosuke did good for the most part, right? And it's Nico who has a stinker, who's been having a pretty good year so far.
I also feel like from the T sides, they were distinctly different for me. I mean, Furia, they're just slowly constricting the map, and then they're able to mid-round with ease, just kind of going between different bomb sites in the middle of a round, whereas Falcons oftentimes felt very bunched up, very corralled, and I feel like Furia, towards the tail end of this, always had a really strong grip of what it was that Falcons were trying to accomplish, which is why you frequently saw the extra player in rotation spots, and frequently also being able to just disrupt whatever it is that Falcons were trying to accomplish.
Yeah, and look, I'll say this. I thought Monesi was the best player on the server. The stats kind of bear that out. Obviously, never nice to be on the losing side when you've had a good game. But look who it is, both of them, Molodoi and Monesi. This was the matchup that we highlighted before we went in, and they're just so good at creating opportunities for their team. Well, they're never out of it. They can be clutch when you're behind. They can pull you back in. You know, two best pure AWPers, I would say, right now, just going head to head. Great to see.
They totally lived up to the billing.
Yeah.
I mean, the heads-to-heads were also really kind of nail-biting in terms of the tension. Every time you saw Molodoi versus Monesi scope up, I'd love to know the number at the end of it, but I felt like Molodoi was getting the better of Monesi when they were both weak.
Yeah, when they were going up.
Yeah, AWP versus AWP, but we saw some of the prowess from Monesi when he's handling the riflers of Furia, and even when he's equipping his own rifle. I mean, again, I feel like it goes sometimes underrated, because I would say Monesi, perhaps the best pure opper in the world, but also a top 10 rifler easily in the world.
Yeah, so good.
So versatile.
Yeah. And look, obviously we know...
Honestly, sorry, Richard, but honestly, I feel like Molodoi might be better than him with the AWP now. I think Monesi is a better all-around player, but just when it comes to the AWP in its own right, like, feels like in these big games, he's just being able to deliver a bit more than Monesi has been.
Yeah, I mean, so fast. This is why we used to call Monesi the Flash, when, you know, he had this exact same style, which, you know, you're right, he's a bit more rounded now. And he seems to get his kills in bunches, and they seem to have a lot of impact. Molodoi is just the human highlight reel right now. It's like crazy watching him, especially when you think everyone else is complaining about how tough it is on the AWP. And he just makes it look so easy, you know?
It's because for these combat oppers, it's a bit different, right? Like, they're also utilizing the peeker's advantage to some extent, right? And they're being more aggressive, and also they're able to get in your face and close combat op, right? It's more of the passive guys that are feeling the pain.
Yeah. How did we feel overall tactically? Another great head-to-head as well. We all rate Kixan and obviously Fallen, the old master.
Well, I feel like Kixan's actually gone under some scrutiny lately. There's been a couple of T sides here and there. I think notably on Inferno in recent memory, actually, where there's just times where it just feels a little bit too obvious. And I think that's kind of my key distinction between when Fallen was commanding Fury in that one. Like, both teams will be going for mid control pretty frequently on these ones, but then it's just the ability to pivot in the mid round that Fallen just has such mastery over still, that he understands how to use lurkers on one side of the map to really kind of expose an early rotation from Falcons. And so it creates rounds that they otherwise really had very little opportunity in.
Production pulled that stat for you.
Excellent. Wow.
There it is on the screen, Maui.
PGL production W.
So in the direct duels, you were right. MongolZ came out ahead. So
that passes the eye test. There were a couple of key moments down the stretch where MongolZ was out dueling m0NESY, both on times when he's holding the angle and even peeking him. But that was probably what was more impressive to me, the fact that he was winning from both sides. It wasn't just the CT advantage of waiting for m0NESY to make a mistake.
From HLTV's frantically looking at that, how to change the algorithm to get m0NESY higher up. But yeah, sorry, back to the conversation about tactically.
No, yeah, I think I don't have a problem with Kixen, having some pace changers and them having some set rounds. I think that's good, to catch your opponents off guard. But something that he has had a problem with, and Zonic as well, is them being too individualistic at times and sort of then wanting to fall back to team things, and maybe it was too late. And we have a great example of that in one of the key rounds of the first half, where they're being unnecessarily individualistic. And this isn't probably Kixen calling for this round. It's probably someone saying, hey, I'm going to do this peak, and then we can, and then he's peeking, he doesn't see anything, and then they go on from there, right? So against Pistols, m0NESY is close up on ramp. You can see a teammate is close to him as well. They're going to try and sort of peek behind them. Really, they're walking out against Pistols and MP9s. You don't need to do this. Like, you don't need to take these risks. Apps are smoked. Like NiKo, you don't need to search, throw molly, right? Tessus then feels like he's obliged to come and help him, goes through the smoke, gets the trade, but gets killed. And then in a 3v4, right? Well, now it's harder to get any map control. Okay, you have mid, but time is passing as you're clearing it, right? You're going up connector. They also got the guns. So Fallen now is able to play from this very powerful position. If you're all coming through connector, gets one kill, they're buying time, right? And they're going to win the eco round, basically. I mean, the half buy off the back of it. And these are the rounds where we don't need anything mega. Sure, m0NESY, go for that peak. Don't fire anything. All right, let's go back. Take mid control. Let's figure out how we want to end this round. Like, you don't need to be walking out ramps, searching when apps are smoked as well.
I feel like for every tier 1 team has a great idea of how they want to play an anti-eco. I don't think the plan from the start of the round is ever really that bad. It's worked for them in the past, but it's just adapting to the new information on the fly. I mean, yes, the smoke towards Palace, that needs to be relayed. NiKo needs to adjust his behavior based off of that new intel, and then just play back a little bit more. I feel like so frequently teams in these kind of anti-kills, they just go through the motions because everybody gets they get a little horny for the kills when they know it's that kind of buy too.
And another problem for Falcons is also sometimes they have this hero mindset that no round is unwinnable, any retake is possible. And we have an example from the second half as well. That was really, really important round towards the tail end of the game. And they have a stronger economy than FURIA has at this point in time. And sometimes you just need to take the L, man. You need to look at the big picture, look at the macro, and it's a bit of a, the sentence on these players that they don't have a better view of the macro. So 11-10, all right, they try aggressive, kicks and dies, you're going to get the trade. It's 4v4. Great call from FURIA to throw the A execute with Yakindar hiding, because they know Falcons had mid control. They probably know someone's close mid and is going to go for the flank. And then NiKo dies. Why are MongolZ and Kyosuke not falling back? Why are you going in a 3v4? No, you don't have anyone in a good position. Okay, in the bomb site, it's 3v3 because Yakindar is so far away. But still, like, just take the L, because if you save 3 guns, like FURIA has no money left in the bank. They have to rebuy guns. You will have everything. And also the score was 11-10 here. So it's 11-11. You need to think about, what if it's 12-11 for FURIA? What are we going to have? And they didn't have much for the 12-11 round. Still were able to win it, but only with pistols and a scout. And it's just these bad calls happen too often.
Yeah, a few macro issues. Let's turn our attention to Inferno real quick, Maui. Obviously, this is FURIA's pick. We've had some concerns about the veto overall for Falcons, because this has been a map that FURIA have been going to and having success on.
Yeah, however, the last time that the two teams faced off against each other, it was a pretty commanding victory for the Falcons. This was a punish pick, of course, against the Falcons in the previous season, mostly based off of the back, in my opinion, because Kyosuke just
didn't play it.
Yeah, he just looks incredibly raw on this map. I mean, he wasn't really being primed up to play this when he was on Spirit Academy, given the main Spirit roster don't play Inferno. So even on Face It, sub 20 maps on Inferno in CS2. But I think that Kyosuke's actually made some strides on this map. I feel like he looks a lot more adjusted. I feel like when he's on those B defenses, he's not just fighting through utility every single time in a way that's more suicidal than it is beneficial. At this point, I think he's kind of reeled it in just enough, probably worked with Kixan and Zonic, and they've laid it down that, hey, you don't need to run through every molly just because we're sending a flash out. You got to exercise a little bit more discretion.
And just getting used to the type of fights and the angles and the timings and the peaks, right? Like we all praise him so much for his mechanics that comes also from repetitions and muscle memory and you know, finding your spots really on a map. So it was always going to take him time to do that on Inferno.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Nico's about to find out if he's in birthday hell on Inferno. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Falcons are coming into Cluj-Napoca looking to better themselves from where the start of the year has been, but it's a strange situation to go through, Nico, for you guys, because you go from the grand finals of Bounty, where you had a stand-in, then Krakow not making playoffs as well. Where does that put you guys at as a team? Where's the mentality at right now?
I think it's hard to say where we are at right now. I would say that probably like this event, maybe the next one will kind of decide where we are exactly, I guess. Obviously, it would have been cool to go back to where we were, or potentially do even better. Kind of go back to the finals and maybe win a trophy. Always try to improve and try to minimize these rounds that we are losing. We always want to make sure that we have as high of a percentage as possible when we have advantage, but also when you have a disadvantage. These are the rounds that are super crucial if you want to win against the top teams. So yeah, we always analyze those situations. And I think in Krakow, probably one of the things that hurt us a lot was a bit of chaotic communication in some of these rounds, that we weren't able to listen to each other and kind of calm down and make a proper decision together. So I think this is something that we have lacked in Krakow, and this is something that we will try to do better here in Cluj. But yeah, other than that, you know, even though we lost in Krakow, I can't say now we are, you know, playing bad, because we have been playing quite good for the past couple of months, making it a lot to finals and semi-finals constantly. So I really hope and I believe it's just a one-off event, and I think now we should go back to kind of the level that we have
at least end of the season with, but also try to do a bit better, because this is also the reason why we kept this team together, to try to improve the roster, to improve the playbook, the experience of the team and everything. So yeah.
It's all about having that synergy, right? That's a very important factor rather than constantly going through changes the whole time. What does the team debrief look like at the end of Krakow? Like, what did that look like in the conversations you guys are having to make sure that you come in stronger ahead of Cluj? Because I can imagine as well, you haven't had much time even to practice and get ready, right? It's a very short turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely got more time to practice since we dropped out earlier than expected. During Krakow, there was a lot of situations where we would go aggressive and we don't need to go aggressive, or we would not be aggressive and we need to. Like, we would play, some stage we would play a bit more passive than we would usually do, then we don't get enough space that we usually have, and then that puts us in a bit of kind of stiff situations where it's hard for us to play off each other and stuff like this. So the debrief can always be different, and it's a very game-to-game analysis, I would say. So yeah.
And looking at Cluj, what are your expectations? Is this where you need to hit back and show the best version of Falcons, aim for the trophy?
Definitely. I think we really need to fight back for this event. I think anything but, you know, maybe semis or final would be disappointing. Obviously, it would depend who we lose to in semis or in quarterly if we get there, but we definitely need to fight back for this event. It's not going to be acceptable to to have two bad events in a row. So we really hope for better results. We have done a lot of work. The things were looking better in practice as well, and definitely we need to do much better than what we have done in Krakow.
And lastly as well, just I feel like you guys definitely know, at least the more experienced players in the team, how to deal and handle with the pressure of it all. But do you feel like the pressure does affect you guys still in some ways? Like, is that a factor in this? Because you're saying it yourselves, right? You know you can be title contenders, you know you can reach for that trophy, but you're still having these blocks.
It's a tough question, and it's a very, I think, complex situation for us. Yes, I know that we are very close to win trophies a couple of times, and we had some good chances to do so. I think the pressure definitely comes in play, but I don't want to say that we are losing just because of the pressure, because we kind of don't necessarily find a way to play the same way that we usually do, which obviously can come from the pressure, but you need to rely on the things that you did in the past, that you did in practice. You just need to execute them once these situations happens, and that's going to release a bit more pressure, and then you can focus more just on executing the things that you have done a million times already. I think for us, what has been an issue so far in some of these games is finding a right balance between being aggressive and being a passive in certain situations and closing out these advantage situations. There has been multiple games where we were playing very good, and then we would like win a map almost, and then we would lose just a stupid round that would crumble the whole half, and then we would just kind of lose after that. We need to be honest with each other. When the situation happens, when the pressure is there, we need to communicate. We need to be able to help each other when these things happen, and not kind of try to be heroes, if that makes sense. So we really try to focus on improving those things, but it is difficult. Some things take time, unfortunately, and but I have full faith in this team.
Well, hopefully you can find the balance for around this event, and good luck going into the games, mate. Thank you very much.
Couldn't pull it across the line on Mirage. FURIA a map up as we head on into their soil. It is going to be Inferno for a potential 2-0, securing themselves a spot in the playoffs. That's what's up for debate here for Cluj-Napoca 2026. It's going to have to be a little tighter around the edges there. A couple of individuals not showing up. m0NESY certainly did, looking great at the top of the scoreboard with the sniper. Not going to be as easy to kind of inject himself into the play on Inferno.
Yeah, exactly. And I think coming into today, especially with these last two games in the A stream, MOUZ versus Vitality, and now FURIA versus Falcons, this is what a lot of people are hoping are going to be playoffs previews. Now, losers of this will go down and have to play another best of 3 tomorrow, or maybe even another one after that. But these are the teams that we're hoping to get in the arena come the weekend. Falcons putting up that fight that you mentioned, but the details pointed out there by the desk and highlighted some sort of round recap showing you just where things can fall apart. The little details as we get underway. Kyosuke's B-bomb site to be tested.
Yeah, okay. He's got supportive nades from Kixon being lined up. Does he peek off the flash? He does, and no one's there. It catches the half-wall players, and just hoping for that tap fall back. Well played. The nade as well in combination with the headshot. Slows Yakinda down for that one-tap potential.
I think fortunately...
Oh, clean! Kyosuke finds a pair of them. Taking down MongolZ and Yakinda. Waiting for another one. You swim at your own peril. Kyosuke catches a goosh, and now Kixon on the uncrouch. He's committing to that fight a little.
Everyone's here.
A whole squad up and over for Keserato.
On the flank.
From Banana for the flank. Gonna find Yuri clean as you like. John Rex dual Beretta working for him as he shreds 3 instantaneous. All right, well, that's a convincing pistol. Not a single body dropped.
Yeah, first pistol of the series so far. So can they double up on the turf of FURIA? Let's find out. But that was really well done. And we just had that MOUZ game where we saw the constant barrage of utility thrown out by Vitality. See if Kixon get up to a bit of the same. Now, the bomb did go down. We know that means it's going to be a juicier looking force spy coming through. An AK for Yakinda. It's been facilitated by Fallen, I believe. Tech9's Deagle, Util in the mix. And even though Kyosuke gets the opening kill there on Banana, FURIA are lucky it wasn't players with Util. They could still execute. They could still put them in a position right now to break them back. How important was that plant?
Ooh, you really thought he had a chance there.
Surging.
Keserato just standing in the flames, cooked. Kyosuke frags up the AK from Yakinda coming for that trade.
Gotta call that off, give it a better opportunity than just trying to have some blind spams through the smoke.
You've got one flashbang. It's just getting harder from here.
Hello.
Ooh, doesn't finish off Yakinda, but Tessa should be able to farm up a couple. Accelerating into Nico's crosshair if you do push out. Makes the fans work. MongolZ brought down before he could pull out the bomb.
That's maybe one of those situations for people who are just paying attention to the James Banks interview with Nico, where he's talking about it's about finding the balance. Certain situations where we should go aggressive, where we don't. Ones where we should be passive, but we're aggressive.
Right.
Situation m0NESY, he's in Boiler. They've extended on that setup, and it almost cost them, right? It's a round where a couple of kills come in, the bomb could go down again. Just feels very threatening when, you know, your team was fighting for that banana control. And if you want to go for those motions, make sure you're doing it together. They were kind of connected, but you see you get caught with that timing. Anyway, no harm, no foul, at least not yet, as it will be Nico now for FURIA.
Didn't get that immediate connection he hoped for, and now Yakinda might be further forward than he anticipates. Perfect flashbang to get him through. I say perfect, looked like it caught Yakinda actually. Like, sure, it did blind Kyosuke, but unable to punish.
Important covering fire there from Dixon as well, so they find the opening. Should be able to make light work of what remains. Will be important as well after the casualties that they just suffered in the previous. So, holding on to all these guns, make their life a little bit easier as MongolZ searching mid with the Deagle.
Yeah, could find Nico as he's looking. That presents his backside, and m0NESY, quick tap.
Nico has become that A rotating rifler, giving up the position of B to Kyosuke, trying to make him as comfortable as possible on a map that's only really getting reps in this team. Even kicks in the B combo. That's the hit anchor. And there you have it.
Oh, we're seeing comfort. There's a strong pistol one. It's just going to be comfortable on the eco.
7-0 for Kyosuke right now. You just wonder when he does find his home in Banana, and he understands the rhythm and all the different util sets, when a player like this can get unleashed, it is going to be a bit of a shutdown. So looking good so far.
Whose demos would you be telling him to watch?
Oh, Vitalities.
Yeah. Flamesy
So,
and Apex.
Yeah. Kixon, can you just set me up like that, please?
Yeah.
Broom extinguish in. A safe haven between MOUZ and Broom, but Keserato ahead of this.
lots of nades thrown out. Ouch. Keserato getting swung on. Big from Kiyasuke. Activates for the double. Back to spawn with you.
Put players in front of him, and they'll be going down. So, I don't know now as Fallen. Wondering where his teammates went. All 5 staying alive. That is beautiful. 2 rounds in back-to-back where they haven't taken a single casualty. The one with the most was the second round. Otherwise, it has been spotless. 3 kills in total so far. 2 for MongolZ, 1 for Yakinda. And the Brazilians yet to get going as they have another partial coming up. So 2 moments highlighted by Yanko on the desk were score 6-2. First half Mirage. MongolZ calls his own peak. Kixon allows him to go for it instead of just pulling the leash tight and calling around that would have secured it against the live buy. And then it becomes a 6-6 half. Then late in the piece, they lose some key jewels. And there he is again.
Damn, 10-0.
And instead of saving, they decide to go for the play. So looking to avoid both of those problems in map number 2 to push this to Anubis, which would be an awful lot of fun.
Falcons definitely giving us grounds for that conversation at the start.
There's I think it's not a dying breed of player, but it was a big conversation point back in the day. I know you said E-League 2018, 8 years ago, but when we had North with Config and Magisk, those were 2 players that once they got going, if they had really good starts, you know, they had maybe a good pistol, got a couple of kills in the early gun rounds or against the Eagles, they really just continue to feel the flow of the game and they take more chances. Kiyasuke can do the same.
Kixon's perfect position. Full position. Just the one from the MongolZ dig. Seems like it's always good for one on these kind of rounds.
Good flash.
Perfect flash.
Oh, that was something else we highlighted during map 1. The flash work felt good, especially in that spread. It was like, yep, top mid box, flash in, peek off each other. And then it all kind of started to disintegrate from there. So you need to keep the head screwed on tight as this is a rapid 5-0.
Well, especially when you consider that, you know, there were those fumbles that the analyst Des brought up. There were those misplays, and yet we had an overtime competitive game on a map FURIA have been getting better and better at. So, you know, it's a tough one to place for Falcons. I think they themselves are having trouble with it.
Yeah, well, people, you know, have a tough time admitting it because it hasn't happened as they would like just yet. But this team is threatening.
Yeah.
It just needs to click and properly click. Kinder edging.
I mean, they really should have won Melbourne. That changed their fate. This one might. Yakinda and Keserato finally win out on the double swing.
Yeah, and this is only their second gun round, 6 rounds deep. But Nico's still here hanging around in rotation on the way.
Oh, he's not staying on the SAM. I mean, it's the right call. It's just that it's such an iconic position. Some crazy clips from Nico in that position. He's going to play the block game.
He doesn't really have a lot of util, right? He's just picked up that incendiary and the smoke, so that'll buy him a little bit of time, sure. But I'm falling. I'm probably just calling a B execute at this moment. You've got that lurk of Yuri in second mid. You've got the smokes, Molly's flashes that you need for this finish.
Smoke on top of that.
Have to play ahead of it though.
Yeah, that's his plan. Swings on out. There's a gap. And throws across to the side. Force forward. Messy spray. Yakinda brings him down, and that is not going to be enough. So FURIA have broken through. Nice one from Tessis, but I think it's just a consolation prize, and Yuri might be there, lurking out towards the short side to take everything away.
MongolZ looked prepared for this, but Tessis might not be. Oh, now so noting this, MongolZ can start to, I was going to say wrap around, but coming over to fight.
Solid. Tessis, MongolZ as well. Brought low on the smoke and being hunted by MongolZ as well, so he is boxed in. FURIA will take everything.
Yeah, fortunately it's been pretty prosperous in that spree of 5. So they have more than enough cash in the coffers as hopefully we get to see the MongolZ AWP in the server. Really like seeing the head-to-head of the two of them. Not always dueling against one another, but MongolZ and MongolZ lighting up the server on map number 1. Big Fallen, in my opinion, was the second most impactful player behind MongolZ in that Mirage, but he had some very key moments. MongolZ does get out the AWP. Seeing ZywOo AWPing more, having these 3, ZywOo, MongolZ, MongolZ, it is so fun.
Oh yeah, the podium of AWP entertainment.
Well, does the AWPing elite return them to the best in the world, right? Obviously, Zywoo from last year, but we've had a bit of a conversation that in CS2, it's harder for the AWPers, so how many of them are going to be in the top 5?
So B-centric. Again, they just want to test this site, test this duo setup. I say duo. Kiyosuke was leaving. Let's come on back. Nico to lend a nade.
They've shown the leg, and now they're rotating over. Nico, wrong place. Really just not feeling the flow of the game today, is he? Double app setup. TSS trusting in m0NESY, probing forward for info. U2 signals problems on A.
Ooh, great catch onto Yuri. He was looking the wrong way, Boiler. And if they go short side, m0NESY is primed and ready, but the smokes imply something else. Nico got his work cut out for him here. Plays ahead of the util, eats the flash, dips away. They're wrapping. Gonna double up here. m0NESY will take the first contact, see as much as he can get. Nico providing cover from the short side, aware of the potential vulnerability from the apartments. Primed and ready, catches Molodoi on that jiggle out. Oh, it's just m0NESY. It's just m0NESY. So comfortable, dipping around, staying dynamic. So quickly returning to their winning ways.
Yeah, all down to TSS and m0NESY there because, right, even though Nico rotates in, the two of them get all 5 kills, and it makes it look casual. Catches a little bit of info. At that point, you're screaming. You know that as you rotate into A, or at least you try and take the space, Apps has given up, and just both playing pit side after the initial exchange, making it look very easy. So you win one, but Falcons immediately respond. Now it's falling in with the Tech 9, the rest of the AKs, and
Star 3D.
Extinguished, they want to fight Banana. They're going to be quick on A right now. Yukindra is just trying to make it seem like they are going for a slow default. The rest of them pretty close middle. And the U2 are not lined up, so they'll be fishing for a response. In front of that smoke.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't love it. They're past.
They are. Kind of let them pass and then late break to expose him. Still does well to find Fallen, but vulnerabilities on the A site now. Pints it in. Quick flick. Out of the m0NESY sniper. Yuri makes his presence known in Balk, trying to draw the attention. Kicks in. Ooh, a step further and he would have been tapped by Molodoi. Didn't quite spot him. Divide and conquer. Nice headshot, removing TSS. Falls into just a 2-on-3. And Yuri and Molodoi turn this round on its head. Partnered up, got to get out m0NESY out of position. The Molotov's not quite going to do the trick. Yeah, Kixon does go swinging. They'll double up for this. Kiyosuke closes. Threatening.
Yeah, gotta hit tab. Alex, this has only been going for 13 minutes, 30 seconds, 8 rounds done.
It's rapid,
Yeah,
huh?
it's very quick. So the gun rounds, you can count them on one hand for FURIA so far. And now it is going to have to be probably a partial with the bomb not going down. Risky choice by Nico, but it gets one and done. And this is quick from m0NESY, isn't it? Talking in the break. This matchup back in Chengdu as well, one of the 4. And the Chinese fans were calling Molodoi the Black Flash. So both of these boys quick, but yet to see Molodoi's AWP in play on Inferno.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen a whole lot of Tech 9s in this T side. Going to see a whole lot more into round 9.
So because it's just been so quick, do you want to take the pace out of it? And this is the round where you want to inject pace, right? You want to use the run and gun nature, the swarm. Communicators, aimers, movement gods, and jugglers. As Kixon. So they are taking the tone out. Not spamming smokes, not running into anything early. Sitting and waiting for the early barrage of Falcons to be lobbed in. Not going to take any flak damage if you don't have to. This signals very early in the round that they aren't fighting for banana control.
Yukindra hears those footsteps and like a moth to the flame will go jumping through off the flash. Swing straight into Kiyosuke. Shredding heads. Goes wide for more. Clean headshots. Mechanics on display. It's just kicks in here. Supportive flash.
Team flash.
Not ideal at all.
What is that?
Awkward.
What is that?
It kind of gives them a chance. They get guns. They get the bomb planted. It gets weird. Fallen's even got a smoke. Do you throw one towards CT? Yeah, you do. Is that another one?
Oh, these are the ones you can't lose. Not this again.
No, not a Falcons round. 1 HP. Smoke ruins. Yuri peeks for one and then you smoke it. Flash instead. Nico brings him down. Okay, Fallen, the 1 HP 1v3 is asking too much. Surely. There's no way he can win this. And thankfully strikes into the flame. Extinguished there to secure the defuse, but it got way too janky.
Yeah, I'm spewing right there if I'm
Kixon
back of the side, just copping a team flash in that moment, especially after what Kyosuke does. But the problem is, it's Nico's birthday. You kind of just have to let him get away with it.
Yeah. And you won the round anyway, so yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, good flash, man.
Yeah. Yeah, he was blind. So was I.
I just missed. Okay, well, MongolZ AWP is out. Round number 10, and we see it Don. So let's go. Still 4 rounds, salvageable. Just need 3 before the halftime break.
Oh, we could get that head-to-head.
No, he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. There's no way he's going to do it.
Okay, right. Playing it by the book. One of those needs a little wonky, but at the end of the world.
It just feels in a lot of these situations. I'm like, Nico, you're in the way. Like, what are you doing, bud?
So Kixon's going to be left another 2 smokes. So looking very set to block on B. It's the A site that's going to be question marks.
Very passive setup on A. They're giving banana control and brackets essentially. Nade, this is the mark.
Blocked for another 20.
And then another 20.
Yeah, so really, you're running through that. Do you have HEs to break? No, one on Yuri. Typically, he's not with them. He's going to join them now. Okay, that implies he is going to be breaking the smoke. They know what's up.
Yeah, so the flash has to be perfect for Fall, and that one's just landed at 35 seconds. This won't be easy.
So on the fly.
Oliver is coming back as well. God flash.
Smoked. Front sight smoke. God flash. Kyosuke, can he get the multi going? Does catch K-Sarata doing the flashbang dance, and they collapse. The blue wall erected and a USP finish. Another multi-kill. 19 and 2. Kyosuke looking comfortable in his new position.
Yeah, look, they gave this to him last year after it was clear that this was going to be a weakness, and you can just be that sharp object locking down Banana time and time again. But even in the beginning of it, it still doesn't look great. But with repetition, with practice, it's making this look perfect. And they just shred them. Beautiful work. Obviously, having all the util, having MongolZ's AWP as well, and no real pressure on A. You can hear the cheers on the other side. This is the last game of the day. Falcons, they want to push this the distance. Now, no, there's not an AWP. You'll take a few more liberties if you want to see. You'll look for that fight.
Question remains though, will you let one slip? Can you keep it as tight as it has been? Or will there be a misstep, a misplay? The B site, it does seem FURIA so stubborn about trying to take this B site away from Kyosuke and Kixon. You'd have to one-tap him on that jiggle. Haven't seen them pull that one off. Oh, well, it's not a one-tap. It's a labored spray that Yakinda just gets away with. Nico's going to be here as a second member. Kyosuke going for... Oh, the aggressive push! Gets flashed in for the multi! Nearly 3. MongolZ's MP7 does stem the bleed. MongolZ's going to go for the shot anyway. Doesn't quite finish it off. Yuri gets away with a little bit of space on A, but the bomb's B.
Tessa should have this.
He does.
Okay, well, 10 feels like a certainty. MongolZ noisy now.
He's going to force the fight. Nico swings and Nico frags.
All right, well, they are just absolutely dominating in the opening duel department. It was the second opening kill for FURIA right there. And both of them have been for Yakinda. Otherwise, you've got K-Sarata 0 and 3. You've got Yakinda 2 and 4. So everyone's just been giving them over quite liberally.
It's very rare you see this kind of scoreboard at the end of a half for FURIA. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4. teaching us how to count and how to get to the third map quickly. Question remains. Will you slip one up?
Come and be again. Here's Yakinda. Wants to try his luck one more time.
Kiyosuke is so bright. Honestly, he's not going to hit that first. They're accelerating. And ooh, Nico catches a quick tap. Solid impact from Yakinda. He's broken into B and they're running. He's got the whole side. Look at him go. Knife out through spawn.
Yeah, they both must have pushed half for. You can see the X's on the radar.
Seems like a bit of a slip up. Never mind. Monacy's ready for your forward position. And Nico nails the headshot on the swing of Molodoi. Just clotheslines the kid. Fallen, caught on the edge of the smoke. Wow, that is close to perfection.
Yeah, that is beautiful. Like Kiyosuke just putting on an absolute show in Banana time and time again. And what a turnaround it is from Mirage. They pushed that one the distance, their map choice. This could have been over in 2. That's assuming that they closed this down right here, right now, which with an 11-1 scoreline.
I don't even think that's an assumption anymore. I think that's a certainty.
Well, start preparing yourself for Anubis, everybody. Third map coming up next.
This could be a sub 30-minute game.
21:50 right now.
Jeez.
Sonic, laughing. You don't see that from the big man too often, do you?
You really don't.
He's
you really don't.
Stressed out more often than not.
A rare smile.
Kixon has definitely been a key part of this man on the screen's destruction in Banana. He walks away from that half with 13 assists. Only 5 kills, 13 assists.
That's
the
a team
facilitator.
Player. Yeah, that is a team player if ever I saw one. 19 effective flashes. Or enemies flashed, whatever it is.
Now he's here, you got to get it right.
It's one of them.
All right, how quick will this be? Furia, do you just roll over and die, or do you just grab back this pistol, give it a good go?
Long-range Glock pressure, I say that. P250 was in the mix. Kixon can throw a smoke from that pit position.
Nothing being given over in terms of early aggressions, right? You take a peek down mid, that's relatively safe. You see, someone pushing out to car or second mid-window jump peek for info.
But you know that it's likely they're calling Banana clear, right? So you have to be accounting for multiple bodies.
I think this is, let's wait and see if they just push out of frustration and a way to get themselves back into the game. And then we've cleared out Boiler and Halls. So we know that they don't have a stance there. This helps inform the setup. Now as they swing this, the P250 should take point.
Oh, and Yakinda's head nearly popped by the P250 and Nico.
Bait and switch, Jewel Berettas to unload from Sandbag, but Yakinda can't go down with nothing.
Okay, Serato's going to have to fight in the flames. Nothing from him. Nico finds the opening they needed. Pursuit of a quick Inferno. Block smoke thrown out by
They've
Fall, and he's got the flash ready. Oh, they're blind, but behind the smoke.
And they used their flash, and they weren't ready to go.
Yeah, that could cost them.
Rotating heavily back, still 2 on A. This can go wrong for Falcons. Time, 25.
Yeah, Yuri, though, 2 kills so far. If he can find impact here, maybe Furia can start on the right foot here on CT. Oh, no, he can't. No, they can't. Site collapses. The bomb will be planted. He'll give it a look. See what he can find. Fallen arrives on the library side. Taking his sweet time is Yakinda.
I think he's going to save the Kev. Fallen doesn't have any to hold on to, so
yeah,
may as well see if we can get a kill or 2 extra for the force buy into the next and last round. Using a Molotov sandbag on pistol.
I think K-Serrato's is having the same thought.
That's a real blow to the mental. Right, that's enough to frustrate anybody, I think, as Yakinda gets in, gets out, and keeps his Kev, so will make his force buy a little bit better. Still Falcons. Just one more round, 5 kills, and this one will be closing shop. Convo is going to be about the reset outside for FURIA. Do you really want to play another day? Could you get yourself into the right mind space to win Anubis? If you're Falcons, you got weapon advantage, util advantage. First of all, avoid any CT aggressions. Main point of call or port would be banana.
I keep waiting for it to go wrong. It hasn't.
No, which is surprising, but a welcome change. 4 on 8 for FURIA now, which that could be the undoing. Perhaps pop. You have to go somewhere. I said you avoid banana, yeah, but early. An apps pop against Force.
Okay, there is some convincing being done. Nico's trying to act bigger than he is.
I don't think you rotate now. You just stick to this. Stay with the 4. Probably they're about to apps pop.
And if you're running through a grey screen, Yuri could have a field day. Here they come. Yeah, Yuri just the one. Important from Kiyosuke. They're both just standing on top of each other. MongolZ's got to make a move. Does more than that. Finds lethality, removing Kiyosuke. They're going to overlook Fallen. Yes, they are. Can't get 2. They've kept them honest. Kept them in these one-on-one trades. Nico audibly descending. As you know, he didn't hear the drop. Does find Monacy. Now Nico in the clutch. Can't handle it. FURIA do manage to extend play. Into the stacked site. That's my fault. Nah, that's all my fault.
No, but I really don't understand an apps pop. I understand that. I know the scoreline. I know it doesn't really matter. I know they're still going to win.
That's my fault.
I didn't even like going short on anti-eco.
So you said you can't go banana, short, or apps.
No,
where do you want me to go?
You don't go banana early.
Right. Yes.
Right? You don't go banana early.
I think Nico hit the silent drop on his way down as well. That was
Are we about to witness the greatest comeback in Counter-Strike history?
Stop the clock. It took him 12 seconds. The time is...
Local or central?
Central, 8:06. Score is 12-2.
For the audio-only listeners.
Map 2, last game.
Winner of the arena.
Round 3. PGL Cluj-Napoca 2026.
What's the day?
What day is it today?
It's Monday.
The 16th of February.
Well, remember that day, because you're about to witness a run of rounds never seen before.
It's 2 through the smoke.
Now they're eco.
Now they're eco. A lackluster
11-1.
4CB.
You win the pistol. 12-1. You do an apps pop.
Counter-terrorists win.
You force back.
I want to just keep checking in on Zonic, like, is he still smiling?
You're smiling until about 12-7.
Okay.
And then you're getting concerned because you know the team that you have.
You mean the team full of stars?
Isn't it when a star explodes, we don't see it for a long time?
That's right.
So this star may have already exploded.
Chad DeGrasse Tyson.
Or
yeah,
is it the eco win from Falcons that tilts FURIA off the face of the earth, and then they go into Anubis?
I think it's that one.
Blind with rage.
He pushes the smoke, and then they all get sprayed down, and then Kixon wins the 1v1. The Glock, no less.
Counter-terrorists win.
Certainly was a possibility.
12-4 for the audio-only listeners. Guns come out.
Apps pop.
Well, now I wouldn't hate it.
It would be a good call.
Well, I don't know if it would be a good
It
call.
would be a call.
It would be one of the calls available.
Yeah. Let's see where they take it. I mean, FURIA definitely going to be, they could very realistically dig their heels in here. You've got K-Serato and Kinder equipped with AK-47s.
Alex, you win this and they don't plan. They're on partial.
Again, and then you're at what, 6?
6.
And then Zonic stops smiling at 7. So
They don't get more than 2 kills around and they don't plan. Watch how quick this could go wrong. Throwing mollies into smokes.
that smoke perfectly placed to design Nico's angle. It's still sprayed through.
Okay, it's Kiyosuke. The King of Banana, they call him.
That's it.
That's a new one. I'm coining it now.
Completely new nickname.
Never been used before.
Via Maximo.
You know the funniest thing about this is you know that the desk is sitting there right now.
Oh yeah.
So the longer this goes,
the more tilted Yanko will be.
All right, opening kill. Squandered. 4v4. Back to A. Darting in.
It's a good call considering the defensive resources are complete 50-50. Got to get past the AK of K-Serato though. He's got Yuri in tow. Solid setup, back to turn, flashes are good, and Monacy in combination with Kixon has broken in. The tales of Falcons falling to the FURIA comeback were greatly exaggerated.
It's called a counter jinx, and you can pay for my services. I'm here all week.
Let me see your powers now. Graveyard setup. It's just too potent of a crossfire, isn't it? It's just too potent. All right, Anubis locked in. Falcons, they dust themselves off. They shake off the Mirage, and they stomp through map 2.
They certainly do. And just to Chad's point, yes, we were sat here, but we knew we wouldn't be sat long because obviously that was an insurmountable comeback and a very strange situation to find FURIA in. You know, they're usually well-rounded in the vetoes, you know, they pick their maps.
You know what might have happened, Richard?
What?
I think FURIA might have thought for sure Falcons were going to pick Dust, and they wanted to pick Mirage. So when Falcons picked Mirage for them, they were like, I guess Inferno then, you know, because they might have not expected to have it. After the second round, they probably thought, okay, it's going to be Nuke or Anubis for the decider, and maybe that's the reason why they sort of fell flat on their
hindsight's 2020, but like, is there would you have